Chapter 0. The tribe leader ***. A throbbing pain engulfed Chen Feng's head, and he could not suppress a groan as he slowly opened his eyes. He found himself in a dim cave, where the darkness was so profound that one could barely discern their own hand. Suddenly, a multitude of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. The cave resonated with intermittent sounds of snoring, and through the memories of the original owner, Chen Feng learned that this planet was devoid of civilization, language, and writing. Its inhabitants were savages, or rather, primitives. The average height of adult males exceeded 2 meters, while females stood at around 1 meter 80. The original owner was the son of the tribe leader, a 14-year-old, for whom this age marked the threshold of adulthood in this primitive world. The rite of passage required the hunting of a wolf, a tradition that even the son of the tribe leader could not evade. It was an essential trial that all adult males of the tribe must endure. The original owner did not disgrace his father. After a grueling day and night, he traversed the mountains and discovered a solitary wolf. A fierce battle ensued between the boy and the wolf, culminating in 300 rounds of struggle before he ultimately subdued the beast. However, due to the extreme exertion, the original owner collapsed after the wolf fell, and at that critical moment, Chen Feng's soul intertwined with his. In his previous life, Chen Feng was merely an ordinary high school graduate with a penchant for reading eclectic books, particularly those concerning wilderness survival theories. He absorbed knowledge and skills through various videos, gaining insights into realms he had yet to master. On the following morning, a small boy shook Chen Feng, pointing towards the cave's entrance, babbling excitedly, outside. From his memories, Chen Feng recognized the boy as Shua Feng, an 8-year-old whose father, Stone, was the bravest hunter in the tribe. Rising to his feet, Chen Feng followed the boy, taking careful steps towards the illuminated cave entrance. Upon emerging, he finally beheld the visage of this planet. Before him stood a group of primitives draped in animal hides. Men wielded stones, while women diligently rubbed theirs to sharpen the edges. The boy grasped Chen Feng's hand again, indicating a man seated beneath a tree in the distance. Chen Feng swiftly recognized him from his memories. His father, Dara, the only individual in the tribe almost entirely shrouded in animal pelts. Dara adorned himself with various animal teeth around his neck, clad in wolf and rabbit skins, and crowned with feathers, exuding an imposing presence. Dara spoke in the tribal tongue. "Child, you are very brave." Although Chen Feng comprehended the words, he could not articulate them fluently in return, merely nodding slightly. Dara took Chen Feng's hand, his expression grave, and declared, "The tribe will be entrusted to you from now on." He gestured towards several primitives nearby, continuing, "They will aid you, ensuring the legacy of the Xia tribe endures." At this moment, Chen Feng grasped the weight of his father's words. Observing Dara's pallid visage, he noticed a patch of animal hide tightly wrapped around his chest, already soaked with crimson blood. "Father," Chen Feng uttered in halting tribal speech. Dara did not reply but turned to the 2 mightiest tribesmen, saying, "You shall heed his commands henceforth." Subsequently, Dara removed a necklace of animal teeth from around his neck and solemnly handed it to Chen Feng. As he accepted the necklace, Dara slowly bowed his head, losing all vitality. Uncertain of why his surrogate father had suddenly perished, Chen Feng recognized that this was not the time for contemplation. He needed to step into the role of tribe leader. Although the tribe numbered only 30 individuals, inheriting the leadership without formidable strength would render it challenging to earn their respect solely through Dara's legacy. "You must fight the strongest tribesman. If you prevail, we will all follow you," spoke Stone, Dara's most trusted companion. Chen Feng rose, surveying the circle that had formed around him, as if the people awaited something significant. Stone announced, "The mightiest among us is Dali. Defeat him, and you shall be the leader." Chen Feng felt bewildered. The tribe leader had just passed away, yet their focus was already on the next leader. While Chen Feng had not mastered any formidable martial arts or lethal techniques, he had earned a reputation for brawling among his peers, employing various cunning tactics. Dali stepped forward from the crowd, pointing at Chen Feng. "Defeat me." Though Chen Feng was sturdy, he seemed diminutive compared to Dali, resembling the disparity between a child and an adult. He took a few steps back to create distance. If Dali managed to grapple him, Chen Feng realized it would be incredibly challenging to regain his footing. Dali, however, offered no time for contemplation and charged towards Chen Feng, intent on seizing him. "Hey, do we not shout start first?" Chen Feng exclaimed while deftly evading. The onlookers were oblivious to Chen Feng's words, their voices echoing with shouts of roar. Dali, having failed his initial attempt, lunged at Chen Feng again. Chen Feng's mind raced, quickly devising a strategy against Dali, who relied solely on brute strength without any finesse. As Dali barreled towards him once more, Chen Feng nimbly sidestepped, circling behind Dali and delivering a powerful kick to his lower leg. Dali lost his balance and toppled backward. A momentary silence enveloped the crowd before they erupted in cheers once more. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng tightened his legs around Dali's neck, restraining his movements by grasping his right hand firmly. With one hand freed, Chen Feng resorted to an underhanded tactic, forcefully bending Dali's middle finger. Dali cried out in agony, struggling to escape Chen Feng's grasp, but the pain rendered him immobile. "Oh, I concede," Dali yelled in distress. Releasing Dali, he rose, still clutching his pained finger. Although he had not emerged victorious, Dali exhibited no signs of discontent. Perhaps this was the simplicity of primitive people. As for Stone, despite Dara's entrustment of Chen Feng as the next leader, he still proposed a challenge. Chen Feng surmised that inheriting the tribe and earning it through one's own strength were entirely different matters. Through this contest with Dali, Chen Feng had undeniably established himself as the leader. Dali unexpectedly hoisted Chen Feng onto his shoulder, shouting "Leader." The tribe echoed, including Stone, chanting, "Leader." What a peculiar turn of events. He had scarcely arrived and was already crowned leader. Chen Feng was no fool. Becoming the leader entailed taking on the responsibilities of governance, overseeing the tribe's sustenance. With over 30 individuals, hunting was their sole means of survival. After the jubilations, Stone directed 4 strong men to carry Dara's body, with Chen Feng following in their wake. They arrived at a flat expanse, where Stone instructed the men to remove Dara's animal skins. Chen Feng remained silent as Stone explained, "Winter is approaching. We require more pelts." Internally, Chen Feng felt little disturbance, for he and Dara had not shared a profound bond. However, the subsequent words of Shirtu profoundly altered Chen Feng's perception of them. Shirtu recounted to Chen Feng the harrowing tale of how, after he had incapacitated the wolf, the scent of blood attracted even more wolves, compelling Dala to valiantly rescue the original owner. In a desperate struggle to fend off the pack, Dala engaged in a fierce battle, sustaining numerous bites and ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. As Chen Feng observed Dala being stripped of his garments, he interjected, "Halt. Leave the hides." Shirtu hurriedly countered, "Chief, without the hides, many more of our kin shall perish from hunger." "I shall devise a solution for this," Chen Feng asserted resolutely. Chapter 0. The Stone Axe and the Flying Stone. Chen Feng slowly approached the lifeless form of Dala, joining the others in meticulously covering the body with stones. Once the task was completed, he did not hasten to depart, but instead addressed the stones, proclaiming, "From henceforth, all members of the tribe shall kneel and bow thrice upon their passing." The stones seemed to grasp the sentiment, albeit incompletely, and Chen Feng could discern that the true meaning eluded them. Taking the lead, Chen Feng knelt before the makeshift grave composed of stones and solemnly bowed 3 times. Although Stone and the others were perplexed by the significance of this act, they emulated Chen Feng's reverence and bowed 3 times as well. Upon returning to the tribe, Chen Feng's first course of action was to meticulously assess the population dynamics, the state of food reserves, and the allocation of labor within the tribe. In total, there were 35 individuals, consisting of 15 adult males, 12 females, and 8 children, 4 boys and 4 girls. Excluding Chen Feng, 14 men remained capable of venturing out to hunt. "Chief, we must venture farther afield for our hunts. The game in our vicinity has dwindled," Stone interjected. "How far did you previously travel for hunting?" Chen Feng inquired. "A day's round trip," Stone replied, unable to specify the distance but conveying it in terms of time. From the memories of the original inhabitant, Chen Feng recalled that the daylight in this world lasted nearly 20 hours, while the night encompassed approximately 10 hours. This indicated that the planet experienced a total of 30 hours per day. Given their pace of 2 kilometers per hour, excluding the time spent hunting, they would require about 8 hours to traverse a distance of several kilometers before commencing their hunt. After careful consideration, Chen Feng resolved that he must personally accompany them on their next outing to validate his assumptions. Presently, the food reserves were sufficient for 2 days, and he did not wish to send them hunting immediately. To hunt successfully, they required effective weaponry. Observing the rudimentary stone tools in their possession, Chen Feng shook his head in resignation. "Summon everyone. I have something to convey." After Stone nodded in agreement, he went to gather the others. Chen Feng racked his brain, drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired throughout his life, yet he found no superior solutions to their current predicament, deciding instead to attempt the creation of new weaponry. The weapons stone could craft, aside from stone axes, were limited to rudimentary devices akin to snares. Although not in the formal sense of ancient traps, but rather made from stone materials. As for ropes, they possessed the skill to weave them. And Chen Feng found himself absently touching the necklace of teeth around his neck. Before long, a throng of people, including children, gathered at the cave entrance. Chen Feng addressed them. For the tribe to survive the winter unscathed and to ensure an ample food supply, we must engage in hunting, which necessitates superior tools. This concept was understood by all, yet they were unclear as to why Chen Feng emphasized it. Whispers circulated among the crowd, punctuated by occasional exclamations. Chen Feng continued, "We must enhance our weaponry. Stone, lead us to find tree trunks as thick as an arm and stones akin to those in your grasp." Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, chief." Although Stone was uncertain of Chen Feng's precise intentions, he complied with the chief's directives. "Mo, take the women and weave the strongest ropes. They must be secure," Chen Feng emphasized. Mo, the eldest woman of the tribe, replied affirmatively and set off with the women and children to gather materials for crafting the ropes. Chen Feng rose and entered the cave to inspect the tribe's reserves. Aside from a few animal skins, he discovered some bones. Contemplating the bones, a new idea sparked in his mind. Animal bones could be fashioned into weapons if sharpened adequately. Chen Feng noticed a beast skin concealing something and, upon unwrapping it, was astonished to find salt. Could they have already discovered salt? A sense of shock washed over him. Unbeknownst to him, a young boy named Shuo Feng had approached, observing Chen Feng intently. "This is placed on meat to enhance flavor. Do you know what this is?" Chen Feng inquired. "I do not know. It has no name." Shuo Feng shook his head. "There are many in a distant place," he added. Chen Feng was astounded. Salt was an essential for life. "How do you know this?" he pressed. "The nomadic tribe brought it," Shuo Feng replied. Chen Feng was aware of the nomadic tribes, which consisted of small families of 3 to 5 individuals without fixed dwellings, relying on bartering as they roamed between tribes. "Are they not akin to merchants?" Chen Feng mused aloud. He knew they visited the summer tribe every 2 to 3 months, but he had remained oblivious to the salt, as food was always prepared for him. Gazing at the salt, which weighed approximately 7 or 8 pounds, he hoped it would suffice for a while, wishing the nomadic tribe would return before winter. After sending Shuo Feng away, Chen Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable with only a piece of animal skin covering his essential parts. He selected a suitable piece from the animal skin and, using a bone as a needle, threaded the rope through the skin to fashion himself a pair of shorts. Eagerly, he donned the makeshift shorts, relieved to finally conceal his rear. Emerging from the cave, he found that the others had gathered all the necessary materials. The first item Chen Feng set out to create was a stone axe. He selected a branch and split one end with a sharpened stone, leaving enough space to secure the stone within. He then affixed the polished stone to the branch. "You all should follow my lead and craft your own weapons." Upon receiving his instructions, the tribe nodded and began to emulate Chen Feng in making their stone axes. Chen Feng occasionally provided guidance, understanding that not everyone could grasp the technique after a single demonstration. For instance, Dali, despite his imposing stature and strength, lacked quick wit and required Chen Feng's direct assistance. "Dali, allow me to assist you." Chen Feng took the materials from Dali and began to assist. "Thank you, chief," Dali said with an endearing innocence. Chen Feng sighed, reflecting on the imperfections of humanity, no matter the time. Heaven never shapes a person to be flawless, whether it be a lack of intelligence or a deficiency in health. After more than 3 hours, Mo arrived with a group of women, ready to prepare lunch. In truth, their task was merely to cut the raw meat into small pieces for everyone to share. Unable to endure the sight of raw meat any longer, Chen Feng called out to Mo, "Please do not distribute the meat just yet. Skewer it with small sticks first." "Understood, chief," Mo replied. For her, obedience was paramount, as women in the tribe seemed to hold little significance beyond childbearing. Chen Feng searched the vicinity of the cave for some dry grass, easily ignitable, and began to knead it together. He then found a stick and attempted to create fire by friction, a skill he had never tried before, though he had observed it in videos. The tribe members watched Chen Feng's actions, utterly perplexed, standing idly without comprehension. After several unsuccessful attempts, And as the crowd began to disperse to attend to their own affairs, only Mo and a few women remained, awaiting Chen Feng's next instructions. Over an hour later, Chen Feng finally succeeded in igniting a small flame. Mo and the women holding the meat gasped in astonishment, drawing the attention of the others nearby. "It is heavenly fire," Dali exclaimed. The group collectively crouched low, too fearful to raise their heads. Chen Feng, witnessing this scene, felt a mix of surprise and understanding. While they had likely seen fire before, it was always in its natural forms, such as that produced by lightning. Realizing the cause for their fear, he called out, "Everyone, stand up." Mo was the first to rise, followed by the women, then the children, and finally a dozen or more men, including Shirtu. Aware that a thorough explanation would take time, Chen Feng simply took the meat from Mo's hands and began to roast it. After a few minutes, the savory aroma wafted through the air. Chen Feng took a bite, then offered it to Shirtu, who exclaimed, "Delicious." Chen Feng nodded. "Indeed, from now on, we shall always roast the meat." Returning to the cave, he retrieved some salt and, in front of everyone, sprinkled it over the meat before continuing to roast it slowly. The others, inspired, began to mimic his actions. Chen Feng added more firewood while explaining to Mo the methods of fire making and how to preserve embers. Mo listened intently, absorbing every detail with unwavering focus. Adults could consume 3 to 5 pounds of meat, women about 3 pounds, and children around 1 pound. The tribe only ate during lunch and dinner, foregoing food at other times. After satisfying their hunger, they resumed crafting their stone axes. Chen Feng, meanwhile, took a length of rope and 2 stones, binding them together with the rope before tossing them away. Once thrown, it ensnares the 2 feet of an animal, binding them together, rendering them immobile. Chen Feng named it Flying Stone. Chapter 0. The 50-pound wild chicken. As dusk descended, the people of the Summer tribe began to gather their belongings, gradually returning to the cave. Chen Feng approached the fire pit at the entrance of the cave with Shirtu and Mo, inquiring, "Do you know how to transfer the fire into the cave?" Shirtu and Mo exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating their lack of knowledge. Chen Feng picked up a burning log and demonstrated the process, leading the way into the cave. Following his example, Shirtu and Mo each took a log and trailed behind him. Inside the cave, approximately 5 meters from the entrance, Chen Feng placed the burning log down, and Shirtu and Mo followed suit, laying their logs beside his. Fire extinguishes in water, and without sufficient wood, it will also die out, Chen Feng patiently explained. The two looked at each other and nodded in understanding. "Chief, what should we do if the fire goes out?" Mo asked. "Just use the method I demonstrated earlier," Chen Feng replied. In truth, there are numerous ways to start a fire, but Chen Feng found them too complex and refrained from teaching them. His efforts were not solely for the tribe's benefit. He primarily sought to enhance his own living conditions. Lighting the fire served 2 purposes: to stave off the evening chill and to avoid consuming raw meat. That night, the tribe gathered around to roast meat. While Chen Feng shared tips on improving their cooking and imparted some knowledge, including numbers and basic Chinese. Though he spoke in a clumsy dialect, communication was possible. Yet he preferred the elegance of the Chinese language. "Shirtu, your name is rather unappealing. From now on, you shall be called Chen Shi. Chen will be the surname. Ansher will be your given name," Chen Feng declared, addressing Shirtu beside the fire. "Yes, chief," Chen Shi exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Mo, you shall be known as Chun Mo from now on," Chen Feng continued. "Yes, chief," Chen Mo replied, his emotions difficult to articulate. In the tribe, women held a remarkably low status, and in dire circumstances, they could be sacrificed for sustenance. To receive a name from the chief signified that she would never be regarded as food. Chen Feng subsequently bestowed names upon over 30 individuals, regardless of gender. He did not aspire to alter customs. He aimed only to discard what he found unacceptable, leaving the rest untouched. That night, everyone slept soundly. The women were tasked with ensuring the fire did not extinguish, while the men enjoyed a restful slumber to prepare for the next day's hunt. Observing the men and women intertwined in slumber, Chen Feng sometimes struggled to discern who belonged to whom. He pondered many things, such as how to measure time, how many hours are in a day, how many days in a month, and how many months in a year. The matters concerning the tribe's sanitation, sustenance, and various other issues weighed heavily on Chen Feng's mind. The following morning, he gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself alone in the cave, devoid of any other presence. Exiting the cave, He observed the women industriously engaged in various tasks. Some were polishing stones. Others were weaving ropes, some were tending to children, while a few were processing animal hides. The men had already organized the stone axes and slingshots crafted by Chen Feng, preparing for their expedition. Upon noticing Chen Feng's approach, Chen Shi addressed him, "Leader, everything is ready." Chen Feng beheld each individual grasping a stone axe, with slingshots secured at their waists, and their collective demeanor instantly elevated to one of formidable resolve. "Excellent, let us depart," Chen Feng declared, clutching his own stone axe and sling, falling in line at the rear of the group. The procession did not rush, but ambled forward at a measured pace. Though each member remained acutely vigilant, aware that danger could lurk in the seemingly endless forest ahead. "There are wild chickens ahead," Chen Shi cautioned. The group immediately halted, remaining silent, their hands instinctively reaching for their slingshots. Chen Feng whispered, "Release the stones one at a time. Do not throw them all at once." "Understood, leader." They nodded in unison. Chen Feng observed from a distance, noting that the wild chicken was predominantly black, weighing approximately 40 to 50 pounds, and standing about a meter tall. "Incredible! Is this truly a wild chicken? It's enormous," Chen Feng exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, some wild chickens can weigh up to 100 pounds, Chen Shi informed him. "What? 100 pounds? Chen Feng was once again taken aback. In the midst of their conversation, the wild chicken was swiftly captured, its legs ensnared by the ropes of the sling, rendering it immobile. Dali seized the stone axe and struck the creature's head with considerable force. "Leader, the wild chicken possesses significant aggression. It must be killed for safety," Chen Shi explained. "Very well, let us kindle a fire and consume this wild chicken on the spot," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Yes," Chen Shi nodded in agreement. Chen Shi instructed the other tribe members to prepare the wild chicken while he attempted to start a fire. The materials Chen Shi gathered were quite suitable, dried branches that crumbled to dust. Chen Feng aspired to prepare beggar's chicken, although he lacked the complete array of ingredients. He believed this method might yield superior results compared to roasting. He instructed his companions to dig a pit suitable for the wild chicken, placed the wrapped chicken within, and gradually added firewood atop it. "Chief, will this be edible?" Chun Li inquired. Dali had changed his name to Chun Li. "We shall know shortly," Chen Feng replied with a mysterious smile. In truth, he harbored uncertainties, having never attempted it before, merely having observed it in a video. He was also unsure how long it would take to cook. As time passed, Chen Feng found himself wavering, uncertain of whether the dish was ready. An hour later, pressed by Chun Li's insistence, he reluctantly opted to unearth the beggar's chicken. An enticing aroma wafted through the air. "How fragrant!" the crowd exclaimed in unison. After removing the outer covering with a stone axe, the wild chicken revealed itself. Chen Feng gazed at the succulent meat and proclaimed, "Let us feast." At that moment, he realized he had succeeded, though the specifics of his success eluded him. Perhaps it required precisely an hour, or perhaps it was the method itself that worked. The group refrained from serving themselves, awaiting Chen Feng to take the first bite. He grasped a piece of meat, exclaiming, "It's quite hot. Everyone dig in." They began tearing into the chicken, piece by piece. Chen Feng consumed about a pound, then set his sights on the heart and liver. Together, they weighed over 3 pounds. A quantity beyond his capacity. "Dali, come here," Chen Feng called out. "Chief, is there something you need?" Chen Li replied with his mouth full of meat. "These 2 parts are delicacies. Let us share them." Chen Feng smiled. "Thank you, Chief." Chen Li accepted the heart and liver and began to eat them immediately. The onlookers watched with trepidation as Chun Li devoured the heart and liver, uncertain of their edibility. Just as their anxiety peaked, Chun Li exclaimed, "Delicious! Better than the meat." Chen Feng, equally uncertain, had a tinge of intention to test Chun Li's reaction. Observing Chun Li savoring the delicacies, Chen Feng took a bite himself and remarked, "Indeed, this is the flavor." As he continued to eat, he shared portions with others. Seeing that Chun Li had partaken, the crowd followed suit, eagerly chewing their portions. Chapter 0. Hunting the Elk. Chapter 0. Drinking fish soup in the blink of an eye. 10 days had swiftly elapsed. Chen Feng stood quietly by the riverbank, watching as the fish, once caught, underwent processing for roasting and drying, filling him with immense satisfaction. With ample provisions at hand, he felt considerably more secure, freed from the incessant worry of food scarcity. "Chief, we can harvest over 1,000 pounds of fish daily, and our stockpile of dried meat has exceeded 10,000 pounds. Chen Shi exclaimed joyfully. "Yet, This is still insufficient for our entire tribe to comfortably survive the winter. Now that your tasks here are complete, venture forth to gather wild fruits and hunt additional game. Chen Feng advised with a serious demeanor. It appears that the harvest has been abundant. However, one must realize that the consumption of over 30 individuals is no trivial matter. This winter marks Chen Feng's first experience accompanying them, and he believes that the more food prepared, the safer their winter will be. Approaching the hearth constructed by Chun Li and the others, he observed the items being fired. Noting the persistently low success rate, out of 10, scarcely a single piece would survive. How many days has it been? Chen Feng inquired, his brow furrowed. 7 days. Chun Li promptly replied. Has anyone successfully fired anything in these past days? Chen Feng continued his questioning. Chen Mao has successfully produced several items. Chun Li answered. Bring him over, commanded Chen Feng. Before long, a young man of about 16 or 17 approached Chen Feng, respectfully inquiring, Chief, is there something you need? Chen Feng picked up a ceramic bowl, smiling as he asked, Did you create all of these? Yes, I thoroughly enjoy crafting these items. Chen Mao replied. Could you explain why you alone have succeeded in firing them? Chen Feng asked with keen interest. I initially struggled like the others, ruining many pieces. After several failures, I discovered that repeatedly kneading the clay before shaping it for firing significantly reduced the likelihood of damage, Chen Mao explained earnestly. Listening intently, Chen Feng's mind raced as he recalled relevant knowledge. Indeed, clay that has been thoroughly kneaded possesses superior quality. Chen Feng then imparted his understanding to Chen Mao regarding the requirements for clay, the management of firing time, how to select suitable clay types, the characteristics of kaolin, and the distinctions of earthenware, even mentioning that porcelain stone could be utilized for ceramics. Chen Mao absorbed the information with great seriousness, posing numerous questions to which Chen Feng patiently responded. Chief, I will create a variety of items in the future, Chen Mao declared excitedly. Excellent. From now on, you shall oversee the production of ceramics. Select a few individuals to assist you. They will become your subordinates, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Chen Mao nodded vigorously, affirming, Yes, Chief. Once Chen Mao departed, Chun Li enviously remarked, Chief, when will I have the chance to lead a team? You? Chen Feng gazed at Chun Li, shaking his head. It is not yet your time. However, opportunities will arise in the future. Upon hearing there would be a chance, Chun Li was overwhelmed with excitement. For someone of his simple-minded yet physically capable nature, joy was indeed uncomplicated. Chen Feng's initiative to promote literacy in Chinese characters was steadily progressing. The stone walls of the cave were inscribed with characters, numbers, and pinyin. Each evening, he diligently taught them, with children learning the quickest, followed by women. While the men displayed less interest in such knowledge, Chen Feng emphasized that this would be the unique culture of their tribe, which everyone must master. And only then did they reluctantly begin their studies. Upon returning to the cave, Chen Feng gazed at the reindeer skins and sinews, suddenly contemplating the endeavors that lay ahead. Chen Feng approached Chun Mo and expressed his desire to craft a garment from the deer hide. After circling around Chen Feng and nodding in agreement, Chun Mo affirmed, Certainly. Chief, I shall take care of it. Excellent. Then it is entrusted to you, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Once Chen Mo departed, Chen Feng took the deer tendons and began to diligently contemplate the creation of bows and arrows. The deer tendons measured approximately 3 meters, sufficient to fashion 2 bows. However, the absence of bamboo, the best material for bow making, posed a significant challenge as it was nowhere to be found. Fish glue was plentiful in Chen Feng's tribe, harvested from the large yellow fish. He had also come across mountain walnut wood previously, having seen more than one tree during his first hunting expedition in that forest. Accompanied by Dolly and Chen Lang, Chen Feng set off towards the dense woodland. This time, he brought several animal skin pouches to gather an ample supply of nuts. Remarkably, they reached their destination in just about 3 hours. While Chen Feng busied himself searching for the desired mountain walnut wood, he assigned Chun Li and Chun Lang to collect nuts. Over an hour later, he successfully located 3 suitable pieces of mountain walnut wood, each as thick as an arm. Meanwhile, Chun Li and his companion had gathered 4 animal skin pouches filled with nuts, weighing approximately several dozen pounds. By the time the trio returned to the tribe, night had fallen. Chen Feng commenced processing the deer tendons and walnut wood, with the only missing component being cow horn. After dedicating half a month to the treatment of deer tendons and walnut wood, He realized that success in crafting bows and arrows was contingent upon finding cowhorn. Alas, lacking suitable tools, each step requires an excessive amount of time for repetitive tasks. Chen Feng sighed in resignation. Chief, it's done, it's done. Chen Mao rushed into the cave, exclaiming excitedly. What is completed? Why the commotion? Chen Feng inquired, puzzled. The large bowl you requested has been made. Chen Mao replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Oh, lead me to see it. Chen Feng felt a surge of anticipation. With the ceramic basin, they could finally make soup. How could one not be eager? Upon reaching the stove, Chen Feng indeed discovered a ceramic basin approximately 50 centimeters in size. He reached out to touch it, while not perfectly smooth. It was nonetheless a commendable piece. You have done excellently. Keep up the good work. Chen Feng complimented. He proceeded to share insights regarding the crafting of teapots, teacups, and various jars with Chen Mao. Chen Mao nodded vigorously, affirming, I will create each piece one by one. Chen Mao. The primary objective is to ensure that every member of our tribe possesses a bowl and a basin. Chen Feng instructed. Understood, Chief. I will research new items in my spare time. Chen Mao replied. Chen Feng nodded. Very well. I shall leave this in your capable hands. With the ceramic basin at hand, Chen Feng called for Chen Mo, saying, bring me 2 fish and fill this basin with water. Chen Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Chief. Chen Mo had become utterly obedient to Chen Feng. She unconditionally trusted and executed whatever Chen Feng arranged. The 2 women carried a clay pot to the drying meat stove, where Chen Feng instructed them to place the pot atop. Chen Mo, holding 2 freshly prepared fish, tossed them directly into the pot. Chen Feng scavenged nearby for edible wild vegetables, adding them to the mix. A pinch of salt as well. Chen Feng threw in all the ingredients she could think of. Within mere minutes, a delightful aroma wafted from the pot, drawing the attention of the entire tribe, both adults and children alike. With this many people, a single mouthful each will hardly suffice. Chen Feng remarked, surveying the crowd. Chief, is there new food today? Chen Shi inquired curiously. Indeed. This fish soup is beneficial for health. It helps ward off the cold in winter. Chen Feng replied. After another brief interval, the fish soup was complete, and everyone was served a small bowl to savor its unique flavor. Chief, this is delicious. Chen Jialu exclaimed. If it's so good, let's prepare another pot. Chen Feng responded with a smile. Chen Mo, arrange for a few more pots to be cooked for everyone as an added treat. Yes, Chief. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Chapter 0. The Wandering Tribe Leader Crude. Chief, your clothes are ready. Chen Mo announced, approaching Chen Feng with the garments. Oh, let me try them on. Chen Feng took the clothes, inspecting them closely and feeling quite satisfied. The outfit resembled a long coat, complete with sleeves, and the craftsmanship appeared quite commendable. Who are you following now? Chen Feng casually asked. Chenli. Chen Mo replied. That's good. Being with him means fewer troubles. Chen Feng nodded. In this environment, if a man were to perish, a woman must find another for support, as long as her needs for sustenance are met. The superficial allure of charm and beauty holds no value here. While they conversed, Chun-Li hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Chief, the wandering tribe has arrived. Oh, have we encountered them so soon? Chen Feng chuckled. Let us go see. In such circumstances, tribes rarely extend invitations to others. Each tribe harbors its own secrets. As for hosting a meal, that was an unthinkable notion, for food here is exceedingly precious. Upon meeting Chen Feng, Karu respectfully bowed and said, Karu pays respects to the young chief warrior. It seems that those who have visited many tribes indeed possess courtesy and knowledge. Chen Feng couldn't help but commend. They sat down together, and Chen Feng scrutinized Karu closely, while Karu reciprocated the gaze. What treasures do you bring this time? Chen Feng broke the silence, inquiring. Oh, there are many, Karu responded. The color white is akin to salt, a notion previously expressed by Chen Shi, which Chen Feng recalled vividly. Is there anything else? He inquired further. Karu rose to his feet, guiding Chen Feng and Chun-Li to their temporary encampment. Upon arrival, Chen Feng observed a multitude of young women and children, each bearing an expression devoid of emotion. When approached, they exhibited an air of indifference, as though they had long grown accustomed to such encounters. Beside each individual lay a leather pouch, the contents of which remained a mystery. Are you wandering with so many people? Chen Feng asked, curiosity piqued. Chen Shi had mentioned that previously there were only a handful, yet this time he noted a gathering of over a dozen. My kin consists solely of 3 individuals from over there. The rest are exchanged from other tribes, Karu elucidated. I see. How do such exchanges occur? Chen Feng probed. I wish to visit the Xia tribe. Is that permissible? Karu expressed. Certainly, Chen Feng replied, feeling that some knowledge could not be acquired through mere observation. Thus he did not dwell on it. Upon reaching the Xia tribe, Karu gazed with a blend of intrigue and trepidation at the flames and the hearth. Is this heavenly fire? Can your Xia tribe control heavenly fire? He asked, excitement evident in his voice. This is merely fire, not some celestial phenomenon. Chen Feng responded nonchalantly. What are they doing? Karu inquired, gesturing towards a group of women. They are preserving meat. By roasting it in the hearth, it can be stored for extended periods. Chen Feng explained with a calm demeanor. The concept of preservation was foreign to Karu. He recalled that during his last visit, the tribe often faced hunger. Yet now they were beginning to store meat. Chief, we have successfully crafted another basin. Chen Mao hurriedly approached to report. Come, let me see. Chen Feng exclaimed. May I also take a look? Karu asked. Of course, it's no secret. Chen Feng replied generously. Minutes later, they gathered beside the hearth, where a freshly crafted basin awaited. Chen Feng stepped forward to touch it, praising. This is quite impressive, better than the previous one. Thank you for the compliment, Chief. I will strive to improve. Chen Mao responded eagerly. What is this? A container? Karu asked excitedly, pointing at the basin. Oh, have you seen one before? Chen Feng inquired. Karu shook his head, replying. No, I have only seen containers carved from stone, which are treasures in our tribe. At that moment, Karu yearned for such a basin, but was at a loss for words on how to express his desire. Observing Karu's hesitation, Chen Feng remarked, Do you wish for it? Karu, feeling somewhat bashful, nodded and asked, Is it permissible for me to have one? Of course, Chen Feng smiled, wondering what Karu's tribe might offer in exchange. Karu hesitated. For such containers were not commonplace among tribes. Even if they existed, they were regarded as precious treasures. Would 10 pouches of salt and all the individuals suffice? He proposed. Karu pondered for a considerable time before finally speaking up. Chen Feng observed the individuals before him, the eldest being 10 years old and the youngest merely 6. A total of 12 individuals, all appearing emaciated. However, Chen Feng indeed required a substantial number of people. Only with a sufficient populace could he undertake more endeavors. Nodding in agreement, Chen Feng remarked, Very well. I shall provide you with 5 additional bowls. From now on, any good provisions you acquire must first be brought to me. Really? Karu inquired, his excitement palpable. Of course. Chen Feng commanded Chen Mao to present 5 bowls to Karu. With their transaction complete, Karu escorted Chen Feng back to his temporary residence, where Chun-Li had already begun receiving the populace and salt. Karu introduced Chen Feng to his family. Mina, my partner, and my 2 children. Chen Feng nodded, observing, You seem to have a pleasant life. They appear quite robust. Karu felt somewhat embarrassed, considering that the individuals he had provided to Chen Feng were so gaunt. What is this? Chen Feng asked, noticing a stone in the child's hand. This is a stone I found on a desolate mountain. The child enjoys playing with it, so he picked up a few. Karu explained. Can you tell me where you discovered such stones? Chen Feng inquired, his excitement barely contained. Karu pointed in a direction, stating, If you walk for 2 days ahead, you will reach the desolate mountain. Very well, thank you, Chief Karu. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Do you possess any other peculiar stones? Karu removed a leather pouch from the small boy and emptied its contents onto the ground. A chaotic assortment of stones, including some he had never encountered before, spilled out in abundance. What is this? Chen Feng exclaimed, exhilarated. Is that chili? Though it appears rather large. This particular item is inedible. Consuming it will cause stomach pain. Karu clarified. The child likes this color, so he collected them. Where did you find these? Chen Feng pressed. About 5 days' journey away. Karu responded. Such a distance. Chen Feng sighed. Ah, are those horns? Chen Feng remarked upon noticing the items Mina possessed. These. Mina removed 2 horns and handed them to Karu, who then passed them to Chen Feng. Can these be exchanged? Chen Feng inquired. May I trade them for food? Karu asked. Certainly. Chen Feng replied with a smile. So, Chief Chen Feng, how much can I exchange for them? Karu questioned. How much? Chen Feng was uncertain himself. There were no units of measurement or standards to gauge by here. Let us do this. Follow me. Chen Feng led Karu into the cave of the tribe. Take as much as you can carry. Chen Feng smiled. Chen Feng yearned to recruit Karu for his own purposes, but to win over such a person, he needed to provide a significant shock. Thus, he brought Karu to his cave. "Is all this food?" Karu exclaimed, gazing at the cave adorned with hanging meats and fish. His excitement palpable. "Indeed, it is our food reserves for the winter," Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. The provisions in Chun Feng's possession were previously around 10,000 pounds. But now they have swelled to at least 20,000 pounds, with fish and meat being the most abundant. Leader Chen Feng, may I truly take as much as I desire?" Karu inquired once more. "Certainly," Chen Feng replied with a smile. Observing Chen Feng's earnest demeanor, Karu began to seize the dried meat with both hands fervently. After a few minutes, seeing that Karu had gathered quite a bit, Chen Feng chuckled and asked, "Are you satisfied?" "Absolutely, absolutely," Karu responded with a grin. For Chen Feng, Karu had only taken a little over 30 pounds, which would hardly impact their food reserves. Chapter 0. The Gifted Archer, Chun Hu. Karu was well aware that even if he were to take more, Leader Chen Feng would likely remain unconcerned. He did not wish for this transaction to be a mere one-time affair. He yearned for a long-term trading relationship. Thus he understood the importance of not succumbing to greed. Upon returning to the territory of the wandering tribe, Karu was filled with admiration for Chen Feng. Not only did his tribe seem to possess an inexhaustible supply of food, but they were also capable of crafting exquisitely refined containers. "Chun-Li, go summon Chen Imo," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, leader," Chun-Li responded promptly. "Could you share the tribes and places you have visited?" Chen Feng inquired with a smile. "I have been to over a dozen tribes, the largest housing several hundred people, while the smallest are similar to yours," Karu replied. "Of course, none of them are as formidable as the Xia tribe. Many larger tribes tend to raid the smaller ones." "Oh, raiding?" Chen Feng echoed. "So it is true that tribes contest with one another?" "Not exactly. When the cold approaches, tribes lacking food may raid others," Karu elucidated. "The nearest tribe to yours requires a 5-day journey, so it is unlikely that any tribe would come here." "What weapons do they employ?" Chen Feng continued to inquire. "Wood, beast bones, and stones," Karu answered. "They are not as powerful as your Xia tribe." Deep down, Karu had already acknowledged the strength of Chen Feng's tribe. Given sufficient time, he would certainly wish to join them. "Have you ever seen black stones?" Chen Feng asked, eager to acquire information about coal mines. "What type of black stones?" Karu queried. Similar to the one you previously showed me, but darker." Chen Feng struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly, striving to convey his meaning. "Follow this small river for 2 days, and there is a mountain abundant with them." After much contemplation, Karu responded. "So, it lies downstream." Chen Feng mused to himself. "Leader." Chen Imo approached Chen Feng and called out. "Yes, teach her how to prepare fish soup, chicken soup, and dishes like beggar's chicken," Chen Feng instructed. "Karu, thank you for the information you provided. As a token of my gratitude, I shall have Chen Imo teach you how to create delicious dishes," Chen Feng said with a smile. "Thank you, Leader Chen Feng." Karu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Ah, Chief Chen Feng," Karu called out to Chen Feng, who was turning to leave. "Is there something else?" Chen Feng inquired. "Could you teach me how to start a fire?" Karu replied, somewhat shyly. "She will teach you." Chen Feng gestured towards Chen Imo. As Karu looked at Chen Imo, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, a woman without status in any tribe. Yet here in the Xia tribe, she possessed such a wealth of survival skills, truly a treasure. Women in other tribes were often overlooked, and it was astonishing to see how capable the women of the Xia tribe were. Karu was both shocked and envious. Even Mina desired recognition, her heart yearning to stay. The iron mine lay to the right of the river, the coal mine downstream, and the chili peppers were located 5 days upstream. These were the fragments of information Chen Feng had gathered. With this knowledge, he sketched a map in the dirt. His current position was at the confluence of a small river and a larger one, approximately 2 kilometers away from the larger river. East lay above, west below, south to the left, and north to the right. It seemed necessary to traverse the path personally. Chen Feng contemplated. "Chief, what are you drawing?" Chun-Li asked curiously. "This is a route map. I wish to go explore," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Really? Take me with you," Chun-Li exclaimed excitedly. "Of course. You are the strongest warrior in the tribe," Chen Feng replied with a grin. Chen Feng understood that while he could employ some clever tactics, he was still no match against overwhelming force. Therefore, he would ensure that Chun-Li could protect him at all times. With the addition of the bull horn, Chen Feng continued crafting bows and arrows. The preliminary work was complete. It was merely a matter of attaching the bull horn to finalize the bows. However, The installation of the bullhorn was a substantial endeavor, taking Chun Feng 3 days to complete the bows. He kept one for himself and intended to give the other to whoever demonstrated talent. For the arrows, Chun Feng chose to use animal bones and teeth, sharpening them to affix to the arrowheads. He entrusted the task of making arrows to Chun Mo, who spent 2 days creating 20 arrows. We will need many more, so continue crafting when you have time, Chun Feng instructed. Yes, Chief, Chun Mo responded. Chun-Li, please gather all the young adults, Chun Feng said as he approached the cave's entrance. Yes, Chief, Chun-Li answered. Before long, a dozen individuals stood at the cave's mouth. Chun Shi spoke up. Chief, do you have any orders for us? Chun Feng produced the 2 bows and declared, I will demonstrate once. Whoever performs best will claim this bow. The crowd, unfamiliar with bows and arrows, felt a surge of excitement, knowing that whatever the chief offered was undoubtedly valuable. Chun Feng drew the bow and aimed at a tree 100 paces away, releasing the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow struck the trunk with precision. Can it truly shoot so far? Chun Feng felt a thrill of excitement, astonished by the distance he could achieve. The tension in the air was palpable as the bowstring was drawn back, the force demanding considerable strength. I could manage a mere 10 pulls, at best. Chun Shi, eyes gleaming with excitement as he watched the arrows soar, exclaimed, Chief, allow me to give it a try. Chun Feng handed the bow to Chun Shi, who made 2 attempts with commendable success. One arrow found its mark, while the other fell short. As the testing continued, only Chun Hu managed to hit the target on both occasions. This bow shall henceforth belong to you, Chun Feng declared. Dedicate yourself to mastering archery. Yes, Chief. Chun Hu nodded earnestly. Chun Lang also performed admirably, albeit slightly less impressively than Chun Hu. Do not be disheartened if you did not succeed. Everyone will have their turn in due time. The materials are scarce, allowing us to craft only 2 bows for now, Chun Feng reassured them. The group erupted in cheers, expressing their gratitude to Chun Feng once more. All right, return to your tasks, Chun Feng instructed. Chun Shi, stay behind. Chief, is there something you need? Chun Shi inquired. I must venture out tomorrow, and the tribe will be in your care, Chun Feng replied. Chief, with the cold approaching, it is perilous to go out now? Chun Shi cautioned. It is but a few days. I shall return before the chill sets in, Chun Feng reassured him with a smile. Realizing he could not dissuade the chief, Chun Shi reluctantly nodded in agreement. During my absence, organize the others to gather more logs and timber, Chun Feng commanded. Yes, Chief. Chun Shi acknowledged. Chun Feng scoured the vicinity for vines, directing Chun Mo to weave 4 baskets and craft a shield from the vines, preparing for any potential encounters with other tribes. The cave had grown increasingly crowded, now accommodating 46 members, including the previous 12. Chun Mo, how many animal hides do we have left? Chun Feng inquired. We have a dozen hides available, Chun Mo responded. Distribute 1 hide to each of them, Chun Feng instructed, adding, and their rations must be proportionate to their needs. Yes, Chief, Chun Mo affirmed. Chun Feng was not being generous. He simply wished to ensure the children did not grow up emaciated. Chun Mo, construct a stove within the cave, with a chimney extending outward. This will provide warmth during the winter months, Chun Feng advised. Yes, Chief. Chun Mo nodded in agreement. The 12 children stared in awe at the animal hides, meat, and fish soup brought by the women, luxuries they had never known in their original tribe, now seemingly too good to be true. They exchanged glances, hesitant and uncertain. Observing their bewilderment, Chun Feng spoke. This shall be your home from now on. The children gazed at him in confusion. Chief, each tribe possesses its own means of communication. They do not comprehend your words. Chun Mo explained. I leave this in your hands. Ensure they learn the characters and the language swiftly, Chun Feng instructed. Chapter 0. The struggle between the toothed tiger and the wolf pack in the early morning. Gentle sunlight bathed the earth, infusing the world with warmth and vitality. Chun Feng, Chun Li, Chun Hu, and Chun Lang gathered their belongings and set off from the summer tribe, invigorated and heading northward. Karu gazed at Chun Feng's departing figure, murmuring to himself, he is a fine leader. We should be on our way as well. Turning to those beside him, he inquired, shall we truly depart? A flicker of reluctance glimmered in Mina's eyes as she responded, do you wish to stay behind? If you go, I shall follow. Mina replied resolutely. I understand your aversion to a life of wandering, yet we cannot tarry here for now, Karu said with a hint of resignation. What he refrained from articulating was that Chun Feng was still quite young, and the tribe's future remained shrouded in uncertainty. Meanwhile, the quartet made their way north along the riverbank. Chun Lang led the way, scouting for potential dangers, while Chun Hu closely followed to ensure his safety. Chun Li took on the responsibility of safeguarding Qin Feng. Throughout their journey, leveraging their archery skills, they successfully hunted several sizable birds, each weighing over 10 pounds. These birds were deemed precious provisions by Qin Feng and his companions. The area was also rife with serpents, compelling the group to proceed cautiously and explore meticulously. Along the route, they marked their trail conspicuously to prevent becoming lost. "Leader, the sun is setting. Should we find a place to rest?" Chun Li inquired. "Yes. Please scout for a suitable spot," Qin Feng replied. "At night, we will have to sleep in the trees," Chun Li noted. "Then let us start a fire and prepare a meal. Once we've dined, we shall ascend the trees," Qin Feng said with a smile, taking charge of kindling the fire. He skillfully manipulated the branches and dry grass, and soon, flames danced joyfully. Chun Li and Chun Lang swiftly prepared the bird meat, their movements deft and precise, while Chun Hu remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings to ensure everyone has safety. Each member of the group had clear roles, working in harmonious coordination. "Leader, what do you make of this?" Chun Li asked, holding up a bird carcass and pointing to something within its entrails. Qin Feng leaned in for a closer inspection, confirming multiple times before exclaiming in delight, "Is this rice?" The grains were astonishingly large, twice the size of rice from his previous life. Observing the remnants of rice within the bird's innards, he pinched a grain and tasted it carefully, affirming that it was indeed rice. Filled with anticipation, Qin Feng thought to himself, "As long as there is rice, we shall find a way." However, his knowledge of bird behavior was limited, and he would have to consult Karoo upon their return. "All right, everyone, let us hasten to process the bird meat," Qin Feng said, shaking his head in a mix of exasperation and determination. After a hearty meal, they chose a sturdy tree for the night. All four climbed up, tying themselves to the trunk with ropes to prevent falling during their slumber. "Leader, what purpose do those black stones serve?" Chun Li asked curiously while reclining on a branch. "Those black stones are called iron ore. They can be fashioned into formidable weapons," Qin Feng explained patiently. "Are they more powerful than bows and arrows?" Chun Li continued to inquire. "Each has its strengths. Iron not only possesses the capability to sever trees, but also to forge numerous practical tools," Qin Feng remarked. "Can it create a stone axe?" Chun Li inquired. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle, sensing that Chun Li was not entirely devoid of thought. While a stone axe may be beyond reach, an iron axe can certainly be crafted, Qin Feng replied with a smile. After they conversed for a while, a sudden rustle emerged from beneath the tree. "It's a pack of wolves," Qin Hu whispered. "How can there possibly be wolves here?" Qin Feng asked, his curiosity piqued. Uncertain, "They seem to be fleeing." Qin Hu continued. "Fleeing? What creature could instigate such fear in a pack of wolves?" Qin Feng pondered, bewildered. Moments later, the animal pursuing the wolves came into view. Despite the encroaching darkness, the scene was somewhat discernible. "It's a saber-toothed tiger," Chun Lang murmured. The saber-toothed tiger bore two elongated, razor-sharp fangs, seemingly capable of effortlessly rending any creature apart. Observing the saber-toothed tiger, Qin Feng noted that its fangs measured nearly 20 centimeters. "There are 3 saber-toothed tigers," Chun Hu exclaimed in astonishment. The wolves abruptly ceased their retreat, turning to encircle the 3 saber-toothed tigers, numbering at least 20. "Look, the largest wolf is carrying a saber-toothed tiger cub," Qin Hu remarked. "So these wolves have stolen the cub and are now attacking the tigers," Qin Feng speculated. "They are employing strategy." "Leader, what strategy?" Chun Li asked. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend," Qin Feng replied dismissively. Beneath the tree, the 3 saber-toothed tigers formed a triangular defensive stance. The Wolf King dropped the cub and let out a roar towards the 3 saber-toothed tigers, prompting over 20 wolves to launch a simultaneous assault from all directions. In their initial clash, 3 wolves swiftly met their demise at the jaws of the saber-toothed tigers, their bodies mercilessly torn apart. The remaining wolves, seemingly driven mad, recklessly charged at the 3 tigers. "Leader, they must be fighting for territory," Chun Hu conjectured. "Oh, what leads you to that conclusion?" Qin Feng inquired. "If I am not mistaken, these wolves are likely eyeing the saber-toothed tiger's den, intending to winter there, hence the conflict." Chun Hu elaborated. "Ah, now it makes sense," Qin Feng realized. "Should we intervene on their behalf?" Chun Li suggested impulsively, observing the situation below. Chen Feng noted that 7 wolves had already perished, while the saber-toothed tigers were gravely injured. Despite their valiant struggle, defeat was merely a matter of time. Let us wait a little longer, Chen Feng stated. Deep down, he understood that lending aid was futile. Reaping the benefits of others' efforts was the wisest course. Such valuable pelts were indeed rare treasures. An hour later, the 3 saber-toothed tigers lay lifeless, while only 10 wolves remained, not counting the Wolf King. Engage. Chen Feng was the first to draw his bow, aiming at the Wolf King. The arrow shot forth with a swift whoosh. Chen Hu, targeting the wolf pack, quickly followed suit, releasing his own arrow. The Wolf King, possessing an acute sense of alertness, detected the impending danger and nimbly evaded the projectile. It let out a furious roar towards the 4 perched in the trees. Damn, it missed. Chen Feng cursed under his breath. After Chen Hu successfully felled a wolf, he loosed another arrow in quick succession. Chen Feng aimed again at the Wolf King, but once more it adeptly dodged the attack. Forget it. This Wolf King is too agile. Let us target the smaller ones instead, Chen Feng remarked, exasperated. As Chen Feng prepared to draw his bow again, he noticed the wolf pack had begun to disperse. Chief, it seems they are retreating, Chen Hu spoke up. Chen Feng watched as the Wolf King, after issuing a final roar, led the remaining wolves away, incredulity washing over him. Are they really leaving? He asked, astonished. It should be genuine. They are merely seeking their den, and want to linger here to engage us further, Chen Hu replied. All right, let us hold off on descending. We'll reassess tomorrow. Chen Feng decided. Yet, unease gnawed at him. If the wolves were to stage a counterattack, their lives would be at stake. Chen Lang discreetly returned to the tribe and instruct Chen Shi to gather some men to retrieve the corpses, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, Chief. Chen Lang nodded in agreement. After carefully descending from the tree, Chen Lang swiftly made his way toward the tribe. Chen Feng scrutinized the surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of the wolf pack, declared, Chen Li, you are tasked with keeping watch. Chen Hu and I will rest. Be sure to wake me in the latter half of the night. Understood, Chief. Chen Li responded. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. After descending from the trees, Chen Feng and the others began to inspect the carcasses of the saber-toothed tigers and wolves. Why are these wolves and saber-toothed tigers so enormous? Chen Feng pondered. One wolf measured nearly 2 meters in length and weighed 400 to 500 pounds. The saber-toothed tiger was even more formidable, stretching over 3 meters and weighing a full 1,000 pounds. The 12 wolves and 3 saber-toothed tigers lay still on the ground, motionless. Chief, that saber-toothed tiger cub appears to still be alive, Chen Hu remarked. Chapter 0. Transporting the ore back to the tribe. Chen Feng observed the 2 deep bite marks on the saber-toothed tiger cub, unmistakably left by the Wolf King. After searching the area, he indeed found the hemostatic herb, 3-7. He plucked a piece, gently rubbed it, and carefully applied it to the bite wounds. Whether you survive depends on your fate, Chen Feng uttered with a hint of resignation. The saber-toothed tiger cub seemed to comprehend Chen Feng's words, slowly opening its small eyes and blinking at him. Chen Feng tenderly stroked the cub's head a few times before rising and approaching the carcass of the saber-toothed tiger. This saber-toothed tiger pelt is exquisite. Wearing it would surely keep one warm, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. Chief, the saber-toothed tiger is the king of the forest. Donning its skin would command respect in any tribe, Chen Hu asserted. Oh, there is such an advantage? Chen Feng responded with a chuckle. Indeed. The old chief once remarked that few possess the prowess to slay a saber-toothed tiger, and even if one were capable, it would necessitate the collective effort of numerous clansmen. Chen Hu elucidated. Ah, I see. Chen Feng nodded in understanding. You too, gather some wood nearby. When Chen Shi arrives with the others, we shall use them to transport these carcasses back. Understood, Chief. The 2 responded in unison. Chen Feng returned to the side of the saber-toothed cub, seated himself, and patiently awaited Chen Shi's arrival. As the sun ascended to its zenith, its scorching rays bathed the land. Chen Feng faintly discerned the hurried footsteps approaching from the distance. It must be Chen Shi and his group, Chen Li exclaimed with excitement. Upon their meeting, Chen Shi gazed in astonishment at the colossal carcasses of the saber-toothed tiger and the wolves, rendered momentarily speechless. Previously, they had always kept their distance from such ferocious carnivores. Yet, here lay so many remains. Although Chen Lang had relayed this news during their journey, the shock of witnessing it firsthand was simply beyond imagination. All right, Devise a means to transport the bodies of the saber-toothed tigers and wolves back for proper handling, ensuring the pelts remain intact. Chen Feng instructed. Yes, Chief. Chen Shi promptly nodded in agreement. Chen Lang, having gone a day and night without rest, did not accompany Chen Shi. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng merely nodded, saying, I understand. I shall leave this in your capable hands. By the way, take care of this saber-toothed cub and apply this herb once a day. Chen Feng admonished. Yes, Chief. Chen Shi affirmed. In truth, Chen Shi harbored some reservations, for he believed that animals existed solely for the purpose of being hunted for their meat. Chen Feng, along with Chun Li and Chun Hu, continued on their journey toward the iron ore location. After a day and night of arduous effort, Chen Shi, accompanied by 10 others, successfully transported the carcasses of the saber-toothed tigers and wolves back to the tribe. When Karoo beheld the saber-toothed tiger's body, he was utterly astonished. Having traversed many tribes, he had never encountered one capable of hunting saber-toothed tigers. Yet, in the Summer tribe, not only had they slain 1, but 3, and even more terrifyingly, 10 wolves as well. Karoo, he is truly remarkable, Mina remarked. Remarkable hardly suffices. He is a favored child of the heavens. Karoo responded. I wish to join the Summer tribe. Mina inquired. Really? She asked. 2 days later, Chen Feng stood at the foot of a mountain, gazing at the undulating peaks that formed a continuous range. Chief, there are countless black stones everywhere. Dali exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, far too many. Chen Feng echoed, equally thrilled, for he recognized that these were precious iron ores. Shall we transport them back? Dali inquired. Yes, that is our purpose for coming. Chen Feng declared with conviction. Chen Feng had woven a basket from vines, yet relying solely on it for transporting iron ore proved grossly insufficient, leaving him quite dissatisfied. Chen Feng gazed at the distant brook and suddenly conceived a clever plan, the construction of a raft. Chun Li, the 2 of you, go in search of some timber. The larger and more plentiful, the better. Chen Feng commanded. Understood. The 2 replied promptly and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Chen Feng busied himself gathering vines nearby, preparing to use them as ropes to secure the wood. After several hours, they had amassed a sufficient quantity of timber and vines for the raft's construction. Chen Feng instructed the 2 to neatly arrange the wood and then tightly bind it with the vines. Thus, a raft measuring 2 meters in width and over 4 meters in length was successfully completed. Excellent. Next, we must load the iron ore onto the vessel. Chen Feng remarked with a smile. Will it truly float on the water? Chun Li queried skeptically. Of course. Come, help me push the raft into the water. Chen Feng replied. The 3 worked together to launch the raft, after which Chen Feng secured it with vines, fastening one end to a sturdy tree to prevent it from drifting. They tirelessly transported iron ore onto the raft using baskets until deep into the night, ultimately collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. They consumed the dried fish and meat they had brought along and quenched their thirst with water from the brook. The trio soon succumbed to slumber, and upon opening their eyes again, they found themselves surrounded by numerous individuals wielding wooden sticks. These newcomers, dressed similarly to Chen Feng upon his arrival, were clad only with a piece of animal hide covering their lower bodies. Chief, we are surrounded by members of another tribe. Dali exclaimed anxiously. I am not blind. I can see that. Chen Feng replied, half amused and somewhat bemused. One of the individuals among them was meticulously examining the baskets. His animal hide indicated a high status within his tribe. Is this yours? The leading man gestured while speaking. Chen Feng comprehended his meaning, but refrained from responding directly, opting instead to have Chun Hu communicate with them, as direct conversation proved too laborious. Chun Hu, go and converse with them. Inquire about their intentions, Chen Feng instructed. After an extended exchange of gestures between Chun Hu and the leading man, Chun Hu returned to Chen Feng and reported, Chief, they are from the Hongshan tribe and stumbled upon us while hunting. His name is Go Hua, the hunting captain of the Hongshan tribe. Oh, so, they harbor no ill intentions? Chen Feng inquired. Chun Hu nodded affirmatively, asked them how many members their tribe has, their precise location, and whether they require assistance. Chen Feng directed. Though he had no genuine desire to aid them, the presence of the iron ore in the vicinity made him uneasy about having a tribe nearby. After conversing with Go Hua, Chun Hu returned to Chen Feng's side and relayed, Chief, their tribe is less than half a day's journey from here, comprising approximately over 100 members. They seek some food. Oh, food. Chen Feng mused aloud. Since they had expressed a need, It seemed a feasible matter to address. Go tell them to find a way to transport this stone to our tribe, and in return, we shall give them a wolf. Chen Feng commanded. After some negotiation, Gowa agreed. Once Chun Hu revealed the location of the tribe, both parties reached a consensus. Chen Feng left 2 baskets behind and, accompanied by Chun Li and Chun Hu, made their way toward the riverbank. Chen Feng did not paddle, but relied solely on human strength to drag the wooden raft. Upon reaching the opposite bank, he grasped the vine tied to the raft, while Chun Li on the other side pulled at the same vine. They proceeded in a rhythm of starts and stops, with Chun Hu keeping a vigilant watch around them to ensure their safety. For days later, they had successfully dragged the raft to the vicinity of the tribe, where Chen Shi had been anxiously awaiting their arrival. Unload all this iron ore from the raft, Chen Feng said wearily. Throughout those 4 days, both Chen Feng and Chun Li had been toiling tirelessly, enduring poor sleep and inadequate meals. Chen Feng returned to the cave, utterly exhausted, and collapsed into slumber. He slept for an entire day and night, awakening the next day at noon. I am so hungry, he murmured as he opened his eyes. A 12-year-old girl was tending to him, and upon hearing his declaration of hunger, she promptly left the cave. After a brief interval, she returned, holding a bowl, and said, "Leader, here is something to eat." "What is your name?" Chen Feng inquired. "Chinyu," the girl replied. As they chatted, Chen Feng wolfed down his meal, consuming 5 bowls of fish soup and a pound of jerky in one sitting. Chapter 0. The Hongshan tribe stepping out of the cave. Chen Feng immediately spotted the iron ore that had been unloaded at the cave's entrance, piled high, at least 2 tons. He pondered to himself about how much iron could be extracted from such a quantity. "Leader, the chief of the wandering tribe, Karu, is looking for you," Chun Li announced as he saw Chen Feng emerge from the cave. "Oh, is he still here?" Chen Feng asked with curiosity. "Yes, he has been lingering near our tribe," Chun Li replied. "Let us go see him," Chen Feng said with a smile. Upon arriving at the location of the wandering tribe, he was greeted with, "Greetings, Chief Chen Feng," Karu said with great courtesy. "Karu, feel free to speak your mind," Chen Feng encouraged with a smile. "I wish to join the Xia tribe," Karu stammered. "Oh, I have heard from my father that many tribes have invited you, yet you declined them all. Why would you now seek to join mine?" Chen Feng asked, intrigued. "Well, Chief Chen Feng, you have shown me a powerful tribe on the rise, and I yearn to be a part of it," Karu replied earnestly. "Oh, the powerful tribe you speak of is indeed our Xia tribe?" Chen Feng asked with a grin. "Yes," Karu affirmed resolutely. "Joining is not out of the question. But you must still venture out and navigate among the various tribes," Chen Feng said with a smile. "Certainly, I relish such a lifestyle," Karu responded. "Very well. Since you have joined my tribe, you are now one of us. I bestow upon you a surname, which your family shall bear henceforth," Chen Feng declared with a smile. The surname, Shang, was known to Karu. It had been spoken of among the populace of his tribe near the Xia tribe, and it was indeed a great honor. "Thank you, Chief." Karu expressed his gratitude. "Since you enjoy wandering and trading, let Shang be your surname." Chen Feng continued cheerfully. "From now on, you shall be Shang Lu." "Yes, Chief," Shang Lu eagerly replied, filled with appreciation. "Come, bring your family. Let us return to the tribe," Chen Feng said with a smile. Upon their return to the tribe, Chun Li made proper arrangements for Shang Lu and his companions. At an unknown moment, Chun Mo approached Chen Feng and said, "Chief, all the animal hides have been processed. How shall we distribute them?" After pondering for a considerable time, Chen Feng replied, 3 saber-toothed tiger hides shall be allocated to me, you, and Chen Shi. The wolf pelts should go to Chen Shi. Let him decide whom to reward among the bravest warriors. Chief, women should not possess such precious saber-toothed tiger hides." Chen Mo objected. "Enough. You shall obediently accept them. I have little patience for fussiness." Chen Feng chuckled. Chen Mo nodded. "Yes, Chief. If you feel uncomfortable, then please expedite the dissemination of the Chinese language and characters." Chen Feng added once more. "I will strive to do so," Chen Mo affirmed. "What is the matter with Chunyu?" Chen Feng inquired. "She is a woman we exchanged for earlier. She is quite intelligent and has been assigned to attend to the chief's daily needs." Chen Mo replied. "All right, I understand. You may return to your duties," Chen Feng said nonchalantly. It seemed that not only had Chun Mo learned the characters, but he had also discovered many fascinating things within them. Chen Feng mused aloud. "Chief, what are you saying?" Chun Li asked. "Nothing of consequence. You arrived just in time. Fetch a few individuals to construct a blast furnace," Chen Feng instructed. Yes, Chief. Chun-Li responded with a grin. Chun Feng entered the cave and sourced several fine rabbit pelts to fashion a bellows, which would intensify the flames. In the following days, Chun Feng was primarily occupied with the furnace, utilizing everyone capable to assist, all bustling about the forge. Snow began to fall. Observing the softly descending snowflakes, Chun Feng remarked, "It is snowing. Chief, it is indeed snowing." Chun-Li exclaimed as he approached. "I see it." Chun Feng shook his head in acknowledgement. "Let us gather our belongings and retreat into the cave. It seems our iron endeavors must wait until winter has passed." The group busied themselves collecting items from outside, and all forged goods were brought into the cave. The entrance was secured with wood that Chun Feng had prepared in advance, leaving only a narrow passage. Inside the cave, Chun Mo had already ignited the constructed stove, maintaining a temperature of around 7 or 8 degrees. As the cold weather is set to linger for an extended period, we must seize this opportunity to delve into the study of Chinese characters and the language itself. From this day forth, we shall communicate solely in Mandarin. Did you all hear that? Chun Feng exclaimed. Yes, Chief. The crowd responded in unison. Excellent. Many among us have acquired some knowledge of characters and language. Hence, I encourage everyone to engage in frequent exchanges. Chun Feng continued. Next, I shall impart knowledge regarding numbers, weights, and days. Chief, a multitude of individuals from the Hongshan tribe has arrived. Chun Shi interjected. Oh, what brings them here? Chun Feng inquired with curiosity. They are all carrying baskets filled with the iron ore you brought back last time. Chun Shi replied. Oh, so they come bearing iron ore? Chun Feng remarked with a smile. Let us go out and take a look. A dozen able-bodied men followed closely behind Chun Feng, each wielding a stone axe. Indicating their heightened vigilance, Chun Feng mused inwardly. Chun Hu, go and inquire how much they have brought. Chun Feng instructed cheerfully. Chun Hu approached Go Wa, halting a meter away, and began gesturing. Chun Feng was able to grasp the essence of their communication. After several minutes, Chun Hu returned to Chun Feng and reported, Chief, they said you promised them that by bringing black stones, they could exchange for a wolf, hence their load of stones. Over 30 individuals, each carrying nearly 70 pounds, accumulating to approximately 1 ton. Chun Feng estimated. Very well, Chun Shi, go to the cave and fetch some of the non-dried wolf meat for them. Chun Feng commanded. Understood. Chun Shi replied. Chief, they also wish to learn how to make stone axes. Chun Hu spoke up. Oh, you seek the method to craft stone axes? Chun Feng gestured toward Go Wa. Go Wa gestured affirmatively, yes. Chief, I can understand their language. Shang Lu stepped forward to Chun Feng's side, declaring, Oh, how could I have forgotten you? Chun Feng chuckled. You frequently visit various tribes. You must be well versed. Yes, Karu? Go Wa asked in surprise. I am now called Shang Lu. Shang Lu clarified. All right, have you joined their tribe? Go Wa queried in astonishment. Yes, I am now a member of the Xia tribe. Shang Lu beamed. Shang Lu, inform them that if they wish to learn the method for crafting stone axes, they must present something of value in exchange. Chun Feng stated calmly. After a lengthy communication, Shang Lu reported back. Chief, they do not know what you desire and possess no precious items to offer in exchange. Isn't this akin to seeking something for nothing? Chun Feng sighed in exasperation. Tell them to present 20 children, aged between 10 and 12, in exchange. Shang Lu relayed Chun Feng's request to Go Wa. Before long, Shang Lu returned to Chun Feng, nodding. He says he must return to the tribe to discuss with the chief. At that moment, Chun Shi approached Chun Feng, carrying the meat and announcing, Chief, I have brought the meat. Shang Lu, you may proceed with the transaction, Chun Feng said with a smile. Chun Feng returned to the cave, pondering how long this winter might linger. Surely, one cannot be perpetually engaged in study. Chapter 0. The departure of winter and the arrival of spring the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the crevices of the cave, warming Chun Feng's face. Upon rising, he announced a series of significant directives. First, there would be 3 meals each day, scheduled for morning, noon, and night. Second, each individual must learn a minimum of 5 Chinese characters daily. Third, from afternoon to evening, they would smash iron ore with stones. Fourth, women must cover their 2 essential body parts. Fifth, familial hierarchies must be clearly defined. In the blink of an eye, 3 months swiftly elapsed. During this period, the people dedicated themselves to learning and breaking iron ore or ventured outside to gather wood for fire. The snowfall in the sky finally ceased. Yet the weather remained bitterly cold. The entire tribe had become proficient in spoken Chinese, though mastery of written characters eluded many. Chen Feng felt this progress was commendable. The acquisition of Chinese characters could be approached gradually. Chief, what follows 10 taels in a gene, and what is 2,000 gene in a ton? Shang Lu inquired earnestly. A ton is followed by 1,000 tons, but you won't need that for now. Once we have iron, I shall craft a scale for you. Chen Feng replied with a smile. And what is a scale? Shang Lu asked with curiosity once more. Ah, it is a tool for measuring weight. Chen Feng patiently elucidated. In the future, you shall use it to exchange goods. Chief, what follows 100? Chen Shuafeng asked eagerly. Oh, you have learned up to 100? Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I can count to 999. Chen Shuafeng declared joyfully. After 100 comes 1,000, then 10,000, and subsequently 100,000. Chen Feng explained in detail. Chief, as the cold season wanes, should we not venture out to hunt? Many animals will emerge at this time. Chen Shi suggested. Are we out of food? Chen Feng queried. There is plenty. We merely yearn to hunt, having idled for too long. Chen Shi replied. Very well. But do exercise caution. Chen Feng said with a smile. Observing that over 3 tons of iron ore had been completely shattered, Chen Feng understood it was time to commence iron smelting. Chun Li, Chun Mo, gather everyone and go in search of wood. The more, the better. Chen Feng commanded. Yes, Chief. Both responded in unison. Chief, it is time for me to venture outside as well. Shang Lu announced. Is it not too soon? There is still such a thick layer of snow outside. Chen Feng remarked. In the past, that would have been true. But this time I intend to take only my son, while Mina and my daughter remain in the tribe. Shang Lu explained. Very well, if you wish to go. Then go. Chen Feng chose not to dissuade him further. I will send Chun Hu and Chun Lang to accompany you for protection. Chen Feng added with a smile. That might not be necessary. Shang Lu hesitated. Since you are now one of my kin, your safety must be ensured. Chen Feng declared with a serious countenance. Thank you, Chief. Shang Lu responded gratefully. Chen Mao, come here. Chen Feng called out. Chief, what is the matter? Chen Mao inquired hurriedly. How many ceramic pieces have you produced? Chen Feng asked. Over 100 bowls, 11 basins, and 7 water pots. Chen Mao answered. Shang Lu, take these items and barter for some people to return. The more the better. Also, procure any peculiar stones, unusual plants, and the rice and fruits I mentioned. Chen Feng instructed. Is it truly possible to exchange ceramics for goods? Shang Lu exclaimed with excitement. Enough with the naivete. Chen Feng chuckled. Do not bring disgrace to the Xia tribe. Be assertive wherever you go. Yes, Chief. Shang Lu shall not bring shame to the Xia tribe. Shang Lu affirmed resolutely. All right, once you reunite with your family, decide on a departure date. Chen Feng smiled. Dolly, fetch a log. I have need of it. Chen Feng commanded. Before long, Chun Li arrived, carrying a massive log before Chen Feng. Upon seeing the log, Chen Feng felt a twinge of headache. It was far too large to be fashioned into a wheel, presenting quite the challenge. Chun Li, use your stone axe to flatten both ends of the wood, and do not ruin it. Chen Feng said with a smile. Yes, Chief. Chun Li nodded. Chen Feng intended to craft a unicycle cart for Shang Lu, which would greatly enhance convenience. Life without iron is indeed arduous. Chen Feng lamented. Chief, the bows made from wolf tendons are all ready for use. Chun Mo reported. Good. Distribute them accordingly. Chen Feng nodded. Chief, how shall we allocate the bows made from tiger tendons? Chen Mo asked again. Give one to Chen Shi, one to Chun Li, and the last one shall be mine. Give my current bow to Chen Tian, Chen Feng instructed. Understood, Chief. Chen Mo acknowledged. After winter arrived, Chen Feng had the women craft all the wolf and tiger tendons into bows, and only now had they been completed. Previously, Chen Feng had made 2 himself, followed by 17 bows crafted from the tendons of 12 wolves and 3 tigers combined. Chief, may I truly possess the tiger's tooth bow? Chun Li asked. His face flushed with excitement. Of course, but if you do not practice diligently, I shall reclaim it. Chen Feng replied coolly. Rest assured, Chief, I will strive to improve. Chun Li nodded vigorously. Counting the adult males in the tribe, totaling 14 including Chen Feng, there were 3 bows left and used. Chun Li, go inform Chen Shi to teach the children how to draw bows whenever he has free time, and let them practice with the 3 surplus bows. Chen Feng commanded. Yes, Chief. Chun Li nodded. Well, since Chun Li has departed, I shall craft the wheel myself. Chen Feng sighed. squatting down to begin chopping away the excess wood with his stone axe. After receiving the bow and arrow, Chen Shi was filled with exhilaration, particularly since he had not obtained them during his first attempt. The chief mentioned that you should take the time to teach the children archery, Qinli remarked. I understand. Chen Shi nodded in agreement. Have you also received the toothed tiger bow? Qinli inquired with a smile. Indeed. Practice diligently. Do not bring shame to the chief, for you are his protector. Chen Shi replied with a serious demeanor. Yes, Captain. Qinli responded with equal gravity. The following day, Shang Lu prepared to set off with his son, Chen Lang, and Chen Hu. Chen Feng pushed a small cart he had painstakingly crafted through a sleepless night. Although modest in design, it was far more convenient than carrying items by hand. This is my cart. You can place the goods on it and push it along. Chen Feng explained. Shang Lu gazed at the cart with affection. The tribe requires a substantial amount of salt. You must return with a batch within 2 months. Chen Feng continued. Rest assured, there is a lake to the north abundant in salt. Shang Lu assured him. That is excellent. Be cautious on your journey. Chen Feng advised. Over the course of winter, Shang Lu shared numerous tales from beyond, and based on these accounts and his own reflections, Chen Feng ultimately established a new temporal framework, 30 hours per day, 30 days per month, and 14 months per year. Each month would overlap on even-numbered months, making calculations straightforward. By the 14th month, the weather would become pleasantly mild, and Chen Feng designated this day as the onset of spring. He allocated 8 months to spring and summer, with 6 months for autumn and winter. With Shang Lu's departure, Chen Feng initiated his iron smelting endeavors, an endeavor of utmost urgency. Chapter 0. The iron emerges 10 days later. Chen Feng stood intently beside a towering 3-meter blast furnace, surrounded by piles of timber. As a strong man nearby unhesitatingly tossed a torch into the furnace, the first batch of charcoal production commenced. The heat generated by ordinary wood was insufficient for iron smelting, and without access to coal mines, only the heat from burning charcoal could sustain the process. Thus, Chen Feng's first priority was to secure charcoal. Chief, the people from the Red Mountain tribe have arrived. Chen Jiaolu called out, breathless from running. Oh, how many have come? Chen Feng inquired. Over 50. A mix of men and women. Chen Jiaolu replied. Let us go and take a look, Chunli. Chen Feng said with a smile. In an open area, numerous individuals from the Red Mountain tribe had gathered, each appearing emaciated and malnourished. It seems they have endured a harsh winter, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. Chief, we used to be in a similar predicament, Chunli sighed helplessly. Summer Chief. Dogwa bowed respectfully. Chen Feng nodded slightly and asked, what do you wish to trade this time? Observing the larger group and the numerous baskets they carried, Chen Feng noted the substantial quantity of iron ore they had brought. Summer Chief, I wish to exchange for the method of crafting stone axes and some meat. Dogwa responded. Of course, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Chunli, please inform Chan Mo to prepare fish soup and meat to graciously host our distant guests. Chen Feng's decision stemmed from witnessing their emaciated forms, which stirred a sense of compassion within him. Moreover, it is the perfect opportunity to win their hearts while they are in desperate need of sustenance. Understood, Chief. Chunli nodded in acknowledgement before departing. After Chunli left, Gowa spoke up. Chief Xia, is this appropriate? You are my guests, and thus, it is only fitting to extend you a warm welcome. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Chen Mo arrived accompanied by a dozen women, each carrying several earthen pots, and began to kindle a fire for the preparation of fish and chicken soup. Gowa had seen fire before. He understood that lightning striking a tree could ignite it, and he was aware that fire could be used for roasting meat. However, each time their fire extinguished, they were left waiting for the next lightning strike to provide a new source of flame. Witnessing the Xia tribe's ability to create fire autonomously left him profoundly astonished. Chief Xia, may we trade for this? Gowa inquired, gesturing towards the fire. This, I shall freely grant it to you. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Really? Gowa could scarcely believe his ears. Indeed, Chen Feng maintained his cheerful demeanor. An hour later, everyone had feasted and commenced trading. 20 children, aged 10 to 12, 8 boys and 12 girls, were exchanged for the method of crafting stone axes. Iron ore was traded for nearly 500 pounds of meat. After Chun Mo received the children, he distributed animal skins and bowls before Gowa and the others. After using the bowls, Gowa yearned to trade for more. But alas, Chen Feng had already reached the limit of his population for exchanges, as the tribe needed to develop further. If you truly desire bowls, we can consider an alternative form of exchange, Chen Feng said with a smile. Really? Gowa asked, brimming with excitement. Of course, Chen Feng replied. How about you bring 5 baskets of iron, or in exchange for a bowl? Gowa fell silent. The journey took them 3 days each time. And while time itself held little value, they still needed to hunt for their kin and could not afford to deliver or daily. Chief Xia, I will contemplate this. Gowa finally spoke. Very well, once you have made your decision, do let me know. For now, I shall gift you a bowl and a basin. Chen Feng generously proclaimed. Thank you, Chief Xia. Gowa exclaimed with elation. Chen Feng's strategy was straightforward. As long as the bowls and basins were taken back by their leader for use, they would undoubtedly be inclined to labor in exchange for ceramics after experiencing their utility. Following Gowa's departure, Chen Feng observed the growing population and resolved to construct houses. With 70 individuals now within the tribe, there was much more that could be accomplished. Chen Feng made his way to Chun Mo's territory, where he found him overseeing the pottery firing process. Chen Mo, come here. He called out. Chief, what is it? Chen Mo hastily replied. You need to build a larger furnace. I shall teach you how to fire blue bricks. Chen Feng instructed. Chief, is there something new to be fired? Chen Mao inquired with enthusiasm. Chen Feng elaborated on his intentions to produce blue bricks, detailing the process and the necessary kiln. Chen Mao quickly grasped the concept. Chief, give me time, and I assure you I will succeed, he declared with confidence. Well then, it's entrusted to you. All males and females over the age of 10 are at your disposal, Chen Feng replied with a smile. The knowledge imparted by Chen Feng was largely theoretical, requiring Chen Mao to validate it through practical application, a task not without its challenges. After all, Chen Feng was not omniscient, apart from his rudimentary understanding of the theory. Chen Mao would need to explore the rest on his own. 5 days later, the charcoal was ready, amounting to approximately 5 or 6 tons. This planet was abundant in timber, though it required collection. With an axe, one could easily fell trees from the myriad surrounding them. The trees here were centuries, if not millennia, old, having thrived without human interference. The next step involved smelting iron ore, which had already been crushed. Now, it was time to toss it into the blast furnace for extraction. This process spanned a month, focusing initially on retrieving iron from the ore. Chief, is this iron? Chun-Li asked, gazing at the granulated iron. Indeed, but it is not yet fully processed. Further refinement is necessary. Chen Feng responded with a smile. Chen Feng was exhilarated to see the iron. They were merely a step away from creating what he desired. The next task was to produce molten iron, for which Chen Feng had already instructed Chen Mao to craft numerous containers and molds essential for iron smelting. These included tools for carpentry, measuring rulers, saws and axes for tree felling, and most crucially, hammers for blacksmithing. The items Chen Feng sought to create were numerous: nails, hammers, and weapons. Despite the presence of various impurities in the iron, it sufficed for his needs. After estimating the yield, he anticipated approximately 2,000 pounds of iron. Chief, the molten iron is ready, Chen Tian shouted. Quick, fetch the molds. Chen Feng commanded. Blocks of iron swiftly took shape, and Chen Feng's heart brimmed with joy as he realized the myriad possibilities at his fingertips, including the prospect of preparing stir-fried dishes. Yes, a pot. Chen Feng suddenly halted his thoughts and exclaimed. He approached Chen Mao's workspace, calling out, Chen Mao, hurry, create a mold similar to a basin, with a rounded bottom. Yes, Chief, Chen Mao replied, promptly gathering his tools to begin the mold-making process. Chen Mao was quite adept at this task, and after 2 hours, Chen Feng beheld the mold. Chen-Li, Chen Mao, let us carry the mold to the iron furnace, Chen Feng commanded. As the mold was positioned beside the furnace and molten iron poured in, a satisfied smile graced Chen Feng's face. Chief, what is the purpose of this item? Chen-Li inquired. You shall find out shortly, Chen Feng replied with a grin. Chief, the hammers you requested have been completed, 2 variants, a small hammer and a large one, Chen Tian reported. Chen Feng examined the hammers. The smaller one weighed around 10 pounds, while the larger one was over 30 pounds. During the molding process, a hole was intentionally crafted in the center for the installation of the handle. Quite impressive. Let us create another set, as they will be frequently needed in the future, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. Understood, Chief. Chen Tian nodded in response. Chief, some of the tools you requested do not have molds and will require forging, Chen Tian reported. Chen Tian, I have entrusted you with the theory, concepts, and molds. You must learn to think independently, Chen Feng advised. Yes, Chief, I understand how to proceed, Chen Tian replied. Once the pot had cooled, Chen Feng disregarded the others and made his way towards the cave entrance with Chun-Li. Chen Mo, come here, Chen Feng called out. Chief, Chen Mo responded respectfully. I will teach you a new cooking method, Chen Feng said with a grin. Chun-Li, go find some stones, and according to the size of this pot, craft a small stove. Chun-Li acted swiftly, completing the task in half an hour. Chen Feng placed the pot on the stove and proceeded to heat oil, which was extracted from the fattest parts of animals. He then tossed a piece of dried meat into the pot. Did you not cut this meat? Chen Feng observed the whole piece being dropped into the pot, exclaiming in exasperation. What does cut mean? Chen Mo asked, puzzled. Never mind. It seems we won't have hot dishes today. Perhaps tomorrow. Chen Feng sighed in resignation. It appears I will need to create a complete set of kitchenware. The initial excitement that Chen Feng had experienced faded just as swiftly. He approached Chen Tian to express his desires. Chief, should I craft kitchenware or tools? Chen Tian inquired. Somewhat helplessly. You decide. There is enough iron, Chen Feng replied, shaking his head in resignation. Where's Chen Shi? Chen Feng asked. He went hunting with some others. Chen Li responded. When he returns, tell him to find me, Chen Feng commanded, taking up the hammer. Chen Feng positioned himself beside the stove and began to strike a piece of heated iron, intent on forging a knife for himself. As the afternoon passed, he fashioned a 1-meter-long cleaver. Chen Tian watched intently, committing every detail of Chen Feng's actions to memory. Next came the sharpening of the blade. Chen Feng meticulously honed it against a stone until the edge gleamed brilliantly. Chief, is this truly a knife? Chen Tian asked with curiosity. Chen Feng found a small tree, gripped the knife with both hands, and struck down forcefully. With a crisp crack, the small tree was severed in two. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, murmuring in awe. Chief, is my axe equally sharp? Chen Li inquired. It should be even sharper than this knife. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Indeed, Chen Feng was not exaggerating. The axe crafted for Chen Li was no ordinary woodcutting tool, but a broad-bladed axe weighing a substantial 60 pounds. With a single blow of the axe, it is entirely plausible that a person could be cleaved in two. Upon hearing this, Chen Li's eyes sparkled as he turned to Chen Tian and inquired. Where's my axe? Brother Chen Li, your axe has yet to be sharpened. If you are in a hurry, you may take it and sharpen it yourself. Chen Tian replied with a hint of exasperation. On the very first day of forging iron, Chen Tian was inundated with tasks, leaving him no time to hone a blade. Where is it? Quickly, take me to retrieve it, Chen Li urged, pulling Chen Tian along hurriedly. Returning to the cave, Chen Feng found a piece of animal hide and carefully wrapped his knife within it. Chen Mo entered the cave and spoke. Chief, the day of the gathering at Qianhu is approaching. What gathering at Qianhu? Chen Feng inquired. Has the chief forgotten? Every year, Qianhu gathers numerous tribes for the exchange of goods and for the selection of mates, Chen Mo elucidated. Selection of mates? Chen Feng echoed the term, unable to suppress a reaction. It was not that he was lecherous, but such phrasing inevitably provoked contemplation. I mean the day for choosing partners, Chen Mo clarified. Exhibiting no signs of embarrassment, Chen Mo spoke as if discussing the most mundane of matters. One could recall that when Chen Feng first arrived, the women did not even wear tops, and thus such matters were of little concern to them. How much longer until that day? Chen Feng asked. This month. On the day of the double moon. Chen Mo responded. Calculating the days, Chen Feng realized there were approximately 20 remaining and asked, how far is the gathering at Qianhu from us? 5 days' journey, Chen Mo replied. Very well, I understand. Chen Feng nodded, realizing that preparations for the wooden cart needed to be expedited. In the dead of night, Chen Shi approached Chen Feng and asked, Chief, is there anything you require my assistance with? I had initially planned to venture out, but since Chen Mo mentioned that Qianhu will also be attended this month, there is nothing pressing for now, Chen Feng said with a smile. Chief, we must also bring along some warriors to Qianhu, as conflicts may arise between tribes. Chen Shi cautioned. Oh, is that so? Chen Feng queried. Our tribe sends 20 men each year, and invariably returns with the same number. Many warriors perish during the journey. Chen Shi explained. Do we not send 10 and return with 10? Why does it sound so convoluted? Chen Feng asked, perplexed. Technically, 30 could return. 10 youths with their 10 mates and 10 warriors, totaling 30. However, on the return journey, other tribes often seize women and boys, leading to the deaths of all warriors, leaving only 10 to escape. Chen Shi elaborated. Chen Feng fell into contemplation. Logically, with such a high mortality rate, why would they continue to embark on such journeys? It left him utterly baffled. Chen Shi continued. This has only been occurring since last year. It had never happened before. After hearing this, Chen Feng surmised that perhaps last year, other tribes, or even more distant ones had come to abduct people, though this remained mere conjecture. Have the 10 who returned mentioned who they were? Chen Feng inquired. No, the warriors of the tribe, upon realizing the situation, instructed their comrades to flee towards the tribe. Yet they could not discern which tribe it was. Chen Shi elucidated. Thus, there are no clues to follow. Chen Feng fell into contemplation once more. Unseen foes are indeed the most terrifying. Very well, I understand. Chen Feng remarked helplessly. Go fetch Chen Tian. Certainly. Chen Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly after, Chen Tian approached and inquired, Leader, is there something you need? Chen Tian forged 10 swords, each 1 meter long, and it must be completed by tomorrow. Additionally, for the arrowheads, procure the molds from Chun Mao and produce 500. Chen Feng commanded. The molds are made of clay and can be reused, with a low technical requirement, which Chen Feng had previously taught to Chen Mao. Understood, leader. Chen Tian affirmed. Chen Feng then sought out Chen Mo, requesting her to craft 5 shields from vines. On the following dawn, Chen Feng selected 5 12-year-old children and began instructing them in woodworking, focusing solely on theory as the tools were not yet prepared. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Chen Feng encouraged. Leader, what can be used to make tables and chairs? What else can it be used for? Inquired Chen Sheng, a child brought back by Shang Lu. There are numerous possibilities. I can only guide you in crafting certain items, but you must explore and discover what else can be made. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Many ingenious ideas require you to engage your minds and innovate. Chen Sheng nodded in understanding. Next, Chen Feng elaborated on the functions and usage of tools. The measure is crucial. It is also fundamental in carpentry. Chen Feng dedicated an entire day to expounding upon the theories and knowledge related to woodworking. Leader, the 10 swords have been forged, but you must sharpen them yourselves, as the blacksmith is short-handed. Chen Tian reported, somewhat exasperated. Very well, I understand. Hand the items over to Chen Shi. Chen Feng instructed. Yes, leader. Chen Tian affirmed. The following day, Chen Feng led 10 tribal warriors, teaching them the art of sharpening swords and the proper techniques for wielding them. As for the application, Chen Feng could only rely on his memories from his previous life to impart techniques for chopping, striking, thrusting, blocking, and dodging, allowing them to practice with wooden sticks against one another. For individuals accustomed to hunting daily, given sufficient time, they would undoubtedly evolve into competent warriors. Throughout that day, Chen Feng oscillated between guiding at the blacksmith's and teaching at the carpenter's workshop. Moreover, discussions regarding brick firing at the ceramics sector necessitated his involvement for collaboration and research. There was scarcely a moment of respite, as he remained busily engaged. Leader, the carpenter's tools have been fashioned into 5 sets. The polishing must be undertaken by them. Chen Tian reported. Understood, understood. Chen Feng replied, exasperated. For the next 5 days, Chen Feng primarily resided in the designated area of the carpenter, personally demonstrating how to craft simple wooden items, such as tables and stools. Chen Sheng proved to be the most astute, mastering the essential skills within 5 days and becoming fully capable of completing many tasks independently. Chen Sheng, from now on, you shall be the master carpenter, and they will be under your command, Chen Feng said with a smile. Yes, chief, I shall not let you down. Chen Sheng replied earnestly. If you are surpassed, you will no longer be the master carpenter. Let someone more capable take your place. Do you understand? Chen Feng remarked calmly. Chapter 0. Departure to Qianhu. After 10 days of dedicated effort, Chen Feng and Chen Sheng finally crafted the first wooden cart with 4 wheels. Constructing the frame was not overly challenging, but the creation of the wheels posed the greatest difficulty. Chen Feng endured countless failures before successfully completing all 4 wheels. Chief, once the iron nails are affixed, the wheels will be much more stable. Chen Sheng exclaimed with delight. Indeed, you have done remarkably well. Chen Feng praised him with a smile. You are also of the age to seek a companion. In a few days, come with me to Qianhu. Yes, chief. Chen Sheng replied joyfully. Chen Feng had to admit that the 12-year-olds here possessed capabilities comparable to those of 18-year-olds. In this place, 14-year-olds like Chen Feng were regarded as adults. Seeking a partner at 12 was quite customary and perfectly normal. Chen Feng was more concerned about the population. The primary purpose of this journey to Qianhu was to exchange for people. As for what to trade, he had long decided on the pottery he had been crafting, such as bowls, basins, and water jugs. The cave had a substantial stockpile of bowls that Chen Feng was eager to dispose of. His urgency in constructing this old-fashioned cargo cart stemmed from the upcoming journey to Qianhu. If they had horses or oxen, they could simply harness them to the cart, eliminating the need for manual dragging. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Months had passed without sight of even a single cow or horse. Upon the cart's unveiling, the entire tribe gazed at it as if it were a marvel, many believing Chen Feng to be a deity, capable of anything. After completing the cart, those who participated in its construction advanced significantly in their carpentry skills. Chen Feng then instructed them on how to build a water wheel, which was crucial for his future endeavors. "Chief, there are still 10 days until we gather at Qianhu. When shall we depart?" Chen Mo approached Chen Feng to inquire. "Let us set off tomorrow. It is prudent to prepare a bit earlier for our first journey." Chen Feng replied with a smile. "By the way, how many bows and arrows have been made?" 300. "We lack manpower, so we could only produce that many." Chen Mo answered. "That will suffice." Chen Feng chuckled. "How many children will the chief take with him this time?" Chen Mo asked. "This time, no children will accompany us. Only our warriors shall go." Chen Feng laughed. "How then will we find partners for the children?" Chen Mo questioned. "We shall engage in direct trade or seize them." Chen Feng jested. Chen Mo refrained from responding, for she understood well that the equipment they possessed could easily handle any small to medium tribe. Even larger tribes might not gain the upper hand. "By the way, how many water bags made from animal hides do we have?" Chen Feng inquired. 6, Chen Mo replied. "I usually don't use many, so I haven't prepared that many. Thus, we must hastily produce 12 before tomorrow." Chen Feng chuckled. "Yes, chief." Chen Mo responded. "By the way, isn't there one quiver of arrows for each person?" "Indeed, chief. We began crafting them as soon as the bows and arrows were completed." Chen Mo affirmed. "Excellent, you have done well." Chen Feng praised. Chen Feng arrived at Chen Mo's ceramic domain, observing the diligent figures at work. He called out, "Chen Mo." Before long, Chen Mo, panting, approached Chen Feng and asked, "Chief, is there something you need? How many ceramics do we have in reserve?" Chen Feng inquired. "There are over 200 bowls, 20 basins, and more than 100 jars. Additionally, there are some plates, all for our tribe's use, so the reserves are minimal." Chen Mo replied. "Arrange for the reserves to be loaded onto the cart. And remember to place some grass underneath." Chen Feng instructed. "I'll go myself. I don't trust the children with it." Chen Mo chuckled. "Very well, you may go personally." Chen Feng smiled. Chen Feng had numerous matters requiring his direct attention, and with others unable to assist, he was reluctant to engage unless it involved the population. Searching for rice, coal mines, and livestock like cattle or horses were all tasks that necessitated his personal involvement. "Ah, Chen Jialo, what brings you here?" Chen Feng laughed. "Is this the saber-toothed tiger?" Chen Feng observed the saber-toothed tiger, now measuring 1 meter in length and weighing over 100 pounds, yet remarkably gentle. Indeed, the saber-toothed tiger is very obedient and even capable of hunting. Chen Jialo grinned. "Saber-toothed tiger, come here," Chen Feng called. The saber-toothed tiger seemed to comprehend Chen Feng's words, sprinting over to him and playfully rolling at his feet. Chen Feng squatted down, gently stroking the saber-toothed tiger, and asked, "Has it always been with you?" "Yes. Aunt Chen Mo asked me to play with it. Otherwise, it would cause chaos everywhere." Chen Jialo laughed. "Well then, take it to play." Chen Feng stood up, smiling. The saber-toothed tiger followed Chen Jialo as they departed, seeming somewhat reluctant to leave. "I never expected the saber-toothed tiger to be so docile." Chen Feng chuckled as he watched it leave. The following morning, Chen Feng and Chen Li stood by the riverbank with 10 brave warriors, accompanied by a cart. Chen Sheng had initially intended to follow, and Chen Feng had planned to take him along, but after some consideration, he deemed it more beneficial to leave him in the tribe. "Chen Shi, the tribe is in your hands. Most of the warriors are with me, so refrain from hunting and focus on fishing. Take good care of the tribe," Chen Feng instructed. "Rest assured, Chief, I will take good care." Chen Shi nodded. "Ensure you gather more people to fell trees. The more, the better. It will be of great use when I return." Chen Feng reiterated. "Yes, Chief." Chen Shi nodded. having previously visited Thousand Lakes. The task of leading was entrusted to Chun Li as Chen Feng settled himself on the cart. The cart is laden with 500 pounds of dried saber-toothed tiger meat and fish, alongside ceramics. Along the journey, they encounter prey to satiate their hunger. This sustenance is sufficient for 12 individuals. 10 men each carry a bow, a knife, and 20 arrows, while Chun Li bears a mountain axe, a bow, and 50 arrows. Chen Feng possesses a knife, a bow, and 50 arrows, all stored upon the cart. The cart is pulled in turns by 10 men, with the first 2 responsible for clearing the path to ensure the cart can pass. Brothers, we shall alternate every 2 hours. Do not be lazy, Chen Feng calls out. The others respond in unison, rest assured, leader, we will pull the cart well. Their direction is towards the iron mine in the north. Along the way, laughter and chatter fill the air, and they occasionally hunt squirrels, wild chickens, and hares, adding them to the cart as reserve food. Despite the rugged terrain, their numbers make the journey manageable. Whenever they encounter impassable paths, they simply lift the cart and continue along the riverbank. Leader, there are people ahead, Chun Li reports. Oh, can you discern who they are? Chen Feng inquires. They appear to be members of another tribe, on the opposite bank of the river. Chun Li responds. Then let us not concern ourselves. They cannot cross the river. Chen Feng replies nonchalantly. Yes, leader. Chun Li acknowledges. There are many women among them. Oh, let me see. Chen Feng stands atop the cart and gazes across the river, indeed noticing a multitude of women, with only 5 or 6 men present. Wait, they are wearing cloth garments. Chen Feng exclaims in astonishment. Could there be civilization here? He ponders. What civilization? Chun Li asks curiously. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Chen Feng dismisses the notion. Chapter 0. Farewell to the Wolf King deep within. Chen Feng is intensely eager to investigate further. He seeks to uncover useful information, and even acquiring some burlap would be a worthwhile endeavor. Leader, look behind them. It seems there is a pack of wolves. Chun Li points across the river. Chen Feng raises his eyes and immediately spots the Wolf King, the very one that attacked the saber-toothed tiger before winter's arrival. They are likely in grave danger. Chen Feng remarks helplessly. The Wolf King has once again strengthened its pack, growing from 8 to 15 wolves. Should we assist them? Chun Li asks. Assistance is essential. It depends on whether they can endure. We must find a shallower crossing of the river. Chen Feng responds with resignation. Leader, the area we just passed was quite shallow. We could see the riverbed. Chun Li exclaims. Oh, where exactly? Is it far? Chen Feng inquires eagerly. Not too far, I think. Chun Li is uncertain of the distance. Very well, you take 5 men, and we shall head back. Chen Feng commands. On the opposite bank, Mu Ying, the leader of the Rong tribe, calls out loudly to her people, climb the trees, quickly. Suddenly, 2 individuals are overwhelmed and brought down by the wolves. Leader, someone has already been bitten to death. One woman exclaims in terror. Leader, what should we do? Our Mai is still down there. A woman said anxiously. Forget about Mai for now, stay in the trees. Mu Ying shouted. On another tree, a man named Hahu, the captain of the Yurong tribe, responded, Leader, everyone is up. Mu Ying gazed across the riverbank, where a group of over 10 had now dwindled to just 5, who were acutely aware of their surroundings. She wondered, could they have been attacked by the wolf pack as well? Chen Feng followed Chun Li for half an hour, but still had not found a shallower part of the river, growing increasingly anxious. Are you sure you're not mistaken? He asked. I'm not wrong, leader, it's just ahead. Chun Li insisted. All right, let us keep moving, Chen Feng replied, resigned to follow. He was eager to ascertain the fate of Mai. Not merely for the sake of rescue, but out of concern that they might arrive too late and find the wolves had claimed them all. After another half hour, the 7 finally located a shallower stretch of the river. Leader, it's right here. Chun Li pointed excitedly. Let us cross, Chen Feng commanded. Meanwhile, the Yurong tribe members hiding in the trees had believed themselves safe, only to be shocked when the wolf pack began to leap up and viciously attack. In a mere hour, 2 more had tragically lost their lives. Leader, are we truly going to die here? One girl asked, trembling with fear. Don't worry. Once they can't reach us, we will leave. Mu Ying reassured her, though inwardly, she felt no certainty. She had no idea when the wolves would depart. They watched helplessly as their companions' corpses were devoured by the wolves, a scene too horrific to bear. Some closed their eyes, others turned away, while a few screamed in terror. The more they shouted, the more excited the wolves became as they lunged toward the trees. Everyone, be quiet, Mu Ying commanded sharply. Hahu whispered, "Leader, I can take a few brave ones to draw them away. You should escape while you can." Muing glanced at Hahu and replied with a hint of resignation. "Not yet. We cannot afford to lose anyone unless absolutely necessary. Use your sharpened sticks to fend off the wolves below. They must not ascend." The group brandished their sharpened wooden stakes, thrusting them at the wolves below. Even when some wolves were injured, they showed no signs of retreat. The Wolf King's eyes were fixed intently on the people in the trees. With a fierce howl, the wolf pack seemed to receive a command, attacking the tree dwellers with even greater ferocity. This time, it seemed hopeless. Muing thought despairingly. She was reluctant to acknowledge this brutal reality. Yet the wolves' relentless determination extinguished any flicker of hope within her. "No, I cannot die," Muing cried out inwardly. She had a daughter who needed her care. The thought of what would happen to her and the tribe if she perished was unbearable. "Prepare yourselves. We must fight fiercely to slay the wolves," Muing shouted emphatically. "Leader, the trees here are about to be broken by the wolf pack," a small girl exclaimed in fear. "Try to jump to my tree," Muing shouted. Before the girl had the chance to leap, the tree began to topple, and she screamed in terror. As the tree fell, the wolves charged towards several girls. In despair, the girl closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past her, striking a wolf squarely in the head. The wolf howled twice before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Muing could hardly believe her eyes. Someone had managed to slay a wolf from a distance. Following the shouts of Chun Feng and his companions, she saw 7 men, working in pairs, skillfully drawing their bows and shooting at the wolves. Although Muing could not comprehend the weapons they wielded, she recognized their formidable nature. Upon witnessing the death of his offspring, the Wolf King let out a furious howl. The pack abandoned their assault on those in the trees and turned to charge at Chun Feng and his group. "Leader, the wolf pack is rushing towards us," Chun-Li shouted loudly. "Raise your shields, form pairs, and draw your blades," Chun Feng commanded as he swiftly climbed the tree. Lacking a shield for his own protection, he ascended first to utilize his bow for ranged attacks. With a shield in his right hand and a knife in his left, he ensured that the warriors behind him could focus on drawing their bows in safety, their coordination impeccable. Chun Feng sought out wolves that had gone unnoticed by the 6 men, ambushing them. In an instant, 6 wolves had met their demise. "They are so strong, so impressive." Hahu, the strongest man of the tribe, exclaimed, unable to contain his amazement at how effortlessly they dispatched the wolves. Muing looked on with envy at the 7 men below, having never witnessed such a style of combat or seen their weapons. Are they truly human? Muing pondered deep within her heart. The Wolf King let out a roar. The pack ceased their attack, fixating their gaze on Chun Feng, clearly recognizing him. Chun Feng called out to the Wolf King, "Leave quickly, or you shall perish." After speaking, he drew his bow and aimed an arrow at the Wolf King. The Wolf King glared fiercely at Chun Feng, growling menacingly. Subsequently, the Wolf King turned and led the pack away. "Leader, do they know each other?" Hahu asked quietly. Muing shook her head. "I'm not sure. Perhaps they've had past encounters. Let us go and take a look," Chun Feng said as they observed the Wolf King retreating, swiftly commencing to cleanse the battlefield. Each of them held a dagger, beginning the process of skinning the wolves. The daggers had been specially crafted by Chun Tian on Chun Feng's instructions. Essential for their journey, they served as the best tools for handling animals and close combat alike. Muing approached Chun Feng and his companions, noticing that aside from Chun Feng and Chun-Li, the others were adeptly dealing with the wolf corpses. She gestured. "Thank you for saving us. I am Muing, the leader of the Yurong tribe." Chun Feng gestured. "Xia tribe, Chief Chun Feng." Chapter 0. Muing was bitten by a stone viper. "Chief, the wolf pelts have all been processed," reported Chun-Li. Chun Feng nodded, understood. "Chief Chun Feng, I feel a bit embarrassed about the wolf meat," Muing gestured. Chun Feng smiled and gestured. "You may keep some. How many of you are there?" 30 individuals accompanied Muing, 4 of whom had perished, leaving 27 remaining. Muing pointed behind her, gesturing. "There are only this many left." Observing the crowd of approximately 20 men and women, Chun Feng addressed Chun-Li, "Set aside 3 portions of wolf meat." Originally, Muing thought it would be a generous gesture to receive a single portion, so she was taken aback by the offer of 3 and quickly gestured her gratitude. "Thank you, Chief Chun Feng. No need for thanks. We cannot consume it all." Chun Feng gestured back. "By the way, did you make the hemp garments yourselves?" Muing gestured. "Yes, everyone in our tribe can." "Oh, so you are skilled in crafting hemp clothing?" Chen Feng inquired excitedly. What do you need? We can exchange some hemp garments. Chen Feng gestured. We require salt and male individuals. Mu Ying gestured. Unfortunately, I do not have any. Chen Feng gestured helplessly. However, I do possess containers. Really? Mu Ying exclaimed joyfully. Let us trade when we reach Qianhu. Chen Feng looked towards the tribespeople across the river and replied, that sounds good. After Chen Feng and his companions departed, Mu Ying gazed at his receding figure and remarked, he is so young, yet already a chief. My daughter is of the same age and still quite naive. Chen Feng and his companions returned along the same path, carrying the 3 wolf carcasses. Crossing the shallow river back to the caravan, they started a fire and began cooking, cutting the wolf meat into pieces. Some were roasted while others were simmered into soup. The opposing group did not continue their journey but chose to rest and process the wolf meat, opting for it raw rather than cooked. Chief, look, they have a fire. Hahu exclaimed. I see. Mu Ying watched enviously as Chun Feng's group prepared their meat over the flames. Chen Feng, observing them consume raw meat, instructed Do Li. Throw a torch across. Yes, Chief. Chun Li replied with a smile. With great force, Chun Li hurled the torch across the river. Mu Ying quickly grasped. Chen Feng gazed across at the Yurong tribe, lost in contemplation. He pondered how many tribes like theirs existed. And while it was fortunate that they were harmonious, he feared the possibility of encountering more ferocious tribes, particularly if they were numerous. Exhausted from the day's journey, they decided to rest in place, each taking turns to keep watch for an hour through the night. The following day, as Chen Feng opened his eyes, he was astonished to see the Yurong tribe had crossed the river to join them. What brings you here? Chen Feng gestured. After thinking all night, I realized it is safer to be with you. Mu Ying responded with gestures. Well, since you've come, we cannot send you away. This time, Chen Feng spoke directly in Mandarin, indifferent to whether Mu Ying understood him. Over 40 individuals set forth towards Qianhu, with Chen Feng leisurely seated in a cart, admiring the scenery and occasionally plucking familiar herbs from the roadside. Chief, why is the leader of the Xia tribe collecting so many herbs? Hahu inquired. I don't know. Perhaps it's for amusement. Mu Ying replied, unfamiliar with herbal matters. The leader of the Xia tribe desires our linen. Why not give him some? Hahu asked. We journeyed this far solely to trade for salt. If we give it away, our tribe will be left without any. Mu Ying explained. Once we return to the tribe, we can bring some linen for them. You think ahead, Chief? Hahu chuckled. Up ahead lies the iron or mountain. I wonder if the Hongshan tribe is present. Chen Feng remarked. They must have set out long ago. Chun Li responded. Just as they finished speaking, they spotted a dozen individuals using stone axes to break the iron ore into chunks. Among them was a familiar face, Go Hua. Upon seeing Chen Feng and the others, Go Hua called out from a distance, Chief Xia. Chen Feng raised his hand in acknowledgement and approached Go Hua. Mu Ying gestured to Chen Li, asking, do you know them? Yes, they are assisting us in quarrying stone. Chen Li replied with a smile. What do you need these stones for? Don't you hunt? Mu Ying inquired curiously. Chen Li did not address the purpose of the stones, but answered her question about hunting. Our tribe can manage with just a few members for hunting. We do not require many. Observing their weapons and bows, Mu Ying was inclined to trust Chen Li's words. Chen Feng approached Go Hua and asked, is your tribe not going to Qianhu? The leaders have gone ahead. We remain here to quarry stones in exchange for your tribe's meat and ceramics, Go Hua explained. I see, Chen Feng nodded. Then continue your work. We must be on our way. Go Hua nodded in agreement. As Chen Feng and his companions passed the iron or mountain, they noticed an extensive range of mountains stretching endlessly behind them. Chen Li, how long will it take to traverse these mountains? Chen Feng inquired. We should be able to exit the mountains in 2 days. Chen Li replied with a smile. In the mountains, there were numerous snakes and rats, prompting the people to kindle many bonfires each night to ward off potential attacks, as well as to deter wolves, leopards, and other unknown perils. Beside the fire, Chen Feng savored a broth made from dried fish, relishing the roasted meat. Mu Ying, accompanying Chen Feng's group, also enjoyed the soup, praising its exquisite flavor. Leader Chen Feng, would you be willing to trade such items? Mu Ying gestured towards the porcelain pot and the cart used for boiling the broth. Chen Feng indicated the cart, saying, this one is not for trade. He then pointed at the porcelain pot with a smile. That one can be exchanged. Understanding the value of such items, Mu Ying realized that others would not easily part with them and, undeterred, continued to gesture. What would the terms of the exchange be? Chen Feng found himself at a loss. having never traded for burlap before. He tossed the question back to Muing. You suggest. What about 10 pieces for one? Muing proposed through gestures. Let it be as you say. Chen Feng agreed. Regardless of the value, he was willing to trade, as the item was merely clay, carrying little cost. 2 days later, the group emerged from the mountains, following the river without encountering significant incidents, occasionally capturing a snake to prepare snake soup. Leader, once we leave the forest, we will reach Qianhu, Chun-Li announced. Chen Feng nodded, suggesting a brief respite. Let us rest for a while. Aiming to reach Qianhu by tonight. Leader, are you all right? A commotion arose from the direction of the Rong tribe. Following the sound, Chen Feng noticed Muing sitting on the ground, hugging her legs. Beside her lay a snake that had been crushed by a stone. Realizing she had likely been bitten, he rushed to her side, crouching down to see the bite marks on her leg. Stay still, he instructed, then began to draw out the snake's venom with his mouth. The onlookers, including warriors from the Xia tribe, watched Chen Feng's actions with bewilderment, mistakenly believing he was merely kissing Mu Ying's leg. Although Mu Ying was in her 30s, which in this primitive society was still considered relatively young, she found herself taken aback by such a direct act from a man. Even though she was not averse to men and had known two in the past. After extracting the venom, Chen Feng retrieved some herbs he had gathered, ensuring they were sanitized before applying them to Mu Ying's wound, and then carefully wrapped it with their burlap. Do you possess shamanistic skills? Mu Ying inquired. Shamanistic skills? This term was foreign to Chen Feng, prompting him to ask, what is shamanism? It is akin to your abilities, capable of healing others or communicating with animals. Mu Ying gestured. I do not possess shamanistic skills. This is merely common knowledge for healing. Beyond that, I cannot solve more complex issues. Chen Feng replied, gesturing modestly. Indeed, he had limited knowledge. He could address problems like fever, coughs, colds, surface injuries, and dislocations, but his understanding of medicinal herbs was not extensive. Mu Ying, however, remained skeptical of Chen Feng's claims, suspecting he was reluctant to reveal his shamanistic abilities. Those skilled in sorcery are often seized by other tribes and compelled to serve them. Chen Feng was unaware of these matters. Just sit in the cart. Otherwise, we cannot proceed, Chen Feng gestured. Mu Ying nodded in gratitude. As darkness fell, the group finally arrived at Qianhu, discovering numerous tribes encamped around the lakeside, with some already displaying their tribal artifacts. Upon seeing Chen Feng's cart, the other tribes began to whisper and point. Some approached to touch and discern the material. Chen Feng addressed Chen Li, saying, Inform our clansmen that outsiders are not permitted to approach our cart. If they dare intrude, we shall slay them. Chief, killing is not allowed here. Chen Li explained. Oh, who has decreed that? Chen Feng inquired. No one has made such a decree. It is simply understood that such actions are forbidden. Should a murder occur, the perpetrator would be expelled from Qianhu. Chen Li clarified. Then let us give them a beating. Chen Feng declared. Yes, Chief. Chen Li replied calmly. Chief Chen Feng, we too must find a place to settle. Mu Ying gestured. Very well. Chen Feng replied, retrieving some herbs from the cart. Remember to exchange. After Mu Ying departed, Chen Feng instructed his people to place the ceramics at the outermost edge of their encampment, adjacent to the lake. Qianhu was approximately a few kilometers long, with all tribes surrounding it. Many men and women from various tribes were mingling, getting to know one another around the lake. Isn't this akin to a matchmaking event? Chen Feng chuckled. Chief, our clansmen cannot intermarry, so other tribes often exchange women. Everyone has come to Qianhu primarily for this purpose. Chen Li elucidated. Chen Feng was aware of the prohibition against close kin marrying, surprised that even primitive people understood this concept. Over there is the forest tribe. Their members possess profound knowledge of the woods. The ones with red-painted faces belong to the flame tribe. They delight in fire and are the only tribe, aside from the chief, capable of kindling flames. There is also the grassland tribe, known for their animal husbandry. No one knows their origins, as they merely exchange people and do not allow their own to join other tribes. These 3 tribes each boasted a population exceeding 1,000, while the remaining tribes were smaller. Surrounding Qianhu were numerous luminescent trees, known as nightlight trees, resembling willows. We must dig some of these up to take back, Chen Feng remarked, gazing at the glowing trees. Yes, Chief, Chen Li responded, recalling that they had been preoccupied with securing food, hardly concerning themselves with such trees. While Chen Feng admired the nightlight trees, an elder approached and gestured. The leader of the Moonlight tribe, Xing, has met with the chief of the Summer tribe. And you are? Chen Feng gestured back. Chun-Li explained. Chief. He knows the former chief. I see. Chen Feng replied with a smile. What brings you to inquire? Chief Xing? Xing gestured. Has Chief Dala encountered trouble? Chen Feng nodded and gestured. Indeed. The star leader exhibited a hint of regret, gesturing. You are his son. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The star leader then looked towards the distance, where a young girl approached him. This is my granddaughter. She has reached the age of maturity. Much like you, he declared. Chen Feng comprehended the implication that the star leader intended for his granddaughter to become his wife. He scrutinized the girl, who stood approximately 1.60 meters tall, her skin not the brown hue typical of women from his tribe, but rather a lighter yellow, tinged with a hint of white. Her features exquisitely refined. Chen Feng mused inwardly that such a woman would make a fine wife, far more aesthetically pleasing than those with brown skin. The star leader observed Chen Feng's appraisal of his granddaughter without interference, patiently awaiting his response. Chen Feng smiled and said, I accept. Do you have any conditions? The star leader gestured. I hope you will treat her well. I shall promise that. Chen Feng assured him. Chen Feng approached the girl and inquired, What is your name? Star Moon. She replied, pointing to the sky. That is a lovely name. Chen Feng smiled. Then I shall take my leave. Star Moon is entrusted to you. The star leader gestured. The girl, however, did not follow her grandfather but remained in place, tears streaming down her face in silence. Chen Feng sensed something was amiss, but was at a loss for words. After a while, another girl approached Star Moon, showing her great respect. Who are they? Chen Feng gestured. They are my playmates. Star Moon replied. Though Chen Feng did not fully grasp the nature of these companions, it was evident they served Star Moon. Chun-Li pulled Chen Feng aside and said, Leader, their tribe practices sorcery and, like you, possesses the power to heal. If they are willing to give away that girl, there must be trouble within their tribe. So, they are a tribe of healers, Chen Feng pondered. What could the issue be? He could not fathom it and chose to set it aside. His tribe's tents, constructed from wolf pelts, drew considerable attention, and occasionally, onlookers would gather. Chen Feng remained indifferent, as long as they did not attack his tribe. He arranged for the three women to stay in a separate tent while he and Chun-Li shared a cramped space together. Star Moon lay restless within the tent, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. She understood that once the 1,000 lakes concluded, she would never see her kin again. As for Chen Feng, she knew little of him. Since her grandfather had arranged this, she would obediently comply, yet more importantly, she felt the weight of her tribe's legacy upon her. In Chun-Li's tent, he remarked, Leader, why do you not return to your own tent? There are women there waiting for you. Begone, Chen Feng retorted irritably. He too yearned for companionship, but he desired a woman who genuinely cherished him, rather than one forced upon him without understanding. Leader, you are somewhat unmanly. Chun-Li pressed on. What did you say? Chen Feng's temper flared. It was outrageous to suggest he lacked masculinity. It is true, the women have come to your tent. Yet you do not dare to approach. Chun-Li continued. Get out of here. You're not allowed to sleep tonight. Chen Feng exclaimed as he kicked Chun-Li outside. Chapter 0. A quest for abundant population. The following morning, as Chen Feng stepped out of the tent, the sight before him caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. Thousands of people surrounded the entire Qianhu, an unprecedented gathering since his arrival. He had never imagined such a multitude of tribes would come to participate in the Qianhu assembly. Chun-Li approached Chen Feng, bearing two prominent dark circles under his eyes, and inquired, Chief, how do we sell our ceramics? Seeing Chun-Li's fatigued demeanor, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. What's the matter? Did you truly not sleep last night? It is the chief's command, and I must obey. Chun-Li replied earnestly. With a sigh, Chen Feng said, You should rest. There's no need for you today. Chun-Li shook his head resolutely. Chief, I'm fine. Do as you wish, Chen Feng said, recognizing Chun-Li's determination and choosing not to insist further. He understood that for primitive people, going 1 or 2 days without sleep was quite normal. Bring our cart over, Chen Feng commanded. Before long, the tribal warriors pushed the cart before him. Have you all eaten? Chen Feng inquired. Yes, Chief, replied Chen Shu, one of the 10. Chen Shu, prepare the food, Chen Feng instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shu obediently organized the others to begin cooking. Within minutes, the rich aroma of fish soup wafted into Chen Feng's nostrils. Chief, here is your fish soup and roasted meat, Chun-Li announced, bringing a bowl in one hand and holding roasted meat in the other. Ah, just set it down. Chen Feng smiled. Meanwhile, at the forest tribe's encampment, Chief AI curiously questioned, "What is that delightful scent?" "Chief, it's the aroma of roasted meat and something called fish soup, prepared by a small tribe," replied the tribal captain, Ta. "Oh, fish soup? What an intriguing name." AI chuckled. "Let us go take a look." The fire tribe, the grassland tribe, and various other tribes, all drawn by the tantalizing scent, made their way toward Chun Feng's territory. At that moment, Chun Feng was leisurely sipping his fish soup and enjoying the roasted meat, completely unaware of the throngs of tribes gathering to observe him. "Did you just wake up?" Chun Feng asked Xingyue, who had just emerged from the tent. Realizing Chun Feng's gestures, Xingyue signaled back, "Just woke up." "Chun-Li, bring them 3 bowls of fish soup and meat," Chun Feng instructed. Chun-Li left reluctantly, feeling discontented. In the primitive mindset, it was customary for women to serve men, not the other way around, which made him quite unwilling. "We can help ourselves," Xingyue gestured. "Perhaps next time," Chun Feng replied with a smile. He preferred not to disrupt their customs and chose not to prevent them from doing things for themselves. In Chun Feng's subconscious, he harbored a reluctance towards women holding elevated positions, not out of discrimination, but rather stemming from his past life's observations of numerous familial discord resulting from women's assertiveness. He pondered that perhaps, by granting women slightly fewer rights, such discontent might diminish. At worst, a rule could be established forbidding violence against women, thereby affording them a semblance of human rights. Within the tribe, Chun Feng frequently witnessed men striking women and had previously admonished them. Although such behavior still occurred sporadically, significant improvements had been made. Chun-Li served a bowl of fish soup and meat to Xingyue. Observing this, Chun Feng could only shake his head in resignation, saying, "Let them dine by themselves." Xingyue nodded in agreement. "All right." The 2 women followed Chun-Li to the dining area, albeit with a certain reticence. "It is the aroma wafting from here," AI remarked. "Isn't that the leader of the forest tribe? Here to savor the fragrance as well?" Yen, the leader of the flame tribe, interjected. "Why is it that you are everywhere? Such a troublemaker." AI teased. "Who are you referring to? Are you seeking death?" Yen retorted angrily. "What? Are you about to lose your temper? Does my forest tribe fear you?" AI responded with a calm demeanor. Yen, contemplating a retort, ultimately refrained. Though his tribe was formidable, engaging in conflict would yield no advantageous outcome. AI approached the cart that Chun Feng had set up, scrutinizing the bowls, basins, and jugs. She picked one up and inquired, "How does one exchange these?" Chun Feng set his bowl down and approached the cart, assessing AI carefully. She donned a garment fashioned from the pelts of indeterminate animals. Chun Feng gestured. 1 bowl exchanges for 1 girl, 2 bowls for 1 boy, 1 basin for 5 boys or 10 girls, and 1 jug for 4 boys or 8 girls. Upon hearing this, members of the smaller tribes gasped in astonishment. With populations barely in the dozens, they could hardly afford to exchange individuals. The medium-sized tribes, while finding the prices steep, deemed them manageable, as they typically boasted populations of 500 to 600. AI and Yin exhibited no visible reaction. They merely murmured a few words to those behind them, who subsequently departed. Before long, both groups returned to Chun Feng's stall accompanied by men and women. "I'll take 5 of those basins, 100 of those bowls, and 5 of those jugs," AI declared. "I'll have the same," Yin echoed. The forest tribe sought to exchange for 100 girls and 45 boys. The flame tribe, like the forest tribe, had a surplus of girls and a scarcity of boys. Observing the exchanges, the medium-sized tribes contemplated making their own requests, but were interrupted by a gruff voice. "I'll take all of those items." The speaker was none other than Gu, the leader of the prairie tribe. He gestured, "I don't need people. I'll trade livestock." Chun Feng understood and inquired, "What kind of livestock?" "Cattle and sheep," Gu replied. Chun Feng, considering the possibility of horses, tentatively gestured, "What about horses? Do you have any?" "Yes, but they are quite expensive," Gu responded. After much deliberation, Chun Feng exchanged the remaining ceramics for 5 horses, 10 cattle, and 50 sheep from the grassland tribe. The surrounding small and medium tribes displayed expressions of disappointment. Chun Feng instructed Chun-Li to convey to each tribe that on every overlapping day of the lunar month, they could travel a day's journey south of the mountains to exchange for his ceramics. Although many tribes were reluctant, some expressed their willingness to participate. Chun Feng was indifferent. His primary concern was the population. 200 girls and 90 boys were the key to the future rise of the summer tribe. These individuals, all around the age of 14, would return as a labor force. That very evening, Feng distributed the entirety of the wolf meat to them. At the moment they received the meat, disbelief washed over them. It was hard to fathom that someone would share such bounty. In larger tribes, it was increasingly difficult for these individuals to find enough to eat. With so many people, meat was scarce, and they often resorted to gnawing on bones or foraging for wild vegetables. Feng's strategy was simple. By providing them with meat and companionship, he believed they would be less inclined to return to their own tribes. Indeed, this approach proved effective. After a single meal, their spirits were remarkably uplifted. Initially, when they were traded to Feng, fear gripped them, worried that their new life might be worse than their previous one. "Chief, Muing from the Rong tribe wishes to see you," Li announced. "Let her come," Feng replied. Shortly thereafter, Muing approached Feng, gesturing. "Are you leaving tomorrow?" Feng gestured back. "Yes, my mission has been accomplished. May I visit the summer tribe?" Muing inquired. "Of course," Feng replied nonchalantly. Had anyone else wished to visit Feng's tribe, he would have certainly declined. However, he had a certain understanding of Muing and harbored a desire to win over her tribe, particularly due to their expertise in weaving. Chapter 0. Ambush. After revealing the location of his tribe, Muing departed from the summer tribe's encampment. Xingyu watched Feng, perplexed, and gestured. "What do you need so many people for?" Feng gestured in response. "I need them to accomplish more tasks." Though Xingyu did not fully comprehend, she refrained from further questioning. "Do you wish to bid farewell to your family?" Feng inquired. Xingyu shook her head no. Observing the hint of sadness on Xingyu's face, Feng chose not to press further. Everyone harbored secrets they preferred not to reveal. At the Flame Tribe's encampment, the chief was approached by the captain, Lai, who proposed, "Chief, shall we raid that small tribe?" Yin shook his head. "No, they are not to be underestimated." Lai continued, "Chief, that represents a population. Are you willing to relinquish them to other tribes?" Yin replied helplessly, "It is not that I do not wish to, but rather, I find them inscrutable. The weapons they wield are formidable. Though I have yet to witness their use, they instill in me a sense of foreboding." The chieftain Lai was about to express further thoughts when he was interrupted by Yin, who declared, "Enough, let us speak no more." While many tribes shared similar sentiments as the Flame Tribe, the three major tribes exhibited an unusual consensus, opting not to take action against Feng. Meanwhile, several smaller and medium-sized tribes conspired in secrecy, intent on seizing both people and carts from Feng. That night, a few hundred individuals quietly departed from Qianhu, with many tribes dispatching their own members to observe Feng's true strength. Xingyue's grandfather discreetly relayed this information to Feng. "Are there indeed tribes plotting to rob us?" Feng scoffed. "Chieftain, what shall we do next?" Li inquired. "Send someone to follow them and ascertain where they intend to ambush us," Feng instructed. "Understood, chieftain," Li replied. Xingyue entered Feng's tent, gesturing. "You are in great danger." Feng regarded her, sensing that she was gradually becoming accustomed to his presence. "Do not worry, they are merely a band of jesters." Feng gestured back. "Come, sit. I shall teach you the language of our tribe," he invited. Xingyue settled beside him, and they engaged in a lively exchange. The following morning, Li reported, "Chieftain, they plan to attack us at the mountain pass with over 300 fighters." "I see. Let everyone eat first, then prepare to return home," Feng commanded. In truth, Feng wished to explore a bit longer, as he recognized many items from various tribes, such as honey, fruits, herbs, ivory, sugar, and rice. He also noted that some individuals were attempting to barter, albeit in minuscule quantities, with only a few grains of rice, the purpose of which remained unclear to him. Qianhu had an abundance of salt, and Feng sought out a tribe specializing in salt extraction, instructing them to fill their carts. "If we lose a basin, we shall simply make a few more pots," he remarked nonchalantly. They traveled from morning until night, arriving at the mountain pass just in time. Feng was reluctant to engage in battle at night, as their greatest advantage lay in their archery skills. After departing from Qianhu, he sensed a multitude following them. Feng surmised that most were merely spectators, though some might be hoping to profit from the situation. Nonetheless, he felt no concern. Along the way, Feng instructed over 200 individuals to collect stones, each gathering at least 5, intended for use against adversaries. He also discovered that most of the individuals they encountered were those taken from other tribes, with only a small fraction belonging to his own tribe, which greatly reassured him. Xingyue, observing the herbs in the cart, expressed her astonishment through gestures. You practice sorcery as well? Chun Feng shook his head and gestured. What you refer to as sorcery should be called a healer or physician. Xingyue echoed the terms healer and physician, though she did not fully grasp their meaning, sensing they were akin to sorcery. Do you possess such skills? She gestured. I do not fully comprehend. Chun Feng replied, shaking his head. However, I can share some methods of healing. Would that be acceptable? Xingyue gestured. Chun Feng nodded and gestured. That's fine, but you must first learn our language. Otherwise, communication will be quite troublesome. Xingyue vigorously nodded and gestured. I will learn it as soon as possible. Chun-Li then spoke. Leader, shall we continue? We are almost at the mountain's entrance. Not yet. Let us rest here. Send a few people out to hunt. And take some of the foolish lads with them to carry the game back. Chun Feng commanded. Yes, leader. Chun-Li responded with a nod. As the sky gradually darkened, the hunters returned with their catch, mostly wild chickens and rabbits, with only a few squirrels and birds. While it was impossible for everyone to be fully satisfied with the food, it was sufficient to fill their stomachs somewhat. After all, with 300 people, it was utterly unfeasible for everyone to be completely satiated. After the group had eaten, Chun Feng called Chun-Li over and said, Take 5 men and come with me. Leader, are we planning an ambush? Chun-Li inquired. Indeed. You are quite perceptive about ambushes, Chun Feng replied with a smile. This was written by the leader in the cave, and Chun Jiala told me about it. Chun-Li scratched his head. I was wondering how someone who struggles with reading could know such terms. It turns out Chun Jiala informed you. Chun Feng chuckled helplessly. Hurry and prepare. With that, Chun Feng, accompanied by Chun-Li and 5 valiant warriors, stealthily departed from their temporary encampment towards the mountain entrance. After about 2 hours, they spotted numerous campfires in the distance, surrounded by people. Leader, shall we take action? Chun-Li asked. Not yet. Let us wait a bit longer. Everyone rest. I will call you when it's time to move. Chun Feng instructed. The fires gradually dwindled, and one by one, the people clustered around the flames slowly drifted into slumber. In the deep of the night, Chun Feng awakened the sleeping Chun-Li and the others, commanding, Draw your daggers. Crawl over, and then strike. Do not make a sound. After nodding, they stealthily approached the slumbering figures, swiftly bringing down one after another. Chun Feng crouched behind, bow in hand, surveying the surroundings for any sudden developments. After about half an hour, Chun Feng cautiously crawled over to Chun-Li and whispered, Withdraw. Receiving the order, Chun-Li and the others slowly crawled back. Minutes later, having distanced themselves significantly from the enemy's position, they stood up and made their way back to the temporary encampment. Leader, I killed 10. Chun-Li reported. The others averaged 7 or 8 kills each. Excellent. Even if we do not frighten them to death, we have certainly diminished their numbers. Chun Feng praised. In the distance, Chun Feng spotted Xingyue standing beside the tent. He approached and gestured. Aren't you sleeping yet? I was worried about you. Xingyue gestured back. Chun Feng gently ruffled Xingyue's hair, saying, Go back to the tent and sleep. Everything is all right now. Suddenly, Xingyue grasped Chun Feng's hand and pulled him into her tent. Chun Feng initially considered resisting, but, upon reflection, decided that as long as he did nothing inappropriate, it would be fine. Thus, he willingly followed her inside, where her 2 companions were already asleep. Star and Moon gestured to Chun Feng, indicating that they would sleep together. Chun Feng did not refuse, for he was utterly fatigued after a night of turmoil. Not long after lying down, he succumbed to slumber. Moon lay beside him, wide awake throughout the night. Chapter 0. A Pyrrhic victory that shocked all tribes of Qianhu. To Moon, Chun Feng was a stranger. Yet he represented her sole reliance in the latter part of her life. She remained uncertain whether her grandfather's arrangement was indeed wise. Grandfather, I hope you are right, she murmured as she gazed at Chun Feng's face. The following morning, Chun Feng awoke to find Moon peacefully asleep atop him. Gently, he nudged her aside and exited the tent. He pondered why she had not donned any clothing, realizing she had merely not removed her garments. Chun-Li had gathered everyone, ready for departure at a moment's notice. As Chun Feng looked at the sun, its rays warmed his eyes with gentle morning light. Are we set to depart? Moon signaled as she emerged from the tent. Chun Feng nodded affirmatively. 2 of Moon's companions began to pack the tent, while Chun Feng arranged for her to be placed on the cart. Chun-Li was also nearing completion of his preparations. Chief, Chun-Li called out as he approached Chun Feng. Understanding it was time to set forth, Chun Feng felt no trepidation. With 10 warriors alongside Chun Feng and Chun-Li, they numbered 12. Utilizing their bows and arrows against this unarmed group would surely result in a one-sided massacre. At the mountain's entrance, inquiries arose regarding the events of the previous night. What could have slain so many of us? Spoke the orchestrator of the ambush, Tuwa. His tribe, the Lynxing tribe, was of medium size. Tuwa, could it have been a pack of wolves that silently claimed the lives of so many of our kin? One of the leaders questioned. Tuwa, bewildered, grappled with the fact that dozens had been killed overnight without a trace. Enough about last night. Let us consider how to ambush the Xia tribe and seize their populace and possessions. Tuwa proclaimed loudly. Many present were from smaller tribes, and Tuo's words rendered them momentarily silent. Chief, they are approaching. A man sprinted to Tuwa, delivering the news. Everyone, gather and prepare for the ambush. Tuwa shouted in response. Chen Feng stood at the mountain's entrance, exhibiting no intent to advance, quietly observing the scene before him. He contemplated whether they might hide along the mountain's sides and ambush. However, he perhaps overestimated them. As a throng emerged from the mountain, each wielding 2 polished stones, their fierce gazes fixed upon Chen Feng and his group. A smile escaped Chen Feng's lips. They had boldly stepped forth from the mountain to confront him directly. Archers, prepare, Chen Feng commanded. When within 100 paces, fire at will. Yes, chief. The group responded in unison. Children at the rear, once within 30 paces, cast all your stones, and then retreat 100 paces. Chen Feng called out, his voice resonating with authority. Chen Feng was uncertain whether they could comprehend his gestures, so he stood atop a stone and gestured once more. A cacophony of chaotic shouts erupted from the mouth of the mountains. They had launched their assault. Chen Feng observed from a distance and declared, Chief, they are now merely 100 paces away. Chun Li reported, release the arrows. Chen Feng commanded sternly. 11 arrows soared forth, and instantly, 11 adversaries fell. They remained oblivious to the gravity of their predicament, mindlessly charging ahead. Arrows continued to rain down, and adversaries kept collapsing. They were drawing ever closer. 70 paces, Li muttered. 60 paces, 50 paces, 40 paces. When they reached 30 paces, Chen Feng bellowed, cast. Almost 300 stones were hurled into the air, ultimately raining down upon the enemy ranks. In a mere 5 seconds, stones were cast 5 times. Once the stones were exhausted, the group began to retreat. Chen Feng, brandishing a long blade, shouted, charge. 12 individuals, armed with long knives, followed Chen Feng into the fray against the enemy horde. The clash of stones and blades echoed throughout the battlefield. Chen Feng viciously aimed for the throats of his foes, delivering precise strikes that sent blood gushing forth. This gruesome spectacle unfolded in every corner of the battlefield. Were they demons? Tro looked on in horror as the 12 decimated their once numerous ranks, reducing them to mere dozens. Chief, they are nearly out of strength. A subordinate reported. Indeed, they are waning. Tro seemed to seize upon this justification, shouting, charge. The remaining few, already paralyzed by fear, looked upon the 12 blood-soaked figures wielding knives with utter trepidation. Chen Feng severed an enemy's arm, placing his foot upon the fallen's head, and commanded, lie down. Do not kill. Though many did not comprehend, a significant number complied, discarding their stones and lying motionless on the ground. Chun Li and the others observed those who had surrendered and refrained from striking. Any who dared to stand would be ruthlessly slain. It's over, all is lost. Tro screamed in despair, witnessing his kin and the other allied tribesmen lying prostrate. A subordinate tugged at Tro, urging, Chief, we must flee. There is still hope if we reach the tribe. Remaining here is a path to certain death. Upon hearing his tribesman's plea, Tro snapped to attention and followed the subordinate in retreat. The leaders of other minor tribes either perished or surrendered. This battle not only instilled fear in the onlookers, but also delivered a profound shock to the treacherous tribes. News of the 12's overwhelming victory against 300 swiftly spread across the 1,000 lakes, reaching the ears of various tribal leaders. Chief, they are demons, reported a scout who had assessed the situation, recounting the events in detail. What? Yen exclaimed, springing to his feet in disbelief, gazing incredulously at the messenger. Is what you say truly the case? Indeed, Chief, their weapons can be hurled far, and they possess close combat arms capable of severing limbs and heads, reported the underling. Inform everyone, from now on, do not provoke the Xia tribe. Yin commanded. This same scenario unfolded across various tribes, including the Prairie tribe, which similarly issued directives. Unexpectedly, Through a mere chance, the granddaughter found herself in a formidable tribe. The elder's face beamed with a gratifying smile. It appears other clansmen can be sent there as well. Within the Rong tribe, the sentiment echoed. The Xia tribe is too powerful, exclaimed Hao. He personally undertook the reconnaissance, perceiving Chen Feng and his companions as no longer human, but rather as demons, slaying as effortlessly as one would chop vegetables. Well then, as long as we do not provoke them, we shall encounter no troubles, Mu Ying remarked. The 290 newcomers to the Xia tribe gazed upon the corpses before them, dismembered and mangled, yet instead of fear, they felt exhilaration. They understood that the tribe they had joined was robust enough to offer them protection. Everyone, strip the pelts from those bodies. They belong to you. Chen Feng gestured. Upon grasping his intent, the 290 individuals moved toward the battlefield to commence their task, resembling a band of brigands. Chun Li and others, weary and battered, with some injured by stones and suffering from dislocated arms, were primarily afflicted with superficial wounds, which would heal with time. Xingyue utilized various herbs for their treatment, assisted by her two female companions. Chapter 0. Development of the tribe. Xingyue's method of healing was remarkably simple. She crushed the herbs with stones and gently applied them to the wounds or areas of pain. Although Chen Feng found this primitive approach rather rudimentary, he recognized his own lack of knowledge. Fortunately, the herbs Xingyue employed were indeed effective. Chief, how should we deal with the surrendered individuals? Chun Li inquired. How many are there? Chen Feng asked. 40. The others who are injured were executed. Chun Li reported. Ensure they are all secured. Those who attempt to flee shall be killed. Chen Feng replied coolly. Observing a throng of individuals brazenly stripping the clothing from the corpses on the battlefield, Chen Feng realized their desperation for linen was exceedingly acute. Throughout the journey, Chun Li and others managed the captured prisoners while also finding time to hunt, leaving them utterly exhausted. Fortunately, no unforeseen incidents occurred along the way, and after 10 arduous days, they finally arrived at the Xia tribe. The inhabitants of the Xia tribe were taken aback by the sudden influx of so many people. Following Chun Li's detailed explanation, Chun Shi understood the situation and began to integrate the new clansmen. Chief, what shall we do with the captives? Our cave can no longer accommodate everyone, Chun Shi reported. As for the captives, we will sever their big toes. This will hinder their ability to escape. Chen Feng stated matter-of-factly. For now, we shall construct temporary shelters using branches. It is unlikely to rain soon. Upon Chen Feng's return, he was immediately engulfed in a whirlwind of activity, hastening to Chun Mao's brick kiln. Observing the freshly fired blue bricks, Chen Feng meticulously examined them, testing their quality by dropping one onto the ground. Excellent. The hardness is sufficient, he exclaimed with satisfaction. Chief, these constitute the third batch of blue bricks, with 5,000 bricks produced each time, ready every 3 days. Chen Mao replied. Very good, Chen Feng remarked, his face illuminated by a smile as he surveyed the towering stacks of blue bricks. His intent for these bricks was not to construct houses, but to erect a city wall. With a fortified wall, the safety of the tribe would be significantly enhanced. He had already conducted a thorough investigation around the cave, concluding that felling all the trees within a kilometer radius would allow construction to commence. With an ample population now at his disposal, building the city wall was no longer a daunting task. Temporary wooden shelters would suffice for housing in the interim. Chen Feng allocated 100 women to Chun Mao to assist in the brick production, aiming to boost output. Another 100 individuals were assigned to Chen Tian and Chun Mo to intensify their work efforts, while 90 boys were tasked with logging. As for the captives, they were directed to excavate the foundations for the city wall. Chen Shi, Chun Li, you are responsible for training this group of boys. Take them hunting in the mornings and logging in the afternoons to supply timber for brickmaking and ironworking. Chen Feng instructed. Yes, Chief. The two responded with a nod. Equip them all with stone axes. Delay providing iron knives for now. Those who perform well and demonstrate high loyalty will be rewarded, Chen Feng commanded. Subsequently, he approached Chun Mo and requested that she dedicate 2 hours each day to teaching them Mandarin and Chinese characters. The scale of the project Chen Feng had set forth was immense, aiming to encompass a full kilometer in size for the city he envisioned. The Hongshan tribe delivered iron ore once every half-month, providing over a ton each time, ample for Chen Feng's needs, which he could trade for food and ceramics. Chen Feng had long sought materials for cement, yet his search yielded disappointing results. having found only lime and no other materials. To achieve effects akin to cement, he resorted to using wood ash. With the extensive wood burning taking place daily, wood ash was plentiful. After numerous tests, he discovered that a mixture of lime, wood ash, river sand, and water produced results comparable to cement. The sole challenge was that the lime's source lay over 20 kilometers away, downstream along the river, posing a significant logistical endeavor. Now capable of crafting wooden planks, Chen Feng contemplated constructing a simple boat to facilitate the transportation of lime without exhausting manpower. A month later, nearly all trees within a kilometer had been felled, and the foundation had been partially laid, yet Chen Feng remained unperturbed. As long as he could complete the city wall before winter's arrival, he would be satisfied. During this month, he successfully built the first boat. In this region, there are numerous ancient trees that have stood for centuries, providing an ample supply of materials. Chen Feng ingeniously hollowed out the trees and interconnected them, thereby significantly enhancing their cargo capacity. Each hollowed tree measures approximately 1 meter in diameter and 8 meters in length. When 4 of these trees are aligned, they can collectively bear around 4 tons of cargo. Leader, the ship has lifted off, Chen Sheng exclaimed with excitement. We will eventually construct even larger vessels. However, we currently lack the necessary materials. What we are building now is the simplest form of a ship. Chen Feng replied with a smile. By the way, how are the wooden barrels and water wheels coming along? Chen Sheng inquired. We've been focused on shipbuilding and haven't had time to research the water wheels and barrels. Chen Sheng shook his head in response. Indeed, we must cultivate more talents. Otherwise, you may exhaust yourself. Chen Feng chuckled. Chen Feng arrived at a training ground, a space he had specifically designated for their use, located 2 kilometers from the tribe, on a vast plain. Leader, you've come. Chen Shi welcomed him. How have things been lately? Chen Feng asked. We have been training daily as you instructed, and they are now capable of following commands without hesitation. Chen Shi reported. How are the physical training tools and obstacles I asked you to create coming along? Chen Feng inquired. These tools were reminiscent of those he had seen in military training on television in his past life. They began their training 2 weeks ago. Chen Shi responded. Training, hunting, logging, learning the Chinese language and characters. None of these can be neglected. Chen Feng asserted. Leader, we do not require so many warriors. We only need to select the most valiant among them. It is unnecessary to train everyone. Chen Shi explained. Chen Feng suddenly realized his oversight in hastily expanding their military strength, neglecting the necessity for men in other essential roles. In that case, let us select 50 brave and loyal warriors while assigning the rest to positions they prefer. Chen Feng declared. Chen Shi, from this day forth, you shall serve as the highest commander of this unit. I appoint you as their inaugural squad leader. Subsequently, Chen Feng elaborated on the positions he had learned in his past life. Each squad leader will manage 10 individuals. Chen Feng elucidated. Understood, leader. Chen Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Thereafter, Chen Feng renamed each workshop. The blacksmith's forge became the iron department. The pottery and carpentry workshops were designated as the craft department. And Chen Shi's group was rebranded as the military department. Chen Mo's group of women transformed into the logistics department, responsible for the tribe's sustenance and living conditions. Chen Mo established 2 branches, one focusing on education, primarily aimed at newcomers and those requiring foundational knowledge of the Chinese language, characters, and numerals, while the production branch dealt with simpler tasks such as basket weaving, straw sandals, bow and arrow crafting, and logistical reserves. Leader, our tribe's population is steadily increasing. We must address housing needs promptly. Chen Mo reported. You assigned a portion of the group to go to Chunsheng and procure a batch of timber. The wood would initially be used to construct large buildings, each divided into 2 levels, accommodating 50 individuals in bunk bed arrangements. Chen Feng conveyed his thoughts to Chen Mo. While he did not wish for them to live in such cramped conditions, it was imperative to erect the city walls first. The recent expedition to Qianhu had indeed instilled some fear in others, yet there remained no guarantee against reckless tribal raids. And Chen Feng was unwilling to take such a gamble. Chapter 0. The return of Shang Lu. Another 2 months swiftly passed, and the military command ultimately decided that 50 individuals would remain, while the others were allocated to their respective preferred departments. The 40 laborers tirelessly toiled on the foundation, while Chen Feng drew additional manpower from other areas to oversee the construction of the city walls. In total, 60 individuals were assigned, comprising 30 men and 30 women. Chen Feng named this newly established group the construction department, led by a boy he had brought back the previous year, named Chunya. Not only was he the quickest learner of the Chinese language and characters, but he was also someone Chen Feng held in high regard. Hence his decision to appoint him as the leader of this team. My request is for the city walls to be 5 meters high and 6 meters wide. I hope you can complete the construction by this winter. Chen Feng stated to Chunya with a serious demeanor. Chief, I will require scaffolding and iron pulleys. This will significantly enhance our efficiency. Chunya replied with unwavering determination. That is not an issue. You can directly approach Chen Sheng and Chen Tian for that. Chen Feng responded with a smile. Rest assured, Chief, I shall fulfill this task with utmost speed. Chunya declared resolutely. Chen Feng elaborated on numerous aspects of wall construction and the monumental significance it would serve. Understanding its importance, Chunya dedicated himself to the work with unreserved effort. The entire tribe's population had been utilized to the utmost, yet manpower still seemed insufficient. Among them, the construction department bore the brunt of labor, constantly dispatched wherever needed. With scarcely a moment of respite, after 3 months away from the tribe, Shang Lu finally returned with Chun, Hu, and Chen Lang. Upon seeing their fellow tribesmen, the three were nearly moved to tears, having never been away for such an extended period. This journey had left them considerably leaner, yet their bodies had grown more robust, adorned with various scars, some deep and others faint. Chief, the four called in unison, their voices brimming with the joy and excitement of homecoming. Chen Feng gazed at the quartet before him, a look of satisfaction illuminating his face as he said, You have worked hard. Shang Lu promptly interjected, Chief, we exchanged ceramics for 300 individuals and also took in many wildlings along the way. In total, there are over 400. And where are they? Chen Feng inquired eagerly. They have all been settled by the riverside. Suddenly, so many people appeared, causing concern about potential panic within the tribe, as Shang Lu earnestly explained. Take me to see them, Chen Feng instructed. Before long, Chen Feng arrived by the riverbank, where he beheld a diverse assembly of individuals. Some lay down, some sat, and others stood. There were elderly, children, youth, and middle-aged individuals, representing an eclectic mix. Notably, a few appeared to have disabilities. However, Chen Feng did not feel anger toward Shang Lu for bringing back the elderly and disabled, as there were only 3 or 5 of them. After Shang Lu spoke at length, the crowd soon divided into 2 distinct groups. One group appeared disheveled and malnourished, comprising both young and old. The other group was relatively more orderly, consisting of over 300 individuals, predominantly young adults and women, with the latter noticeably in the majority. Chen Feng understood that this organized group must be the population exchanged for ceramics, while the other group comprised those Shang Lu had picked up along the way. Chen Li, quickly instruct Chen Mo to prepare meals so that they may all be well fed. Chen Feng commanded decisively. Upon receiving the order, Chen Li promptly turned to execute it. Shang Lu pointed to the nearby piles of beast skin bags and remarked, Those contain salt, which is a vital resource you need, Chief. Excellent work, Shang Lu. You have truly excelled. Chen Feng could not help but praise him. What is it that you desire? Speak freely. Chen Feng inquired with a smile. Chief, I have no particular wishes. My greatest desire is for the tribe to grow stronger, Shang Lu replied sincerely. In that case, once we finish this busy period, I shall reward you handsomely. Chen Feng promised with a smile. Thank you, Chief. Shang Lu responded joyfully. The arrangement of personnel is primarily managed by Chen Mo, and this instance is no exception. Aside from the military, various departments are seeking Chen Mo for assistance. Xing Yu had spent over 3 months in the Xia tribe, during which she had mastered the Chinese language and was nearing completion of her studies in Chinese characters. Chen Feng generously shared all the knowledge he possessed regarding rescue methods. Following his guidance, Xing Yu diligently conducted physical examinations on everyone and meticulously applied lime to their bodies. The children and elderly were assigned by Chun Mo to the riverbank to oversee the fishing apparatus, which was not particularly arduous work. Among these individuals, one caught Chen Feng's attention. This person stood an astonishing 3 meters tall, wielding a stick that resembled a tree trunk. Who is he? Chen Feng inquired with curiosity. He hails from the giant tribe, but his people were slaughtered, leaving him the sole survivor, Shang Lu explained slowly. He is so towering. Surely his tribe was formidable. How could they be annihilated? Chen Feng pressed on, filled with intrigue. He was reluctant to speak. Shang Lu shook his head in despair. Call him over. Chen Feng said in a calm tone. Shang Lu gestured, and the giant approached, gesturing to ask, "Are you going to chase me away?" Chen Feng responded with gestures. "Why would I chase you away? I eat too much. They do not like it." The giant gestured in explanation. "I don't care about your appetite, but you shall only heed my commands from now on." Chen Feng gestured firmly. "Really?" the giant asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chen Feng nodded without further elaboration. Shang Lu gestured, quickly thanked the leader. The giant eagerly nodded and gestured. "I will only listen to you." "Excellent. What is your name?" Chen Feng inquired. "Leader, his name is Kuei." Shang Lu interjected. "From now on, you shall take my surname and be called Chen Kuei." Chen Feng stated directly this time, without gesturing. Shang Lu explained the significance of the surname to Chen Kuei, who, upon understanding, crouched down to express his respect and heartfelt gratitude towards Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Chen Feng contemplated what kind of weapon would befit this giant, for he would soon become his personal bodyguard. As for Chen Li, Chen Feng believed he should undergo training in the military department. After Chen Feng departed with Chen Kuei, the transition between Shang Lu and Chen Mo continued smoothly. "How much can you eat in one sitting?" Chen Feng asked. 20 pounds of meat. Chen Kuei replied. "Are you strong?" Chen Feng continued his inquiry. Chen Kuei pointed at a century-old tree and gestured. "I can carry it." Chen Feng gazed at the massive tree, estimating its weight to be at least 10,000 pounds, and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, pondering how incredibly fierce this fellow was. The two then arrived at the military department. "Chen Shi, have him train with you for a month, employing the most rigorous and harsh methods." Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, leader." Chen Shi replied respectfully. Chen Feng gestured. "As long as you can endure here for a month, you shall have as much meat as you desire thereafter." Chen Kuei nodded resolutely and declared, "All right, leader, you truly do not want me to protect you anymore?" Chen Li's tone carried a hint of dejection. "You cannot always be by my side. Did you not wish to become a captain? As long as you perform adequately here, Chen Shi will provide you with the opportunity to lead a team." Chen Feng replied with a smile. "All right, I will follow the leader's guidance." Chen Li nodded. Chen Feng then left the military department alone and headed to the blacksmith department, where he found Chen Tian and said, "Craft me a set of armor." Chen Feng detailed Chen Kuei's height and weight to Chen Tian, requesting that the armor be tailored to fit him. He then described the appearance of a broad-bladed saber, asking for a 300-pound saber and two 100-pound curved blades, along with a 200-pound shield. "Leader, if we complete all of this, we will be out of iron." Chen Tian said helplessly. "Has the Hongshan tribe not delivered iron?" Chen Feng inquired. "They have, but our consumption is simply too great. The axe is for tree felling. The multifunctional military shovels and various tools and nails are all being produced incessantly," Chen Tian explained with a hint of exasperation. "I shall find a solution," Chen Feng replied. Resigned. Chapter 0. Division of Departments. Currently, only Chen Feng enjoys the privilege of cooking with an iron pot, primarily because iron is a rare commodity in this era, predominantly allocated for the tribe's construction needs. Food prepared this way is truly delectable, Xingyue exclaimed, her face aglow with delight. "Without spices, it would be even better." Chen Feng responded with a smile. Chen Feng meticulously adjusted the tribe's population and department divisions, carefully delineating several sectors and rationally allocating personnel. The blacksmith department, overseen by Chen Tian, comprises 20 individuals. The carpenter department, led by Chen Sheng, boasts 30 members. The logistics department, under Chen Mo's leadership, encompasses 100 personnel. The construction department, guided by Chen Ye, is the largest with 300 members. Chen Sheng's lumber department commands 90 workers. The engineering department, managed by Chen Mao, includes 150 individuals. The military department, led by Chen Shi, consists of 60 members. The commerce department, directed by Shang Lu, has 4 staff. The transportation department, under Chen Shu, leads 40 personnel. The medical department, managed by Xingyue, consists of 3 members. The slave department, overseen by Chen Yu, manages 40 individuals. Regardless of gender, Chen Feng ensured that everyone was appropriately assigned to their respective departments to maximize their contributions. Among these, the construction department is of utmost importance and currently the focal point of labor, with a significant concentration of personnel. However, despite the substantial workforce, the actual labor still feels insufficient for the demands of house construction. To ensure a steady supply of iron ore and lime, Chen Feng established a transportation department. In the blink of an eye, 3 months of spring have elapsed, and Chun Feng is preparing to venture out for exploration. The search for rice is imperative, as is the quest for coal, which is of paramount importance. Leader, the iron armor and weapons have been completed, Chen Tian announced. Chen Kuei, give it a try? If anything feels amiss, we can make adjustments. Chen Feng smiled. At this moment, Chen Kuei is markedly different from when he first arrived at the tribe. After a month of rigorous training, he has undergone a remarkable transformation. Moreover, Chen Feng has discovered that Chen Kuei's strength is approximately 20,000 pounds, rather than the previously assumed 10,000 pounds. Clad in iron armor, wielding a shield and carrying 2 curved sabers on his back, with a foreign knife in one hand. Chen Kuei exclaimed with enthusiasm, Leader, I truly like this equipment. Chen Feng nodded, as long as you like it. As for the livestock, the cattle are securely managed with the nose rings crafted by Chen Feng. The sheep are meticulously cared for by Chen Mo, and the horses are entrusted entirely to Chen Shi to learn the art of riding. Chen Feng also crafted a set of 3 essential items, enabling them to better harness the advantages of horseback riding. The oxen were assigned to the labor of hauling bricks and constructing walls, moving wherever needed. With the introduction of ox-drawn carts, their efficiency doubled in an instant. For the current summer tribe, food was no longer a formidable challenge. The surrounding 100 miles had transformed into a hunting ground for the tribe, and with superior equipment, they could hunt any animal in sight. Once fearsome wild boars were now relentlessly pursued, and the once dreaded wolf packs could now be confronted head-on. All these transformations were attributed to Chen Feng, who had garnered immense admiration from the entire tribe and every sector within it. This included the newly arrived members, who were grateful to Chen Feng for ensuring their bellies were full. However, the day would inevitably come when animals would be hunted to extinction. Thus, Chen Feng's quest for seeds had become an urgent priority. Chen Mo, is Chen Kuei's bow ready? Chen Feng inquired. Chief, his bow is completed. Chen Mo responded. Chen Feng gazed at the bow, which measured 2 meters in length, with arrows extending 1.5 meters, distinctly different from those used by him and his companions. It was akin to a walking crossbow. Give it a try. Does it feel comfortable? Chen Feng asked. Chen Kuei pulled back a few times, grinning. I could draw this 50 times. It won't matter how many times you draw it. I've only prepared 20 arrows for you. Chen Feng chuckled. It wasn't that Chen Feng was unwilling to provide more, but rather that Chen Kuei was already burdened with too much. For Chen Feng, Chen Kuei was already armed to the teeth. Chief, everyone has assembled, reported Chen Shi. Before departing, Chen Feng intended to address the crowd, aiming to strengthen the tribe's cohesion. So he instructed Chen Shi to gather everyone. As Chen Feng stood atop the city wall, Chen Shi led the crowd in chanting, Chief, Chief. The others followed suit, echoing his calls, and the resounding cries of Chief reverberated throughout the tribe. Chen Feng raised his hand, signaling for silence. Greetings, my people. Chen Feng began. Greetings, Chief. The crowd responded in unison. From the moment you arrived at the summer tribe, you became my people, my family. I promise that you will have enough to eat every day, shielded from the elements, without fear of abandonment or being treated as mere reserves. In the future, you shall become the fiercest warriors of the summer tribe and the happiest women. Chen Feng passionately spoke for half an hour atop the city wall, and the audience listened intently, many witnessing Chen Feng in such clarity for the first time. In the days to come, the summer tribe will depend on my people, you, to forge a beautiful life. As Chen Feng concluded his speech, the crowd erupted in cheers below. Following closely behind, Xingyue asked, Are you truly leaving? Chen Feng nodded and replied, Indeed, some matters necessitate a personal visit. When shall we depart? Xingyue inquired. We shall set off tomorrow. Chen Feng responded. Will you come find me tonight? Xingyue whispered. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively, certainly. After Xingyue departed, Chen Feng wandered through the tribe. The 4 two-story wooden houses had been completed, accommodating 400 individuals, serving as communal housing. Construction work continued in the background. Chen Feng was not particularly concerned about these temporary lodgings. He approached the newly erected city wall and instructed Chen Shi, excavate a trench 5 meters deep and 5 meters wide beneath the wall. Yes, Chief. Chen Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Once I leave, I entrust all matters of the tribe to your care. Chen Feng directed. Chief, how long will you be away this time? Chen Shi asked. It may be quite some time. I am uncertain of the location of the item I seek. Chen Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. If the item proves elusive, you might consider consulting Shanglu. Chen Shi suggested. Oh, has Shanglu not departed yet? Chen Feng queried, having paid little attention to his whereabouts since his last return. No, he mentioned he wished to spend time with his family, Chen Shi clarified. Very well. Gather all the department heads tonight. I shall convene a meeting, Chen Feng commanded. Chen Feng and Chen Kuei arrived at the military camp, where a group was fervently engaged in training. Chun Li and Chun Yi were diligently instructing the others. Chief, are you preparing to leave? Chun Li asked. We set off tomorrow. Chen Feng smiled. Take me with you. Chun Li implored. You have vital responsibilities here. You cannot leave. Chen Feng replied calmly. What responsibilities? Chun Li pressed. To protect the tribe, Chen Feng declared succinctly. Upon hearing this, Chun Li fell silent, understanding the weight of Chun Feng's words. For his wife and children were also in the tribe. Chun Feng traversed each department, observing their orderly and industrious efforts, with not a single individual shirking their duties. A sense of gratification and contentment welled within him. After all, in such times of scarcity and hunger, those willing to provide sustenance without venturing into the dangers of the hunt would not be inclined to idleness. They were all striving for the prosperity of the tribe. Chapter 0. Preparations before departure. As the sun began its descent in the afternoon, Chen Shi arrived at the cave accompanied by a group of key personnel. Chen Feng observed the genuine and heartfelt smiles adorning each face. All right, everyone, please take a seat on the ground, Chen Feng said with a smile. The group settled down, their eyes fixed attentively upon Chen Feng, patiently awaiting his words. Chen Feng spoke slowly. As you all know, I must embark on a journey, and I appreciate your concern for my safety. However, it is imperative that I go. I seek to find a source of sustenance that will ensure we are never in want of food. The group had heard of this food before, but had never laid eyes upon it. Chen Feng's mention rekindled their hopes. Chen Feng continued. The timing of our return remains uncertain, so we must allocate subsequent tasks among everyone. This year, our primary focus will be the construction of the city walls, the moat, and the housing within the city. This is something we all understand clearly. Future work will essentially revolve around these three aspects. The carpentry department, logistics department, lumber department, engineering department, and transportation department must collaborate closely to ensure the completion of all tasks within this year. The heads of the various departments collectively stood up, resolutely assuring, Leader, we will undoubtedly fulfill our responsibilities. Select some skilled craftsmen from the construction team to commence the housing project. I have already briefed you on the construction methods. Please create a prototype first, and if it proves satisfactory, replicate it. Chen Feng instructed earnestly. Understood, Leader. Chen Yi stood up, solemnly affirming. Chen Mao, you must expedite the brick production. If expansion is necessary, proceed with it. I have assigned over 100 individuals to assist you. Do not let me down. Chen Feng specifically addressed him. Yes, Leader. Chen Mao nodded in response. Chen Shi, your role is the most critical, as the survival of our entire tribe hinges upon your department. You may broaden the scope for hunting, should you encounter an unwise tribe. Either annihilate or assimilate them as you see fit. Chen Feng specified. Yes, Leader. Chen Shi nodded in agreement. I will not name every department individually. All of you must rally around the construction department to aid them in completing their tasks expeditiously. Chen Feng declared. Yes, Leader. The assembly responded in unison. Very well. Return to your duties, Chen Feng said with a smile. Shang Lu, remain. Upon hearing his name, Shang Lu turned and approached Chen Feng once more. Leader, he inquired. Is there something you wish to discuss? Chen Feng smiled. Have you ever encountered any edible items, aside from fruits? Shang Lu pondered for a moment before asking. What is it that the leader seeks? Could you describe it? Having spent considerable time in the tribe, Shang Lu had gained some understanding of Chen Feng. The things he articulated rarely aligned with Chen Feng's expressions, and though they sometimes differed in form, they might indeed be what Chen Feng desired. Chen Feng recounted in detail the rice he had discovered from the carcasses of birds during his last outing. I haven't seen the items you mentioned, but I did encounter something similar in the rock tribe. Shang Lu replied. Oh, where's that tribe located? Chen Feng asked eagerly. Shang Lu meticulously traced a route in the dirt with a stone, explaining, although it is not far from us, we must cross a large river. The rock tribe lies directly across the riverbank. Chen Feng found himself in a quandary, as the river spanned over 20 meters in width, with swift currents that no ordinary small boat could navigate. By the way, how did you manage to cross? Chen Feng inquired. I traveled westward, where there is a mountain. I crossed from the summit. Shang Lu answered. The distance is approximately over 1,000 kilometers, according to our tribe's measurements. Shang Lu added. Damn. Isn't this nearly 3,000 kilometers? Chen Feng couldn't help but curse. Chief, is that the food you mentioned? Shang Lu inquired. Chen Feng nodded, affirming, indeed. Chief, in a few days, I too shall venture out to trade with other tribes. I desire an ox cart. Shang Lu expressed. That is not an issue. This time, bring more items, or perhaps you may exchange for manpower. However, some valuable information can also be bartered. Chen Feng replied. Yes, Chief. Shang Lu responded joyously. After Shang Lu departed, only Chen Feng, Xingyue, and her two companions remained in the cave. Xingyue gently linked her arm with Chen Feng's, saying softly, You must return safely this time. Yes, I will. Chen Feng nodded. Here, take this hemostatic powder and the anti-inflammatory and analgesic pills I made with herbs. Xingyue whispered. Previously, she required fresh herbs to heal, but after Chen Feng enlightened her on various methods of preserving herbs or creating pills, she was inspired with new ideas. You are progressing swiftly, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. In the future, when time permits, I shall tell you about the human skeleton and how to realign bones. Xingyue nodded. In truth, Chen Feng found it difficult to articulate his feelings towards Xingyue. Neither could he dismiss them as mere platonic sentiments. It was simply that they had not yet grown intimately familiar with one another. That evening, Xingyue set up a tent, awaiting Chen Feng's arrival. However, he did not come. In both his past life and this one, Chen Feng had never engaged in intimate contact with a woman. It was not that he was ignorant of matters between men and women. After all, the vast troves of information he had absorbed were not without purpose. The crux of the matter was that Chen Feng did not wish to produce any sound within the tent that might attract the attention of others. Before dawn the next day, Chen Feng, along with Chun Kuei and Chi Hu, stealthily departed from the Xia tribe. Chi Hu, already outside, discovered them as they attempted to leave, and could not be dissuaded, so they had no choice but to bring him along. The trio, with only some jerky and salt, along with their essential gear, brought nothing else. Chief, is it permissible to bring him along? Chun Kuei queried. Upon hearing Chun Kuei's words, Chi Hu let out a fierce roar. See, he possesses intelligence. Chen Feng chuckled. The three journeyed westward. Chen Feng carried a dagger, a knife, and a bow, while Chun Kuei was outfitted to the teeth with his gear. They foraged along the way, consuming whatever they encountered. Chun Kuei hunted while practicing archery, and Chi Hu occasionally caught wild chickens, rabbits, and snakes. Combined, Chi Hu and Chun Kuei could consume approximately 70 pounds of meat in a single meal, while Chen Feng consumed 3 to 5 pounds, with Chi Hu eating the most. After 3 days and nights of travel, they arrived at a great mountain. Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement as he gazed upon the mountain, for it was indeed the coal mine that Shang Lu had spoken of, albeit too far from the tribe. The trio pressed on, crossing the mountain until they came upon a small river. Chief, there are people ahead, Chen Kuei alerted. Chi Hu let out a roar in a certain direction. Chen Feng gazed into the distance, where a dozen individuals stood, their eyes fixed upon him and his companions. Chief, there must be a tribe nearby, Chen Kuei remarked. Indeed, let us investigate. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, as Chen Feng approached within 5 or 6 meters, he was struck by a stone thrown by them. Chen Feng understood this was a warning, a signal for him not to draw closer. He gestured. We are merely passing through and shall depart shortly. The individuals across from him responded affirmatively, understood. They subsequently cleared a path, allowing Chen Feng and his group to proceed. Upon catching sight of the saber-toothed tiger, they instinctively recoiled a few steps. The trio, comprising 2 men and a tiger, traversed past them and continued westward. 5 days later, they encountered a mountain, grander than the one they had previously crossed. The three ascended the mountain leisurely, and after a day's journey beyond it, they beheld yet another imposing mountain, the key to crossing the great river. 4 days later, they arrived at the foot of this mountain. Chief, crossing this mountain will bring us to the other side of the river, Chen Kuei declared. Chapter 0. The impulsive Chun Kuei. As the two approached the mountain range, they were astonished to discover numerous human skeletons strewn upon the ground. Chief, this is the work of the cannibal tribe, Chen Kuei exclaimed. How can you ascertain they are the cannibals? Chen Feng inquired, puzzled. The cannibals leave behind the skulls after devouring their victims. These remains lack heads, only bodies. Chen Kuei's expression grew grave. Have you encountered the cannibals before? Chen Feng asked. Indeed, my kin were slaughtered, and they were complicit. Chen Kuei's tone was flat, yet his eyes betrayed a profound hatred. This animosity was not a fleeting impulse, but a resolute desire to annihilate them completely. He had attempted to seek vengeance multiple times, but had reluctantly abandoned his efforts due to the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. Chief, they must have departed only a few days ago, Chen Kuei stated. Can you discern the direction they headed? Chen Feng queried. Across the river, Chen Kuei replied. These cannibals always venture out with no fewer than 50 individuals, and they leave markers. Chen Kuei continued. Oh, what kind of markers? Chen Feng asked, intrigued. Human heads. Chen Kuei pointed to a nearby stone where a head lay, indicating, the back of the skull is oriented in that direction. They have gone that way. It seems you have tracked them closely, Chen Feng remarked. Indeed, Chen Kuei affirmed. The two, accompanied by the saber-toothed tiger, began their ascent, taking an entire day to cross the great river. The opposite bank still presented a landscape of undulating mountains, with many peaks connected in a continuous chain. Chief, this mountain harbors a deep cave, Chen Kuei informed him. As Chen Feng approached the cave entrance, he was immediately struck by a chilling draft emanating from within. Chief, there is a considerable amount of a white substance on the stone walls. Chen Feng scraped a small piece with his hand, bringing it to his nose to sniff, and was instantly petrified. Damn it, this is nitrate, Chen Feng exclaimed. Chen Kuei could sense Chen Feng's palpable excitement and stood quietly, observing him. After Chen Feng's initial excitement subsided, he remarked, let us proceed. We have more pressing matters to attend to. It was not that Chen Feng was disinterested in taking the nitrate with him, but rather that he lacked the necessary tools. Moreover, at this juncture, nitrate did not hold the utmost importance for him. Although gunpowder possessed formidable power, Chen Feng was reluctant to utilize it now, considering his current strength was already quite formidable. Along the way, he had indeed come across valuable items, such as gold and copper ore, yet these treasures held no practical value for him at present. The most critical task at this moment was to ensure that the tribe was well fed. The pursuit of food took precedence above all else. Chief, ahead lies an expanse of forest, Chen Kuei announced. Chen Feng gazed at the seemingly endless woods and replied nonchalantly, let us go. Upon entering the forest, darkness enveloped them, as the sunlight could hardly penetrate the thick canopy. The toothed tiger would occasionally emit a few calls, seemingly to ward off unseen threats. Chen Kuei cautiously led the way, with Chen Feng following closely behind, pondering how Shang Lu had navigated this path. At that moment, the toothed tiger suddenly darted off in a particular direction. Without hesitation, Chen Feng followed suit. Before long, the toothed tiger halted beneath a tree, crouching silently. Upon catching up to the toothed tiger, Chen Feng noticed a corpse nearby, evidently deceased not long ago. Chen Kuei, there must be a tribe nearby, Chen Feng asserted, reasoning that primitive people tended to live communally. Thus a tribe was likely in the vicinity. He turned to the toothed tiger and inquired, can you locate its tribe? Believing that dogs could track scents, he assumed the toothed tiger could do the same. The toothed tiger rose, circled the corpse a few times, and then sprinted southward. Chen Feng and Chen Kuei closely followed. After running approximately 3 kilometers, the toothed tiger suddenly stopped and lay down, motionless. As Chen Feng approached, he heard a cacophony of sounds. He too crouched down, peering in the direction of the noise. Following the sound, Chen Feng discerned a group of people gathered around a fire, chattering animatedly. Over the fire, a person was skewered on a wooden stick, already roasted to perfection. Nearby, several individuals were bound. Chief, it's a cannibal tribe, Chen Kuei exclaimed. For the first time, Chen Feng witnessed such a scene and found it almost unbearable, remaining silent for a long while. Sensing Chen Feng's discomfort, Chen Kuei refrained from further commentary, patiently allowing him to regain his composure. Chen Feng's gaze remained fixed on the people ahead, his heart churning with tumultuous emotions, utterly unable to accept the horrific reality before him. After the cannibals removed the corpse from the fire, it was revealed to be charred on the outside, yet tender within. The cannibals struck it with stones, dividing it into several pieces. Those damned cannibals! Chen Feng could not help but curse. Had he known, he would have brought more people. Chief, with my formidable equipment, I could easily slay them, Chen Kuei remarked nonchalantly. There are too many of them, Chen Feng replied. It wasn't fear that gripped Chen Feng, but rather uncertainty regarding the enemy's combat capabilities. He noticed that the cannibals wielded sharpened wooden sticks, distinctly different from those of other tribes. Fall back, Chen Feng commanded. Chen Kuei regarded Chen Feng with a disdainful gaze, shaking his head. Chief, are you afraid? The look unsettled Chen Feng. But he knew that this was not the time for such concerns. Escaping was paramount. Chen Kuei, we must leave. Now is not the moment. Chen Feng insisted. Chen Kuei wished to protest again, but he realized Chen Feng had already begun to withdraw, leaving him feeling disgruntled. He turned and charged towards the cannibals instead. Chen Feng, unable to stop him, mounted his saber-toothed tiger and drew his bow in preparation for an attack. In a mere minute, Chen Kuei closed the distance of hundreds of meters, unsheathing his blade and cleaving one of the cannibals in two. After retracting his weapon, he swung it again, plunging into the throng of cannibals as if they were mere shadows. With each swing, a cannibal fell, as if he were slicing through vegetables. As Chen Feng approached the cannibals, he realized Chen Kuei was already engaged in close combat. Reluctantly abandoning his bow, he drew the knife from his back and charged alongside his tiger. The cannibals, reacting belatedly, scrambled up trees, hurling stones at Chen Kuei and Chen Feng, while others launched sharpened sticks in their direction. Chen Feng was caught off guard, wounding his left shoulder with a sharpened stick. The saber-toothed tiger shielded Chen Feng, helping him take cover behind a tree. Chen Kuei raised his shield and struck at the cannibals who had yet to climb. Upon noticing Chen Feng hiding behind the tree, nursing his shoulder wound, he rushed over. Chief, are you all right? Chen Kuei inquired. You great oaf, couldn't you have waited until nightfall to act stealthily? Now that they're all in the trees, how can we kill them? Chen Feng rebuked. Chen Kuei bowed his head in silence, mistakenly believing Chen Feng was afraid, unaware that Chen Feng had already devised a strategy and was not afraid of the cannibals. Chen Feng looked up at the cannibals in the trees. Although they were weaponless, they were tearing off branches, poised to attack at any moment. There were still more than 20 of them left. Chen Feng was not concerned about their numbers, his injury. However, complicated matters. He applied a clotting medicine to his wound, noting that it was not severe. We must retreat, otherwise, they will not come down, he declared. Chen Kuei, untie those who are bound and lead them away with us. Chen Feng's actions were not born from mercy, but rather a strategic opportunity to annihilate the cannibalistic tribe. The cannibals perched in the trees cried out in dismay as they witnessed their prey being spirited away. Chen Feng, unable to comprehend their utterances and indifferent to their plight, rode away on his saber-toothed tiger. Accompanying him was Chen Kuei, who led a dozen individuals bound by the cannibals, following Chen Feng back. Upon returning to the site where the bodies had been discovered, the rescued individuals rushed to the corpses and wept openly. What are they doing? Chen Feng inquired of Chen Kuei. They are mourning their leader, Chen Kuei explained. Earlier on the road, Chen Kuei had communicated with them, gleaning some pertinent information. Oh, I see, Chen Feng nodded. They belong to the Crescent Moon tribe, comprising over 70 members. 7 days ago, they were suddenly ambushed by the cannibals, resulting in the slaughter and consumption of most of their tribe. Do you possess extensive knowledge about the cannibals? Chen Feng asked. Chen Kuei nodded affirmatively. Indeed. From whence do they hail? Do you know the location of their tribe? Chen Feng pressed on. Chen Kuei shook his head. I do not know. Each time I attempt to trail them, I am discovered and pursued, forcing me to abandon the effort. However, they are likely situated to the northwest. Indeed, Chen Feng acknowledged. That should be quite far from us, I presume. Very far. On one occasion, I tracked them for over a month before I was finally detected in a plane. Chen Kuei recounted. Well, distance is preferable. They will not threaten our tribe for the time being, Chen Feng remarked. Chen Kuei, vengeance is a possibility, and I assure you, you shall have your retribution, but you must not act impulsively as you did earlier. Chen Kuei nodded earnestly. Yes, leader. As long as I can avenge my kin, I shall never err again. Go and find some food nearby. We need to replenish our strength, Chen Feng instructed. After Chen Kuei departed, one of the rescued individuals approached Chen Feng and knelt, gesturing with gratitude. Thank you, leader, for saving us. Please, take us in. Understanding the gesture, Chen Feng responded. I can shelter you, but what can you offer in return? With that, he produced a handful of a white-skinned substance from his animal hide garment, peeled it back, and began to eat the contents. He then offered it to Chen Feng, indicating he should partake. As Chen Feng chewed, a familiar flavor flooded his senses. Peanuts, he thought, the words emerging in his mind. Yet, something felt amiss. These peanuts appeared somewhat larger than those he remembered from his past life. After some contemplation, Chen Feng realized that everything here was larger than on Earth, and thus, a slightly larger peanut was inconsequential. Do you know where to find this? Chen Feng gestured. The individual shook his head and gestured. We cultivate this. Do you have seeds? Chen Feng inquired. The individual continued to gesture. The tribe possesses many. Thus, after an extensive exchange, Chen Feng learned that the individual was named Yu and was responsible for agriculture within the tribe, with peanuts being their staple food. Chen Kuei captured an animal that resembled neither a cow nor a pig and brought it back. What is this creature? Chen Feng inquired. This is a foolish pig. Enough to feed all of us. Chen Kuei responded. Oh, a foolish pig? Chen Feng had never encountered this species before. This animal appears rather simple-minded. It can only use its pointed horns to charge around aimlessly, hence the name foolish pig, Chen Kuei explained. Chen Feng observed the creature for a while, noting that it possessed horns, a pig's snout and body, and a trunk reminiscent of an elephant, albeit much shorter, measuring merely a few inches. After everyone had their fill, night had fallen. Chen Feng instructed them to find sturdy sticks and sharpen them, then take cover in the trees. Chen Feng, along with Chen Kuei and the toothed tiger, feigned sleep beside the campfire. Soon after, Chen Feng sensed movement in the surroundings. Suddenly, a barrage of stones came hurtling towards them from all directions. Chen Kuei sprang to his feet, raising his shield above his head to shield himself from the flying projectiles. The air was filled with the cacophony of stones colliding with iron. Before long, the clamor subsided, replaced by the sound of roaring. The cannibals, wielding sharpened sticks, charged at Chen Feng and Chen Kuei. Just as I anticipated, Chen Feng remarked, spotting over 20 cannibals. Chief, protect yourself. I will take them down. Chen Kuei discarded his dagger and unsheathed a curved blade, one in each hand, rushing towards the assailants. Chen Feng faced his own challenge. As 2 or 3 adversaries surrounded him, the toothed tiger pounced on one, sinking its teeth into him. Chen Feng drew his dagger, facing off against the remaining foes. One of them lunged at him with a wooden stick. Chen Feng sidestepped, and with a swift motion, placed his dagger against the man's throat, slicing it gently. He fell to the ground, motionless. Another, witnessing the swift demise of his companion, turned and fled. Chen Feng shouted to the toothed tiger, "Go kill him. Do not let him escape." The toothed tiger abandoned its prey and dashed after the fleeing figure. On Chen Kuei's side, it was a one-sided massacre. Clad in iron armor, wielding dual blades, he dispatched one foe after another without fail. Chen Feng regarded Chen Kuei as a god of war, effortlessly overpowering the cannibals. The remaining 5 or 6, thoroughly terrified, sought to flee. Chen Kuei sheathed his curved blade, drew his bow, and aimed at the escaping individuals. With each pull of the bowstring, one more fell. The arrows whistled through the air as they were released. Alas, he was the last of his tribe. If only he had an army like this, he pondered. He could stride unchallenged. Seeing the cannibals either dead or incapacitated, those hiding in the trees began to descend, delivering finishing blows to the wounded. And some even struck the corpses. Once Chen Kuei had eliminated the last of the adversaries, he approached Chen Feng, his body drenched in blood, all of it belonging to the cannibals. Go wash yourself by the river, Chen Feng instructed. Yes, chief, Chen Kuei replied. Chen Kuei's attitude towards Chen Feng shifted once more, bringing a sense of comfort to Chen Feng's heart. The toothed tiger returned to Chen Feng's side, clutching a lifeless body in its jaws. Upon seeing the corpse, Chen Feng exclaimed, "What purpose does it serve to bring back the dead?" The toothed tiger began to lick the body, and in an instant, Chen Feng understood its intention. It desired to feast upon the remains. Chen Feng did not refuse. He simply remarked, "No eating of humans without my consent." The toothed tiger nestled beside Chen Feng, expressing its agreement. Subsequently, it carried the corpse to a secluded spot to indulge in its meal. The next day, Chen Feng accompanied Yu and the others to their tribe, only to discover the ground littered with scattered human bones. Once you have laid your kin to rest, we shall depart, Chen Feng suggested. Yu nodded and began to busy the tribe with the solemn task. Chen Kuei observed the scene with discomfort, perhaps reminded of how his own kin had met their demise. He turned away to find a solitary place to sit and fell into a reverie. Chen Feng reclined against the toothed tiger, gazing silently at the sky. This encounter with the cannibal tribe had made Chen Feng acutely aware that they must be vigilant not only against other tribes, but also against cannibals and formidable beasts, and perhaps even unknown dangers. The ordeal with the cannibal tribe had also illuminated for Chen Feng the necessity of increasing the size of their forces. If they were to face several hundred adversaries at once, Even fortified walls would not guarantee their safety. Chapter 0. The Vanguard Tribe. After you laid the tribe's deceased to rest, he guided Qinfeng to a vast plain. The landscape was adorned with lush green peanuts, creating a verdant sea as far as the eye could see. Qinfeng realized that these were not meticulously cultivated. Rather, the seeds had been scattered haphazardly, relying on nature's bounty for growth. Even so, Qinfeng admired their wisdom. At least they understood the importance of agriculture and the means to extract sustenance from the earth. Qin gestured, indicating that they should gather some seeds. Yu nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed, chief." By midday, they arrived at the confluence of towering mountains and a great river. Qinfeng decided it was best not to lead them further, but to send the toothed tiger back with them to the tribe. "Toothed tiger, you shall escort them back," Qinfeng commanded. The toothed tiger let out a reluctant roar. Qinfeng gently patted its head, saying, "They are important too." With its head lowered, the toothed tiger approached Yu, indicating its compliance. After Yu's departure, Qinfeng and Qin Kuei resumed their journey. Along the way, Qinfeng encountered numerous unfamiliar flora and fauna. "Chief, this tree exudes a white liquid. I wonder what it is," Qin Kuei pointed out. Qinfeng observed the flowing white substance, uncertain whether it was the sap of a rubber tree. "Do you recognize it?" Qin Kuei inquired, noticing Qinfeng's intense focus. "I am not certain. Perhaps we shall investigate it further in due time," Qinfeng replied, shaking his head. 3 days later, the two finally emerged from the dark forest, revealing before them two white hills, not particularly lofty. "Is this the Gypsum Mountain?" Qinfeng gazed incredulously at the two pale elevations. "What Gypsum Mountain? This is merely stone," Qin Kuei inquired. After several confirmations, Qinfeng was convinced this was indeed Gypsum Mountain. "This is a valuable resource, though currently of no use to us." The expanse of Gypsum Mountain was vast, and they traversed for an entire day without finding an exit. "Let us rest here for the night," Qinfeng remarked with resignation. "Leader, look, there is something enormous flying in the sky," Qin Kuei suddenly exclaimed. Following Qin Kuei's gaze, Qinfeng was astonished to see a colossal creature soaring above. Upon closer inspection, he discerned it was not a bird but resembled a flying squirrel. "How can it be so large?" Qinfeng gasped in disbelief. Watching the roughly 1-meter-long flying squirrel gliding through the air, its massive form enough to astonish anyone. "Bring it down," Qinfeng commanded. "Understood." Qin Kuei nodded. He then aimed his bow and released the arrow. Whoosh! The flying squirrel plummeted to the ground several hundred meters away. Not long after, Qin Kuei returned, shouldering the flying squirrel. "Leader, there isn't much meat on this creature," he reported. "Very well, let us process it quickly," Qinfeng replied nonchalantly. He had merely wished to observe the 1-meter flying squirrel, only to discover that its size was the only remarkable feature, with no other significant differences. The following day, as Qinfeng emerged from the tent, he spotted Qin Kuei returning to their makeshift camp, carrying a deer weighing around 100 pounds. The deer, a species related to the elk, was not particularly large. "This is a fine catch," Qinfeng exclaimed with a smile. "Leader, there are many deer here," Qin Kuei remarked cheerfully. "Indeed, the resources here are quite abundant," Qinfeng responded, "far richer than what we have back home. There must be no tribes nearby, otherwise there wouldn't be so many deer," Qin Kuei speculated. Qinfeng nodded in agreement with his assessment. After having breakfast, they wrapped the remaining deer meat in animal skins and continued their journey. After half a day's travel, they finally exited Gypsum Mountain and beheld an uninterrupted range of mountains. "Leader, this mountain could lead us back to the other side. Why did we not notice it before?" Qin Kuei pointed to a mountain with a river. "This mountain is too steep. We could not have crossed it then, especially with the saber-toothed tiger in tow," Qinfeng explained. "True," Qin Kuei nodded in acknowledgement. "Leader, ahead lies only mountains." "Not necessarily. If we follow the great river, we should encounter more than just mountains," Qinfeng countered. "Let us hope so," Qin Kuei agreed. Climbing mountains was quite exhausting, and Qin Kuei was reluctant to do so. As they walked, they diligently recorded the terrain. After scaling a significant peak, they indeed discovered, as Qinfeng had predicted, that beyond the mountains lay a vast forest. "Leader, it truly is but a solitary mountain, situated in the southern expanse," Qin Kuei exclaimed with delight. "There lies a tribe ahead." Qinfeng glanced over and indeed spotted a tribe, where the inhabitants were kindling a fire to roast meat. "Let us approach and take a look," Qinfeng suggested with a smile. As the two men drew closer to the tribe, They were promptly encircled by a group of individuals who gestured. Which tribe do you belong to? What brings you to our community? Chun Feng surveyed the dozen or so persons brandishing sharpened wooden sticks and began to harbor doubts about whether they were cannibals. Chen Kuei, perceiving Chun Feng's apprehension, shook his head and remarked, "Leader, cannibals would not engage with us in such a manner." Chun Feng gestured towards the foremost man, indicating, "We seek to travel upstream to the great river in search of something." The man, the tribe's most formidable warrior known as Zhu, and the leader named Meng, communicated with Chun Feng, revealing that their tribe was called the Vanguard Tribe, comprising over 100 members. "Do you know Karu?" Zhu gestured. "No, he now goes by Shanglu." Chun Feng replied, "He is of my tribe." "Oh, he has actually joined your tribe." Zhu responded incredulously. Chun Feng nodded, "Indeed. We have come to find the Shurian tribe. The Shurian tribe belongs to a larger confederation and is easy to locate." Zhu stated, However what?" Chun Feng prompted. "They frequently raid tribes like ours." Zhu explained. "How many members does their tribe possess?" Chun Feng inquired. 20 times more than ours." Zhu gestured. Chun Feng had confirmed that they undoubtedly cultivated rice, as relying solely on hunting could not sustain such a multitude. "Do you have rice?" Chun Feng gestured. Zhu, observing Chun Feng's gestures, replied, "No. Only the Shurian tribe possesses it." It turned out they had rice as well, but the Shurian tribe was too powerful, possessing limited arable land, and thus began to frantically seize ours. "When did they start cultivating it?" Chun Feng asked. "Last year," Zhu answered. Thus, it seemed they had only recently discovered rice cultivation. Chun Feng chuckled. While the two conversed, a young woman approached, speaking softly. "Who are you?" Zhu called out to her, "Leader." Chun Feng observed the young woman, who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. To attain leadership at such a young age, Chun Feng marveled inwardly. Chun Feng gestured. "I am the leader of the Xia tribe, here to seek rice seeds." Meng, the female leader, frowned and gestured. "It is difficult. They are formidable. How can we know unless we try?" Chun Feng gestured back. Meng regarded Chun Feng and Chun Kuei's weaponry with keen interest, yearning to touch them, but was met with Chun Kuei's refusal. "You are quite powerful." Meng gestured. Chun Feng replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, we are indeed formidable." He felt no guilt in proclaiming this, for the current strength of the Xia tribe was not something to be trifled with lightly. Chapter 0. Departure to the Shurian tribe in the dead of night. All was silent. Outside their tribe, Chun Feng set up a tent to prepare for rest. Meng brought some fruits, which resembled pears but were the size of watermelons. Chun Feng took out his dagger, sliced one in half, and shared it with Chun Kuei. Upon taking a bite, he was greeted by a burst of sweet, succulent flesh. "This is a delightful treat," Chun Feng exclaimed. Meng was taken aback by the sharpness of Chun Feng's dagger, staring at the neat cut for quite some time. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure and gestured. "May I see that?" Chun Feng casually tossed the dagger, which landed steadily before Meng. As she picked it up and was about to draw it across her arm, Chun Feng swiftly stood up and called out, "A dagger should not be used that way." In a flash, he grasped Meng's hand that held the dagger, halting her movement. It was Meng's first experience being touched by a man, and instinctively, she wanted to pull away. However, upon seeing Chun Feng's face, she abandoned the thought. While Chun Feng was not conventionally handsome, his physique was muscular and robust, albeit with somewhat dark skin. Releasing her hand, he gestured, "This knife should not be held like that, nor used in such a manner." With patience, Chun Feng taught Meng the proper way to wield the dagger. Inside, Meng felt a mix of joy and sorrow. The initial joy stemmed from her admiration for this man, while the sorrow arose from her position as a leader, which precluded her from marrying someone from another tribe. "Can you give this to me?" Meng gestured. Chun Feng observed her, her raven-black hair, her large double-lidded eyes, and skin akin to the stars. She was indeed a beauty. It would be advantageous to incorporate their tribe, especially since they possess agricultural knowledge. Chun Feng contemplated internally. He recognized his limitations regarding agriculture and acknowledged the necessity for skilled individuals in that area. To expect her to bring her tribe along immediately was unrealistic. It was better to first cultivate their relationship. "I can give it to you." Chun Feng finally decided to gesture affirmatively. "Really?" Meng expressed her surprise through gestures. Chun Feng smiled and nodded. Suddenly, Meng lunged towards him, planting a kiss on his cheek before joyfully scampering back to her tribe with the dagger. "Chief, she likes you," Chun Kuei remarked from the side. "A kiss equates to affection?" Chun Feng replied with a hint of skepticism. "Indeed, A female chief is unlike ordinary women. A kiss from her signifies recognition, Chen Kuei explained. However, as she is a leader, to be with her, you must join her tribe. Oh, is that a rule? Chen Feng inquired with curiosity. Yes, but given the chief's strength, she should be able to win her over and unite their tribe. Chen Kuei chuckled. I find you increasingly irreverent. Chen Feng laughed. Spending time with the chief has taught me many undesirable habits. Chen Kuei retorted playfully. What? Learning bad habits from me? What have I done? Chen Feng questioned. The two engaged in light-hearted banter. The following morning, sunlight bathed the earth in warmth. Meng stood early near Chen Feng's tent, accompanied by 5 valiant warriors from her tribe. What brings you here? Chen Feng gestured. I will guide you. Without a guide, it is quite challenging to locate the Shurian tribe, Meng replied with gestures. Chen Feng nodded, saying, Very well, let us proceed together. After tidying up the tent, they set off towards the east. Throughout the journey, Chen Feng and Meng remained inseparable, and Chen Feng gleaned much information from Meng. To reach the Shurian tribe from their own, one must traverse an expansive marshland, scale 2 mountains, and upon sighting a small river, they would arrive at the territory of the Shurian tribe. The Xianfeng tribe not only cultivated rice, but also grew various fruits. An insight Chen Feng had not previously considered. Such talent. Chen Feng chuckled. What did you say? Meng gestured in confusion. Nothing. I merely remarked on your intelligence. Chen Feng clarified with gestures. Upon understanding, Meng responded, You are a leader of great wisdom. This left Chen Feng momentarily speechless. Having arrived here with the memories of a past life, he felt somewhat clever, yet not excessively so. He possessed knowledge, certainly, but not to an extraordinary degree. Noticing Chen Feng's silence, Meng patted his shoulder and gestured. Did I say something wrong? Chen Feng shook his head, gesturing. No, just pondering. By the way, are there other tribes ahead? No, many tribes have been absorbed, Meng replied. It appeared the Shurian tribe was remarkably powerful, Chen Feng mused to himself. On the next morning, the sun shone brilliantly. Chen Feng and the others stood near a vast marshland, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of swamp, feeling a twinge of concern. Meng directed her tribe members to gather several logs, which they placed in the marsh. They then crawled slowly across the logs. Chen Feng gave Meng a thumbs up. Although unaware of its meaning, Meng returned the gesture. The group continued to crawl painstakingly for an entire day, without a morsel to eat, until they finally reached the opposite shore by nightfall. As they traversed the marsh, Chen Feng observed birds resembling ducks and an endless stretch of reeds. Reeds serve numerous purposes. Ecologically, they regulate the climate by releasing moisture through transpiration, thereby increasing air humidity. Their extensive root systems effectively stabilize soil, reducing erosion, and play a crucial role in protecting riverbanks while providing habitats for various wildlife. For instance, birds can nest, forage, and evade predators among the reeds. Moreover, reeds are a vital raw material for papermaking, utilized in producing cultural and household papers, among other things. Their stems are rich in fibers and exhibit excellent resilience, allowing them to be woven into mats, baskets, and various exquisite handicrafts. In terms of medicinal value, the rhizome of the reed, known as lu jian, is a traditional Chinese medicinal herb that possesses the abilities to clear heat, generate fluids, alleviate restlessness, quell vomiting, and promote diuresis. It can be employed in the treatment of symptoms such as thirst due to febrile illnesses and gastric heat-induced vomiting. However, considering the considerable distance from his tribe, Chen Feng did not feel particularly elated upon seeing the reeds. Look, Chief, Chen Kuei exclaimed, holding several large duck eggs, each significantly larger than those from his previous life. Let's collect them. We shall feast on duck eggs tonight, Chen Feng replied with a smile. This was the first time Chen Feng had encountered such duck eggs, and being in this new world, he felt an extraordinary joy. That evening, Chen Feng encased the duck eggs in mud and cast them into the fire. Meng, witnessing this novel method of cooking eggs, was accustomed to consuming them raw. After several minutes, Chen Feng retrieved the eggs, removing the mud. Each of them received 1 egg. Meng, Chen Kuei, and Chen Feng had 2. The other 5 ventured to hunt for their own food to roast. Delicious. Meng gestured enthusiastically. Chen Feng smiled and gestured back. There are even tastier methods. Really? Meng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Our chief can prepare many delightful dishes, Chen Kuei added. Meng had little resistance to enticing food, and drawn by Chun Kuei's gestures of various delectable dishes, instinctively moved closer to Chen Feng, eager to indulge in more culinary delights. Chen Feng understood that many of his ideas would be difficult to realize without a pot. Nevertheless, he felt increasingly confident about persuading Meng and her tribe to return. Provided that Zhu agreed, the fundamental issues would be manageable. Chapter 0. Acquiring rice seeds 7 days later, after enduring considerable hardships. They finally traversed 2 mountains and arrived at the banks of a small river. Chen Feng and Chun Kuei, filled with excitement, stripped off their clothes and jumped into the water to bathe. Observing their actions, Meng shyly turned away, heading to another area. The members of her tribe were not accustomed to water and harbored a certain fear of it, following Meng as they sought food elsewhere. After bathing, when Chen Feng and Chun Kuei found Meng again, they discovered she had caught several rabbits, which were now roasting over a fire. "Aren't you afraid of the water?" Meng gestured. Chen Feng nodded, gesturing back. "You can swim in the water. There is nothing to fear." "Can all of your people do that?" Meng inquired. Chen Feng nodded again, affirming her statement. "This is already the territory of the Shiyin tribe." Meng gestured. "Chief, someone is approaching." Chun Kuei warned. "Damn it. Making a fire here makes us easy to spot." Chen Feng cursed. "Quickly hide." The group hurriedly fled into the dense woods. Just as they departed, a dozen men armed with wooden clubs arrived at their previous campfire site. "They've escaped," spoke Kai, one of the 5 leaders of the Shiyin tribe. "Everyone, search for them." He commanded the others. Chen Feng and his companions, concealed in the trees at a distance, anxiously watched as the men searched in their direction. "What will happen to Meng if they capture her?" Chen Feng gestured. "Close the door and get to work." Meng gestured. "Aren't we just slaves?" Chen Feng thought to himself. "They are coming." Chun Kuei reminded. "Chief, let me go down and kill them." Chen Feng waved his hand and replied, "Unless absolutely necessary, do not resort to killing. Their tribe is far too numerous. We are merely a handful." An hour passed, and after a thorough search, they found nothing. Kai, with his men, left in despair. Once they departed, Chen Feng leaped down from the tree and gestured to Meng. "Where is the rice they planted?" Meng pointed across the river and gestured. "You will see it once you cross the river." Chen Feng approached the riverbank once more and beheld the rice, standing over a meter tall on the opposite shore. His heart swelling with joy. "At last, we have found it," Chen Feng exclaimed. "Come, let us go take a look." They discovered a shallow stream and cautiously waded through the water to the other side, a place recently traversed by the Shiyin tribe. As Chen Feng drew near to the rice fields, he was astonished to see that a single bundle of rice contained enough grains for a meal for one person. He was utterly stunned. A quick glance revealed nearly 100 acres of rice, all cultivated near the water's edge. Clearly, they understand agriculture well. Knowing to plant close to water sources, Chen Feng remarked. "Chief, shall we harvest it?" Chun Kuei inquired. "Yes, let us seize the moment." Chen Feng gestured. The 7 of them began to frantically gather rice, stuffing it into their animal skin bags. After about half an hour, each person had collected nearly 10 pounds. "Let us go," Chen Feng announced as he noticed they had gathered enough. As they reached the riverbank, they were confronted by over 100 people, each armed with sharpened wooden sticks or polished stones. "Chief, we cannot proceed," Chun Kuei declared, producing his shield and placing it before Chen Feng while drawing his knife. Fully alert and ready for action, Meng, terrified, had not encountered such a scene since the days when her father was chief, leading their tribe to escape as they were surrounded by the Shiyin tribe, with her father valiantly defending them. Stepping forward from behind 5 tribesmen, Meng addressed Kai. "I only seek a small amount of food. Let us go." "Let you go? You are overestimating your situation. Since you are here, you might as well stay and conveniently reveal your tribe's location, so I can capture you all," Kai replied nonchalantly. Meng, incensed, found herself at a loss for words. Without hesitation, Chen Feng drew his bow and aimed at Kai, releasing the arrow in one fluid motion. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air rang out. Caught off guard, Kai was struck in the left shoulder. "Ah!" He screamed in agony, followed by a deep sense of dread, for he had not even seen who had attacked him. "Kill them!" Kai shouted in fury. Chen Feng sheathed his bow, drew his knife, and swiftly moved in front of Meng, pulling her behind Chun Kuei for protection. Countless stones plummeted from the heavens, crashing against shields with an incessant cacophony. Of the 5 tribesmen, 3 met their demise, while the remaining 2 sustained varying degrees of injury. Once the stones had ceased their descent, The warriors of the Shurian tribe brandished sharpened wooden stakes and charged toward Chen Feng and his companions. Emerging from behind the shield, Chen Feng wielded a long knife, fearlessly advancing to meet them. Chen Kuei followed closely, the shield secured on his back, gripping twin curved blades as he forged ahead of Chen Feng. Meng, accompanied by 2 tribesmen, trailed behind them, daggers in hand. "Let us reach the river's edge, and ensure the 3 of you cross first," commanded Chen Feng. "Understood, Chief," replied Chen Kuei. The foes that drew near were swiftly vanquished by Chen Kuei, while Chen Feng promptly addressed any emerging threats, with Meng and the others closely following in his wake. Though the distance was a mere 10 meters, it felt interminable to Chen Feng as enemies surged forth, each slain warrior replaced by another. Witnessing Chen Kuei's arduous struggle with each step filled Chen Feng with urgency, prompting him to raise his blade and fight alongside him. Kai, observing his subordinates fall with a single encounter, greedily fixated on Chen Feng's weaponry, bellowed, "Eliminate them. Whoever falters shall face my wrath." He then instructed his nearby tribesmen, "Hurry back and summon reinforcements. We cannot proceed like this. Chief, once we near the river, you must go first. I shall hold them off," proposed Chen Kuei. "No, we shall depart together," Chen Feng retorted vehemently. "You must endure a little longer." Climbing a nearby tree, Chen Feng drew his bow and aimed at the figure of Kai. Seething, "Perish." The arrow flew forth, finding its mark deep within Kai's body. With terror in his eyes, Kai gazed up at Chen Feng, life extinguished. The warriors beside him, upon witnessing their leader's demise, fled in panic, prompting a mass retreat as the remaining 70 or so followed suit. Chen Feng approached Kai, extracting the arrow, exclaiming, "We must hasten across the river, otherwise we shall truly be trapped." Meng, in disbelief at the events that unfolded within mere minutes. Kai, who had slain her father and kin, a figure of ruthless brutality, had succumbed so swiftly. Chen Feng grasped Meng's hand, leading her toward the opposite bank, with Chen Kuei and the others trailing behind. "You all proceed. I shall cover your retreat," Chen Feng instructed. "Chief, I shall stay behind," Chen Kuei insisted. "No, you are already fatigued. Depart immediately. That is an order," Chen Feng commanded sternly. Chen Kuei nodded. "Chief, take care." Meng, understanding Chen Feng's intent, refrained from speaking further. Instead, she embraced him tightly for a moment before releasing him and following Chen Kuei away. Chapter 0. The double envelopment. After Chen Feng and his companions departed, he skillfully ascended a tree located 50 meters from the small river, swiftly retrieving his bow and arrow, and focused intently on the approaching members of the Shurian tribe. Approximately half an hour later, he observed a middle-aged man leading a throng of over 200 individuals to the side of Kai's lifeless body. This man, named Mei, was a prominent figure within the tribe. Useless, capturing a few individuals only to meet his demise. Mei remarked coldly. What exactly transpired? A trembling man, who had been beside Kai, recounted the events in a quavering voice. Mei's gaze shifted back to Kai's corpse, where he noticed 2 arrow wounds. Yet the arrows themselves were conspicuously absent. If I could acquire such a weapon, the chieftaincy would undoubtedly be mine. Mei mused inwardly. I must possess it. He called out to those behind him. Whoever captures the killer of Kai shall be rewarded with 5 women and a year's supply of provisions. Upon hearing such a generous reward, the tribesmen surged towards the riverbank with fervor, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. The first individual to approach the river's edge had barely dipped a toe into the water when an arrow pierced his heart, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The others, witnessing this grim fate, halted their advance. After all, they were but human, and fear of death is universal. Mei, scanning the distance, failed to locate the archer and commanded a nearby tribesman, "You, go cross the river." The man, trembling with trepidation, approached the riverbank. With a swift whoosh, another arrow flew through the air. Thud! The man fell, meeting the same grim fate as the previous victim. The onlookers were gripped by fear. Realizing that proximity equated to peril, they had never encountered such a deadly enigma, and the unknown is often the most terrifying of all. No one dared to venture closer. Undeterred, Mei seized one of his tribesmen and forcefully pushed him towards the river. Another arrow struck, resulting in yet another identical demise. Mei, refusing to concede, sent several more tribesmen forth, each meeting the same unfortunate end. Disheartened, he too hesitated to advance further, and the remaining tribesmen were paralyzed with fear, reluctant to approach Mei. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Feng silently descended from the tree and sprinted desperately towards the direction of the vanguard tribe. He thought to himself, having delayed for 5 or 6 hours, they must have traveled a considerable distance by now. After a day and a night of relentless pursuit, he finally encountered Chun Kuei and the others at the foot of the mountain. At that moment, Meng was using stones to bury one of their fallen kin. Chun Kuei remarked, that man had been injured for far too long. Coupled with the journey, he succumbed to exhaustion. Chun Feng remained silent, utterly fatigued from a day and night's lack of rest, and he collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep slumber. The following morning, as sunlight bathed the earth, Chun Feng awoke to find them roasting meat. He seized a piece and hastily consumed it. Meng offered him water in a leaf, bringing it to Chun Feng. Once he had satisfied his hunger, Chun Feng declared, "We must depart immediately. They will not spare me." Chun Kuei, Meng, and her kin hurriedly packed their belongings and began traversing the mountains. Mei hesitated to cross the small river, spending several hours searching until he finally discovered a shallower crossing. He then urged his companions to pursue Chun Feng and the others with unwavering determination. Mei collected 11 arrows, noting their exceptionally sharp tips, and kept them as his weapons. Although he could not shoot them, he could wield them to strike. After 2 days and nights of travel, he stumbled upon the body buried by Meng, thus confirming the direction taken by Chun Feng and his group. 5 days later, Chun Feng and his companions climbed over 2 great mountains and arrived at a marshland. Following their previous method, they swiftly navigated through the mire. 3 days later, they reached the vanguard tribe. Throughout the journey, Chun Feng and his companions had scarcely rested, allowing themselves only 3 to 5 hours of sleep each day, with the rest of the time spent in relentless travel. They finally rested for an entire day at the vanguard tribe. Upon awakening, they found that all the tents had vanished, and everyone stood together, their gazes fixed upon Chun Feng. In a state of confusion, Chun Feng inquired of Chun Kuei about the situation. Chun Kuei looked at Meng and explained, "Last night, upon learning that the leader had killed Kai, they were elated. Meng proposed that we join your tribe, and Zhu agreed. So they hastily packed their tents to depart with us." Meng nodded and gestured, "You have avenged our enemy. We are willing to follow you to your tribe." Chun Feng gestured back, "Once you arrive at my tribe, you shall no longer be a leader. Do you understand?" "I do not care. I wish to follow you." "To join a powerful tribe," Meng replied through gestures. "If we do not leave, they will pursue us here. With Kai dead, they will seek retribution." Chun Feng pondered this and conceded that even if they could not find safety now, staying would likely lead to their annihilation in the future. "Let us depart at once," he signaled. Seeing Chun Feng's agreement, Meng swiftly organized her people to head along the path towards Chun Feng, setting off in an orderly fashion. Chun Kuei led the way at the front, while Chun Feng brought up the rear, with a group of over 100. Their pace was slow as they paused for food and drink. It took them 10 days to reach the mountain that spanned the river, and crossing it consumed another 2 days. "Up ahead, there are cannibals," Chun Kuei shouted. Chun Feng quickly moved to the front of the group, standing beside Chun Kuei as they surveyed a throng of over 200 individuals in the distance, one of whom wielded a staff adorned with a human head. "That individual is the shaman of the cannibals, a person of great wisdom," Chun Kuei explained. "A strategist, then?" Chun Feng remarked. "What is a strategist?" Chun Kuei asked. "A strategist is one who devises plans, a very clever individual," Chun Feng elucidated. "I see," Chun Kuei replied, seemingly enlightened. "What shall we do?" "There are too many of them," Chun Kuei questioned. "We must hide for now and allow me to think of a plan," Chun Feng replied as twilight descended and night enveloped the landscape. Chun Feng and his companions dared not light a fire and resorted once more to consuming raw meat. The cannibals remained stationary, showing no intention of departing. Chun Feng initially believed they would soon leave, but as night fell, they showed no signs of moving. The following noon, while Chun Feng was eating raw meat, Zhu brought unsettling news. Mei was closing in, approximately an hour away. Cursed be it. They were caught in a pincer, with no hope of survival. Chun Feng cursed. Meng, aware of the dire situation, began to assign tasks to their kin, urging them to gather as many stones and sticks as possible for weapons. Perched upon a rock, Chun Feng surveyed the 2 adversaries, the cannibals on one side and the Shurian tribe on the other. They stood no chance against either foe. "Chief, do you have a plan?" Chun Kuei inquired. "No. If the 2 of us wish to leave, no one can stop us, but they cannot," Chun Feng replied helplessly. "If we weren't in the middle, they would engage each other." Chen Kuei suggested. Chun Feng's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, I have a plan. What plan? Chen Kuei asked. To incite them to fight. Chen Feng declared. But we are still in between. We would be the first to suffer. Chen Kuei protested. What if we vanished? Chen Feng chuckled. How can we vanish? There are only stones around. Chen Kuei responded, bewildered. Chen Feng surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a nearby open area, saying, Have Meng gather their kin and bring all the nearby stones and sticks to that location, forming a semicircle. It only needs to accommodate their tribe. Chapter 0. Heavy casualties. Meng busied himself with the tribe, and Chen Feng and Chen Kuei knew they could not afford to slacken their efforts, especially since the Shiyan tribe could find them within the hour. Chen Kuei, take the Shiyan tribe in circles and hold them off until nightfall. Chen Feng ordered urgently. Chief, may I employ any means necessary? Chen Kuei's gaze was sharp, revealing his determination. Seeing Chen Kuei's demeanor, Chen Feng suspected he was contemplating confronting the group alone and quickly intervened. Don't do anything reckless. Too many casualties will jeopardize my plans. Very well. I will lead them in circles. Chen Kuei acquiesced. As Chen Kuei departed, Chen Feng felt a twinge of worry. After all, this individual sometimes acted impulsively. Meng tirelessly led the tribe, moving stones, wood, and branches. Anything that could serve as cover was gathered without exception. I apologize for the trouble. Meng approached Chen Feng and said. Chen Feng said little, for he did not wish to gesture extensively and found it difficult to articulate his thoughts clearly. He simply shook his head. As Chen Kuei encountered Mei, one of them pointed at Chen Kuei and shouted, That's him. Upon hearing this, Mei roared in anger, Capture him. Having been frightened away from the riverbank and humiliated in front of his kin, coupled with the resentment built up over days of pursuit, Mei's hatred for Chen Kuei could not be quelled merely by his death. More than 200 individuals behind him responded to the command, surging towards Chen Kuei like a relentless tide. They had anticipated needing to eliminate a few before anyone would choose to follow. Yet the mere sight of him ignited their fervent animosity, prompting an immediate charge. Chen Kuei, undeterred, stood his ground until they approached within 100 meters, at which point he turned and fled. Upon witnessing Chen Kuei's retreat, Mei's fury intensified, compelling her to join the pursuit. As Chen Kuei occasionally hurled stones at the advancing crowd, his strength proved formidable, injuring several and even killing one outright. This blatant provocation incited the Stone Rock tribe to a fever pitch. No further orders from Mei were necessary for them to seek Chen Kuei's demise. They rested while Chen Kuei did the same. Whenever they chased, he ran, maintaining a steady distance of approximately 100 meters. As dusk descended, Chen Kuei began leading them toward Chen Feng's direction. Mei's pent-up rage had reached a boiling point, nearly driving her to the brink of wanting to consume Chen Kuei alive. After hours of relentless pursuit, they paused briefly for rest before continuing the chase. Observing the encroaching darkness, Chen Feng ensured his concealment was secure before making his way toward the cannibal tribe's gathering place. Unbeknownst to him, the cannibals had begun their gruesome work, eviscerating captives and tossing their remains onto the fire. Witnessing their brutality numbed Chen Feng's senses. Drawing his bow, he aimed at a figure wielding a skull staff, striking his head with a flawless shot. Upon realizing their leader had fallen, the cannibals frantically searched for the foe, yet found nothing. Chen Feng, bemused by their ineptitude, stood and shouted, Fools, I'm right here. With their target identified, the horde of over 200, save for those guarding their captives, hurled stones in Chen Feng's direction and pursued him with wild abandon. As he ran, he vocally provoked them, exerting every ounce of effort to incite their rage. The cannibals proved even more frenzied than Chen Feng had anticipated, charging after him with the ferocity of a stampede. He dared not ease his pace, sprinting toward the opposite riverbank. At that moment, Chen Kuei led the Stone Rock tribe in the same direction. After more than 30 minutes, the two converged at the riverbank, exchanging a knowing glance before synchronously plunging into the water. Neither Mei nor the cannibals spotted them. They merely saw figures on the opposite bank, glaring menacingly at one another. An unknown voice shouted, and in the ensuing chaos, Mei and the cannibals collided directly. The encounter quickly escalated into a fierce battle, fueled by mutual rage and resentment. Within mere breaths, widespread casualties emerged. Dozens fell into the river, some crushed by stones, others beaten to death with clubs, the scene too harrowing to behold. Chen Feng nearly succumbed to the rushing waters, only to be saved by Chen Kuei's timely grasp. Chief, They have engaged. Chen Kuei exclaimed. Indeed, we must join the fray. Chen Feng replied with a smile. The two individuals ascended the riverbank, captivated by the sounds of combat between the two factions, and could not help but chuckle. Chen Kuei held Chen Feng in high esteem, and this time his admiration deepened. The duo had ingeniously resolved the issue merely by retreating. Chief, shall we lend assistance? Chen Kuei inquired. Certainly, but not at this moment. Chen Feng replied. Then whom shall we assist? Chen Kuei asked. Undoubtedly, we shall aid the Shurian tribe. They, like us, are of the civilized, while the cannibals do not belong to that category. Thus they must be eradicated. Chen Feng declared with a smile. Come, let us first rescue those in the cannibal tribe and then return. The two traversed the battlefield, occasionally striking at the cannibals, and soon reached the opposing shore. Locating the gathering place of the cannibals where several dozen were congregated. Without hesitation, they unsheathed their blades, revealing themselves, and launched a fierce assault upon the group. Within 5 to 6 minutes, they had dispatched the dozen or so foes. They then discovered a group of individuals bound by ropes. These captives appeared emaciated and frail, likely having gone a prolonged period without sustenance. There were more than 200 of them, predominantly young men and women, as most of the elderly had either been slaughtered or consumed. Chief, several individuals are missing an arm. Chen Kuei exclaimed. Chen Feng approached and observed several men on the ground, their limbs forcibly torn away, their lives hanging by a thread. Who is the leader here? Chen Feng gestured. A robust man stepped forward and gestured. It is I. Which tribe do you belong to, and what is your name? Chen Feng inquired. The man pointed towards a tree and indicated, We are the Great Tree Tribe, and my name is Jian. After a nod of acknowledgement, Chen Feng gestured. We are from the Xia tribe, Chen Feng. You may depart if you wish. Without awaiting Jian's response, Chen Feng led Chen Kuei towards the mountains. As they approached the mountains above the great river, they beheld the aftermath of a brutal clash, with hundreds of lives lost, corpses strewn haphazardly, some having fallen into the river. The mountains were stained with blood, littered with bodies, presenting a gruesome and tragic tableau. This is bad. Their skirmish is encroaching upon our hiding place, Chen Feng said, alarmed. The two hastily made their way to their refuge, eliminating any nearby threats. However, one cannibal inadvertently stumbled upon their stone-built sanctuary. The stones collapsed, exposing a dozen individuals, the commotion attracting the attention of both the cannibals and the Shurian tribe. Chen Feng gestured to Mei, If you wish to survive, join us in vanquishing the cannibals. Without hesitation, Mei gestured back. All right. Chen Kuei, take action, commanded Chen Feng. Armed with a shield in one hand and a blade in the other, Chen Kuei bravely charged into the throng of cannibals. Chen Feng remained steadfast, wielding his knife to protect their hiding place. With Chen Kuei's involvement, the members of the Shurian tribe appeared significantly more at ease. Chapter 0. The annihilation of the cannibal tribe. Chen Feng not only had to remain vigilant against the cannibal tribe, but also had to keep a watchful eye on the Shurian tribe, wary of any sudden and reckless attack from Mei. Should he find himself elsewhere, it might be too late to return and rescue his comrades. Meng and Zhu stood firmly behind Chen Feng, armed with wooden sticks, resolutely guarding the breach. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on the cannibals, observing their numbers dwindling rapidly. In just half an hour, more than 50 had perished. The battle raged for over 2 hours, reducing the Shurian tribe from more than 200 to just over 60. The cannibals were nearly annihilated, with the survivors stripped of any fighting spirit. Mei, surveying the few tribesmen he had brought, now reduced to a mere 60, felt a profound sorrow, uncertain of how he would explain the losses to his chief. After slaying the last of the cannibals, Chen Kuei approached Chen Feng, visibly exhausted and drained of strength. Meng remained alert, watching Mei and his remaining tribe members warily. Chen Feng gestured to Mei, indicating that they bore no animosity. On the contrary, they had saved him and his people. Mei, with a vengeful glare, retorted that had it not been for their provocation of the cannibals, many of his kin would not have perished. Chen Feng, unwilling to engage in a protracted argument, signaled that they should part ways. He invited Mei to seek vengeance whenever he wished, asserting that neither party could harm the other that day. He pointed towards the individuals behind Mei, conveying a clear message. They were outnumbered and wounded, having just endured an intense battle, leaving them incapable of confronting them. Recognizing Chen Feng's implication, Mei reluctantly waved his hand and departed with his tribe, casting a final gesture that he would find Chen Feng again. Chen Feng merely smiled, unconcerned by Mei's threat. After a brief respite, Chen Feng organized the group to gather the bodies of the cannibals and set them ablaze to prevent the spread of bacteria and disease. It was not until the latter half of the night that they succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly fatigued. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, the tribe they had rescued was a nomadic one, skilled in animal husbandry. Their settlement was no longer secure, and all livestock had been consumed by the cannibals, leaving them ill-equipped for hunting. The following dawn, with the sun just rising, the W leader, "We can expand our hunting range," Chen Kuei reminded. Deep down, Chen Feng hoped for an increase in the tribe's population, yet he feared that more inhabitants might become a burden. Chen Kuei, inform them that to join us, absolute obedience is required. Any defiance will result in death, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, leader. Chen Kuei nodded in agreement. The combined numbers of the Meng tribe and the nomadic clan had surpassed 300, and with a larger contingent came greater consumption, consequently slowing their progress considerably. 10 days later, Chen Feng and his companions encountered the same group as before, still hunting in the forest. Upon spotting Chen Feng's party, they chose to make way selectively. Chen Feng paid little heed to this. In his mind, nothing was more pressing than the journey ahead. Leader, look ahead, Chen Kuei pointed towards the east. Following his gaze, Chen Feng saw something rapidly approaching them from the distance. It's the toothed tiger, Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise. The toothed tiger reached Chen Feng, covered in numerous wounds from stabbings and rocks. This is bad, something has happened at home, Chen Feng cried out upon recognizing the creature's state. Chen Kuei, we must move. He instructed Meng to lead the others towards the summer tribe, leaving the toothed tiger in their care. The two hastened towards the summer tribe with urgency. 5 days later, after relentless travel day and night, they finally arrived at the small river by the tribe's entrance. From a distance, Chen Feng noticed thousands of people gathered around a wall. Recognizing their attire, he identified them as members of the grassland tribe. Anxious and restless, he yearned to uncover the unfolding events. Upon returning to the tribe, they found Xingyue's grandfather present, along with many unfamiliar faces dressed similarly to Xingyue's companions. Leader, Chen Shi exclaimed upon seeing Chen Feng, his voice filled with excitement. Chen Feng nodded and inquired, what is happening? Xingyue spoke first. Grandfather has relocated all the tribesmen to our tribe, but the grassland tribe is unwilling and even attempts to forcibly capture them. After listening for over an hour, Chen Feng grasped the situation. Xingyue's grandfather's tribe excelled in rescue efforts and was situated within the grassland tribe's territory. Initially, they coexisted peacefully, aiding one another. However, following the death of the previous leader of the grassland tribe, the new chief sought to expand their influence through relentless plunder, seizing both people and livestock. Xingyue's Moonlight tribe, known for their humanitarian efforts, became a target of the grassland tribe's watchful eyes, who prevented them from moving freely. During the last Qianhu gathering, when Xingyue's grandfather sent off Xingyue and her companions, it incited the ire of the grassland tribe's chief. Upon learning of Chen Feng's formidable strength, Xingyue's grandfather seized the moment while the chief was unprepared, killing their guards and migrating the entire tribe to the summer tribe. Ultimately, they were discovered, and for 10 days, the grassland tribe had pursued the Moonlight tribe, culminating in the siege of the summer tribe. Concerned about incurring excessive losses, the chief of the clan refrained from immediately instructing his people to attack the summer tribe. Chen Feng, observing the throng of over 1,000 encircling their settlement, felt a sense of helplessness. He contemplated addressing the matter. Perhaps a more assertive stance could yield a resolution, yet he currently lacked the means to do so. Chen Shi, you are to inform the chief that I wish to see him, Chen Feng declared. Old Xingyue interjected, I shall accompany you. They seek me. Very well, come along. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Old Xingyue's connection to Pu was profound, for she had found him and painstakingly raised him. With a pleading gaze, Xingyue looked at Chen Feng, who understood her sentiments. However, in the face of the tribe's survival, Chen Feng found himself ensnared in a difficult dilemma. On their way, Pu spoke. Take good care of my people and Xingyue. Chen Feng nodded in silence, aware that he and Pu shared little common ground. For Chen Feng, the pressing issue at hand was solely the prairie tribe. Before departing, he had instructed Chen Shi to arm 100 warriors to the teeth, should any trouble arise. They were to launch an immediate offensive against the prairie tribe. Chapter 0. The prairie tribe reaches an accord. The concerns that plagued Chen Feng did not materialize, as the chief personally welcomed him into their midst. Upon entering the encampment with Chen Kuei and Pu, Chen Feng was astonished to observe that nearly all of their members were remarkably robust, in stark contrast to other tribes where only a fraction exhibited such strength. Once seated within the tent, the chief gestured, "I apologize for the hasty arrival. I have come unprepared with gifts." Chen Feng replied, "It is my honor to once again meet Chief Ge." After exchanging pleasantries, Ge gestured, "I did not anticipate seeing you, Chief Chen Feng, so soon. I am here primarily for him." Ge pointed at Pu. Chen Feng nodded and gestured, "His granddaughter is now my wife. Thus I must intervene in his affairs." Ge erupted in hearty laughter and gestured, "I require only him. However, I will need something in exchange for the other tribesmen." Chen Feng gestured, "What shall I offer in exchange?" Ge pointed to the knife strapped to Chen Feng's back and gestured that. Chen Kuei abruptly rose, swiftly drawing his weapon and warily scrutinizing Ge. "Lower your weapon," Chen Feng commanded, then gestured to Ge, "I will not exchange my weaponry. But I can teach you how to craft stone axes and provide some pottery as gifts." "Chief Chen Feng, you must comprehend their significance," Ge stated solemnly. Chen Feng coldly gestured, "If you are not satisfied, we shall go to war. Do you believe you can gain the upper hand against me?" Ge understood that even in victory, the losses would likely be severe, and he lacked complete assurance regarding the strength of the Summer tribe. "Very well, he must accompany me." Ge gestured towards Pu. Before Chen Feng could respond, Pu spoke, "I am willing to go with you." With the agreement reached, Chen Feng and Ge proceeded to discuss another matter: cattle, sheep, and horses. The only tangible asset that Chen Feng possesses is ceramics. He has relinquished numerous other items. Ge gestured, 10 knives in exchange for 100 horses, 200 cattle, and 1,000 sheep. After much contemplation, Chen Feng responded with a counteroffer: 300 horses, 300 cattle, and the sheep remain unchanged. He was acutely aware that Ge would not relent until he achieved his goal, especially since Chen Feng had inadvertently revealed the location of their tribe. It was highly probable that Ge would go to great lengths to launch a surprise attack or forge alliances with other tribes. Ge nodded in agreement without the slightest hesitation. To him, these 18 weapons could facilitate further expansion, potentially allowing him to absorb tribes of equal strength. Chen Feng stipulated that among the horses, cattle, and sheep, 70% should be females and 30% males, in addition to the necessity of sending 10 skilled women in husbandry. Ge assented to all these conditions without reservation. Chen Feng removed Chen Kuei's dagger and presented it to Ge, signifying, "From now on, we are friends. This is my gift." After receiving the dagger, Ge excitedly toyed with it for a moment before indicating, "I shall bring you a surprise." The following dawn, Ge departed from the Summer tribe, promising to deliver the cattle, horses, and sheep in a month's time. Chen Feng regarded this matter with indifference, as he had more pressing concerns to address. During this expedition, he returned with a total of 380 individuals, predominantly men, numbering 220, while women accounted for only 160. The cannibal tribe's brutality towards women not only led to their merciless slaughter, but also to their wanton exploitation, resulting in their diminished numbers. Most of the newcomers were assigned to the construction department, while those in good physical condition were designated for hunting, with the remainder allocated to Chun Mao's labor department. The medical department expanded to 70 members, all hailing from the Xingyue tribe. The vanguard tribe was bestowed with the surname Liu, while the tribe rescued mid-journey was granted the surname Mu, and the individuals brought back by Qi who were integrated into the vanguard tribe. As for the Xingyue family, Chen Feng conferred upon them the surname Xing. Chen Feng established a new department for husbandry, overseen by Mu Jian. He instructed Mu Jian to capture wild chickens and rabbits for breeding, with Chen Shi providing assistance. A month later, Ge returned to the Summer tribe with the promised cattle, sheep, and horses. In accordance with their agreement and the previously discussed quantities, the exchange proceeded smoothly. Ge surprised Chen Feng by delivering an additional 100 cattle. "Chief Chen Feng, your dagger is remarkable. I used it to slay 7 men." Ge gestured. Chen Feng maintained a composed demeanor, having also taken many lives himself. He presented Ge with 10 1-meter-long knives. Ge, noticing Chen Feng's bow and arrows, inquired, "Can this be traded?" Chen Feng shook his head in refusal. "This is quite labor-intensive to produce, and I lack the materials. What do you require?" Ge gestured. Chen Feng exaggeratedly indicated, 10 cow tendons and 10 cow horns are needed to craft a single bow. "We have plenty of those in our tribe." Ge responded with enthusiasm. "As long as Chief Chen Feng assists me in crafting one, I shall reward you with 10 horses and 10 cattle." After a moment of contemplation, Chun Feng acquiesced, as he had no intention of crafting bows and arrows from beef tendons. Rather, he planned to ingeniously substitute them with pork tendons. "My brother, if anyone bullies you in the future, do let me know." Good joyfully embraced Chun Feng. Chun Feng was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected joy and felt elated as well. As long as he possessed an ample supply of bows and arrows, the creation of crossbows would pose no challenge, and soon, women could also become warriors. With sufficient beef tendons, he could construct formidable crossbows to be stationed atop the city walls, instantly augmenting the sense of security. After bidding farewell to Go, Chun Feng entrusted Mu Jian with the livestock and 10 women skilled in animal husbandry, integrating them directly into the breeding department. The horses were allocated to the military department, while the cattle were distributed among the transportation, construction, and engineering departments. With an abundance of transportation resources, the pace of constructing the city walls accelerated considerably. "Chief, we currently have 100 houses built from blue bricks, each with its own courtyard and 2 stories, accommodating a collective living space of 10 houses, each capable of housing 50 individuals," reported Chinya. "Excellent. Truly commendable," praised Chun Feng. Rather than distributing the houses immediately to his clan, Chun Feng opted for a merit-based allocation. Each head of department received 1 house, with additional houses awarded to those who performed exceptionally well. 99 houses were distributed, leaving 1 for himself, as he had long grown weary of living in a cave. Each house was furnished with blue brick beds, covering an area of 100 square meters, consisting of 3 rooms and a hall. The 2-story design featured 6 rooms and 2 halls, along with a kitchen. As for the drainage system, Chun Feng instructed Chun Mao to craft ceramic tubes to be laid beneath the houses, subsequently covered with blue bricks. The issue of water supply led Chun Feng to consider well digging, a relatively straightforward task that could yield results within days, provided there was sufficient manpower. He decided against each household digging their own well, opting instead for a shared well among 5 families, as labor was currently in short supply. Chun Feng directed Chun Ye to prioritize the construction of the city walls, postponing other matters. 2 women moved into Chun Feng's household, Lu Ming and Xing Yue. Lu Ming and her companions were adept at agriculture, prompting Chun Feng to establish a farming department comprising 100 of his kin. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. This time, Ge did not come personally, but sent his clansmen with 400 beef tendons and horns. Chun Feng requested that they return in the spring of the following year to collect their bows and arrows. The forthcoming focus would be on agriculture. The curved plows previously crafted by Chun Tian were now complete, totaling 10 in number. Chun Feng took the time to teach Lu Ming, who would then pass on the knowledge to her fellow clansmen. "When do you typically plant?" Chun Feng inquired. "We begin planting when the snow melts. Harvest when the weather warms, then plant again. Harvest when the leaves turn yellow, plant once more, and harvest when it snows. After that, we cease planting," Lu Ming elucidated. "Thus, we cultivate 3 seasons throughout the year," Chun Feng remarked. "Approximately 2 pounds of seeds are needed for an acre of land, with 70 pounds in hand." Chun Feng could cultivate 35 acres. "I wish to allocate 5 acres for rice cultivation," Chun Feng declared. "What is rice?" Lu Ming asked. "The explanation is somewhat intricate. Allow me to elucidate directly." Upon concluding his statement, Chun Feng commenced delineating a 5 mu area for rice cultivation using a branch in a vast, open space. He then allocated a zone for water diversion and sought workers to till the land and channel the water. Subsequently, the focus turned to seedling cultivation, a subject with which Chun Feng was somewhat familiar. Lu Ming, observing in astonishment, had previously assumed that planting merely entailed scattering seeds upon the ground, unaware of the numerous intricacies involved. Over the course of 2 weeks, Chun Feng diligently instructed Lu Ming in a method that integrated theory with practice. Upon awakening each day, Chun Feng busied himself with theoretical training across various departments and addressing issues, leaving him perpetually occupied. The challenges of securing potable water, drainage, accommodation, and even the construction of a septic tank were all resolved. Meals were typically shared communally, with 20 individuals gathering around a single pot, enjoying a hearty fare of wild vegetables, lamb, chicken, pork, and fish, resulting in a relatively comfortable existence. Chun Feng occasionally partook in the communal meals, though he predominantly prepared dishes at home. The military contingent expanded to 200 personnel, with half venturing out daily to hunt. thereby sustaining the tribe's daily needs and building reserves, while the other half engaged in training. Everyone was diligently occupied with their respective tasks, each with well-defined roles. Following the initial rice cultivation undertaken by Lu Ming, she began weeding and, during her leisure hours, sought to transplant fruit trees into a designated area for artificial cultivation, as well as gather wild vegetables or those familiar to Chun Feng for collective planting. Lu Ming's responsibilities were far from light. Many tasks required Chun Feng's direct guidance. Chun Mo, leading the logistics department, was tasked not only with meal preparation but also with the crafting of bows and arrows, weaving baskets, and tending to each individual's clothing and footwear. Upon Chun Kuei's return, he remained stationed at the military camp, while Chun Li took over the protective duties for Chun Feng. Chun Tian, leading the blacksmithing team, implemented reforms whereby all crafted weapons bore the creator's name, facilitating direct accountability for any issues that arose. Chun Tian maintained stringent oversight over weapon stockpiling and skill enhancement, with the matter of armor being a particular challenge he sought to overcome. Previously, Chun Kuei's armor had merely consisted of patchwork to safeguard vital areas. Chun Tian continuously pondered how to develop authentic armor. Currently, Chun Sheng was primarily responsible for the construction of water carts, ox carts, and horse-drawn vehicles, along with sourcing materials for the fortification of walls. The production of water barrels had reached a stage of mass manufacturing, with the next objective being the creation of wall-mounted crossbows. Chun Mo and Chun Ye were the most overworked, perpetually occupied with their tasks. One was engaged in brick firing and ceramic production, while the other was responsible for wall construction alongside housing development. Although Chun Feng had prioritized the wall, Chun Ye still allocated a portion of the workforce to the continuous construction of houses. Notably, progress on the walls had been swift. Those on the southeast side had been completed, leaving only the northwest section, which was anticipated to be finished before winter's onset. Chief, the leader of the Rong tribe has arrived with many people, Chun Li exclaimed, rushing to Chun Feng's side. Where are they? Chun Feng inquired. Outside the city walls. Without your command, no other tribes are permitted to enter, Chun Li stated. Come, let us venture outside. Chun Feng replied with a smile. Deep within, Chun Feng harbored a strong hope that they would arrive, for they carried linen. Although he possessed some knowledge about it, he still required the expertise of seasoned individuals for practical application. Beyond the walls, Chun Feng observed more than 20 individuals, each bearing linen upon their backs. Mu Ying was accompanied by a girl of about 15 or 16, whose delicate skin hinted at a life of little toil. Chief Chun Feng, this is linen. Mu Ying gestured excitedly. Chun Feng assessed the linen each person carried, estimating that each bore approximately 50 pounds, totaling around 1,000 pounds for the 20 individuals. It seemed insufficient for the entire tribe to be clad in linen garments. Very good, Chun Feng remarked. I hope another shipment can arrive before winter. Certainly. Mu Ying nodded. This is my daughter, Mu Yang. Chun Feng nodded at Mu Yang. Greetings. Mu Yang glanced at Chun Feng with disdain before turning away. I have spoiled her. Mu Ying sighed helplessly. Chun Feng smiled gently. It is nothing. She is merely a child. Mu Ying found herself momentarily bewildered, pondering. Are you not a child yourself? Chun Feng was not miserly. For each individual's load of 50 pounds, he offered 5 bowls or a cooking pot. Upon seeing the wooden barrels, he exchanged them for 2 more. Mu Ying gazed in astonishment at the city walls, the houses within, and the orderly bustle of the inhabitants, a sight that left her, and even Mu Yang, utterly dumbfounded. They were shown around all departments except for the blacksmith and the construction division. The sight of the oxen and horses pulling carts was enough to evoke her envy, not to mention Chun Feng's ingenious water wheel. Chief Chun Feng, can the cart be exchanged? Mu Ying inquired. The cart can be swapped, but the oxen cannot. Chun Feng chuckled. That is agreeable. Can you assist me in transporting it back first? Next time, I will bring you ample linen. Mu Ying proposed. Chun Feng hesitated, concerned that his belongings might not return, having only met her once, and knowing their acquaintance was superficial. Noticing Chun Feng's reluctance, Mu Ying suggested, I can leave her here. I will return with linen in 2 months. Chun Feng doubted his ears. Could she truly allow her daughter to remain? Is this not inappropriate? He questioned. It is nothing. I trust Chief Chun Feng. Mu Ying affirmed. Contrarily, Mu Yang exhibited no displeasure. Instead, she wandered about curiously, resembling an inquisitive child. Very well, she may stay, but she must contribute. We do not accommodate idlers here. Chun Feng consented. I can truly stay? Mu Yang exclaimed joyfully, her earlier arrogance replaced by vivacious charm. To describe Mu Yang as beautiful would be an overstatement. Yet she possessed a certain charm that was quite appealing. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, you may stay. Chapter 0. The tribe's rapid development. Chen Feng and Xing Yue, along with Lu Ming, have officially become husband and wife. Ever since they acquired a house, Chen Feng has been sharing a bed with them. When Mu Yang arrived, he moved directly into Chen Feng's home, leaving Chen Feng with no choice but to take Xing Yue and Lu Ming to reside upstairs. Certainly, Mu Yang's presence has introduced numerous inconveniences for Chen Feng. Whenever the trio engages in games, Mu Yang invariably interrupts them. Standing atop the city wall, Chen Feng gazed into the distance, observing the bustling figures of ox carts tirelessly transporting timber into the city, making trip after trip. The transportation department is not only responsible for ferrying iron, ore, and limestone, but also undertakes the task of transporting wood. Upon arriving at the carpentry department, Chen Feng addressed Chen Shang, instructing him to expedite the construction of 5 boats, emphasizing that these vessels would differ from previous designs. They are intended for transportation across the Great River. Chen Feng elaborated on the structure and concept of the wooden boats, which must incorporate human-powered oars and sails. Each boat is to measure 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width, modeled after ancient cargo vessels. This planet is replete with robust trees that have withstood the test of centuries. Thus, sourcing the materials poses no challenge. As for tung oil, there is an abundance of tung trees here. Chen Feng suggested that Chun Mo lead a team to gather seeds for processing, ensuring that the boats would be meticulously crafted using hemp ropes soaked in tung oil. Regarding the processing aspect, Chen Feng has urged Chen Sheng to hasten the production of water wheels, which will be utilized to keep the stone mill in continuous operation, thereby significantly enhancing efficiency. Chen Feng only imparts theoretical knowledge, understanding that practical application relies on their own iterative exploration and experimentation. Chief, I am overwhelmed with tasks and cannot possibly manage all of them. Chen Sheng lamented helplessly. Take your time. I will reassign personnel from other departments once they become available. Chen Feng replied with a smile. It seems to me that the chief is reluctant to reassign anyone. Every department is currently inundated with work. Except for the military and the medical departments, Chen Sheng complained despondently. Those 2 departments cannot afford to have their personnel moved around at this time. Very well. We shall proceed slowly. Within 3 months, I expect to see a boat launched. Chen Feng asserted decisively. Understood, Chief. Chen Sheng responded with a grimace. What Chen Feng did not anticipate was the sudden return of Shang Lu, accompanied by over 100 children aged 12 to 14. Chief, Shang Lu said respectfully. Where have you been for over 4 months? Chen Feng inquired with curiosity. I traveled west along the Great River, and after a month, I encountered a small river flowing northward. I followed it for nearly another month, and ultimately, I reached the sea. Chen Feng could hardly believe his ears. You truly saw the sea? Indeed, it stretched endlessly, Shang Lu affirmed. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, the vast expanse he ventured toward beyond Qianhu is indeed the sea, of which he remains completely unaware. There lies a vast prairie teeming with countless animals. Along the way, I encountered numerous tribes and an array of novel experiences. Shang Lu exclaimed with palpable excitement. Shang Lu retrieved a bag of assorted items from the ox cart and presented them to Chen Feng. Inside were various seeds, none of which Chen Feng recognized. He could only await their germination to discern their nature. Chief, there are also some peculiar stones in this bag that I brought back. I wonder if they hold any value, Shang Lu remarked as he introduced each item. Chen Feng picked up a stone and examined it closely, uncertainly stating, could this be tungsten, or? He had encountered something similar while perusing short videos in his past life, yet he was not entirely convinced. Such ores typically require temperatures nearing 4,000 degrees to be of any use, while the current limit of Chen Feng's furnace barely exceeded 2,000 degrees. Where did you discover this, or? Chen Feng inquired. It was found at the confluence of the big river and the small river, where there are many mountains. Shang Lu replied. By the way, Chief, we stumbled upon numerous charred corpses near a mountain. The scene was utterly horrific. Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Is the big river situated just beneath that mountain? How do you know? Shang Lu asked, astonished. That was my handiwork, Chen Feng responded coolly. Shang Lu gasped. He had witnessed the gruesome sight firsthand, with charred bodies strewn about and bloodstains starkly visible on the stones. Enough of that. What else did you bring back? Chen Feng asked. We exchanged a significant quantity of sea salt at the coast, along with some new inhabitants, Shang Lu informed him. Chun Feng gazed at the ox cart brimming with white granules of salt and the additional 100+ individuals, smiling as he remarked, "Quite impressive. Have you been allotted a house? You should return home and check." Chun Hu and Chun Lang, upon hearing this, could hardly contain their joy. The 128 newcomers were distributed among various departments, with the tribe allocating theirs to Lu Ming and her followers. Mu Yang was assigned to the logistics department, yet she hardly engaged in any work, spending her days fixated on the wool of the sheep, seemingly lost in thought. Late at night, after the four had shared a meal, Mu Yang inquired, "Chun Feng, can wool be made into fabric?" Chun Feng regarded her with a puzzled expression. What prompted such a thought? "The linen we wear is quite uncomfortable. Surely wool would be more pleasant against the skin. If only it could be made into cloth." Mu Yang explained, "You make a valid point. Both wool and the fibers from other animals can indeed be fashioned into fabric, even spider silk, along with many other fibers," Chun Feng acknowledged. "What is fiber?" Mu Yang asked. "That's a more complex explanation. For now, focus on how to turn animal hair into fabric. If you need tools, seek out Chun Mo. She will assist you," Chun Feng concluded, ascending the stairs. Mu Yang felt as though she had unlocked a new realm of knowledge, pondering the matter throughout the night. The following day, Chun Feng entrusted a large assortment of seeds to Lu Ming, urging her to attempt cultivation and discover what they would yield. Meanwhile, Mu Yang diligently cut the sheep's wool, researching the process of creating linen. Xing Yue and Chun Feng engaged in a discussion on medical theories and common knowledge, encompassing zoonotic diseases and various protective measures. Given their extensive herds of sheep, cattle, and horses, along with wild chickens, ducks, wild boars, and hares, they had established a considerable scale of livestock. Xing Yue, being astute, designated 10 individuals specifically to study livestock and implement protective strategies. From Chun Feng, she learned that there are myriad methods for saving lives, with first aid as the foundation, which branches into surgery, internal medicine, and gynecology. However, these disciplines currently exist only in theory, grounded primarily on herbal studies. Despite this, Xing Yue diligently pursued her research, sharing her experiences with her kin whenever illness struck. Chun Feng dedicated his time to researching tools, knowing that efficiency hinges on having the right implements. He personally crafted practical tools, creating prototypes of anything he recalled. Even if some tools were not immediately necessary, he produced samples of items such as pulleys and bearings, providing them as references for others. Chapter 0. Harvest Day. 3 months after the rice was planted, Lu Ming excitedly reported, "Chun Feng, we can harvest the rice." Following Lu Ming to the fields, Chun Feng observed that the rice resembled what he had seen previously in the Shriyan tribe. After careful estimation, he concluded that an acre would yield 1,000 caddies without question. Next, he visited the paddy fields, noting that the grains were not only larger than those grown in dry land, but also more abundant. He estimated around 1,500 caddies. "Excellent. We shall commence the harvest tomorrow," Chun Feng declared with a broad smile. "Inform everyone that tomorrow will be designated as Harvest Day." Chun Li nodded in agreement. "Yes, Chief. I assure you that everyone will be present." Chun Feng calculated the timeline. From seedling to planting in the paddy, it took exactly 4 months. Aside from winter, 3 crops could be sown in a year, allowing for an additional planting season afterward. "Lu Ming, we shall transition entirely to rice cultivation. After the harvest, select the plumpest grains to reserve as seeds for the next planting," Chun Feng instructed. "Understood, my husband," Lu Ming replied obediently. With 5 acres yielding approximately 1,500 caddies per acre, the total harvest would amount to 7,500 caddies, making it feasible to select 5,000 caddies of quality seeds. Chun Feng calculated in his mind. "Chun Li, summon Chun Shi for me," Chun Feng commanded. Chun Li galloped to the military camp and soon returned with Chun Shi. "Chun Shi, gather your men. You have 3 days to cultivate 250 acres of paddy, adhering to the standards set by these 5 acres. Chun Feng ordered sternly. "Prepare the land. Then spread the manure from all the latrines across the fields." "Chief, we can handle the plowing, but spreading manure." Chun Shi hesitated. "Spreading manure will enhance yields and spare our kin from the dangers of hunting," Chun Feng patiently explained. "Yes, Chief, we shall execute the order without fail." Upon learning the reason, Chun Shi resolutely assured everyone. Lu Ming, standing nearby, inquired, "Can we truly increase the yield?" "Indeed," Chun Feng replied with a smile. The reason I did not mention it before was simply that it was unnecessary. If we are to undertake this, we shall strive for excellence. He continued, moreover, all the rice straw post-harvest must be utilized. It can be fed to livestock during winter. Yes, my husband. Lu Ming responded affirmatively. Chen Feng had imparted nearly all his agricultural knowledge, and any further understanding would need to be gleaned through their own exploration and practice. The granary was of utmost importance. And Chen Feng sought out Chen, commanding, you have 10 days to construct 2 granaries. Leader, isn't that timeline rather tight? Chen replied with a hint of resignation. 10 days is your limit. Do your utmost. Chen Feng encouraged with a smile. After leaving Chen Feng approached Chen Mo, instructing her to fashion burlap into sacks for storing grain. The initial plan to make clothing had to be set aside for the more pressing need of grain bags. The following morning, all members of the tribe gathered beneath the city wall as Chen Feng stood atop it, proclaiming loudly, today marks a special day. A day that witnesses history. We are about to embark on the agricultural era, no longer reliant on hunting for survival. Pointing to the mature rice fields beyond the walls. He continued, behind me lies your future sustenance, your hope. I urge you to remember this day, June 1st, as the day of harvest. Regardless of whether they understood his words, the tribe held an unwavering trust in Chen Feng, their admiration for him bordering on obsession. Cheers erupted in waves, resonating with fervor. After Chen Feng concluded his speech, leaders from each department briefly introduced themselves, fostering a sense of community. Once the gathering dispersed, Lu Ming and her team commenced the harvest. The seeds brought back by Shang Lu had already taken root, with some even bearing fruit. As for Shang Lu, after a month in the tribe, he departed once again. Chen Feng and Chun Li wandered into a field where a variety of crops flourished. Chen Feng quickly recognized the ripe produce, a handful of wheat, several tomatoes, some peppers, and a few cabbages, all astonishingly larger than their Earth counterparts. It seemed that everything on this planet was considerably grander. To his surprise, there was also a grapevine. A delightful revelation amid the day's many surprises. Chen Feng meticulously instructed Lu Ming on how to gather seeds and expand their cultivation efforts. He placed particular emphasis on essentials for daily living. As for excitement, truthfully, there was little to be felt. In a planet yet to be fully explored, even the discovery of oil would not astonish him. Chen Feng's intent was simply to ensure a comfortable life, knowing that comfort necessitated strength and continuous development. The burlap received from the Rome tribe a month prior had been fashioned into sacks, and to prepare for winter. An acceleration of production from the Rome tribe would be essential. The two parties reached an agreement to send supplies once a month. However, Mu Yang was reluctant to return, as she had grown too fond of life in the summer tribe to leave. Chen Feng did not object to her decision, nor did he concern himself with Mu Ying's willingness. Chief, the first ship is ready, and the trial voyage went smoothly. To operate this vessel, we will require 50 rowers, reported Chen Sheng. Simply hand the ship over to the transportation department, and let the personnel from the slave department be assigned to the ship, Chen Feng replied calmly. Arriving at the military camp on horseback for the first time, Chen Feng was greeted by Chen Shi and Chen Kuei, who stood respectfully before him. Chief, they said in unison. Observing the soldiers in training, Chen Feng smiled and remarked, you are all doing exceptionally well. Starting tomorrow, assign 20 of you to safeguard the ship. And once the city walls are completed, you will also need to allocate 50 soldiers for patrolling in 30-hour shifts. Yes, Chief. Chen Shi responded. Should we expand the army? Chen Feng pondered. The tribe's population exceeded 1,000, and drawing 200 men was already the limit. Integrating them all into the military would leave other departments shorthanded. The only solution Chen Feng could conceive was universal conscription. No need. Select a few individuals from the tribe for basic weapon training and emergency preparedness. Training them for 7 days each month, Chen Feng instructed. Understood. Chen Shi replied. You should promote those among them who demonstrate quick thinking. As you cannot manage every detail alone once the numbers increase, Chen Feng added with a smile. Yes, Chief. Chen Shi affirmed. Can everyone ride and shoot arrows? Chen Feng inquired. Indeed, all are capable of horseback riding and archery, having mastered the strategies of both offense and defense, Chen Shi answered. What is the status of our archery supplies? Chen Feng asked. 200 individuals are equipped with bows and arrows, each with 20 arrows. Additionally, each carries a dagger and 2 curved swords, Chen Shi reported. Excellent. As our skills mature, we will also provide you with armor, and at that time, you shall be invincible. Chen Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. Select the 10 strongest individuals to form a dedicated unit that will answer solely to me, Chen Feng declared, his expression turning serious. Chapter 0. The Divine Wind Army. Chen Shi meticulously selected 10 of the strongest members, among whom was Chen Kuei. Without hesitation, Chen Feng appointed Chen Kuei as the captain and named the unit the Divine Wind Army. This time, Chen Feng was determined to train alongside them, leveraging his past experiences and insights to forge an indomitable team. He equipped these 10 individuals with superior gear, including bolt tendons for bows, arm-mounted crossbows, dual blades, daggers, round shields, as well as water containers and provisions. 10 days later, the transportation department prepared the ship for coal transportation. Chen Feng, accompanied by the 10 warriors, boarded the vessel, ready to conduct training in the wilderness while exploring more distant territories. Meanwhile, the management of the Summer Tribe was entrusted to Chen Shi and Lu Meng, who would collaborate in governance. The toothy tiger accompanied Chen Feng aboard the vessel, and now, after several months, it had grown to a towering height of 2 meters, nearly the size of a horse. Chen Feng equipped the tiger with a saddle and stirrups, ensuring a more stable ride. Aside from a dagger, all other gear was secured upon the tiger's form. In the cabin, Chen Feng solemnly addressed Chen Kuei and the 10 others, stating, "You are the strongest of our tribe, my sharpest blade, and our final bastion of protection. Henceforth, you shall endure a rigorous and merciless training regimen, and I shall stand alongside you in this endeavor. We vow to protect our leader with our lives." The 10 responded in unison. 5 days later, they reached Coal Mountain and disembarked, venturing westward. After a full day of travel, they encountered only undulating hills and dense, shadowy woods. The weather here was erratic, raining at a moment's notice. Creatures such as snakes and rodents were ubiquitous, while massive crocodiles and stout pythons occasionally came into view. "Leader, the weather here is abnormal. One moment it rains, the next it is sunny," Chen Kuei remarked. "Let it be. Our task is to survive in this place and explore the unknown," Chen Feng resolutely replied. As they journeyed westward, any living creature they encountered was swiftly hunted for sustenance. After traversing mountains and rivers, they saw no sign of any tribe. 2 months later, they finally beheld a different sight, a lush bamboo forest. Emerging from the bamboo, they were greeted by an expansive grassland dotted with scattered woodlands. "Leader, look ahead. There are many animals we have never encountered," Chen Kuei exclaimed. Chen Feng raised his eyes to witness a multitude of colossal creatures, elephants, giraffes, zebras, and wolves, as if he had stepped into a genuine animal kingdom. "Is that a mammoth?" he inquired, pointing at a 3-meter-tall beast in the distance. "I have never seen one," Chen Kuei replied, shaking his head. Chen Feng surveyed the abundant wildlife, his heart racing with the desire to hunt immediately. Wild boars, sheep, rhinos, and deer roamed in herds, while countless birds soared overhead. This place was indeed a paradise for animals. "Leader, the resources here are astonishingly plentiful," Chen Kuei said, growing increasingly excited. Gazing at the sky in disbelief, Chen Feng exclaimed, "A giant eagle." He watched as the enormous bird swooped down upon a herd of sheep, swiftly seizing one before soaring towards a mountain. "Leader, what shall we do next?" Chen Kuei inquired. Chen Feng surveyed the elephants and mammoths on the grassland, as well as the wild horses, stating, "Let us capture them. Regardless of the kind, they would serve as excellent laborers, and I cannot afford to miss such a rare opportunity." However, he found himself at a loss regarding how to execute the capture, as he lacked experience. "Leader, an animal approaches us," one of the team members observed warily. Chen Feng turned to see a young boy riding atop an elephant, making his way toward them. "Do not be anxious. The elephant is under control and poses no threat," Chen Feng explained. It seemed that someone had indeed mastered the art of controlling elephants, and Chen Feng contemplated this as he observed the youth. The boy approached Chen Feng and his companions, gesturing, "Where do you come from?" Chen Feng, gesturing back towards the boy on the elephant, replied, "We hail from a distant land." "And you?" "I am from the beast-taming tribe. My name is Qi." The boy responded, "Do you have any business here?" Chen Feng gestured, "No particular business. We are merely exploring uncharted territories, which is why we have come here." Chen Feng gestured in reply. Qi dismounted from the elephant and approached Chen Feng and his companions, observing their attire. He gestured, "Are you warriors?" "Indeed, we are warriors." Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. "May I accompany you back to my tribe?" Qi gestured. "Of course." Chen Feng readily agreed. He had been eager to learn how to train elephants. and Qi's invitation aligned perfectly with his intentions. However, Chen Feng remained vigilant and exchanged a glance with Chen Kuei, signaling them to be prepared for any eventuality. After traversing the grassland for over an hour, they arrived near a bamboo grove and discovered numerous houses constructed from bamboo. Though somewhat rudimentary, they were sufficient to shield against the elements. Upon entering the beast-taming tribe, they were greeted by a bustling scene filled with tamers, elephants, mammoths, and horses, over 100 animals in total. Each creature bore various scars, and some individuals were missing limbs, indicating that these injuries were recent. Chief, are they engaged in battle? Chen Kuei speculated. It is quite possible. These are fresh wounds. Chen Feng replied. Should an incident arise, we will strike immediately. Chen Kuei nodded and quietly instructed those behind him. Chen Feng was led into a bamboo hut, with Chen Kuei following closely. A middle-aged man sat in the center, and after Qi approached him and spoke animatedly, the man gestured, Beast-taming tribe, Chief, Luo. Understanding the gesture, Chen Feng reciprocated, Xia tribe, Chief, Chen Feng. The two men scrutinized each other intently, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of one another's thoughts. Chen Feng gestured first. We are exploring uncharted territories and inadvertently trespassed into your domain. My apologies. Luo shook his head and gestured. The vast grassland belongs to all. Your arrival is welcomed. Chief Chen Feng, what purpose brings you here? Luo inquired. Initially, we had none. We sought only exploration, but now I do have some intentions. Chen Feng smiled as he gestured. You have taken an interest in them. Luo pointed towards the mammoths and elephants outside. Chen Feng unabashedly nodded and gestured, yes. I have a great need for them. While the two conversed, a person rushed into the bamboo hut, appearing anxious as they spoke rapidly to Luo. With each word, Luo's expression grew increasingly grave, until he finally stood and addressed Qi with urgency. Qi seemed to receive some command and promptly exited the bamboo hut. Luo gestured towards Chen Feng, saying, Our enemies are approaching. You all stay within the tribe. With that, Luo stepped out of the bamboo house. Chen Feng followed him outside, only to discover that everyone was already mounted on their steeds, galloping towards the outskirts of the tribe. Chief, they are preparing for battle. Chen Kuei exclaimed. Why on earth are you pleased about their fight? Chen Feng retorted, exasperated. We could assist them in battle and then request to learn the art of beast taming. Chen Kuei chuckled. Your mind is sharp, but it is not yet the right time, Chen Feng replied. Chen Kuei laughed. Is the chief waiting until they falter to strike? Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Chapter 0. The Great Eagle, Divine Beasts, Beast Tamers, Maze, the Four Tribes in Chaos. Chen Feng and the others closely followed behind, exiting the tribe, and spotted a group of riders a kilometer away, standing firm. Luo, mounted on a mammoth, slowly advanced towards the center. Opposite him, another rider on a mammoth approached Luo head-on. Must you really initiate war, Ku? Luo called out loudly. Luo, if you join my tribe, I will grant you the position of leader. Ku replied with a smile. We have battled countless times, with both sides suffering immense losses. You know you cannot seize my tribe. Luo remarked calmly. This time is different. Not only will I conquer you, but I will also slay you. Ku said coldly. Pointing towards the north, Ku continued. What do you see over there? Luo gazed towards the northern dust cloud, and soon discerned the situation behind it, exclaiming. You have colluded with the blue-eyed tribe. Humph, as long as I can capture your tribe, I will kill them afterward. Ku replied icily. Luo found himself momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter. Chen Feng observed the gathering crowd in the north, shaking his head helplessly. It seems their tribe is doomed. Chen Kuei glanced towards the north and said, Aren't we still here? Chen Feng pointed towards the enemies on either side, declaring, They possess formidable steeds. It will be challenging for us to approach, especially considering their numbers are tenfold ours. Should we retreat then? Chen Kuei asked. Let us see. If an opportunity arises to save a few, we will take it. If not, we will flee. Chen Feng replied resignedly. On the battlefield, the tension reached its peak. Luo sneered. Are you the only one with allies? He emitted a sharp whistle towards the sky. A giant eagle appeared, circling twice before swiftly departing. You have allied with the eagle tribe. Ku exclaimed in shock. We have already formed an alliance. I am reluctant to reveal it unless it is a matter of life and death. Luo retorted with a smirk. Very well, let us see who is stronger. Ku declared, waving his hand vigorously behind him, sending over 100 beasts charging towards Luo and his companions like a tidal wave. Luo made a similar gesture of attack. Chun Feng said to Chun Kuei, gather their kin. If anything goes awry, we will take them and flee, thus saving them. After Chun Kuei nodded in agreement, he swiftly began to direct the others into action. Chun Feng observed that the forces from the north were also mobilizing, launching a fierce assault against Luo and his companions. 2 against 1, there is no chance of victory, Chun Feng lamented. As the two sides clashed, the steeds began to attack each other frantically, while the riders hurled stones and jabbed at one another with bamboo poles. How could I forget the bamboo? Chun Feng exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Chun Kuei, leader. I am here. Chun Kuei quickly ran to Chun Feng's side. Take them to cut bamboo. Make sure to chop it at an angle. Then use the bamboo to encircle the entire tribe with the pointed ends facing outward. Chun Feng commanded urgently. Yes, leader. Chun Kuei replied. Before long, the enemy from the north split into 2 groups, one racing towards Chun Feng and his allies, while the other headed for Luo and his faction. Everyone, find a high ground and aim at the riders on the elephants and mammoths. We cannot let them approach. Chun Feng ordered, having just completed the bamboo cutting task. Chun Kuei immediately began directing his team to seek elevated positions. Within the tribe, there were also some young mammoths and elephants, soon forming a solid wall. As the enemy drew nearer, Chun Feng and the others, witnessing the dust-clouded approach of the adversaries, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over them. Estimating their numbers to be over 50, prepare for battle. Chun Feng commanded loudly. The Divine Wind Army had already drawn their bows, ready to shoot at any who ventured within their range without hesitation. Release! Chun Kuei shouted. The accuracy was high, and in an instant, 7 adversaries fell. Chun Feng closely monitored the battlefield. The elephants and mammoths, now devoid of command, began to move chaotically, causing those behind them to be violently thrown aside, with some tragically trampled to death. Yet, the Divine Wind Army did not cease their barrage of arrows. Any enemy within 50 paces would be precisely struck down. The rampaging elephants and mammoths, under Chun Feng's direction, were either pierced or grazed by the bamboo poles. Soon, the beast-taming tribe descended into chaos. As elephants and mammoths stormed through, trampling the members of the beast-taming tribe without restraint. Everyone, aim carefully. We must not let a single one escape. Chun Feng shouted. Luo, witnessing the dust rising from his utterly breached tribe, felt an overwhelming sorrow, his breath quickening in despair. Ku, however, offered no respite, mocking, Luo, do you see? Your kin have perished. Luo dared not turn around, knowing that to do so would mean facing death. He could only grit his teeth and shout, kill them all. Avenge our people. Chun Feng looked at Luo, now surrounded, shaking his head helplessly. I hope you can survive. Suddenly, the sky seemed to darken, as if obscured by a colossal entity. Leader, it is a giant eagle. Chun Kuei exclaimed. Whether it is friend or foe remains unclear, Chun Feng muttered. On the battlefield, the tension escalated. As Luo beheld the majestic eagles soaring in to provide support, a renewed sense of confidence ignited within him. He urged the mammoth forward, charging towards Ku without hesitation. The eagles exhibited remarkable precision, seizing anyone mounted and lifting them into the air, only to drop them mercilessly. Meanwhile, Chun Feng observed that each eagle bore a rider. Clearly, his previous assumptions were overly simplistic. This world was far from the dire state he had envisioned. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Chun Feng acknowledged the reality. The eagles attacked with astonishing swiftness, capable of dispatching an enemy in mere moments, rendering themselves nearly invincible. Even Chun Feng found himself at a loss for an effective counter against these formidable creatures. Perhaps the siege crossbow might prove somewhat useful. Sensing the shifting tides of battle, the northern warriors hastily retreated. Only 2 factions remained on the battlefield. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Ku also began his flight from the fray. Luo chose not to pursue, but instead hastened back to the tribe, his heart racing with urgency. Chun Feng and his companions had nearly annihilated the invaders that had breached the tribe, standing triumphantly above, inflicting relentless punishment upon their foes. The surviving mammoths and elephants were guided by the beastmasters to a more open area. Luo surveyed the chaotic remnants of his tribe, his heart heavy with anguish, his breath quickening. A middle-aged man behind him offered reassurance, stating, I saw a dozen individuals resisting. They do not seem to be your kin. Perhaps they are safe. I appreciate your concern, but, Luo began, only to be interrupted as figures emerged from the distance. Chief, called out the members of the Beastmaster tribe. Are you all unharmed? Luo exclaimed with excitement. Only a few have perished. The others are merely injured. His tribesmen responded. A stranger rescued us and captured many mammoths and elephants. Luo could scarcely believe his ears, as they all understood that creatures like elephants and mammoths represented the pinnacle of combat prowess, far beyond mere human capability, let alone that of Chun Feng and his companions. At that moment, Chun Feng descended from the tree, his troops following closely behind. Luo gestured towards Chun Feng, smiling broadly. Chief Chun Feng, thank you, he expressed gratefully. Chun Feng, noticing a man accompanied by a massive eagle, inquired, and who might this be? This is Ao, the chief of the eagle tribe, and also my dear brother, Luo introduced. Ao approached Chun Feng, scrutinizing him carefully and gesturing. You hail from the other side of the mountains. Chun Feng nodded, affirming, indeed, have you been there? It is a place devoid of sustenance. Ao gestured, implying that he may have once visited or possibly relocated from that region. Luo directed Qi to handle the post-battle arrangements for the tribesmen, then led Chun Feng and Ao into a bamboo hut. Chapter 0. On the way back to the tribe while Luo engaged in conversation with Ao, Chun Feng's thoughts lingered on the events of the day's battlefield. He had not anticipated that primitive tribes would understand the concept of alliances in warfare, nor could he have foreseen that the eagles were capable of carrying riders. The clash between elephants may not be particularly extraordinary, yet the awe inspired by the giant eagle was truly overwhelming. Chief, Chun Feng whispered to his ear, all the arrows have been retrieved. Chun Feng nodded and instructed, take your kin and venture out to hunt. Establish a camp nearby. After Chun Kuei acknowledged with a nod, he turned and departed. Ao gestured towards Chun Feng and inquired, might you demonstrate how you vanquished those foes? Chun Feng retrieved a bow and arrows from beside the saber-toothed tiger and gestured, with this. May I take a look? Ao gestured. Without a word, Chun Feng handed it over. Ao scrutinized the weapon for quite some time, yet remained perplexed, while Luo, upon receiving it, also found himself equally baffled. Chun Feng took back the bow and arrows, gesturing, let us step outside. The three exited the bamboo hut, whereupon Chun Feng commanded the saber-toothed tiger, go. The creature sprinted a short distance away to a tree, crouching silently in wait. Chun Feng drew the bow and aimed at the tree beside the tiger. The arrow whizzed through the air, striking the tree with precision. The saber-toothed tiger seized the arrow from the tree, yanked it free, and returned to Chun Feng. Ao and Luo were utterly astonished, not only by Chun Feng's weapon, but also by the tiger's remarkable obedience. They understood well that carnivorous beasts are notoriously difficult to tame, and even their own efforts had taken generations to yield such results. He is a cub I rescued, and he has lived among our tribe ever since, Chun Feng gestured. Ao expressed little interest in the bow and arrows, but his curiosity was piqued by the knife at Chun Feng's side. Chun Feng simply removed all his weapons and offered them to the two for inspection. After toying with them for a considerable time, they reluctantly returned the items to him. Several women entered the hut carrying roasted beef. Chun Feng picked up a dagger and swiftly sliced the meat into small pieces. This action once again astonished the two, as they were accustomed to using only stones for cutting. In unison, they exclaimed this. Chun Feng shook his head and gestured, we traverse perilous jungles. We require this, or we cannot return. Though somewhat disappointed, they harbored no greedy thoughts of theft. Chun Feng continued to gesture. You shall teach my tribe how to tame eagles, elephants, and mammoths in exchange for this. After exchanging glances, the two shook their heads and gestured. Such skills cannot be mastered in a short time. Chun Feng felt a tinge of disappointment as well. Ao persisted, gesturing. However, we can send you our kin, allowing them to become part of your tribe. Luo nodded in agreement. Is that permissible? Chun Feng gestured. Certainly. One animal trainer in exchange for a dagger. Ao pointed at the dagger in Chun Feng's hand. For Chun Feng, daggers were plentiful, and he readily agreed. Upon hearing his acceptance, the two were elated, each tribe offering 10 individuals to Chun Feng. Although they were all women, their ability to tame beasts was what mattered. Once the arrangement was finalized, Ao returned to his tribe to organize the transfer. As for Luo, he directly bestowed upon Chun Feng 10 women, alongside 10 mammoths and 10 elephants, all spoils acquired from the Nice tribe and the Beast tribe. Chun Feng found this entirely reasonable, as he too had participated in the conflict and had rescued their kin. Chun Kuei, take these 10 women to the Divine Wind Army. They will instruct you in the basic control of the elephants and mammoths. Chun Feng declared. Rest assured, Chief, we shall learn diligently. Chen Kuei replied with excitement. They had long yearned to ride these magnificent creatures, and with guidance, they were determined to absorb the knowledge earnestly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Ao arrived before Qin Feng, accompanied by the 10 women, each with their own giant eagle, albeit somewhat smaller in size. Ao gestured, they are only half a year old. When they reach maturity, they will be incredibly formidable. Qin Feng was indifferent to this, his primary concern being whether his people could master the art of falconry. He assured Ao that upon his return to the tribe, he would send a dagger via the giant eagle. For Qin Feng, this training had been exceedingly successful. The Divine Wind Army's acknowledgement of him and their survival skills were beyond doubt. Their combat proficiency, whether individually or collectively, was exceptionally refined, fully meeting Qin Feng's expectations. Feeling it was time to return home, as winter would soon approach, Qin Feng learned of Luo's reluctance to see him go. During their 10 days together, Luo had gained profound insights into various animals' behaviors, which would greatly aid their future endeavors in taming beasts. Chief Qin Feng, when shall you return? Luo gestured. I will come back whenever I have the opportunity. Qin Feng responded. Luo presented several hundred strips of elephant and mammoth sinew, as well as cow sinew, which Qin Feng had noticed they carelessly discarded and encouraged them to collect. To his surprise, they had accumulated over 500 strips over the years. Thank you, Chief Luo. Qin Feng expressed joyfully with gestures. In truth, Qin Feng's heart was brimming with delight. These sinews were ideal for crafting bows, crossbows, and giant crossbows. Feeling a sense of embarrassment, he gifted Luo a bow he had fashioned from saber-toothed tiger sinew. Luo cherished it dearly. So much so that he barely noticed Qin Feng's departure. A grand procession of 31 individuals made their way toward the confluence of mountains and forests. Chief, it seems we shall not reach the tribe in less than 2 months. Qin Kuei remarked. Why is that? Qin Feng inquired. The elephants and mammoths do not move swiftly. When we came, we traveled 50 kilometers daily. At this pace, it may take 4 months to return to the tribe. Qin Kuei elucidated. By then, winter will have already set in. Qin Feng replied, resigned. Along the way, we should hunt more furry creatures, procure their pelts, and fashion some warm clothing. Qin Kuei nodded in agreement. That is indeed a viable plan. Very well, make the necessary arrangements and ensure we hunt abundantly. Qin Feng chuckled. Nothing significant occurred along the journey. However, the mammoths and elephants struggled to adapt to the mountainous environment. At times, they traversed treacherous paths that significantly delayed their progress. 3 months later, snow began to gently blanket the ground, while a cold wind from the south chilled the faces of Qin Feng and his companions. Each individual was wrapped tightly, leaving only their faces exposed. Concerned for the giant eagles, fearing they might succumb to the winter's chill, Qin Feng directed them to fly toward the tribe, where he suspected they had already arrived. During the day, temperatures plummeted to over 20 degrees below zero, and at night, they dipped to more than 50 degrees below. The group sought warmth by sleeping close to the mammoths. The chief, responsible for the elephants, remarked that they seemed to be struggling with the frigid weather. It's too cold, Qin Kuei stated. Damn it, my fears have come true, Qin Feng muttered to himself. Approaching the elephants, he noticed them shivering. He commanded, starting tomorrow, we will rest for 5 hours only during meal times. Unless an emergency arises, we must press on. Qin Kuei nodded in agreement. Yes, Chief. Chapter 0. The Snow Monkey Ambush. Qin Feng unconscious the snow had accumulated to knee height, with the mammoths forging ahead to clear the path, closely followed by the elephants. Although exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, the 5-hour rest intervals had indeed accelerated their pace. Fortunately, they had emerged from the dense mountain forest. While trees still lined their path, they were not as thick, and the threat of dangerous wildlife was diminished. Chief, we will reach the tribe in 5 days, Qin Kuei announced, gazing ahead. Qin Feng nodded. Now, more than ever, we must remain vigilant. He had a nagging sense that something lurked in the shadows, watching them, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the howling wind and the occasional sound of branches snapping under the weight of accumulated snow. Just as Qin Feng and his companions settled into sleep, a sudden cacophony of fierce fighting and anguished cries erupted outside. Grabbing his knife, Qin Feng swiftly exited the tent, only to witness a flurry of white figures engaged in a fierce battle with the Wind God army. Qin Kuei rushed to Qin Feng's side, exclaiming, Chief, We are under attack by snow monkeys. Snow monkeys? What on earth are snow monkeys? Chen Feng inquired anxiously. They are as white as snow and incredibly agile. The wind god army can handle them. Chen Kuei hesitated, his words trailing off. What is it? Spit it out. Chen Feng urged impatiently. 2 beast tamers have been killed. Chen Kuei's voice was heavy with sorrow, his gaze cast downward. What? Upon hearing this news, Chen Feng's fury erupted, and he bellowed, let us exterminate these wretched beasts. Chen Feng was incensed. He had invested 4 months of his life and considerable resources for these individuals, only to have lost 2 beast tamers. Enraged, he charged toward the fray where the wind god army was engaged in combat. Without hesitation, he swung his blade at the head of a snow monkey. Chief, be careful. A brave soldier dashed toward him like lightning, resolutely placing himself in front of Chen Feng. In an instant, a stream of crimson blood surged forth from the soldier's mouth, splattering upon the pristine white snow like blooming red plums, a sight that was utterly shocking. Embedded in his chest was a remarkably sharp branch, piercing directly through his back. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned by this sudden scene. Instinctively, he grasped the soldier's fur coat with desperation, his voice trembling as he called out, "Brother!" Yet, before he could finish his plea, it was abruptly silenced, for he witnessed the soldier's eyes gradually losing their luster. At that moment, Chen Kuei, wielding dual blades, lunged forward towards the snow monkeys like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. His figure moved with the swiftness of the wind, and his blades carved sharp arcs through the air, instantly driving several snow monkeys back. Chen Feng, however, remained frozen, clutching the increasingly cold corpse, a tide of anguish swelling within him. They had endured grueling training together, shared 6 months of camaraderie. In those days, they fought side by side, supporting one another. And now he was left to watch his dear comrade depart, life extinguished so swiftly, evoking an unprecedented sorrow and fury within him. In that moment, Chen Feng's gaze no longer bore the innocence of yesteryear. It was replaced by a chilling ferocity. His eyes blazed like raging flames, fixating on the 20 or so snow monkeys not far ahead, as if he intended to devour them whole. Gradually, Chen Feng rose to his feet, gripping the bloodied long knife tightly in his hand. He took resolute steps, passing by Chen Kuei's side, and charged unwaveringly towards the horde of snow monkeys, each stride imbued with boundless intent to kill and unwavering determination. Upon entering the throng of snow monkeys, Chen Feng moved like the wind, wielding his long knife with fierce abandon. Where the cold light flashed, blood spattered. Each strike found its mark, precisely targeting the vital spots of the snow monkeys. Every blow a testament to his lethal prowess. In an instant, the battlefield was enveloped in a potent scent of blood. As Chen Kuei fought valiantly against the snow monkeys, he shouted, "Protect the leader." Upon hearing the command, 2 nearby soldiers, having just dispatched their own snow monkeys, swiftly moved to Chen Feng's side, forming a steadfast line of defense to guard their esteemed leader. The number of snow monkeys dwindled, yet Chen Feng's slaughter showed no signs of cessation. His eyes were bloodshot, seemingly devoid of reason. Suddenly, a colossal snow monkey launched a surprise attack from behind, pouncing on one of the soldiers. The soldier was caught off guard and brought to the ground. Observing this, Chen Feng immediately turned and charged at the snow monkey. He leaped high, summoning all his strength to thrust the knife into the creature's back. The blade pierced through the snow monkey's body, eliciting a horrific cry as it collapsed to the ground. Having vanquished that particularly ferocious snow monkey, Chen Feng scarcely paused to catch his breath before once again plunging into the fierce fray, undeterred. At this moment, he stood closely with the last 2 remaining soldiers, forming an unbreakable line of defense. They were back to back, wielding their weapons with fierce determination. Each strike was imbued with an inexhaustible intent to kill and a resolute vow to utterly vanquish their foes. On the battlefield, blood splattered as the sounds of battle cries and roars echoed through the air. Chen Feng and his comrades stood undaunted, their flesh and blood resisting wave after wave of the ferocious snow monkeys' assaults. Though their bodies were already marred with wounds, the fire of indomitable spirit still blazed in their eyes. Ultimately, after a prolonged and brutal clash, the last of the snow monkeys fell into a pool of blood. However, just as the dawn of victory emerged, Chen Feng, having overexerted himself, suddenly succumbed to darkness, collapsing backward like a kite severed from its string, ultimately losing consciousness. Meanwhile, In a dwelling within the Xia tribe, the atmosphere was palpably heavy. 3 beautiful women sat quietly beside the bed, their anxious gazes fixed on the unconscious Chinfeng. Their faces were etched with concern, as if frightened that he might depart from them at any moment. The entire Xia tribe was enveloped in an indescribable oppressive ambience. The hearts of the people felt burdened, constantly preoccupied with thoughts of this brave and fearless youth. They understood well that had it not been for Chinfeng stepping forward to lead them in repelling the snow monkey invasion, the Xia tribe would likely have ceased to exist. Thus, in the hearts of the community, Chinfeng was revered as a deity, the beacon of hope for their survival. "Xingyue, how is he?" Lu Ming asked anxiously, her fists clenched, veins bulging on her forehead, clearly distressed. Xingyue gently shook her head, letting out a sigh. "His physical condition is relatively stable. However, he remains in a deep slumber, and I am uncertain of the cause." After speaking, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Her face clouded with worry. Since the news of Chinfeng and his companions being ambushed by the snow monkeys reached the tribe, leaders like Chen Shi had been filled with a mix of grief and fury. In their quest for vengeance, they dispatched numerous well-trained soldiers deep into the jungle daily, conducting systematic searches and hunts for the snow monkeys. These soldiers, fearless in the face of death, charged recklessly at the slightest hint of the snow monkeys, willing to pay the ultimate price to eradicate them. Gradually, it seemed the snow monkeys in this forest sensed the impending danger. They began to grow restless, fleeing the area in droves. Chapter 0: The Revenge of the Snow Monkeys. Chinfeng stood quietly atop the city wall, his gaze solemnly fixed on the newly constructed fortifications and moat. The formidable defenses loomed like an impregnable barrier, allowing the tension in his heart to ease slightly, bringing him a sense of relief. "Chief, you've been unconscious for half a month. You've truly frightened us." Chen Shi stood beside Chinfeng, his tone imbued with unmistakable concern. Chinfeng chuckled nonchalantly, proclaiming, "It's all well now." After his unconsciousness, Chen Kuei, driven by astonishing determination, had carried Chinfeng over rugged terrain for several dozen kilometers, tirelessly making his way into the city. Subsequently, through diligent care day and night under the starry sky, Chinfeng finally awakened from his stupor. "By the way, are those severed heads of snow monkeys?" Chinfeng turned to Chen Shi, his gaze laced with inquiry. Chen Shi nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed. During your 15 days of unconsciousness, Chen Kuei and the others brought you back, while the saber-toothed tiger safeguarded the beast tamer who returned subsequently." Chen Shi meticulously recounted the circumstances of that time, as if the tense scenes were vividly etched in his memory. Chinfeng nodded slightly. "They performed admirably. Have they all been assigned to their places?" He inquired further. "The falcon trainers and beast tamers have been allocated to the southwest, in the same area as the breeding section." Chen Shi reported with clarity. "The blacksmith, carpenter, logistics, construction, medical, and agricultural divisions are all located in the southwest. The remaining areas have been designated as residential zones, while the military and engineering departments, along with the construction division, have been situated outside the city." Listening intently to Chen Shi's report, Chinfeng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "Chen Shi, from today onwards, you are the deputy leader," Chinfeng declared gravely. "Your commands will be second only to mine." His tone was resolute and commanding. Chen Shi nodded earnestly, responding in a booming voice, "Yes, leader." "Chinfeng, let us return indoors. It's chilly atop the walls." Lu Ming approached Chinfeng from below the city wall. Chinfeng smiled and replied, "All right." Before departing, he turned to inform Chen Shi, "We shall convene in the evening." Upon returning to his small courtyard, before he could regain his footing, Mu Yang dashed towards him like a cheerful little bird, enveloping Chinfeng in a warm embrace while playfully declaring, "Brother Feng, I am now yours. Does that mean I won't have to return to the tribe anymore?" Her voice was melodious, tinged with innocence and dependence. Chinfeng slowly seated himself on a stool, smiling as he grasped Mu Yang's hand. "Of course, you need not return. Brother Feng, look, this is the wool garment I made. Isn't it beautiful?" Mu Yang twirled joyfully before Chinfeng, her face radiating pride. "Indeed, it is already quite perfect, though it still carries a hint of an unrefined essence." Chinfeng, lacking experience in crafting woolen garments, relied entirely on Mu Yang's explorations and attempts. "The wool's scent is quite persistent. I have little means to remedy it," Mu Yang lamented, shaking her head with a trace of disappointment. Chun Feng patiently detailed methods to eliminate the wool's odor, and upon hearing his instructions, she darted away like a gust of wind. Watching her retreating figure, Chun Feng chuckled, still a bit rough around the edges. Ah, children are just like that. Lu Ming gently remarked from the side. By the way, how is the planting situation progressing? Chun Feng, his smile fading, inquired with a serious expression. After your departure, we meticulously selected the seeds and ultimately planted 5,000 caddies of rice, yielding approximately 2,000 caddies per acre. Lu Ming reported earnestly. We cultivated 250 acres and harvested 500,000 caddies of grain, sufficient to sustain our tribe for 4 months. Chun Feng nodded in satisfaction, saying, indeed. Quite impressive. After winter, clear all available land nearby for rice paddies. His gaze revealed a resolute determination, underscoring the significance he placed on the tribe's expansion and reclamation efforts. This will require a substantial workforce. Lu Ming furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns. I shall devise a solution. Chun Feng replied without hesitation, his tone brimming with confidence and resolve. In the dead of night, the snow continued to fall in flurries outside. Within the confines of Chun Feng's modest courtyard, the flickering candlelight illuminated a room filled with people. All the administrators were crammed into the small space, creating a sense of overcrowding. Observing the diligent individuals committed to the tribe's progress, Chun Feng felt a wave of emotion. Unbeknownst to me, we now have so many departments. It appears a dedicated conference hall is necessary. Thank you all for your hard work these past few months. Chun Feng began, his voice steady and powerful. We have not toiled. It is you, our leader, who has borne the burden. The crowd responded in unison, their voices harmonious and resonant, filled with respect and gratitude for Chun Feng. Please, take a seat. Do not feel so constrained. Chun Feng smiled, attempting to alleviate the somewhat serious atmosphere. Once everyone was seated, he cleared his throat and continued. This meeting is convened to discuss our development and plans for the upcoming year, along with departmental adjustments. First and foremost, we shall establish 2 new departments. The Falconry Department, which will bear the surname Wang, and the Beast Training Department, which will bear the surname Wu. The leaders will be Wang Lai and Wu Miao. Wang Lai and Wu Miao stood, their expressions solemn as they declared, we will not disappoint our leader. The members of these 2 departments had witnessed firsthand Chun Feng's unwavering dedication to their protection and his valiant courage in battle. For them, Chun Feng was undoubtedly a trustworthy and admirable leader to follow. With a smile, Chun Feng gestured for them to sit down and continued, in the coming year, we aim to cultivate between 1,000 to 2,000 acres of rice paddies, and the following departments will need to assist the planting division: the construction department, the blacksmith department, and the carpenter department. Resources will be exchanged as needed. The heads of these departments rose resolutely, affirming, we will lend our full support. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chun Feng elaborated, the construction department's upcoming tasks will not be light either. After spring arrives, you will be responsible for constructing office spaces for each major department, as well as residential housing. Our goal for next year is 5,000 units. The following departments are to collaborate on his endeavors: the blacksmith department, the engineering department, the carpenter department, and the transportation department. Additionally, the carpenter department will require 500 water carts next year, with the transportation and logging departments providing their utmost support. Chun Feng issued commands in a methodical manner, and the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly tense and solemn. As for the military, an increase of 100 personnel is to be arranged for next year, with Chun Li overseeing this matter. The commerce department is to add 8 personnel, ensuring a total of 10 soldiers, as you are to expand your operations. Shang Lu nodded eagerly, assuring, rest assured, Chief, I shall strive diligently in the coming year. The logistics department will not be assigned specific tasks, simply do what you are capable of. Chun Feng stated. By the way, how goes the production of bows and arrows? Chun Feng inquired suddenly. Chun Mo rose respectfully to report, 400 cowhide bows and 40 pigskin bows have been completed. The arrows for the prairie tribes are fashioned with beast fangs, and a sufficient quantity has also been prepared. Chun Feng nodded in satisfaction. What is their quality? According to the chief's instructions, they will break after approximately 100 pulls. Chun Mo replied earnestly. You have done well. Chun Feng remarked with a smile. The cowhide, sinew, and mammoth sinew I brought back will be entrusted to your carpenter department to construct powerful crossbows. Chun Feng stated with gravity. As for the methodology, I shall personally assist you in the process. Chen Sheng promptly nodded in agreement. Yes, Chief. By the way, Wang Lai, have you delivered the items I requested? Chen Feng turned to ask. They were delivered before the snowfall. Wang Lai replied. Excellent. Your next task is to select talented children to learn from you. Chen Feng said with a smile. The two men nodded. We will produce a new batch of beast tamers. Chen Shu stood and reported. Currently, we have accumulated over 100 tons of coal. Shall we continue transportation next year? Chen Feng slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I almost forgot. You are not yet equipped to handle coal. We shall address this matter come spring. Suddenly, a figure burst into the room like an arrow released from a bow, panting heavily and reporting with a look of alarm. Chief, we are in grave danger. A massive horde of animals is charging towards us with great ferocity. The sight is utterly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng sprang to his feet, his towering figure radiating an imposing presence as he spoke in a deep voice. Do not panic. Let us investigate. With that, he led a group of subordinates swiftly toward the city gates. As Chen Feng and the others ascended the high city walls, the scene before them left them all astounded. As far as the eye could see, a dense throng of animals surged forward like an overwhelming tide, stretching infinitely into the distance. The variety of creatures was astounding, including massive, heavily armored rhinoceroses, each step causing the ground to tremble. There were also ferocious wild boars with razor-sharp tusks that gleamed with a cold light under the moon. An agile, lithe elk. Moreover, there were the immensely powerful bull, the docile and gentle sheep, and the cunningly ferocious wolf, among others. Numerous animals, undeterred by the vast moat before them, leapt fearlessly into its depths. Some fortunate ones managed to swim to the opposite bank. Yet many more were engulfed by the turbulent waters, losing their lives in an instant. Those who miraculously reached the shore trampled over the bodies of their drowned companions, continuing their frantic charge toward the city walls. In that moment, chaos reigned, dust swirled, and the cries of battle intertwined with the roars of beasts, creating a cacophony that was deafening. Chen Feng gazed upon the overwhelming tide of animals, an uncountable army before him, filled with confusion and astonishment. His brow furrowed as he murmured to himself, What on earth is happening? Why have so many animals suddenly appeared? Could it be that some natural disaster has occurred? However, no one could answer his questions. All were paralyzed with fear by this unforeseen turn of events. With a wave of his arm, Wang Lai sent a massive eagle soaring into the sky, racing toward the horizon. As seconds turned into minutes, a dark speck began to grow larger in the distance. It was the great eagle returning. It landed steadily upon Wang Lai's outstretched arm, its gaze sharp and alert. With a grave expression, Wang Lai addressed Chief Chen Feng, saying, Chief, I have ascertained the situation. A horde of snow monkeys is driving those animals toward us. Hearing this, Chen Feng furrowed his brow and urgently inquired, What is their estimated number? Wang Lai took a deep breath and swiftly replied, There are at least 200 snow monkeys, along with a dozen or so gorillas. Those gorillas are significantly larger than the snow monkeys, standing at least 4 meters tall. Upon receiving this news, Chen Feng's heart raced. Yet he quickly regained his composure, decisively issuing commands. Chen Shi, immediately gather all personnel in the army to ascend the city walls for defense. All males aged 14 and above who can wield a bow and arrow must follow suit. Additionally, inform the residents of the city to transport every piece of wood and stone they can find to the walls for preparation. In an instant, the once tranquil Xia tribe erupted into a cacophony. People shouted and ran, bustling about according to Chen Feng's directives. Men grabbed their weapons and surged toward the walls, while women organized the children to assist in transporting supplies. Chapter 0. The Revenge of the Snow Monkeys and the Emergence of the Gorillas. Within the city, the colossal mammoths and robust elephants undertook part of the heavy lifting, moving various supplies to where they were needed with their steady, powerful strides. Meanwhile, others in the city busily engaged in tasks within their capabilities. Chun Mo led the women of the logistics team, each one as spirited as any man, brimming with determination. Before them, the women bore sharp bows and quivers filled with arrows, advancing swiftly and methodically toward the towering city walls. Their gazes were resolute and their strides unwavering, exemplifying an indomitable spirit. Meanwhile, the valiant warriors Chen Feng, Chen Shi, Chen Kuei, and Chen Li each commanded 50 elite soldiers, stationed at the 4 cardinal points of the fortress. With each taut release of their bowstrings, arrows shot forth like lightning, striking true and mercilessly downing the ferocious beasts that charged at them. Each volley of arrows claimed the life of an animal, yet the remaining men, despite their less precise aim, exerted every effort to inflict as much damage as possible upon the frenzied creatures. Those of you who struggle to find your mark, hold your fire until these brutes are upon the base of the walls, Chen Feng called out. He understood well that while these beasts could not currently breach the formidable defenses, the wall's ability to withstand their relentless assaults remained uncertain. As moments passed, the corpses of animals began to accumulate at the foot of the walls, rising to over a meter in height. Nevertheless, a relentless tide of creatures surged forth, akin to a relentless wave crashing against the fortress. Faced with this seemingly interminable tide of beasts, Chen Feng furrowed his brow and shook his head in resignation, murmuring, "This cannot continue." At that moment, the bowstring in his hands had been drawn and released countless times, leaving his arms aching and fatigued. Comparatively, the pressure on Chen Feng's flank was relatively light, as the onslaught originated from the east, where Chen Kuei faced a far greater crisis. The other two sides bore minimal strain, and the situation remained relatively stable. Chen Feng, leading 20 stalwart men, hastily arrived at the eastern wall. His gaze fell upon the grim spectacle below, where the carcasses of animals had amassed into a towering mound, reaching a height of 2 meters. The horrific sight was truly harrowing. "Chief, look!" Chen Kuei exclaimed, pointing into the distance, his voice tinged with anxiety and astonishment. Following his gesture, Chen Feng beheld a vast expanse filled with countless snow monkeys. Behind this throng, a dozen massive, formidable gorillas followed closely, exuding a menacing presence. As time progressed, it became evident that the number of animals was gradually diminishing. Chen Feng spoke gravely. "From the current circumstances, it appears that those creatures driven forth have suffered significant casualties." Observing the multitude of gorillas, Chen Feng fell into deep contemplation. He was acutely aware that the height and fortitude of the walls were insufficient to impede these immensely powerful beasts. Preventing them from approaching would be no easy feat, unless they could be struck down before they drew near. At that moment, a colossal gorilla, with immense strength, forcefully barreled through the throng of animals ahead, resembling a streak of black lightning as it charged directly toward the city wall. Chen Feng, witnessing this, was taken aback and immediately shouted to Chen Kuei beside him, "Quick! Use your bow and arrow to shoot it. We must not allow it to approach the city wall." In Chen Kuei's hands, the exquisite bow and arrow resembled a formidable crossbow, its power sufficient to easily fell even the most ferocious of gorillas. He swiftly drew back the bowstring, steadying the arrowhead on target, his movements fluid and seamless. Then, with a flick of his fingers, a sharp arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the air with a resounding whoosh as it hurtled toward the aggressive gorilla. In an instant, the arrow transformed into a shadow, striking with astonishing speed at the gorilla's chest. Before one could blink, a thunderous impact echoed as the arrow found its mark, piercing the gorilla's torso with precision. The tremendous force caused the charging gorilla to abruptly halt, its strides gradually slowing to a staggering crawl, until it ultimately collapsed helplessly to the ground. The other gorillas behind, witnessing this scene, fell into chaos. They began to gesture towards one another, emitting low, rumbling growls. Some even launched fierce attacks on the nearby snow monkeys, disregarding their lives in a frenzied assault of clawing and striking. Calmly observing from the side, Chen Feng could not help but entertain a bold hypothesis. These seemingly savage gorillas might very well be the masterminds behind the current beast tide. Just then, Chen Kuei suddenly exclaimed, "Leader, 2 more are charging toward us." Without hesitation, Chen Feng retrieved his bow and arrow from his back and turned to Chen Kuei, saying, "One for each of us. Once you deal with yours, turn immediately to assist me with mine." Chen Kuei nodded vigorously and once again tightened the bowstring, aiming a deadly arrow at one of the gorillas. Compared to Chen Kuei's seemingly divine bow, Chen Feng's bow, though slightly inferior, was still capable of striking key areas effectively. At this moment, he focused intently on the rapidly approaching gorilla, the bowstring drawn taut. Chen Feng aimed for the gorilla's head. With a whoosh, an arrow was loosed, embedding itself in the gorilla's eye as it tumbled to the ground, writhing in agony. Chen Kuei, being decisive, targeted the heart, and his arrow struck true. Chen Feng locked his gaze on the gorilla's eye, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Lime. Yes, if they could blind these creatures with lime, dealing with them would become a breeze. At that moment, Chun Shi and Chun Li hurriedly arrived at the eastern city wall, just in time to witness the harrowing scene unfold. Chun Feng turned around, his gaze resolute as he looked at Chun Shi and swiftly issued a command. Chun Shi, quickly prepare the lime, wrap it in burlap, and make it the size of a fist, but ensure there are plenty. Without hesitation, Chun Shi nodded in agreement and dashed off to fulfill the task. Immediately afterward, Chun Feng directed his voice towards everyone atop the city wall, regardless of your archery skills. Whether or not you can hit the target, we must not allow these beasts to approach the wall even a single step. Upon hearing this, Chun Kuei and the others responded in unison. We will never let them near the wall. Chun Feng himself showed no signs of slackness. He noticed those who were not proficient with their bows and decisively commanded, put down your bows and arrows, pick up shields and swords. And everyone must exit the city to collect arrows. Our supply of arrows is nearly depleted, and it is utterly impossible to forge a new batch immediately. Gathering more than 100 men, he instructed them to grasp their shields and swords and approach the city gate step by step. Once opened, they surged out, with part of the group protecting the others as they retrieved arrows from the animal corpses. The Xinfeng army, led by Chun Feng, stood resolutely atop the towering city wall, their eyes sharp and focused, ever ready to support Chun Feng and his men. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a sudden, panicked shout from Chun Li pierced the air. Leader, look! The snow monkeys are charging towards us. Hearing this, Chun Feng abruptly raised his head and followed Chun Li's pointing finger, spotting 100 agile, snow-white monkeys surging towards them like a roaring tide. These snow monkeys were incredibly swift, closing the distance in an instant. However, the Xinfeng army had previously encountered these snow monkeys and felt no fear in the face of their onslaught. Instead, they responded with practiced precision. Some soldiers methodically drew back their bowstrings, launching a flurry of sharp arrows at the oncoming snow monkeys, while others hastened down the steps of the city wall without hesitation. As they neared the city gate, Chun Kuei led 8 valiant warriors from the Xinfeng army, unsheathing their twin blades without a moment's pause, roaring defiantly as they charged headlong into the fray against the ferocious snow monkeys. In an instant, blades flashed and clashed, and the sounds of battle echoed thunderously. Meanwhile, Chun Feng turned to his more than 100 subordinates and shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Quickly gather the arrows from the ground and retreat into the city immediately." With that, he sprang into action, leading his troops fearlessly into the throng of fierce snow monkeys. As the battle between the snow monkeys and Chun Feng's forces erupted, it swiftly escalated into a fevered clash. Despite the snow monkeys holding a significant numerical advantage, Chun Feng's side navigated the battlefield with agility and superior equipment, moving with an ease that belied the chaos surrounding them. At this moment, Chun Li led 30 valiant warriors into the fray, grasping the gleaming broadsword with both hands. Each swing unleashed a spray of crimson, cleaving every snow monkey that dared to approach him in twain, creating a scene both bloody and magnificent. Not far off, a gorilla, witnessing this spectacle, was suddenly gripped by a sense of dread. Initially, it had presumed that Chun Feng commanded nothing more than an ordinary and feeble tribe, easily vanquishable without its direct intervention. However, to its astonishment, 3 of its kin had already perished in mere moments. Meanwhile, Chun Shi stood resolutely atop the high city wall, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding battle below, not daring to blink. Behind him, over 100 subordinates stood ready, each clutching a powerful bow, the tips adorned with tightly wrapped lime powder. Should the gorilla dare to make a move, he would issue the command to fire without hesitation. At that moment, Chun Feng observed that the snow monkeys seemed to be losing their resolve, slowly retreating, indicating their desire to disengage from further conflict. Without hesitation, he decisively commanded, "All personnel, stand down and retreat to the city at once." Upon hearing the order, the dozens of soldiers acted without delay, methodically making their way back to the fortress. After the fierce skirmish, they bore various wounds, yet fortunately, most were superficial abrasions, not life-threatening injuries. Chun Feng noted their fatigue, but he dared not relax. Many gorillas and snow monkeys still lurked outside the walls. "Chief, look over there. They appear to be retreating," Chun Shi urged gravely. Following his gesture, Chun Feng's heart sank as he observed the figures gradually distancing themselves. If they allowed them to escape, it wouldn't be long before more gorillas arrived, leading to dire consequences that could not be permitted to unfold. Resolving this in his mind, Chun Feng turned to Chun Shi and declared with determination, Chen Shi. Summon all soldiers at once, mount your steeds, and pursue me outside the city. Ensure you bring ample lime powder. We cannot let a single monkey or gorilla escape. Without hesitation, Chen Shi nodded in affirmation. Yes, chief, and promptly set about relaying the command. Then, Chen Feng turned to Chen Kuai, a decisive gleam in his eyes as he proclaimed, Chen Kuai, follow me. We shall lead the Divine Wind Army in a flanking maneuver, ensuring casualties are minimized. With Chen Feng's command echoing forth, the sound of urgent hoofbeats resonated from the city gates. One by one, the gallant soldiers mounted their horses, gripping their reins, charging forth like arrows loosed from a bow towards the outside world. Chen Shi and Chen Li each led 100 soldiers, forming 2 divisions tightly trailing behind Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng and Chen Kuei led the charge at the forefront of the formation. The rest of the group hurriedly ascended the city walls, anxiously watching as this valiant and fearless team gradually faded into the horizon. Inside the city, Xingyue was busily tending to the wounded, deftly bandaging each injury and administering treatment. Lu Ming assisted her, his technique somewhat awkward, yet his earnestness and focus remained unwavering. Meanwhile, Mo Yang, unaccustomed to such chaos, cowered in a corner of the room, trembling with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Outside the city, the battalion of 209 surged forth like an unstoppable tide of steel. They gripped their bows and arrows tightly, aiming at the retreating snow monkeys and chimpanzees in the distance. With the twang of bowstrings, arrows rained down upon the enemy like a relentless storm. The cacophony of battle cries, the thunder of hooves, and the resonance of bowstrings echoed through the air. The snow monkeys fell in waves, while the chimpanzees, with their thick hides, endured only minimal damage. Observing the scene, Chen Shi shouted urgently, Quick, bind lime to the arrowheads. At his command, the 200 warriors swiftly complied, preparing their arrows. They then took aim at the imposing chimpanzees and unleashed a volley of arrows. The critical objective was not merely to strike the targets, but to render the chimpanzees blind. In an instant, countless arrows tipped with lime soared toward the chimpanzees. Upon impact, the white lime powder burst forth, enveloping the area in a dense cloud of white mist, merging with the falling snowflakes, rendering them indistinguishable. The chimpanzees were thrown into disarray, akin to ants on a hot skillet, bewildered and frantic. With their vision obscured, they could not discern friend from foe, acting purely on instinct. Any proximity to another being provoked immediate and unrelenting aggression. The forest resounded with a terrifying symphony of roars, piercing screams, and chilling cries, a grim overture of chaos. In the face of such bloody turmoil, Chen Feng and his companions dared not approach recklessly. The unfortunate snow monkeys became the primary victims of this melee. Powerless against the chimpanzees' ferocious assaults, many were torn asunder, the scene a gruesome tableau of carnage. Even the chimpanzees showed no mercy to their kin. Within minutes, 3 had met their demise, transforming the battlefield into a merciless slaughterhouse. Chen Feng and his comrades pressed on without respite, their focus razor-sharp as they sought the opportune moment. Their sights set squarely on the heads of the chimpanzees. Once an opportunity arises, they unhesitatingly release the arrows in their hands. With each strike, the fury of the chimpanzees is ignited, causing them to lose all semblance of reason and to launch into a frenzied, indiscriminate assault. As moments tick by, after a tense and fierce battle lasting several minutes, only one chimpanzee remains, defiantly standing its ground, though it is now battered and drenched in blood. The leader, Chen Kuei, gasps for breath and shouts. Chen Feng nods slightly in acknowledgement and commands, We must not allow this lone survivor to escape. After receiving the directive, Chen Kuei nods emphatically, steadying his aim at the heart of the chimpanzee. With a swift twang of the bowstring, the arrow soars forth. Soon after, a heart-wrenching scream reverberates through the forest as the chimpanzee collapses under the weight of its injuries. Chen Feng turns to the assembled crowd and calls out, Sever the heads of these creatures and pile them high, like a small mountain, at the city gate for all to see. As for their bodies, cast them into the moat to feed the fish. After assigning the task, Chen Feng departs. Shortly thereafter, Chen Shi arrives with a group, diligently attending to the scene as instructed by Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Chen Feng has returned to the city. Upon entering the city gate, he discovers that Chen Mo has already led another group in managing the carcasses of the deceased animals. They skillfully dissect the various bodies, the gory scene bustling with fervor. On the other side of the moat, the animals that once swam freely have been driven ashore by the combined efforts of the mammoths and elephants. Unexpectedly, a few saber-toothed tigers seize the opportunity to feast upon the corpses of the chimpanzees and snow monkeys. However, Chen Feng does not intervene. As long as these predators pose no threat to humans, their desire to consume other creatures is permissible. Chapter 0. Aftermath and future planning. This winter is destined to be both busy and extraordinary, with nearly 2,000 animal carcasses piled high, plunging the entire tribe into a frenzy of carnivorous indulgence. Each day, the people revel in an atmosphere of frenzied meat consumption. Although some of the meat has been cured, an astonishing quantity of fresh meat dries in the open air, creating a magnificent spectacle. Leader, with such an abundance of meat, even if we gorge ourselves daily, it would take us over 2 months to consume it all. Chun Mo rushes in to report, his face a mixture of astonishment and excitement. Chun Feng ponders briefly before decisively ordering, cut all this meat into small pieces, place it in baskets, and leave it outside. Chun Mo promptly nods in agreement. Yes, leader. I will organize the workforce immediately. With that, he turns and swiftly assembles the people to begin cutting the meat into portions, carefully placing them into baskets. At this moment, the battlements were in utter disarray, strewn with various tools and debris. Beyond the walls, the ground was stained with the blood of animals. The vivid crimson had long since frozen in the frigid air, forming dark red ice blocks that starkly contrasted with the pristine white snow. Starry Moon led the medical team, weaving tirelessly through the throngs of people, their efforts hardly permitting them a moment's respite. Some were diligently bandaging the wounds of injured kin, while others collected and organized medical supplies, beads of sweat glistening on every forehead, yet not a single soul uttered a word of complaint regarding their toil. Simultaneously, Chen Feng dared not indulge in idleness. He sought out Chen Mao from the engineering department, and the two huddled closely, engrossed in their study of smokeless coal. Accompanied by Chen Mao's apprentices, they began by breaking large chunks of coal into smaller pieces for easier processing. Following the method conceived in Chen Feng's mind, they meticulously conducted their experiments step by step. After 3 grueling days and nights of relentless effort, the dawn of success finally emerged. As jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd, Chen Feng, who had been peacefully slumbering indoors, was jolted awake. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he hastened outside to witness this historic moment firsthand. Leader, we have succeeded, Chen Mao exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Chen Feng's gaze was fixated on the smokeless coal. After carefully igniting it, it indeed produced significantly less smoke than anticipated. With a beaming smile, he clapped his hands and said, "This is remarkable. Everyone has worked so hard during this time." He then elaborated on the various uses of the coal to Chen Mao, instructing him and Chen Tian from the blacksmith department to utilize it freely. Once everything was arranged, Chen Feng turned to leave, entrusting Chen Mao with the full responsibility of coal production. When Chen Feng returned home, weary yet fulfilled, he found 3 women had thoughtfully prepared warm water, ready to assist him in bathing and changing. As he stepped into the wooden tub filled with soothing water, warmth enveloped him. However, for some inexplicable reason, he felt an unsettling sense of something amiss. Instinctively, he sniffed his body, only to be met with an intolerable stench that clung stubbornly to his skin, resisting all attempts at cleansing. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning: soap. With a sudden slap on his thigh, Chen Feng exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten? With soap, this problem can be effortlessly resolved." Eagerly, he reclined on his bed, passionately sharing his ideas and theoretical knowledge about soap making with those nearby. Surprisingly, Mu Yang, who had been listening attentively, managed to remember all the key points after just one hearing. Not only that, but she also volunteered to take on the responsibility of soap making. Chen Feng was not particularly astonished by Mu Yang's enthusiasm, as he perceived that the task of crafting soap was not exceedingly complex. With ample resources of smokeless coal now available, his next consideration was how to smelt steel. Once he acquired high-quality steel, he could forge robust and durable armor, thereby enhancing their strength. Contemplating this, Chen Feng found himself filled with anticipation for a promising future. In a hurry, he sought out Chen Tian and meticulously recounted his entire theory and unique ideas regarding steel smelting. He detailed everything from the precise ratios of various raw materials to the specific dimensions of the blast furnace, discussing the structural arrangements of components such as the furnace body, belly, and throat, as well as the interactions of gases, solids, and liquids necessary to maintain high temperatures. However, as this was Chun Feng's first venture into this realm, he had little practical experience to share regarding the operational processes and techniques. Chun Tian listened intently to Chun Feng's exposition, showing no signs of confusion or misunderstanding. Instead, as he absorbed the information, he crouched down, gesturing in the dirt with a twig, seemingly constructing a virtual blast furnace in his mind, pondering how to translate Chun Feng's theoretical framework into a viable plan. Recognizing Chun Tian's deep engagement, Chun Feng wisely refrained from interrupting and returned to his leisurely stroll through the city. Though modest in size, this city possessed a unique charm. It was adorned with numerous luminous trees, which emitted a soft yet brilliant glow at night, ensuring that the city remained illuminated even in the dark. Unfortunately, the cold weather rendered the streets nearly devoid of pedestrians. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly approached Chun Feng, reporting, "Chief, there are people outside the city calling for help." A sudden tension gripped Chun Feng's heart as he inquired, "Oh, can you discern who they are?" The soldier promptly replied, "They appear to be from the tribe that previously delivered iron ore to us." Chun Feng furrowed his brow and continued, "How many are there?" The soldier truthfully responded, "Only one person." After a moment of contemplation, Chun Feng commanded, "Quickly, take him to the cave. It's relatively warmer there." Before dawn, Chun Feng hastily arrived at the cave. Upon entering, he spotted Chun Kuei standing there, seemingly lost in thought. Chun Feng then asked, "What are you doing here?" Hearing the voice, Chun Kuei turned, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Chief, I couldn't sleep." Chapter 0. The Red Mountain Tribe's Allegiance. At that moment, a soldier appeared before Chun Feng and Chun Kuei, bringing with him a figure and reporting, "Chief, we have brought the person." Chun Feng turned his gaze towards the individual, revealing a frail young boy, shivering with cold. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Chun Feng inquired, "What on earth has happened?" The boy, trembling, replied, "Our tribe was attacked by a pack of ferocious beasts, and only over 30 of us managed to escape. We sought refuge in the Xia tribe. But the journey has been fraught with hunger and cold. Several have succumbed along the way. In the end, they sent me to implore for your assistance." With that, the boy could not help but shudder. Chun Feng pressed further, "Where was your original tribe located?" The boy raised a trembling hand and pointed outside the cave, saying, "Follow the river beyond. It should take about half a day to reach it." Nodding in understanding, Chun Feng reassured him, "Do not worry, child. I shall go to rescue them. For now, remain here in safety." He then turned to those beside him and ordered, "Quickly, fetch some hot soup to warm this child." Before long, a steaming bowl of soup was brought to the boy, who devoured it eagerly. Meanwhile, Chun Feng exchanged a knowing smile with Chun Kuei and said, "Let us hurry, we must save them." Thus, Chun Feng and Chun Kuei, accompanied by 9 robust soldiers of the Divine Wind Army, mounted their steeds, with 3 ox carts trailing behind, and set forth into the distance. As night fell, a biting cold wind swept through, stinging their faces. Concerned that hurrying might lead to misfortune, and with the slow pace of the ox carts, they maintained a relatively moderate speed. Half a day later, the fierce wind continued to howl across the land, blanketing everything in white. From a vantage point, Chun Feng suddenly spotted several figures laboriously trudging through the snow. They appeared unsteady, as if they could be engulfed by the storm at any moment. A pang of urgency gripped Chun Feng's heart as he called out, "Are you from the Hongshan tribe?" His voice echoed across the desolate snowfield, only to be quickly drowned out by the wind. Just as he prepared to shout again, a response finally came from the distance. "Is it Chief Chun Feng?" "It is me, Gowa." The voice was weak, yet Chun Feng immediately recognized its owner. Confirming their identity, he swiftly led the others closer to the struggling figures. As they approached, the dire state of the individuals became evident. Each bore a pallor akin to paper, lips tinged with purple, their bodies trembling incessantly, clearly tormented by the bitter cold. "Quick, help them onto the ox carts," Chun Feng commanded loudly. Upon hearing this, Chun Kuei and the others sprang into action, carefully assisting the individuals onto the carts and covering them with thick animal hides. Nevertheless, these individuals remained so cold that their teeth chattered uncontrollably, releasing painful groans. Chun Feng was acutely aware of the urgency of time and knew that further delays were not an option. Thus, he resolutely commanded everyone to hasten their pace and return to the Xia tribe as swiftly as possible. The ox-drawn cart sped across the snow-laden ground, the wheels crunching upon the accumulated snow. Along the journey, everyone's hearts hung in their throats, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. After a strenuous trek, they finally reached the tribe. At that moment, the inhabitants of the tribe also took notice of the group Chen Feng was escorting back. Chen Mo, with keen eyesight, spotted Chen Feng and his companions returning with a cart brimming with people, and he hurriedly led others to meet them, assisting in helping these individuals disembark from the cart and guiding them toward the cave. Inside the cave, a pot of steaming soup had already been prepared, wafting an enticing aroma. Observing the individuals who had suffered from the bitter cold, Chen Kuei could not restrain himself from asking, "Chief, how shall we accommodate them?" Chen Feng surveyed the surroundings and, with a resigned sigh, replied, "Currently, there are no vacant houses within the tribe. We can only temporarily house them in the cave. Additionally, we must provide them with ample food and animal skins for warmth, ensuring they can safely endure this harsh winter." After articulating his thoughts, Chen Feng personally arranged for personnel to gather the necessary supplies, ensuring that each individual would receive proper care. His entire plan was meticulously thought out and carefully structured. He envisioned concentrating the most critical core technologies within this city. After extensive calculations, he estimated that they could construct approximately 5,000 to 6,000 two-story houses within the city limits. Beyond the residential areas, the remaining space would be judiciously allocated for the establishment of schools, hospitals, and the requisite offices for various functional departments. Outside the city, he aimed to create a grand military base, which would serve not only as a training ground for elite soldiers, but also as a formidable fortress against external invasions. Chen Feng understood that to realize his ambitious vision, it was imperative to continuously expand the population and gradually assimilate neighboring tribes. In terms of development planning, Chen Feng dedicated his efforts primarily to the military and agricultural sectors. After all, a robust military force is the cornerstone of the tribe's safety and stability. While prosperous agricultural production is fundamental for ensuring the populace's sustenance and fostering economic growth. However, other areas such as commercial trade and cultural arts remain in the nascent stages of research, with some fields yet to be effectively developed. This enigmatic planet conceals countless unknown dangers, where a moment's negligence could lead to irrevocable consequences. Consequently, Chen Feng treaded carefully, as if walking on thin ice, striving to advance with prudence. With over a month still remaining until the warm and pleasant spring, Chen Feng had no alternative but to immerse himself in the blacksmith's workshop, diligently exploring various parts, tools, and every conceivable innovative design. He understood clearly that both the current innovations and the long-term development of the tribe were inextricably linked to the support of various adeptly crafted tools. At this moment, Chen Tian voiced his curiosity. "Leader, what exactly is the function of these gears?" He pointed to a collection of differently shaped gears and continued, "And what about those pulleys and the myriad small components whose purposes elude me?" In response to Chen Tian's inquiry, Chen Feng did not hasten to provide an answer. Instead, he picked up 2 gears of varying sizes and patiently began to demonstrate. As he gently rotated one of the gears, the other slowly began to turn in tandem. Upon hearing Chen Feng's explanation, an epiphany struck Chen Tian like a bolt of lightning. He swiftly reached for one of the gears, scrutinizing it intently, and then thoughtfully remarked, "I believe that if we were to affix this to a water wheel, it could potentially yield remarkable results. Furthermore, not just the water wheel. Incorporating such gears into bullock carts and hand carts might significantly enhance their efficiency." Chen Feng smiled and nodded in agreement with Chen Tian's insight, adding, "Indeed, in addition to gears, devices like pulleys are exceptionally beneficial. With them, tasks that were once arduous and reliant on human effort can now be accomplished with ease." He paused momentarily, scanning the crowd before resolutely continuing. "Once our school is successfully established, everyone must diligently study the fundamental knowledge. Only by mastering a wealth of information can we foster continual innovation and improve our lives." At that moment, Chen Tian sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled, "Leader, you know well that for me, merely recognizing those Chinese characters is already a formidable challenge. Thus, the task of acquiring new knowledge is perhaps better suited for my apprentices." Upon hearing Chen Tian's words, Chen Feng did not insist on his participation in the learning process, but instead responded with a generous smile. "Haha, if that's the case, you must promptly find a reliable successor to take your place." Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had hurriedly slipped away. The once glorious white snow, which had blanketed the earth in resplendent splendor, was now gradually melting under the gentle caress of the spring sun, as if an invisible hand were softly erasing it. Chen Feng stood tall upon the formidable city walls, his gaze penetrating as he looked down below. Beneath the walls, all his tribespeople had gathered in perfect unison, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng summoned all his strength and cried out with a booming voice, "From this day forth, this city shall bear its own name, Summer City." His voice resonated like a resounding bell, echoing throughout the expanse of the city. Immediately thereafter, Chen Feng proclaimed in an impassioned and heroic tone, "From this moment forth, we are no longer merely a tribe, but a nation in the truest sense. The name of our nation shall be Xia." As his words lingered in the air, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd below, filled with roars and applause. The people exuberantly expressed their inner joy and excitement, celebrating this historic moment with fervor. Chen Feng smiled, patiently waiting for the crowd to quiet down before he continued, "And each of you will acquire a new identity and title. You shall be farmers. You will become the first farmers of Xia, and in the future, more like-minded individuals will join us in the noble endeavor of building our great homeland. As time progresses, we shall undoubtedly grow ever stronger." Here, Chen Feng paused briefly, then resolutely added, "And I shall be your first king, the Xia Wang. I vow to exert every effort to lead you towards a path of prosperity." No sooner had Chen Feng finished speaking than the assembled group, led by Chen Kuei, who had been poised below, erupted in unison, "Long live the Xia Wang." Their voices were harmonious and powerful, surging forth like a mighty wave. The rest of the crowd, witnessing this, soon followed suit, echoing the chant, "Long live the Xia Wang." The cries reverberated, filling the heavens. Chen Feng, with a smile of satisfaction, nodded approvingly and gently waved his hand. At that very moment, the thunderous shouts abruptly ceased, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The atmosphere became solemn and reverent, evoking a sense of awe. Finally, Chen Feng surveyed the assembly, his gaze sweeping across each hopeful and trusting face, and solemnly declared, "From this day forth, we shall no longer be the uncivilized savages, nor the targets of arbitrary plunder by other tribes. As long as we unite and march forward bravely, we shall surely create our own glorious chapter." Next, I must solemnly announce a series of important directives concerning the future development of Xia. Firstly, all men are forbidden to wear long hair. They must uniformly adopt the short hairstyle that I myself sport. As he spoke, Chen Feng gestured towards his already short hair. This regulation aims to cultivate a sharp and tidy image among the citizens, reflecting the positive and progressive spirit of the people of Xia. Subsequently, Chen Feng issued a second decree. No one shall kneel in reverence upon encountering a leader. A simple bow of the head will suffice to express respect. This change not only embodies a respect for human rights and equality, but also aids in breaking the shackles of traditional feudal etiquette. Then came the stern third decree. Any individual who dares to betray the Xia kingdom shall have their head severed and displayed for all to witness. Those who violate the law will face a punishment of 5 years of hard labor. Upon the issuance of this decree, the populace was taken aback, acutely aware of the grave consequences of transgressing national law. Subsequently, Chen Feng promulgated the fourth command. Boys are strictly prohibited from marrying before reaching the age of 16. Girls must wait until they have attained the age of 15 before they may wed. This law aims to ensure that the youth can receive a comprehensive education and mature, thereby avoiding the premature burden of familial responsibilities that could hinder personal development. Finally, and most critically, Chen Feng announced that from this day forward, the Xia kingdom would implement a comprehensive system of class insignia divided into 20 stages. Individuals in the lowest class would be assured of basic sustenance and warmth. As one ascends through the ranks of insignia, the benefits afforded would become increasingly favorable. After delivering his edict, the multitude gazed at one another in bewilderment, clearly perplexed by these new policies. However, there was no need for him to elucidate each point individually, for there would be dedicated officials responsible for managing and educating the populace, who would later expound upon the profound implications and specific execution details of each command. Chen Feng had made special arrangements for all management personnel, bestowing upon them a 5-tier insignia based on their performance. Conversely, ordinary citizens would not be granted such honorary distinctions. The issuance of the insignia would strictly adhere to the merits earned by individuals, thereby motivating everyone to strive for excellence, work diligently, and achieve personal advancement. Regarding welfare benefits, after careful consideration, Chen Feng resolved to abandon the traditional practice of rewarding with fertile land, opting instead to bestow ample and sufficient authority upon these managers, enabling them to better showcase their talents and capabilities. Furthermore, to honor exceptional individuals within various departments, Chen Feng stipulated that anyone who performs outstandingly would be awarded a precious first-tier insignia. In selecting materials for the insignia, Chen Feng cleverly utilized the previously developed copper resources. This copper material not only boasts superior quality, but is also resistant to rust, ensuring that the insignia maintains its pristine appearance over time. Additionally, concerning housing policies, Chen Feng had not anticipated excessive contributions from the relevant personnel, yet he generously expressed his willingness to provide free accommodation for all. Nonetheless, he added an enticing condition. Those who successfully obtain a first-tier insignia would qualify for direct access to free housing. At this moment, all management personnel were gathered closely together, fervently discussing the work plans and objectives for the upcoming year. Chen Feng sat quietly to the side, listening intently to their exchanges, his heart swelling with joy. For from their dialogues, he could deeply sense that each individual had developed the capacity to stand independently and was progressively growing stronger. Thus, after an entire morning of profound discussions, the management team successfully completed the communication and coordination of all work content, fully preparing to put their plans into action. Throughout this process, Chen Feng remained a silent observer, refraining from voicing any opinions or suggestions. In truth, the matter had been entrusted entirely to Chen Shi, and it is believed that with everyone's collective efforts, remarkable achievements will undoubtedly be realized in the future. Chun Li assumed command of the military, while Chen Shi took over the management of the entire city and personnel allocation. Chapter 0. The approaching spring plowing. Chen Feng also provided clear explanations regarding how they could earn their badges. Each elevation in rank comes with stringent requirements, necessitating the accumulation of a full 100 points for promotion. However, should an individual make a significant contribution, successfully invent new technologies, or achieve substantial breakthroughs that positively impact societal development, they may not only receive corresponding points as a reward, but could also leapfrog levels in rank. For the military, promotions are determined by merit. Whether executing arduous tasks or bravely hunting dangerous beasts, such actions earn soldiers invaluable points. It is noteworthy that the military has a remarkably humane provision. All new recruits are awarded a first-level badge, symbolizing honor and responsibility from the moment they enlist. Nevertheless, merely relying on a hierarchical system and a meritocratic framework is evidently insufficient for establishing a comprehensive school. A crucial element lies in mastering the processes of papermaking and pen crafting. After all, without the provision of paper and writing instruments, the notion of school construction would merely be an empty talk. Fortunately, the crafts of papermaking and pen crafting are relatively straightforward, with ample time and effort dedicated to research. It is believed that success will be achieved in due course. At that moment, Chen Feng strode purposefully into the logistics department and approached the head, Chen Mo. Without preamble, he stated, "I have a brand new task for you." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo immediately straightened his posture and respectfully bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, please give your orders." Noticing Chen Mo's formality, Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such restraint between us." He then continued with a serious expression, "I wish to implement a papermaking initiative. After careful consideration, I believe your logistics department is the most suitable to undertake this important responsibility." Without hesitation, Chen Mo nodded in acceptance of the task, responding, "Rest assured, I will follow your instructions." Consequently, Chen Feng elaborated on his ideas regarding papermaking in detail. Of course, what was discussed thus far was merely theoretical knowledge. The specifics of how to refine and transform these ideas into practical and feasible plans would depend on Chen Mo and his logistics team to explore and investigate continuously. In the embrace of spring, as all of nature awakens and flourishes, the city of Xia is alive with bustling activity. Numerous pressing matters await attention, including the breeding of livestock, the cultivation of new lands, the sowing and nurturing of rice, the construction of homes, the production of paper, the innovation of writing instruments, the optimization and enhancement of tools across various domains, and the further elevation of the city walls. Additionally, The continuous expansion of the military ranks is imperative. Among these tasks, the most critical and urgent is the growth of the population. For it is only through a rapid increase in numbers that the city of Xia can flourish and grow stronger. In light of this, Chen Feng, after careful deliberation, resolved to undertake a comprehensive reorganization and adjustment of the city's various departments. First, the Ministry of Works will be overseen by the seasoned and capable Chun Mao, who will coordinate the various branches: the blacksmith department, the carpenter department, the construction department, and the logging department. As for the vital military department, it will be entrusted to the loyal Chun Li, who will manage and coordinate the following divisions: the falconry department, the beast training department, and the slave department. The Ministry of Commerce will be directed by the astute and enterprising Shang Lu, overseeing the transportation department, which will primarily handle the shipment of materials such as timber, iron ore, limestone, coal, and copper. The medical department will continue to be under the full authority of the skilled healer Xing Yu, operating relatively independently. The planting department will be managed by the experienced Lu Meng, who will also oversee the logistics and breeding departments. With this meticulous planning and allocation of personnel, the division of labor among the departments is clear and well-defined, ensuring an efficient and orderly advancement of the city's construction and development. Your Majesty, shall we proceed to Qianhu? Chen Shi respectfully inquired of Chen Feng. A confident smile graced Chen Feng's lips as he replied, "We shall undoubtedly go to Qianhu, and we will do so with great fanfare and a grand procession." Chen Shi nodded and then asked, "What about Shang Lu? What is he currently engaged in?" "He is preparing various items with the intent of trading them for essential resources," Chen Shi responded promptly. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng pondered for a moment before stating, "I see. Please arrange for 20 ox carts, each filled to the brim with exquisite ceramics. This time, my aim is to return with a greater populace to bolster our strength." "Understood. I shall attend to it at once. However, Your Majesty, how many personnel do you deem appropriate to accompany Shang Lu on this venture?" Chen Feng considered for a moment and replied with a smile. "Let Chen Li dispatch a squad of soldiers to accompany them. With adequate protection, this undertaking should proceed much more smoothly." With that, the two conversed as they made their way toward the city's outskirts. In the distance, one could see over 100 individuals diligently cultivating the land, with Lu Meng at the center, directing the efforts. Lu Meng, with her keen eyes, quickly spotted Chen Feng and Chen Shi approaching. She hastily set aside her tasks and strode forward, her face radiating a blissful smile as she sweetly called out, "Husband." Chen Feng gazed at the capable woman before him, complimenting her. "You have done remarkably well. Your efforts are commendable. How much of this barren land has been cultivated so far?" With pride, Lu Meng reported, "Thanks to everyone's collective efforts, pairs of workers can successfully cultivate about an acre of land each day. By this calculation, we could clear over 50 acres in a single day." Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued his inquiry. "And how are the preparations for spring plowing coming along?" Lu Meng replied composedly, "As per your earlier instructions, I have designated over 100 individuals from this group specifically to handle spring plowing matters. All tasks are progressing in an orderly manner, so rest assured." However, upon surveying the expanse of land being cultivated, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Feeling quite dissatisfied with the pace of the work, he abruptly turned to Chen Shi and asked, "Is it truly impossible to allocate more manpower at this time?" A look of concern crossed Chen Shi's face as he hurriedly responded, "My lord, the situation is indeed quite challenging. Only personnel from the military can be reassigned. All other departments are already overwhelmed with tasks and simply cannot spare any manpower." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression darkened, and with a tone both resolute and uncompromising, he stated, "I shall not accept that. I am giving you 1 day. Regardless of the circumstances, you must find a way to temporarily reassign 500 workers. Cultivating this land is of utmost importance and must take precedence." Hesitating, Chen Shi replied, "But, my lord, if we proceed in this manner, the progress of other tasks will undoubtedly be severely impacted, disrupting the overall rhythm and potentially slowing down our pace significantly." Yet, Chen Feng remained undeterred, issuing his command with unwavering conviction, "Let it slow down. However, before the spring plowing commences, I must see 2,500 acres of rice fields fully cleared and seeded." Faced with Chen Feng's resolute demeanor and pressing demands, Chen Shi recognized that further argument was futile and promptly replied, "Understood, my lord. I shall immediately seek ways to allocate the necessary manpower." With that, he turned and hurried away. Once Chen Shi departed, Lu Ming, who had been standing silently by, could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Husband, is it truly necessary to rush so?" Chen Feng nodded heavily, his expression grave as he explained, "Indeed. What you may not know is that Shang Lu is preparing to head towards the Qianhu region. When he returns, he will undoubtedly bring a substantial influx of population. If we are unable to provide enough grain to sustain these new arrivals, it will result in significant problems. Thus, our immediate priority is to expedite the cultivation of the land to ensure a bountiful harvest." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming suddenly understood and promptly affirmed, "I see. I will do my utmost to meet your expectations." Chapter 0. The Thousand Lakes Incident. 1. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, and in just half a month, the days have vanished. On this bright and breezy day, Shang Lu leads a valiant company of warriors alongside 20 laden carts filled with various provisions, marching resolutely towards the Thousand Lakes. Simultaneously, the expansive 2,500 acres of rice fields have been fully cultivated, and the diligent Lu Ming throws himself wholeheartedly into the demanding work of planting. Each rice seedling embodies dreams of bountiful harvests, meticulously nurtured with unwavering dedication. In this vibrant land, the various departments function like a finely tuned machine, methodically executing their tasks. Each individual plays their part, striving diligently towards a shared goal. Meanwhile, on another front, Chen Feng is engrossed in a discussion with Chen Sheng and Chen Mo, intensely deliberating the development of paper and pen. Their conversation oscillates between spirited debate and contemplative silence, as sparks of inspiration collide and illuminate the air. A few days later, the highly anticipated Thousand Lakes gathering finally arrives. Within the tent at the forest tribe's encampment, the atmosphere grows somewhat tense. Chief Yin sits at the head, his expression grave. At that moment, a subordinate rushes in to report, "Chief, the summer tribe has arrived." Yin nods slightly, indicating his awareness. Once the subordinate departs, the impatient Lai can no longer contain himself and asks, "Chief, shall we simply watch as these valuable items are easily exchanged by other tribes?" Yin shoots him a cold glance, reprimanding, "How can you be so thoughtless? Have you forgotten the events of last year so quickly?" Lai sighs in resignation, expressing his dissatisfaction. However, remaining passive in this situation feels utterly frustrating. Yin gestures for Lai to come closer and whispers a few words in his ear. Initially taken aback, Lai's face soon brightens with a smile, exclaiming, "You are indeed wise, Chief." Yet, is this approach not a bit? Yan's demeanor remains calm, his tone resolute as he replies, "If we have decided to act, it must be decisive and thorough, leaving no room for future regret." Filled with enthusiasm, Lai strides out of the tent, his steps light and vigorous, as if propelled by an unseen wind, heading straight towards a specific destination. His exuberant figure resembles a wild stallion, eager to gallop towards the unknown. Concurrently, Shang Lu arrives at Thousand Lakes, a scene of bustling activity where various tribes, large and small, eagerly approach him, hoping to barter their goods for precious ceramics. As time progresses, the number of those seeking exchange swells dramatically, creating an almost frenzied atmosphere. Notably, many tribes have become quite familiar with Shang Lu, a sense of familiarity that undoubtedly facilitates the completion of the task assigned by Chen Feng. Amidst the throng of anxious individuals awaiting their turn, Shang Lu proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Dear friends, do not fret. Each one of you shall have the opportunity to exchange for the treasures you desire." At that moment, a leader from a small tribe, his face a mask of urgency, interjected, "Last year, I merely caught a glimpse of those exquisite ceramics, only to see them all whisked away by the larger tribe. How could I possibly remain calm?" Shang Lu, with a reassuring smile, responded, "Rest assured, the goods I have brought this year are ample and will undoubtedly satisfy everyone's needs. Furthermore, starting now, on the second day of every second month, our tribe will host a grand trading event nearby, offering a plethora of delightful items for selection and exchange." Upon hearing this, a wave of excited chatter erupted from the crowd. Subsequently, a leader from another tribe, pointing to a bullock cart, curiously inquired, "Are you willing to exchange this cart? What would you require in return?" Last year, Chen Feng and his companions had arrived at Qianhu with such carts, which had garnered much admiration from the onlookers, though they understood that Chen Feng would never part with them. Even after a year had passed, they clung to a glimmer of hope, inquiring once more, Shang Lu inspected the cart and declared aloud, "The cart can be yours, but it comes without the ox. Exchanging for the cart is acceptable. We can catch our own oxen." One of the leaders exclaimed, his face illuminated with uncontainable joy. "We shall certainly arrive here punctually on the second day following the overlapping months." This trading venue was established following in-depth discussions between Chen Feng and Shang Lu, thus eliminating the need for the arduous journey to Qianhu as in previous years. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed, during which 20 carts of exquisite ceramics were transported to this location, successfully exchanging for as many as 2,200 individuals. This was nearly equivalent to half the population of Qianhu being traded away. Among those entrusted with escorting Shang Lu were several who had returned from Qianhu to the Xia tribe the previous year. However, upon encountering their once familiar kin, they displayed an unexpected coldness, showing no inclination to approach and greet them. Moreover, they were apprehensive that their former tribespeople might forcefully return them to their original tribe. After all, having resided in Xia City for an extended period, they had become deeply enamored with everything here. No one wished to leave the hopeful city, and many were contemplating how to bring their distant relatives to join them in this place. The harsh reality, however, was that they lacked the means to do so. "Chief, when do you anticipate our departure back?" The orderly Chen Pai respectfully inquired of Shang Lu. After a moment's contemplation, Shang Lu slowly replied, "We shall set off tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Chen Pai nodded promptly, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, he turned and strode purposefully towards the direction of the newly arrived population. This latest group required no special oversight or restraint. The reason was simple. Most of them harbored an ardent desire to reach Summer City. Upon witnessing Chen Pai and the others clad in orderly linen garments, wielding sharp and formidable weapons, their longing intensified. Moreover, when they learned from Chen Pai and the others that Summer City could provide 3 ample meals daily, each allowing for complete satisfaction, their yearning transformed into an irresistible excitement. As for the distinctive products from other tribes, after careful contemplation, Shang Lu ultimately decided to disregard them, mirroring Chun Feng's resolution. Chapter 0. The Thousand Lakes Incident. 2. The night was deep and silent, with only the gentle murmur of the flowing river resembling a soft lullaby, guiding the people into slumber. Yet, amidst this tranquility, the leader of the river tribe, Kai, quietly approached the entrance of Shang Lu's tent. "Shang Lu," Kai called softly. Hearing the voice, Shang Lu promptly rose, opened the tent flap, and smiled. "Ah, it's Leader Kai. Please, come in." The two sat facing each other, and Kai nodded slightly, reflecting, "Indeed, it has been a full 2 years since our last meeting. How swiftly time flies." Shang Lu agreed with a nod and directly inquired, "May I ask what prompts Leader Kai to visit me at this late hour?" Kai answered forthrightly, "I have heard that you hold a trading market once a month. Is this true?" Shang Lu smiled and openly acknowledged, "Indeed, it is true. Are you interested, Leader Kai?" Without hesitation, Kai replied, "Naturally, I am quite intrigued. To be frank, I have a fondness for your vehicles. I wonder how many individuals or what other goods would be required to acquire one. It would require 100 individuals. And as for other items for exchange, that would depend on what valuable goods Leader Kai can offer. Very well, let us await the opening of the trading market. I shall certainly bring the necessary items." Kai responded with a smile. Thus, the two engaged in spirited conversation, and before they knew it, a considerable amount of time had passed. At this moment, at the encampment of the grassland tribe, "Damn those fellows for daring to thwart my plans," Ge shouted in a fit of rage. "Leader, should I immediately rally the others to take action?" asked La, eager for direction. "There is no need for haste. We still have some items yet to trade with them. Let us endure for now. Once we successfully acquire those goods, we can plan our next steps," Gu replied calmly. "I never expected such an inconspicuous little tribe could develop and flourish to this scale in just a year," Gu remarked, astonished. With a flattering smile, La declared, "Regardless of how events unfold, they will ultimately become ours." While these two engaged in their lofty discourse, they remained oblivious to the presence of a leader from a small tribe, who had come seeking Gu and fortuitously overheard their conversation. This minor tribe was known as the Greenleaf Tribe, led by a man named Chi, geographically situated near the vicinity of Summer City. This tribe occasionally received generous offerings of fresh game from Chen Shi and his companions during their hunting excursions. "Why must we depart so soon?" inquired a member of the Prairie Tribe, his face a canvas of confusion as he gazed at Chi suddenly. A flurry of pressing matters flashed through Chi's mind, prompting him to exclaim, "Oh dear, how unfortunate. I just recalled some urgent affairs that require my immediate attention. Regrettably, I cannot engage in a detailed discussion with your leader today. Let us reconvene tomorrow. I shall certainly return." With that, Chi hurriedly turned and departed. He swiftly made his way out of the prairie tribe, racing towards the camp where Shang Lu was located. At that moment, La emerged from his tent. Coincidentally overhearing the tribesmen discussing Chi, a wave of concern washed over La as he quickly inquired, "What has happened with Chi? Why is there such fervent discussion about him?" A tribesman promptly stepped forward to respond, "Captain La, Chi was just here for a brief moment, but for some reason, he did not enter the tent and left without a backward glance." La's expression darkened instantaneously upon hearing this, and he bellowed in anger, "That cursed fellow. He must have overheard something he should not have." Fuming, La returned to his tent and relayed Chi's unusual behavior to Go. After absorbing this information, a glint of cold resolve flashed in Ji's eyes as he coolly stated, "If that is the case, we can no longer remain passive. Convey my orders. Assemble all tribesmen immediately. Tonight, we shall launch a surprise attack, targeting the Summer Tribe." At that moment, Shang Lu was preparing to unwind and retire for the night when Chen Pai, accompanied by Chi, burst into the tent with great urgency. Before Shang Lu could comprehend the situation, Chen Pai exclaimed, "This is bad, brother Shang Lu. We must leave at once." Shang Lu, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, responded with confusion, "Did we not agree to depart tomorrow? What urgent situation has arisen?" Chen Pai took a few deep breaths to steady himself before clarifying, "This brother is the leader of a nearby small tribe, named Chi. He originally intended to trade for an ox at the Prairie Tribe, but inadvertently overheard a conversation between their leader Gu and others. It turns out Gu intends to launch a covert attack against us. The situation is dire, and we must evacuate swiftly to avoid unforeseen peril." Shang Lu solemnly nodded and spoke in a deep voice, "I understand. I shall depart with those who have been exchanged for goods. I entrust the subsequent matters to you." With that, he fixed a determined gaze upon his companion. Aware of the urgency of time, Shang Lu swiftly orchestrated a series of meticulous arrangements. As a seasoned traveler who had weathered many storms, he comprehended that the most critical and essential resource for the tribe's development at this juncture was undoubtedly the population. On the other side, Chun Pai and his subordinates, the strongest warriors of the Summer City, regarded it as their solemn duty to ensure the safe evacuation of Shang Lu and his group. Chun Pai nodded firmly in agreement, responding, "No problem. You all should set off quickly. We will remain behind to confront the enemy and ensure your safe departure." His words were imbued with decisiveness and resolve. Thus, within just a few fleeting minutes, Shang Lu and Chun Pai reached a consensus and swiftly devised a detailed action plan. Turning to Chi, Shang Lu, with a serious expression, instructed, "Chi, you must return to the tribe and lead our people to Summer City. That ruthless individual will surely not let you escape easily." Without hesitation, Chi replied, "Understood. I shall return immediately to gather the tribe and inform everyone." With that, he turned and dashed away. At this moment, Shang Lu also sprang into action, quickly assembling all personnel and tirelessly preparing for their departure under the cover of night. Meanwhile, the Prairie Tribe was fervently gathering their people, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Tension and busyness enveloped both sides. Meanwhile, Chun Pai led an entire platoon, which had already assembled and was quietly concealed around their encampment, standing ready. Just then, a tribal leader sensed unusual activity in the vicinity and, puzzled, murmured to himself, "What could be happening tonight? Why is it so noisy?" "What? You still don't know?" exclaimed another leader, his eyes wide with disbelief. "The Summer Tribe has actually decided to establish a trading market. Do they not realize that this is tantamount to openly opposing our Prairie Tribe?" Another leader, frowning deeply and wearing a grim expression, concurred, "Indeed. The Thousand Lakes is an important trading venue that our Prairie Tribe has painstakingly organized. Now, the Summer Tribe is also trying to set up a trading market. It is clearly an attempt to steal our people." Upon hearing this, a previously perplexed leader suddenly grasped the situation, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "So that's what's going on. No wonder. The Prairie Tribe is close by. Gathering over 1,000 people is hardly a challenge for them. It seems the Summer Tribe is finished." At this moment, standing before the crowd, Gu displayed an impassive demeanor as he gazed intently at the gathering of his kin. His eyes exuded a chilling resolve as he spoke softly, "Humph, Since they dare to provoke me, they mustn't blame us for being ungracious. This time, I shall not let the Xia tribe escape so easily. They will witness the consequences of offending our prairie tribe." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Onward." With Ji's directive, La led a formidable throng of over 1,000 fierce tribesmen, advancing with great fervor towards the encampment of the Xia tribe. Meanwhile, on another front, Shanglu, commanding more than 2,000 followers, had already departed from Qianhu and was hastening along the path to Xia City. Shanglu reined in his steed and turned to Chunhu behind him, issuing a loud command. "Chunhu, swiftly ride back to Xia City and report our situation accurately to the king. There must be no errors." Upon hearing this, Chunhu felt the weight of urgency and promptly responded, "At once." He then mounted a swift horse, cracking the whip and galloping towards Xia City like an arrow released from a bow. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. As Shanglu's forces gradually receded from view, Qinpai was acutely aware of their numerical disadvantage. Making a swift decision, he divided his mere 40 men into two groups. 20 were tasked with delaying the enemy, while the other 20 were dispatched to set various cunning traps along the route Shanglu and his men would take back to Xia City. Qinpai personally led the 20 warriors responsible for buying time, delving into the depths of the forest over 10 kilometers from Qianhu, quietly ambushing themselves among the dense trees. Gazing at the ominous, shadowy forest before him, Gu felt a flicker of doubt arise within. He turned to La, inquiring, "Are you certain they retreated through here?" La nodded vigorously, responding with unwavering conviction, "Indeed, Chief. I witnessed them enter this very forest." Gu nodded slightly, maintaining a composed expression as he commanded, "Excellent. All units accelerate." With his order, a vast throng surged into the forest like a tide, drawing ever closer to Qinpai and his men. The squad leader lowered his voice to issue a command. Qinpai nodded in acknowledgement, methodically instructing, "Fire freely, but ensure mutual protection. We must delay their advance as much as possible." Following the order, the squad leader began to expertly direct his men to prepare for battle. At that moment, the entire forest seemed to be drenched in a thick layer of darkness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Even to launch arrows at the enemy required proximity of no more than 5 meters, for otherwise, it would be impossible to accurately lock onto a target. Qinpai furrowed his brow and, after a moment of deep contemplation, suddenly raised his voice, commanding, "Everyone, immediately switch to combat mode. Pair up, unleash your full potential." Upon hearing this, the group swiftly stowed their bows and arrows, drawing forth their sharp daggers instead. Without hesitation, they leapt from the towering tree, akin to agile leopards, diving into the depths of the shadowy and enigmatic forest. Among them, one soldier, dagger in hand, remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Suddenly, he sensed a figure drawing near. With keen reflexes, he slipped behind a sturdy tree, holding his breath and silently awaiting the passerby. As the unsuspecting individual approached, the soldier sprang forth like a specter, swiftly covering the person's mouth with one hand while raising his dagger with the other, swiftly slitting the adversary's throat and extinguishing their life in an instant. Without a moment's pause, the soldier shifted his hiding place, silently concealing himself once more, while intently searching for the next opportunity. Meanwhile, the tribespeople on the prairie began to take note of the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Initially, they paid little heed, assuming them to be mere unfortunate accidents. However, as time elapsed, the number of corpses grew alarming, prompting them to realize that something was amiss. They hurriedly reported this anomaly to their leader. Lala swiftly advanced to the forefront of the group, meticulously examining the wounds on the bodies. Drawing from years of experience, he immediately discerned that the injuries were inflicted by a sharp blade, executed with precision and skill. He concluded that the assailant must be lurking in a nearby corner. Yet, being an experienced hunter, La quickly devised a strategy. He ordered his tribesmen to proceed forward while continuously hurling stones ahead. Regardless of whether an enemy was truly concealed in the vicinity, they were to throw stones at regular intervals. "Captain, we have a situation. Several soldiers have been struck by stones, and one has even been fatally injured." The sergeant rushed to report, his expression fraught with urgency. "Retrieve the fallen soldier's body, and everyone prepare to vacate this location. It is no longer suitable for our ambush." With a furrowed brow, Qinpai decisively issued the command. Subsequently, he and his companions, like phantoms, silently departed from the perilous area. They crouched low, treading lightly, and cautiously advanced further afield, preparing to initiate a second ambush. La remained vigilant, keenly observing the movements around him. After confirming that there was no immediate danger, he resolutely abandoned the plan of having his team throw stones to disrupt the enemy. Instead, with a decisive gesture, he signaled everyone to accelerate their advance. Chen Pai and his companions hurriedly made their way to the ambush point predetermined by the team leader of the second class, successfully reuniting with him. After a brief exchange, Chen Pai skillfully led the group to circumvent the area riddled with traps, pressing onward toward the valley ahead. This valley was the very site where they had successfully ambushed Chen Feng and his team previously. However, this time, the circumstances were markedly different. Shortly after Chen Pai and his subordinates had retreated, the fierce and formidable leader of the prairie tribe, Gu, followed closely behind with a large contingent. Interestingly, while Chen Pai's group chose to bypass the ambush zone to avoid unnecessary trouble, Gu and his followers unwittingly walked straight into the meticulously laid traps. Before long, chilling screams echoed throughout the valley as sharp wooden stakes rained down from above or caught the unsuspecting in deeply concealed pits, mercilessly turning many into a grotesque spectacle. Due to the pressing time, Chen Pai's group had not set up overly complex traps in this area. Nevertheless, these simple yet effective defensive measures successfully impeded the enemy's advance, granting precious time to their own side. Upon reaching the valley, Chen Pai showed no intention of pausing, nor did he contemplate laying an ambush. As he resolutely traversed the valley, heading directly toward the mountain pass. Carry the fallen brother closely behind Minister Shang Lu, Chen Pai commanded solemnly to the soldiers. Upon hearing this, the soldiers unhesitatingly shouldered their comrade, who had lost all signs of life, marching with a heavy yet determined gait in pursuit of Shang Lu's direction. Everyone scatter and quickly seek refuge within these vast mountains. By the time they reach this point, the day should be bright, and we can unleash a merciless assault with our bows and arrows. Chen Pai issued another command. At this moment, the members of the prairie tribe, having endured numerous traps, wore somber expressions. Their leader, Gu, was particularly enraged, bellowing, "Damn the summer tribe. A gentleman does not forget such grievances. I shall ensure your complete annihilation." He then turned to his companion, La, and sternly instructed, "La, whatever means necessary, ensure you catch up to those detestable foes before dawn." La, with a troubled expression, cautiously replied, "My lord, there are simply too many traps ahead. Over 30 of our brothers have already perished." However, consumed by fury, Gu paid no heed to such explanations. His eyes wide with rage as he shouted, "I care not for your excuses. I demand to see results. If you fail to complete this task, you shall bear the consequences." Faced with the oppressive presence of his leader, R.A. could only muster the fortitude to nod, subsequently guiding his subordinates onward through the arduous path. Although they traversed several hundred meters without encountering further traps, R.A. remained haunted by trepidation, advancing cautiously with each step. On the morning of the second day, as the first rays of dawn struggled to pierce the horizon, casting a faint glow upon the earth, Chen Hu, after an exhausting sprint, finally laid eyes upon Chen Feng. The worry etched upon Chen Hu's face transformed into a flicker of desperate anticipation upon seeing Chen Feng, when he learned of the incident involving Shang Lu and his companions. It felt as though his heart was engulfed in an unrelenting inferno, with anxiety and concern swiftly morphing into boundless fury and urgency. Chen Feng's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding an aura akin to an enraged lion. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and hastened to find Chun-Li. In a tone that brooked no dissent, he issued his orders with unwavering conviction. Upon receiving the command, Chun-Li acted with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow. With remarkable organizational prowess, he assembled 100 soldiers in a remarkably brief span. Each soldier stood tall and resolute, their spirits invigorated as if they had just been unsheathed like a glistening sword. They were not only well-equipped, but their steeds radiated an imposing presence. The falconry and beast mastery divisions rallied at Chun-Li's summons, united in their singular objective, to race towards the Thousand Lakes and rescue the beleaguered Shang Lu. Chun-Li, with a decisive command, set the 100 soldiers into synchronized action as they mounted their horses, exuding an air of formidable confidence. The Beast Mastery Division led the way with 10 massive elephants. their steadfast strides echoing power. Alongside them were 10 mammoths, their grandeur shaking the ground beneath them. Meanwhile, the members of the falconry division took to the skies, resembling a dark cloud that swept across the heavens, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Chen Feng, accompanied by Chun Kuei and 8 others, departed from Xia City without hesitation, galloping like a tempest towards their objective. To ensure the security of Xia City, they left 60 soldiers to defend the stronghold, entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding their homeland. Shortly after their departure, Chun-Li followed closely behind with his formidable legion. The troop advanced with resounding might, the thunderous clatter of hooves resembling the beat of war drums, while the elephants' steps rumbled like distant thunder, merging into a deafening cacophony. At the rear of the procession were the towering elephants and mammoths, each step sending tremors through the earth, as if the very world quaked beneath their presence. The falconry division had already taken flight, soaring through the air, their keen, hawk-like eyes tirelessly scanning the horizon to provide the subsequent forces with the most timely and critical intelligence. However, at this moment, Chen Feng remained unaware that what lay ahead was far more than the mere surface of the grassland tribes. In the shadows of the unknown, the Flame tribe lurked with a watchful eye, alongside many other undisclosed foes silently lying in wait. Out of profound concern and attachment for Chen Feng, Chen Shi did not hesitate to dispatch a supply convoy. This convoy, drawing 10 carts laden with arrows, raced forward with the sole purpose of providing timely support to Chen Feng, augmenting his strength and nurturing a glimmer of hope for victory. Amidst the treacherous mountains, Chen Pai and his companions wisely adopted a strategy of alternating rest. They seized every fleeting moment to recuperate, preparing themselves thoroughly for the imminent fierce battle. "Chief, the valley lies ahead. We can catch up to them once we traverse it," La eagerly reported, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. "Do you think I am unaware of where their tribe resides?" Gu bellowed in anger, his eyes brimming with urgency and agitation. "Hurry through the valley and pursue them." Gu was consumed by a singular thought: to swiftly apprehend Shang Lu and his cohort, allowing no room for delay. "Chief, everyone has toiled throughout the night. Shall we rest a while before setting off?" La cautiously suggested, his tone reflecting a hint of fatigue and concern. "Rest? If we do not capture them, you might as well perish. How dare you even think of resting?" Gu cursed vehemently, his expression dark and foreboding, as if it could conjure rain. Gu was intent on annihilating Shang Lu and his followers, believing that only then could he discreetly resolve the present predicament. He eagerly anticipated the moment he would seize the bows and arrows, allowing him to strike without hesitation against the Summer tribe. Thus, he incessantly urged his subordinates to pursue relentlessly, refusing to grant even a moment's respite. Standing atop the mountain, Chun Pai gazed keenly and resolutely at the swirling dust in the valley, his heart tightening in an instant. For he knew the grassland tribes were on the verge of arrival. "Everyone, prepare yourselves, the enemy approaches," Chen Pai shouted, his voice echoing through the valley as if striving to pierce the heavens. This time, La had learned prudence. He cautiously dispatched a dozen individuals ahead to scout the path, only allowing the main force to advance once safety was confirmed. In the span of a mere kilometer, they took over an hour to traverse the valley, each step imbued with vigilance and caution. Upon finally emerging from the valley, the first group of scouts had scarcely approached the mountain when a sharp twang of an arrow suddenly shattered the silence of the sky. In an instant, several scouts were struck down by the flying arrows, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Damn it!" La shouted in fury, his eyes wide with anger and resentment. "Chief, we cannot proceed further," La said anxiously, his voice laced with a hint of fear. Gu, surveying the row of slain bodies ahead, coldly remarked, "They number only in the dozens. Let everyone engage. I am eager to see how many arrows they possess." As Gu surmised, each of them indeed carries merely 20 arrows. Once exhausted, they can only engage in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Chen Pai felt a wave of panic as he witnessed over 1,000 men surging towards the mountain like a relentless tide. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, even the finest weapons could not quell the feelings of helplessness and fear. "Everyone, aim carefully and shoot. We must not waste a single arrow," Chen Pai shouted hoarsely, his voice strained by tension and exertion. The arrows whistled down from the mountain, and with each enemy that fell, the next would rush forward without hesitation, climbing the slopes with reckless abandon. As the arrows dwindled, The onslaught showed no signs of abating. It was only after all the arrows had been spent, and over 300 of their foes had perished, that the enemy's assault momentarily ceased. Why have they stopped attacking? Gu demanded angrily, his gaze filled with confusion and discontent. Our people are exhausted and starving, and with so many dead, if we do not provide them with food soon, they may become unruly. La explained helplessly, his voice heavy with fatigue. Humph, a bunch of useless gluttons. All they know is to eat. Gu grumbled, his expression darkening. Quickly, prepare food for them. Once they have eaten, they are to charge again. Gu bellowed. La, receiving the command, dared not delay and hurried off to make arrangements. Chun-Pai and the others, having drawn their bows and loosed arrows incessantly, were now breathless, their hands trembling from overexertion. As they noticed that no one was advancing up the mountain, they slumped onto the stones, deflated like punctured balloons, and hastily retrieved dried meat, chewing heartily in an attempt to replenish their strength. Next will be close combat. You may die at any moment. Are you afraid? Chun-Pai inquired, gnawing on the jerky, his gaze resolute and determined. Over 30 voices responded in unison, unwavering, not afraid. Their chorus was strong and filled with the courage of those willing to embrace death. Excellent. Perhaps they will soon launch another attack. Let us take this opportunity to rest well, Chun-Pai declared, his voice weary yet encouraging. As he gazed down at the densely packed throng below, he steeled his resolve. He would never allow them to cross this mountain, even at the cost of his own life. Chief, we have lost many of our kin. Is it worth it? La asked, unable to contain his concern as he surveyed the grim scene. Humph, the 1,000 Lakes trading grounds are the fruits of our ancestors' labor. We cannot allow the Xia tribe to succeed. Gu replied coldly, his eyes filled with determination. Listen carefully, once they have rested. We will take them down in one fell swoop. Gu commanded fiercely. La nodded reluctantly. Yes, chief. His voice was laced with resignation and obedience. 5 kilometers behind the grassland tribe, the leader of the flame tribe, Yin, gazed solemnly into the distance and slowly remarked, the summer tribe is indeed formidable. A mere 40 individuals have managed to withstand over 1,000 for an entire night. Lai, with a mocking smile, retorted, Leader, how can anyone rival their prowess? His eyes were filled with disdain. Yin replied, I find myself regretting our confrontation with the summer tribe. Such a powerful adversary makes me question whether I have made a grievous error in judgment. His brow furrowed in concern, his heart heavy with trepidation. Lai, with a cruel confidence, proclaimed, Leader, no matter how strong they are, they shall perish here today. Yet, Yin felt an unsettling disquiet within him, unable to pinpoint its source, as the sense of unease spread through his heart like wildfire. Chapter 0, The 1,000 Lakes Incident. 5. Squad Leader, trouble is brewing. They are regrouping. The class leader shouted at the top of his lungs. At that moment, Chun-Pai was intently observing the individuals below who were still diligently gathering arrows. His brow furrowed in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively commanded, let them return immediately. Upon hearing this, the class leader wasted no time. Turning to the soldiers below and calling out, regroup. Everyone, return at once. Responding to the command, the soldiers hoisted the arrows they had just collected and scrambled back up the hill. Chun-Pai turned to the class leader and inquired, how long have we rested? The class leader pondered briefly before answering, approximately 2 hours, I believe. Chun-Pai nodded slightly, acknowledging the information, and then cast his gaze once more towards the throng of people at the foot of the mountain, now nearly assembled. He understood all too well that if reinforcements did not arrive soon, their fate would be sealed. Yet, retreating would likely preclude them from finding such an advantageous position to thwart the enemy's advance again. With this thought, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze resolute and determined. At that moment, a figure from the enemy camp raised his long sword high and shouted, attack. Instantly, a throng of over 1,000 surged forward like a tumultuous tide, chaotic yet ferocious, charging towards Chun-Pai and his men. Faced with this relentless advance, Chun-Pai and his comrades did not issue any specific combat orders. They merely instructed everyone to unleash their arrows upon the enemy without hesitation. This time, the enemy's charge was far more vigorous than in the morning. Perhaps due to a period of rest, they had not only filled their bellies but also regained their strength, appearing invigorated and eager to fight. Nonetheless, Chun-Pai and his soldiers remained undaunted, bravely resisting the onslaught. Alas, it was not long before, after several volleys of arrows, they found themselves devoid of ammunition. "Squad leader, we are out of arrows," the class leader lamented helplessly. Upon hearing these words, Chun Pai unhesitatingly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Draw your blades immediately, everyone. Prepare for close combat." As his words echoed, a cacophony of whooshing sounds filled the air as soldiers swiftly unsheathed their sabers from their waists. The sound of steel being drawn resonated like a thrilling symphony throughout the mountains. Sunlight cascaded upon the sharp edges of the blades, refracting dazzling beams of light. These reflections glimmered like lightning, momentarily illuminating the faces of each soldier, intensifying the fierce determination etched upon their visages. At this juncture, Chun Pai continuously called out the distance. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. Finally, as the enemy drew near, he summoned every ounce of strength and bellowed, "Kill." In that instant, his blade cleaved through the air, a flash of cold light cutting across, and the enemy's blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining his body, face, and the ground beneath him. In the face of such a gruesome spectacle, there was not a trace of fear in the eyes of the onlookers. Instead, they were filled with a fierce, blood-red glare of murderous intent and fury, fixated on the relentless tide of advancing foes. At that moment, an unknown valiant warrior was the first to cry out, "Charge! Annihilate these scoundrels!" Following suit, the other soldiers echoed his battle cry, recklessly surging towards the enemy. They abandoned their previously advantageous defensive positions, brandishing their steel blades wildly as they charged fiercely into the fray. Meanwhile, at the base of the mountain, La, witnessing the fierce soldiers charging down like tigers, turned to his leader with a face of terror and exclaimed, "Chief, look, those men are charging straight towards us." Chief Go lifted his gaze to the valiant figures of Chun Pai and his comrades, a wave of indescribable fear coursing through him. He murmured to himself, "Is this truly the combat prowess that humans can possess?" The on-rushing crowd below, initially filled with ferocity, was suddenly daunted by the blood-soaked figure descending amidst the chaos. In an instant, they were thrown into disarray, their steps faltering, uncertain whether to press onward or to turn and flee for their lives. At that moment, Chun Pai cursed inwardly. Who was the damned fool who first shouted charge? The once fierce and ferocious tribesmen began to feel the grip of fear. For when such trepidation takes hold, the only thought that occupies their minds is to escape the terrifying battlefield as swiftly as possible. Once one person chose to flee, others would soon follow suit. "Chief, we must escape quickly," one of his subordinates urged urgently. Yet Go, with wide eyes, roared in anger, "I will not flee. We have hundreds of brothers here." Yet his furious roar failed to halt the deterioration of the situation. Witnessing an ever-increasing number of souls scattering in panic, Go was acutely aware that the tide had turned. Nevertheless, he remained unwilling to concede defeat easily, still attempting to command his terrified troops to return to the battlefield and charge once more. Unfortunately, fate conspired against him. Once an army begins to falter and flee, reversing the circumstances becomes nearly impossible. At that moment, La, finding persuasion futile, simply hoisted Go onto his shoulder and sprinted towards the rear. Chun Pai watched helplessly as the enemy fled like a receding tide, and he urgently called out to his own soldiers, "Everyone, retreat immediately." Once the troops had regrouped, Chun Pai meticulously counted their numbers. His heart sank as he discovered, to his profound sorrow, that a total of 27 valiant soldiers had perished on this land. It is worth noting that he had set forth with a contingent of 40, yet only 10 remained alive. Faced with such devastating losses, Chun Pai found himself at a loss for how to report this calamity to Chen Feng upon his return. He issued the order to carry all the fallen soldiers' bodies to the mountain for a proper burial, suppressing his grief. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yen, the leader of the fire tribe, gazed at the fleeing prairie tribe, his expression darkening as he muttered to himself, "A grand army of over 1,000. And they fled in such disgrace? Truly a pack of useless wretches." In the first chapter of the fleeing prairie tribe, Lai wore a sinister smile and suggested to the leader, "My lord, I propose we capture everyone from their tribe. When we assault the summer tribe, we can use these captives as our vanguard, leading the charge." Yin nodded slightly in agreement and replied, "Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Let us proceed as you suggested." With the leader's consent, Lai immediately led his followers into action. They pounced upon the prairie tribe like wolves, leaving no one unscathed. Cries for mercy echoed. Yet such pleas did nothing to sway the resolve of Lai and his men. Just then, Shinpai had just completed the gathering of his men when a series of piercing, resonant cries from giant eagles filled the sky. He looked up to see 10 massive eagles descending like meteors, landing gracefully before him. Following that, 10 figures agilely leaped from the backs of the great eagles, the foremost being Wang Lai. Wang Lai hastened to Shinpai, offering a solemn salute as he proclaimed, "Brother Shinpai, you have worked hard." However, Shinpai wore a grave expression and retorted without hesitation, "You have finally arrived, but you are rather late." Wang Lai shook his head and quickly explained, "Do not fault us, Brother Shinpai, for we have not arrived late. According to our investigation, approximately 5 kilometers from this location, a multitude of over 1,000 individuals is clandestinely gathering." Upon hearing this, Shinpai was seized by a tremor, his face a portrait of astonishment, and he hastily inquired, "Is this true?" Wang Lai, his expression grave, nodded affirmatively and replied, "Beyond doubt. We have meticulously patrolled the surrounding area and have indeed discovered a formidable force of unknown origin covertly assembling." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Shinpai decisively commanded, "Wang Lai, swiftly send someone to report our circumstances here. It is imperative that Wang leads his troops to our aid without delay, or else the situation may spiral beyond our control." Aware of the urgency, Wang Lai did not dare exhibit even the slightest negligence. He turned to his subordinates, his voice urgent and resolute as he relayed the orders. Observing this, Shinpai promptly asked, "How many of us are here in total?" Wang Lai answered without hesitation, "Over 100. He then fixed his gaze intently on Shinpai, asserting firmly, "You must quickly lead your men to retreat from this place." Shinpai, perplexed, retorted, "Us?" Wang Lai nodded emphatically, explaining, "Indeed, it is you. Currently, you lack the capacity to continue fighting. Remaining here would only burden us." Upon hearing this, Shinpai felt a surge of dissatisfaction, defiantly responding, "We can still fight." However, Wang Lai's countenance grew stern, his voice sharp as he declared, "This is a direct order from Wang." Though reluctant, Shinpai had no choice but to acquiesce, leading the wounded and fallen soldiers toward the direction of the Xia tribe. At that moment, a soldier approached Wang Lai, cautiously asking, "Squad leader, what should we do next?" Wang Lai remained composed, replying calmly, "We shall await Wang's arrival." Another soldier, worry etched on his face, expressed his concern, "But the enemy is gathering strength and will soon advance upon us." Wang Lai, however, remained unperturbed, reassuring him, "There is no need for alarm. Did you not notice? They are currently preoccupied with consolidating personnel from other tribes and will not attend to us in the immediate future." As dusk began to settle, a distant sound of hooves approached from the south. Wang Lai looked up, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes as he murmured, "Wang has finally arrived." Before long, Shen Feng, mounted on a magnificent steed, galloped swiftly toward Wang Lai, reaching him in an instant. He dismounted with agility and hastened to Wang Lai, anxiously asking, "What is the situation?" Wang Lai, his demeanor solemn, responded heavily, "Of the 40 individuals led by Shinpai, only 10 remain alive." Upon hearing this, Shen Feng's face instantly transformed into a mask of shock and fury, contorted with distress. He turned his gaze towards the hundreds of corpses sprawled haphazardly across the ground, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. In a voice as frigid as frost, he commanded, "Have the giant eagles continuously scout the skies. Report to me immediately upon the slightest sign of movement." "Understood." Wang Lai responded promptly, swiftly turning to methodically assign his subordinates to keep watch for any activity above. At that moment, Shen Feng appeared lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon as he murmured, "Chen Kuei, pray tell, why does humanity harbor such insatiable greed?" Chen Kuei, taken aback by the question, shook his head and chuckled innocently, replying, "For me, as long as I have enough to eat and fill my belly, I am content. As for other desires, I hold no extravagant expectations." Shen Feng turned to Chen Kuei, noticing his earnest and guileless expression, and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Realizing he had posed the question to the wrong person, time slipped away quietly, and before long, more than half a day had passed. Suddenly, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from afar. It was Chun-Li leading a contingent of over 100 men, hastily approaching. As night descended, enveloping the world in silence, a herd of colossal mammoths and elephants arrived at their destination, marching with steady and powerful strides. Wang Lai strode confidently to Qin Feng, saluting before reporting, "My lord. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, it appears the Flame Tribe is entirely unaware of our arrival." Qin Feng furrowed his brow, his face etched with skepticism as he inquired, "Oh, how did you come by this information?" Wang Lai's expression turned serious as he fell into deep contemplation. He eventually lifted his head and began to explain, "To discern who they truly are, we must observe their every action to make an accurate judgment." At that moment, they noticed the individuals nearby, carelessly cheering, seemingly oblivious to the threat, as if still convinced they were in the company of Chun Pai and his faction. Qin Feng nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Wang Lai's assessment, and added, "Indeed, there is a possibility of this. However," he continued, "we cannot dismiss another scenario." With that, he deliberately paused, prompting Chun Kuei and the others to eagerly press for clarification. "What other possibility? Speak quickly." Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng solemnly replied, "It is conceivable that they may yet have reinforcements on the way. Therefore, we must not let our guard down." Upon hearing this, the group felt a tightening in their chests. Qin Feng then turned to Wang Lai and decisively commanded, "Starting tomorrow, lead your men to conduct uninterrupted patrols within a 50-kilometer radius, and report to me immediately upon discovering any anomalies." Without hesitation, Wang Lai nodded affirmatively, "Yes. I will ensure the task is completed." Qin Feng scanned the faces of the others present, his expression grave as he admonished, "The rest of you must also prepare thoroughly for battle. Conserve your strength, and tomorrow we must annihilate these foes in one fell swoop, avenging our fallen comrades." Chapter 0. The night assault on the Flame Tribe. As darkness enveloped the land, the clock slipped into the latter half of the night. Under the cloak of this inky blackness, Qin Feng, accompanied by Chun Kuei and 9 meticulously trained members of the kamikaze army, stealthily advanced towards the Flame Tribe. The atmosphere was tense, with everyone holding their breath, striving to make not a sound. As they approached the Flame Tribe, Chun Kuei suddenly lowered his voice, gesturing towards a distant corner where a group of individuals lay scattered in disarray. He whispered to Qin Feng, "Boss, look over there. I believe those people are from the Prairie Tribe." Following his gaze, Qin Feng indeed spotted the group, tightly guarded by a multitude of sentinels, leaving no opportunity for escape. "Let us rescue those individuals," Qin Feng declared with resolute determination. His eyes were sharp and unwavering, as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of success. Chun Kuei furrowed his brow, questioning, "Shouldn't we simply eliminate them? Wouldn't that be more efficient?" Shaking his head, Qin Feng patiently elucidated, "These individuals are innocent captives. If we incite chaos among them, it may draw the enemy's attention, thereby granting us the opportunity to strike and eliminate more foes." Upon hearing this, Chun Kuei nodded in understanding, grasping the rationale behind the plan. Subsequently, the 10 of them swiftly divided into 5 pairs, each pair moving silently with their glimmering daggers drawn, akin to phantoms gliding towards their adversaries. In that fleeting moment of nearing their objective, they struck with precision, severing the enemy's throats with deft and unhesitating motions. Particularly, the synergy between Qin Feng and Chun Kuei was seamless. One would divert the enemy's gaze while the other delivered a lethal blow. "I've taken down 7. Chun Kuei reported to Qin Feng in a hushed tone, his voice tinged with excitement and pride. Qin Feng replied with a slight smile, "Well done. I've dispatched 6 as well." At that juncture, Chun Kuei turned to the captives of the Prairie Tribe, signaling for them to charge forth. The tribespeople quickly deciphered his intent, passing the message along until the entire tribe was aware of the plan to break free. Before long, a few individuals among the crowd rose to their feet, and soon, more followed suit, transforming the once tranquil scene into a frenzy. Observing this, Chun Kuei promptly rallied the kamikaze army, guiding them to regroup beside Qin Feng. Leaning close, he whispered, "What shall we do next?" Qin Feng gazed into the distance at the most imposing tent, letting out a heavy sigh, and lamented, "We should retreat. At this rate, they shall find it difficult to sleep tonight." With that, he led the group away, turning to depart. As soon as Qin Feng and his companions departed, the once tranquil grassland tribe and flame tribe were plunged into utter chaos. Under the cloak of night, individuals could scarcely discern one another. At the mere sight of a silhouette, they would unhesitatingly launch their fists or draw their blades. In an instant, the entire encampment morphed into a colossal battlefield, with cries of slaughter reverberating through the air. At that moment, Yin emerged from his tent, and the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Flames soared skyward, blades flashed, and the stench of blood permeated the atmosphere. A tumultuous throng engaged in combat surrounded him, blurring the lines between friend and foe, with only the cacophony of anguished screams and furious roars filling the air. Yin, unable to contain his fury, bellowed, "What in the world is happening?" Yet, faced with such pandemonium, even the usually valiant Lai appeared bewildered, utterly at a loss for words. He stammered for a time, but ultimately failed to articulate a coherent response. Witnessing Lai's disarray only intensified Yan's ire. He snorted disdainfully and commanded, "Stop dawdling and swiftly quell this chaos." With that, he shot Lai a fierce glare before plunging into the crowd, determined to halt the senseless carnage. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and his group successfully returned to the mountains. After a night of arduous travel, they quickly succumbed to slumber upon lying down, sinking into a deep and restful sleep. When the first rays of morning sunlight graced the earth, Chun Li had already assembled the troops. All soldiers stood alert and orderly, patiently awaiting Chen Feng's arrival. Before long, Chen Feng strode resolutely to the front of the formation. His gaze was piercing as he surveyed the valiant warriors before him, and he called out, "Brothers, what will you do if anyone dares to slay your brethren?" In response, the soldiers erupted in unison, shouting, "Revenge! Revenge!" Their voices thundered, echoing through the valley. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued, "If anyone dares to seize our wives and children, to destroy our very homes, how shall we respond?" The soldiers, filled with fervor, shouted once more, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Their voices boomed like a clap of thunder, deafening in its intensity. With a serious countenance, Chen Feng fixed his unwavering gaze ahead and declared, "Before us lie those who seek to take everything from us. Now, let your fearless actions demonstrate our strength and courage." No sooner had he spoken than Chun Li shouted without hesitation, "Charge!" At this command, 100 valiant soldiers spurred their steeds, galloping towards the enemy camp like arrows loosed from a bow. The thunder of hooves resonated through the air, as if to shatter the very ground beneath them. Following closely behind, a formidable herd of mammoths and elephants marched with heavy and powerful strides, each step causing the earth to tremble and emit a deep, resounding thud. In an instant, the earth trembled and the entire valley was engulfed by the thunderous clamor of hooves, accompanied by the resounding roars of mammoths and elephants. The sound surged forth like a tumultuous tide, imposing and fearsome. At that moment, in the encampment of the Flame Tribe, Yin, bearing 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, inquired with a perplexed expression, "What on earth is happening? From where does this cacophony emanate?" Beside him, Lai pointed towards the valley, his expression grave as he replied, "It seems to be coming from that direction." Suddenly, Yan's visage turned pale, as if he recalled some dreadful notion. He anxiously murmured, "This is bad. Could it be that?" Before he could finish his thought, he swiftly turned to Lai, urgently pressing, "How long until the reinforcements from the White Ape tribe arrive?" Lai pondered for a moment before promptly responding, "Based on their previous speed, they should be arriving shortly." Just then, Chen Feng led his troops closely behind. King Lai leapt down from the great eagle and rushed towards Chen Feng, reporting loudly, "Sir, over 200 white apes have been spotted moving swiftly towards us from 10 kilometers to the east." Upon hearing this news, Chen Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating, "White apes? Could it be, as I suspected, that these white apes are under the control of the Flame Tribe?" Chapter 0. The vulnerable Flame Tribe King Lai shook his head vigorously, his tone resolute. "That does not seem plausible. From my assessment, there are no other individuals present around them, thus they cannot be manipulated by anyone else." Chen Feng nodded slightly, agreeing with King Lai's assessment, and continued, "Very well, let us maintain our observation. If we find an opportunity and have the capability, we will devise a way to impede their progress and slow them down." King Lai nodded emphatically, "Understood." He then turned and departed to carry out his orders. Once King Lai had left, Chen Feng turned to Chun Kuei beside him, speaking in a low voice. "Immediately relay my instructions to Chun Li," instructing him to accelerate and eliminate the Flame Tribe as soon as possible. Chun Kuei, accepting the command, did not dare to delay, swiftly darting off like lightning in search of Chun Li, who was engaged in another task. Before long, Chun Li received the urgent orders from Chen Feng. His gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he shouted to his comrades, "Brothers and sisters, listen up. Once you have finished firing your arrows, Charge into the flame tribe without hesitation. We must achieve a swift resolution. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, King Lai was stealthily approaching a formidable group of towering white apes with 9 team members. Each of these white apes stood about 4 meters tall, rivaling the size of gorillas. They were not only immense, but also possessed skin as rough and thick as armor, rendering ordinary arrows nearly ineffective against them. Unless one could accurately strike their vulnerable eyes, it would be exceedingly difficult to inflict any significant harm upon the white apes. Certainly, if one were to wield the specially crafted powerful bow and arrows akin to those of Chen Kuei, the situation would differ vastly. At that moment, a team member suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, we are in trouble. The white apes have spotted us and are now charging in our direction." However, in the face of this unforeseen turn of events, Wang Lai remained remarkably composed. With a sweeping gesture, he called out, "Everyone, remain calm. Listen closely. We merely need to delay these white apes for as long as possible. No other actions are required during this time." Among the throng of white apes, one particularly ferocious creature, with bared fangs and a fearsome visage, suddenly threw its head back and unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens. This cacophony seemed to possess a certain enchantment, instantly inciting the remaining 200 white apes into a frenzied uproar. They hastily gathered stones and branches from their surroundings, hurling them with all their might into the sky. Meanwhile, Wang Lai, quick of mind and deft of hand, commanded the giant eagle beneath him to ascend swiftly to a greater altitude. He understood that although the white apes' assaults were formidable, soaring high enough would allow them to momentarily evade danger. Once the white apes had exhausted their ammunition of stones and branches, Wang Lai decisively ordered the giant eagle to descend. Furthermore, he intermittently instructed his subordinates to shoot arrows at the white apes. Whether they struck true or felled any of the beasts was of little consequence. The crucial aim was to continuously disturb and enrage the horde. The fanged white ape, in a fit of rage, pointed skyward, gesticulating wildly while chanting, "Catch them, slay them, devour them as food." Had Chen Feng been present, he would undoubtedly have been astounded by the sight, for it was unexpected that these seemingly savage and uncivilized white apes could engage in rudimentary communication through gestures. Simultaneously, the situation in the fire tribe appeared dire. Due to a lack of adequate rest the previous night and the improper settling of recently captured prisoners, the members of the tribe were enveloped in a state of exhaustion and chaos. Confronted by over 100 enemies led by Chun Li, all armed with bows and arrows, they found themselves utterly defenseless. At Chun Li's command, waves of arrows descended upon the fire tribe like a swarm of locusts. In an instant, cries of agony echoed throughout, as each volley of arrows felled numerous individuals. Some, quick to react, sought refuge behind the thick trunks of trees, while others, slower to respond, were pierced by the arrows, meeting their demise on the spot. Furthermore, some simply lay flat on the ground, paralyzed with fear and signaling their willingness to surrender. For those who voluntarily surrendered, Chun Li dispatched 10 of his subordinates to receive and oversee them. As the rest of the group exhausted their quivers, they swiftly unsheathed their razor-sharp long knives, roaring ferociously, and charged headlong into the dense woods like a pack of ferocious beasts. As soon as they entered the forest, these individuals seemed to lose all sense of reason, brandishing their gleaming blades with merciless ferocity at any shadow they perceived. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries, shouts, and the clashing of metal resonating throughout the woods. Amidst the chaos, a few keen-eyed individuals noticed their adversaries shouting for surrender and mercy. They quickly followed suit, obediently prostrating themselves on the ground, frozen in fear, lest a moment's hesitation lead to their own demise. Regardless of whether these individuals hailed from the prairie tribe or the flame tribe, those who harbored even the slightest intent to resist and had yet to submit were doomed to meet a grim fate. Meanwhile, gigantic mammoths and elephants lumbered behind the crowd, their heavy footsteps echoing ominously. Although they possessed formidable strength, their role in this fierce battle was minimal, merely serving to guard those who had already been captured. At that moment, Lai, his face a mask of terror, rushed to the leader Yan, stammering, "Chief, they are far too strong. I barely exchanged a glance with them, and our forces have crumbled like a house of cards." Hearing this, Yan's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Lai. It was this very Lai who had incessantly incited him to attack the Xia tribe. And now they found themselves in such dire straits. How could Yan not be consumed by rage? Overwhelmed by his indignation, Yin seized the heavy stone axe in his hand and, with a swift and merciless swing, struck Lai's head. With a sharp crack, Lai did not even have the chance to utter a final cry before he met his end. Gasping for breath, Yin cursed vehemently. "This is all your fault, you scoundrel. Had I not been misled by your treachery, I would not have found myself in this predicament." Just then, Chun Feng approached on a magnificent steed, exuding an air of calm as he regarded the disheveled Yin. In a composed manner, he addressed him. "I hold little interest in you or your tribe, and today I have no desire to take your life. After all, you have yet to truly engage my tribe in battle." Pausing briefly, Chun Feng continued coldly. "However, I now have a question that requires your answer." Chapter 0. The Wise White Ape Tribe. What exactly is the white ape all about? Chun Feng inquired. Yin, eager to convey his message, gestured animatedly as he explained. His nimble hands danced in the air, as if painting a vivid picture. "Indeed, there exists a white ape tribe," he continued, gesticulating fervently. "These white apes are no benign creatures. They not only delight in human flesh, but are also keen on capturing humans to toy with at their whim." Chun Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement, yet chose to remain silent. Yin pressed on. "Lai, in his eagerness to confront you, has even gone so far as to ally with these brutal white apes. They reached an agreement. Should they successfully defeat and capture your tribe, then all the populace would belong to the white ape tribe, while we merely seek to acquire your advanced technology." Chun Feng furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes as he tentatively inquired. "So, you are indeed able to communicate with these white apes?" Yin nodded without hesitation, gesturing with his hands to elaborate. "Absolutely. In fact, they are quite similar to us, possessing their own unique means of communication." Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's mind became a tumult of confusion, akin to a swarm of bees buzzing incessantly in his ears. If even the seemingly barbaric and uncivilized white apes could engage in discourse, might the chimpanzees also share such an ability? Just as Chun Feng fell into contemplation, Wang Lai suddenly appeared before him, panic-stricken and hasty, exclaiming, "My lord, trouble. According to the latest intelligence, the white apes are less than 2 kilometers away from us." Chun Feng's heart skipped a beat, a grave expression settling upon his face. He turned to Yin, his gaze as frigid as frost, and commanded, "Immediately divert this group of white apes. Remember, a month from now, I expect to see all the members of the grassland tribe standing before me, safe and sound. Should you fail, you are well aware of the consequences." Yin, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Chun Feng, trembled slightly and quickly nodded in agreement, gesturing fervently, "Rest assured, I will accomplish the task." He then turned and departed. With a serious demeanor, Chun Feng called out to Chun Kuei beside him. "Secure all the captives and swiftly gather the scattered arrows. We must leave this place at once." Upon receiving the command, Chun Kuei promptly sprang into action, methodically directing his soldiers to execute their tasks. The slower-moving massive mammoths and elephants were dispatched first to escort the captives forward at a steady pace. Meanwhile, Chun-Li led another group to meticulously clear the battlefield of abandoned arrows. Before long, Chun-Li and his team completed their assignment, hastily rejoining the main contingent with bags filled with arrows. At that moment, Chun Feng rode atop a tall steed, surveying the array of corpses strewn across the ground. Shaking his head in resignation and sighing, "With so many bodies lying here in disarray, if not properly disposed of, it could soon lead to an outbreak of disease." Chun Kuei, standing nearby, promptly nodded in response. "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I shall handle this matter and ensure it is managed thoroughly." With that, he turned to instruct his soldiers to address the corpses. Chun Feng nodded in satisfaction, squeezing his legs against the horse's flank to urge it forward, swiftly catching up to Chun-Li and the others who were advancing slowly. Once reunited, they continued their journey towards Summer City. Along the way, a somber atmosphere enveloped everyone, for they had just endured a fierce battle. "Wang, we have captured over 1,000 prisoners. How shall we proceed with them?" As Chun-Li hurried along, he turned to Chun Feng for guidance. Chun Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly responded, "Humph, these scoundrels dared to attempt to seize our possessions. They are simply courting their own demise. If that is the case, let them engage in the most arduous and laborious tasks of coal mining." Chun-Li nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, Wang speaks the truth. These ignorant beasts deserve such punishment. Working them to exhaustion is their due fate." Thus, Chun Feng and his entourage continued their slow advance, hindered by the presence of numerous prisoners and confiscated supplies. After enduring an entire day and night of arduous travel, they finally beheld the towering walls of Xia City from a distance. Meanwhile, Chun Shi, having received prior notification, had been waiting outside the city for some time. Having already arranged accommodations for the newly arrived personnel, primarily in hastily constructed tents, the remaining 1,100 prisoners were gathered in a spacious square. With a stern expression, Chun Feng abruptly waved his hand and issued a chilling command. Proceed. In an instant, a group of soldiers armed with sharp blades surged forward. And amidst the anguished cries, the thumbs of these 1,100 prisoners were swiftly severed. Blood splattered, staining the ground crimson. However, Chun Feng had no intention of allowing these prisoners to escape so easily. He commanded, Xingyue, quickly use herbs to alleviate their pain and stop the bleeding. Do not let them perish so effortlessly. Xingyue promptly complied, swiftly retrieving an assortment of prepared herbs to tend to the wounded prisoners. Once the prisoners were attended to, Chun Feng unhesitatingly assigned the entire group of 1,100 to Chun Yu. Although Chun Yu felt a twinge of compassion at the sight of the maimed prisoners, he accepted the order and proceeded. The following day, Chun Kuei, leading the Divine Wind Army, returned to Xia City in haste. With the influx of personnel, the once tranquil Xia City transformed into a bustling hub, and the surge in population kept Chun Feng busier than ever. After careful consideration, Chun Feng resolved to expand the military. He ordered the formation of an additional 500 regular troops, supplementing the Divine Wind Army with 50 elite soldiers. Concurrently, various departments were allocated a certain number of new recruits according to their needs. To honor the brave soldiers who had sacrificed their lives in battle, Chun Feng designated a plot of land as a cemetery, naming it the Martyr's Garden. Fresh flowers adorned each tombstone, symbolizing respect and remembrance for these heroic souls. Chun Feng also announced a series of generous reward policies. Each family of a fallen soldier would receive 4 acres of fertile rice paddies, while every soldier who participated in this mission would be granted a promotion and rewarded with an acre of rice land. Additionally, each soldier would be allocated a comfortable residence. However, these rewards are not entirely unconditional. According to regulations, those who receive the rewards must remit 2/5 of the acquired land to Chun Feng. Nevertheless, even after this deduction, the remaining portion is ample enough to secure a life of prosperity. When the news of such generous rewards spread throughout the city, many who had been hesitating about enlisting in the military were suddenly filled with fervor and excitement. They flocked to the recruitment office, with some even willing to push through the crowd to seize the opportunity to join the army. Meanwhile, after arranging military affairs, Chun Feng tirelessly immersed himself in managing various tasks within the city and overseeing the trading grounds. Chapter 0. The trading grounds inside and outside the city. There is a daunting task ahead. The establishment of 20 new collective dormitories, equipped with necessary living facilities. Moreover, it is imperative to effectively address the work arrangements for the newcomers. Chun Shi, these matters must be expedited. Chun Feng commanded with a serious expression. Yes, Your Majesty. Chun Shi responded promptly. Chun Feng continued to emphasize, additionally, the progress of weapon forging and crossbow manufacturing must be accelerated. Furthermore, the mining of salt must commence simultaneously. As Chun Shi attentively absorbed Chun Feng's directives, he meticulously recorded each point. After a brief pause, Chun Feng added, by the way, designate a specific area 1 kilometer outside the city to serve as a trading site. This task must be completed by the end of this month. Chun Shi nodded in acknowledgement, but soon revealed a troubled expression, saying, Your Majesty, while we do have sufficient manpower now, there are still communication barriers with the newcomers. After all, familiarizing them with our Mandarin language is no trivial matter, and it may require a certain amount of time for them to learn and adapt. After pondering for a moment, Chun Feng decisively ordered, in that case, until they have proficiently learned our Mandarin, no one is permitted to leave the city. With that, Chun Feng waved his hand, signaling Chun Shi to withdraw. Go fetch Shang Lu for me. Before long, Chun Shi returned hastily with Shang Lu. Shang Lu respectfully stood before Chun Feng and cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, may I ask what instructions you have for me? The affairs of the trading grounds are now entirely entrusted to you. Chun Shi will fully support your work. Whatever resources you require, we will do our utmost to provide. Chun Feng said with a smile as he regarded Shang Lu. Lu nodded in reply, stating, "Your Majesty, the barter system is indeed rather inconvenient. It would be ideal if there were a single item to replace it." Upon hearing this, Feng experienced an epiphany, and his thoughts became remarkably clear. He excitedly patted Lu on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Ah, you truly are a remarkable talent. Indeed, currency is the perfect solution to this issue." As soon as currency emerged, the cumbersome practice of barter became obsolete. Contemplating this notion, Feng could not help but reflect deeply. However, a daunting challenge loomed before him. The copper ore had yet to be transported back. Even the creation of currency would undoubtedly be a monumental endeavor. Nevertheless, Feng remained undeterred. He patted Lu on the shoulder, offering words of encouragement. "Your performance has been truly exceptional. In light of this, I have decided to elevate your rank to a level 6 badge and bestow upon you an acre of rice paddy as a reward." Upon hearing this, Lu was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you for your gracious favor, my lord." Feng waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "Continue your diligent work. Do not let me down." Lu nodded solemnly, responding, "Yes, leader. Rest assured, I shall give my utmost effort." In the days that followed, Feng dedicated his primary focus to delineating the bloodlines among the populace. After all, it was crucial and urgent to ensure that they could clearly identify familial titles and avoid consanguineous unions within 3 generations. Suddenly, a familiar nursery rhyme sprang to mind. "Father's father is called grandfather, father's mother is called grandmother." An idea sparked within him. How delightful it would be to teach this rhyme to the children and have them sing it throughout the city. Thus, he enthusiastically began to devise a plan. Observing this, Xingyue could not help but stifle a giggle, remarking sweetly, "Husband, you are truly clever to come up with such a brilliant idea." However, Feng gently shook his head, sighing, "Ah, do not flatter me just yet. I am currently besieged by a multitude of pressing matters that leave me quite dizzy." Intrigued, Xingyue leaned closer, gently inquiring, "Oh? What other troubles could possibly be so challenging that even you find them daunting?" Feng, with an air of helplessness, replied, "There are now over 2,000 people in this city, yet I have no idea which tribes they belong to or how to assign them appropriate surnames. It is truly vexing." Xingyue, with her bright eyes sparkling, smiled playfully and said, "Hee, this problem is actually quite manageable. Have you forgotten? You previously meticulously carved the surnames of the 100 families into the walls of their dwelling caves. We simply need to have them send representatives to choose freely from those surnames." Feng, upon this reminder, experienced a moment of enlightenment. As if a veil had been lifted from his mind, he joyously embraced Xingyue, planting a fervent kiss on her delicate cheek, exclaiming, "Ha, my wife is so astute. Your words have alleviated my pressing dilemma." With that, they exchanged a knowing smile, their affection palpable in the air. After a while, Feng seemed to recall something and inquired, "By the way, Xingyue, where has Muyang gone? I have yet to catch a glimpse of her." Xingyue smiled gently and replied, "Her mother has taken her away. She mentioned that since you, my lord, are inclined to marry her daughter, you must personally visit their tribe." Upon hearing this, Feng couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, muttering in irritation, "Ah, this truly is quite troublesome. Tomorrow marks the long-awaited day when the trading market officially opens. Let us see how their preparations are progressing." Thus, the two of them set off together, hastening their pace towards the trading market located outside the city. As they arrived, their eyes fell upon numerous rudimentary wooden structures standing before them. However, to put it bluntly, these so-called houses resembled nothing more than makeshift pavilions, merely supported by 4 wooden posts to shield from the elements. At that moment, Lu stood at the center of the market, vociferously directing his subordinates as they busily arranged the venue. Noticing Feng approaching, he hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully and calling out, "Your Majesty." Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crude wooden shelters, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow, asking in confusion, "Are these facilities not a bit too rudimentary? How can this appearance attract customers for trading?" Lu revealed a troubled expression and sighed, explaining, "Chunya has allocated only a mere 10 individuals to assist me. Achieving this level of setup is quite commendable." Upon hearing this, Feng immediately grasped the underlying implication. It was indeed a complaint regarding the meager manpower provided by Chunya. After a brief moment of contemplation, he pressed further, Then, what is Chinya currently occupied with? Shanglu promptly responded. As far as I know, they are fully engaged in crafting various tables, chairs, benches, buckets, as well as carts and boats. Chen Feng nodded lightly in acknowledgement, then reassured him, I understand. There is no need to rush things here. We can proceed gradually. With that, he turned and walked back towards the city. Upon entering the city, Chen Feng was taken aback to discover that heaps of garbage had accumulated along the streets, seemingly unnoticed and unaddressed. A surge of indignation welled up within him, prompting him to storm towards Chun Mo's location, demanding in an irate tone, why has no one attended to this garbage within the city? Are you all turning a blind eye to it? Chun Mo respectfully saluted Chen Feng and replied firmly, Your Majesty, rest assured, I will arrange for personnel to address this issue with utmost urgency. Chen Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement, responding, Indeed, Chen Mo. You have been by my side for quite some time now. You are quite the experienced veteran. In the future, it is imperative that you offer guidance to the newly inducted members, assisting them in better sharing the workload. After all, our team will continually expand, necessitating the infusion of fresh talent to collaborate in our endeavors. Chen Mo promptly nodded in agreement, stating, Yes, my lord, I shall faithfully fulfill my duty, dedicating myself to nurturing the newcomers and alleviating your burdens. At that moment, the trading grounds outside the city buzzed with activity, teeming with people. It was evident that numerous tribes had arrived a day in advance at the designated location. As they beheld the towering walls of Xiaqing from a distance, they stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. For Chen Feng had astonishingly elevated the already impressive walls by an additional 5 meters. To these tribes, which remained in a primitive state and were only accustomed to playing with mud, such a grand and formidable structure seemed nothing short of a divine masterpiece. The vicinity of the trading grounds was alive with vibrant chatter and bustling crowds. It was estimated that over 1,000 individuals had gathered at that moment. The orderly management was in the capable hands of Shang Lu, who was methodically directing everyone, allocating spaces of 5 meters to each tribe. Meanwhile, Chen Feng stood composed atop the lofty walls, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the scene below. He turned to Chen Shi beside him, instructing, Chen Shi, please inform Shang Lu to make preparations. This evening, we shall invite the leaders of each tribe to join us for dinner. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi hesitated briefly, cautiously inquiring, My lord, might this be seen as overly extravagant? Chen Feng, however, dismissed the concern with a shake of his head, patiently explaining, This is not an affair of waste. These tribes have journeyed great distances to trade on our territory. It is only fitting, as hosts, that we treat them to a sumptuous meal, fulfilling our duties as gracious hosts. Chen Shi pondered this and nodded in understanding, responding, I comprehend, my lord. He then swiftly sought out Shang Lu, delivering the command. Shang Lu, immediately ascertain how many leaders are present here and find a spacious area for our gathering. Furthermore, ensure that each leader is thoroughly informed about the king's invitation to dinner. Shang Lu, upon hearing this, nodded without hesitation, affirming, Rest assured, Leader Chen Shi. I will arrange everything promptly. After receiving this assurance, Chen Shi maintained a serious demeanor, reiterating, This will be our inaugural banquet for the leaders of Xiaqing. We must ensure that everything is impeccably organized, leaving no room for error. Once all instructions were conveyed, Chen Shi turned towards the logistics department. Upon encountering Chen Mo, the head of logistics, he meticulously recounted the details of Chun Feng's dinner invitation. Chen Mo listened intently and, in conclusion, solemnly nodded, stating, Leader Chen Shi, you may rely on me to execute this task with utmost diligence. At that moment, the trading grounds were abuzz with activity as Shang Lu successfully gathered all the leaders together. He stood at the forefront of the crowd, raising his voice to declare, Esteemed leaders, this very evening, our king, Chen Feng, will host a grand banquet for all of you. As his words echoed, the previously tranquil atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of whispers and murmurs among the leaders. At that moment, one curious chief from a small tribe could no longer contain his inquisitiveness and inquired, Shang Lu, might I ask what delectable dishes our king intends to serve us this time? With a smile, Shang Lu replied with poise, Fear not, esteemed chief. The dishes prepared for tonight's feast will undoubtedly be exquisite delicacies the likes of which you have never tasted. He continued, raising his voice, Now, I invite everyone to enjoy some leisure time and rest for a moment. When the feast is ready, someone will come to inform you. Meanwhile, Chun Mo hurriedly ascended the city wall and spotted Chen Feng gazing into the distance. Approaching him with a hint of anxiety, he asked, "Leader, we have never hosted so many guests for a meal before. I am at a loss as to what to do." Chen Feng furrowed his brow, lost in thought. As time passed, an idea seemed to dawn upon him, and a smile crept across his lips as he said, "Let us simply prepare the same dishes you all enjoy on ordinary days." Chen Mo, hearing this, displayed a look of doubt and pressed on. "Is that truly sufficient? It seems rather too simple, does it not?" Chen Feng nodded affirmatively, responding, "Of course it is. A dish of rice paired with some vegetables will be a rare and delightful treat for them." Reassured by the leader's clear response, Chen Mo felt a weight lift from his heart and promptly set about making preparations. As night fell, the blazing firelight illuminated the trading ground as brilliantly as daylight. Every face was aglow with the warmth of the flames, radiating bright smiles. Chen Feng sat leisurely at a high table, with the leaders of various tribes assembled below him. Each had before them a bowl of fragrant white rice accompanied by two enticing dishes. At that moment, a member of the Morning Dawn tribe, numbering around 500, could not help but exclaim, "Oh my, this rice and these dishes are simply exquisite." As he savored the meal, he curiously inquired, "How did you manage to create such a feast?" Chen Feng, with a slight smile and a sense of pride, replied, "Ah, such culinary delights are accessible to everyone in our tribe." Upon hearing this, the gathered leaders were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. The notion that such delectable food could be enjoyed by every member of this tribe exceeded their wildest imaginations. Chen Feng observed their astonishment with a smile, secretly reveling in the success of his meticulously crafted plan. From the envious and yearning glances of the onlookers, Chen Feng discerned that by further igniting the depths of their desires, he could seamlessly draw them into his fold. At that moment, Ing, the chief of the Muyu tribe, broke the silence with palpable anticipation, inquiring, "Esteemed king of Xia, might you be willing to exchange this immensely precious rice you possess?" Chen Feng, however, shook his head resolutely, declining with conviction, "I regret to inform you that this rice is not available for exchange at present. After all, our Xia nation is populous, and the quantity of rice we currently produce is merely sufficient to meet the daily needs of our citizens." Upon hearing this, Ying's expression turned sorrowful as he sighed, "Alas, it is truly a pity. To be unable to acquire such delectable rice is indeed lamentable." Immediately thereafter, the chief of the Leguang tribe could no longer contain his eagerness. Pointing to the neatly arranged wooden barrels, exquisite ceramics, and meticulously crafted stools and tables, he inquired, "Might we trade these items crafted by our tribe with you?" Chen Feng nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. "Certainly, I find great interest in these items and would be willing to exchange for them." Throughout this lively gathering, Chen Feng engaged in exchanges with representatives from various tribes, gaining a general understanding of their situations. While a few tribes exhibited considerable strength, they paled in comparison to the formidable tribes of the grasslands. Time passed quietly, and soon it was dawn. Shang Lu had already made meticulous arrangements in advance, setting up a total of 10 stalls in the marketplace. Each stall was filled with an array of goods, all crafted by the artisans of Xia City. In this transaction, Chen Feng did not demand population exchanges as he had in the past. Instead, he adopted a novel strategy, expressing a willingness to exchange for any items or resources he deemed useful and suitable. Just recently, a large-scale population relocation had been successfully completed. To propose another population exchange at this moment would certainly present exponentially greater challenges. Currently, ceramics had emerged as the most abundant type of goods in Xia City, thanks to Chun Mao's exceptional skills, which had enabled mass production of ceramics. The variety of ceramic products was extensive, including essential bowls and basins for daily life, large jars, and even exquisite pots specifically designed for soup. As for the items like tables and chairs, they were not considered particularly high-end. Most of these items are crafted from leftover scraps of wood, typically utilized by apprentices to hone their skills. Given the relatively straightforward manufacturing process and the accessibility of materials, the sheer volume of such goods is quite astonishing. Furthermore, Chen Feng laid out various wooden items, including barrels, two-wheeled and four-wheeled carts, among other implements, in preparation for exchanging them for various goods. Just as Chen Feng was organizing his belongings to head to the marketplace, Lu Ming approached him, expressing a desire to accompany him. However, Xingyue was unable to join due to pressing matters. Noticing her busyness, Chen Feng felt a surge of curiosity and inquired, "What urgent business keeps you so occupied?" With a gentle smile, Xingyue explained, "Spring is indeed the prime season for animal reproduction. I must personally inspect the situation. After all, this is my first foray into research concerning animals, and it is essential to gather more first-hand experience." After hearing her words, Chen Feng nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, this matter is of utmost importance, so do attend to your tasks swiftly." Chen Feng possessed a significant array of animal resources, including horses, cattle, and flocks of sheep. If this year's breeding efforts were successful, the numbers of fine steeds, diligent plow oxen, and robust sheep would undoubtedly increase. As for pigs and chickens, there was no cause for concern. As long as they received ample nourishment, they would continue to reproduce, yielding a steady supply of pork and eggs. Thus, Chen Feng felt entirely confident regarding these two types of poultry. On that very day, Chen Feng and Lu Ming arrived at the bustling marketplace. The moment they set foot in this lively locale, Chen Kuei, responsible for the market's security, greeted them with a broad smile and warmly addressed Chen Feng, "My lord. What a delightful surprise to see you here today." Chen Feng responded with a smile, "Indeed. Let us take a stroll together." Consequently, the three of them walked side by side, gradually entering the vibrant marketplace filled with animated chatter. However, Lu Ming seemed utterly captivated by his surroundings, exhibiting the exuberance of an innocent child as he gazed around, darting from place to place. One moment he was captivated by the myriad of goods at one stall, and the next, he was observing the haggling at another. In no time, Lu Ming had vanished from sight, just as Chen Feng began to feel a tinge of exasperation. He heard Lu Ming's excited voice calling from ahead, "Chen Feng, come quickly and see what this is." Following the sound, he discovered Lu Ming standing in front of a vendor's stall, pointing at an item with a perplexed expression, eagerly awaiting Chen Feng's explanation. Chen Feng hurriedly approached, crouched down, and examined the object closely. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up at Lu Ming and remarked, "I believe this is some sort of fruit." At this moment, the vendor, noticing the interaction, hurriedly approached Chen Feng with utmost respect, gesturing and explaining, "Your Majesty, you possess remarkable discernment. This is an exceptionally sweet and delectable fruit." With that, he deliberately selected a vividly colored, large specimen from his stall and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng graciously accepted the fruit and took a gentle bite, savoring its flavor. Instantly, a rich, sweet aroma enveloped his senses, prompting him to nod in approval and exclaim, "Indeed, the taste is exquisite, reminiscent of the delicious apples I am familiar with." Lu Ming, standing nearby, was perplexed, for he had never heard of anything called an apple. However, seeing Chen Feng relishing the fruit and continually praising its deliciousness, he thought to himself, "Whatever it is, as long as it is delightful food, it suffices." Without a second thought, Lu Ming reached out and grabbed a vibrant, fragrant fruit from the stall, opening his mouth wide to take a hearty bite. The sweet, juicy flesh instantly filled his mouth, prompting him to indulge with abandon, juice splattering everywhere, a look of sheer satisfaction on his face. Meanwhile, Chen Kuei exhibited remarkable awareness, beaming as he gestured towards the vendor, saying, "We shall take all of these. Let us consult with Shang Lu regarding the price." The vendor nodded eagerly, indicating his understanding, and reciprocated with a gesture, "Certainly." Subsequently, the two stood up and made their way towards another stall not far off. Lu Ming curiously gazed at a pile of dark objects displayed there, asking, "What is this? It looks rather peculiar." The vendor smiled and gestured, explaining, "This is sugar." Upon hearing the word sugar, Chen Feng, who had merely been observing, suddenly became intrigued. He eagerly leaned forward, gesturing as he inquired, "May I have a taste?" The vendor smiled and nodded, making a gesture inviting him to sample it. Chen Feng cautiously pinched a small piece of black sugar and placed it in his mouth. Savoring a gentle nibble, the sweet flavor immediately blossomed on his tongue, illuminating his senses. He then gestured to the vendor, asking, "Such a delightful treat. Did you make this yourselves? What are its ingredients?" The vendor, shaking his head with a resigned smile, gestured back, "You would need to inquire with our leader about that." Without hesitation, Chen Feng gestured urgently to the vendor, "Quickly, fetch your leader." The vendor complied promptly, turning and dashing off to locate the leader. Before long, a tall, strikingly beautiful young woman approached briskly. She appeared to be in her 20s, radiating an aura of competence. Upon reaching Qinfeng, she slightly bowed in greeting and gestured. From the Hai Lang tribe, I am Lan, paying my respects to your majesty. With a smile gracing his face, Qinfeng nodded slightly and then gestured directly, inquiring, how many of these do you have here? Moreover, what exactly are its raw materials? Lan, eagerly gesturing with her hands, proclaimed loudly, it is of no consequence to tell you. I have resolved to join your tribe. Her gaze was resolute and fervent, as if she had already made up her mind. Upon hearing her words, Qinfeng felt a surge of exhilaration within, yet he endeavored to restrain his emotions, allowing only a subtle, indescribable smile to surface. After all, it was astonishing that such a formidable individual would voluntarily seek to join their tribe. However, Lan was not finished. She continued to gesture, this time with even more exaggerated and passionate movements. Moreover, I wish to become your woman, and my entire tribe shall pledge allegiance to you. Qinfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded this remarkably forthright and audacious woman before him. He circled around Lan slowly, scrutinizing her closely, attempting to discern from her expressions and demeanor whether her intentions were genuine. After a moment, he finally halted, nodding in agreement, and gestured in response. It is not particularly difficult to join us, but you must demonstrate your sincerity. Without hesitation, Lan produced a substantial handful of small granules, showcasing them while explaining through gestures. These are the ingredients needed to make candy. If you are willing to accept me, I shall not only teach you how to create delicious confections, but will also provide you with all the seeds necessary for cultivating these raw materials. Qinfeng, upon witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction and gestured in inquiry. Very well. Please tell me, what kind of raw materials can produce such enticing sweets? Chapter 0. The Trading Ground. 3. The disturber Lan smiled slightly, then retrieved a remarkably sturdy cane of sugarcane from behind her, presenting it to Qinfeng while gesturing to convey, look, this is the very thing. It is the key raw material for making candy. As Qinfeng's gaze fell upon the tall and robust sugar canes, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, and he understood instantly. He then gradually shifted his gaze back to Lan, gesturing to ask, are you truly sincere with me? Since Qinfeng had traversed into this unfamiliar world, he had endured countless tempests and witnessed the vicissitudes of human emotions. In this realm filled with the strange and the unknown, women no longer held the potent allure they once did for him. Perhaps it was due to his extensive experiences, or perhaps his heart had been overtaken by weariness. His current expectations of women had become exceedingly simplistic. As long as their features were pleasing, they would catch his eye. As for superficial attributes like skin tone, he dared not harbor any extravagant hopes. Take Lan, for instance. Her complexion was slightly darker than the average personess. Yet it was precisely this distinctive hue that lent her an extraordinary charm. It is worth mentioning that despite Lan's skin being somewhat dusky, her exquisitely crafted features seemed as if they were meticulously sculpted by the hands of the divine. At that moment, Qinfeng gestured animatedly while addressing Lan, saying, let us deliberate further once you lead your tribespeople here. Upon hearing this, Lan's lips curled into a subtle smile as she replied, rest assured. I shall come to find you. With that, she turned and departed from the stall. After Lan's departure, Lu Meng, who had been standing quietly beside, could not help but inquire of Qinfeng, do you truly believe she will keep her promise and return? Without hesitation, Qinfeng nodded affirmatively, stating, she will certainly come. Curiously, he then pressed further, are you not at all upset about this matter? Lu Meng gently shook her head and slowly explained, in our society, women are often regarded as mere appendages to men. Hence, regardless of how many women you possess, we choose to accept it in silence. Qinfeng, however, tenderly brushed Lu Meng's hair with his hand and declared with heartfelt sincerity, but you are different. You are not an appendage, but rather my very own woman. Upon hearing these words, Lu Meng's heart swelled with sweetness and happiness. She clasped Qinfeng's hand tightly, following him like a demure little woman. As they continued walking, Qinfeng suddenly noticed a multitude of unfamiliar faces surrounding them. Reflecting on the previous night's meal, he realized these individuals had not been present. Turning to Chen Kuei beside him, he curiously inquired, Chen Kuei, where did all these people come from? I've never seen them before. Chen Kuei promptly replied, they have just arrived today. While the two conversed, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Observing this, Qinfeng quickly pointed towards the source of the noise and asked urgently, what is happening over there? Why are so many people gathered? Like a gust of wind. Chun Kuei dashed towards the scene, taking a fleeting glance before swiftly returning to Chun Feng's side, lowering his voice to report, "My lord, it seems something is amiss." Those two individuals are embroiled in a heated argument over a discrepancy in goods. Upon hearing this, a slight smile graced Chun Feng's lips as he nonchalantly instructed, "In that case, you should go and handle it." Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Kuei strode purposefully towards the quarreling duo. Upon reaching them, he halted and, with a stern expression, demanded, "What exactly is going on? Explain it clearly to me." The vendor gestured excitedly with both hands, muttering incessantly, "This person is utterly unreasonable. He dares to propose a mere 2 fruits in exchange for my invaluable sheepskin. I could never acquiesce to such a ludicrous offer." To his astonishment, the individual opposite him did not hesitate to attempt to seize the sheepskin. Undeterred, the latter animatedly defended his position, proclaiming, "My fruit is exceptionally good, exceedingly sweet. It is entirely worthy of being exchanged for your sheepskin." Witnessing this, Chun Kuei abruptly snatched the so-called fruit from the man's grasp and, without a moment's hesitation, took a hefty bite. Yet, in the very next instant, his expression soured dramatically, as if he had swallowed a repugnant insect. "What is this wretched fruit? It is unbearably bitter," he exclaimed, his voice rising in indignation. Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Kuei had seized the man by his collar and, with the swiftness of lightning, drew a sharp blade from his waist, coldly pressing it against the man's throat. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "I care not what schemes you may conjure in your minds, but here, anyone who dares to flout the rules shall meet a grim fate. As long as everyone adheres to the regulations, we shall coexist peacefully." In an instant, before anyone could react, Chun Kuei struck decisively. A piercing scream shattered the air as the instigator collapsed, decapitated and lying in a pool of blood. In that moment, those who had harbored ill intentions were rendered silent, standing frozen in place, not daring to breathe. Even the vendor was left utterly astonished, rooted to the spot, his body stiff as a statue, unable to move a muscle. Chun Feng approached Chun Kuei with an impassive demeanor, speaking in a tone that was both serene yet authoritative. "Listen well, everyone. I am the king of Xia, and this territory is under my dominion. You are all welcome to engage in trade here. However, should anyone dare to provoke trouble and disrupt the order, they shall suffer my merciless wrath. The consequences will be dire." These few words acted as a reassuring balm, calming the previously anxious tribes who had been wary of conducting business in this locale. They were well aware that in times past, many tribes had suffered from unfair practices, having grown accustomed to such injustices. Now, with Chun Feng's resolute proclamation, it seemed as though a sturdy and reliable shield of protection had been raised for these vulnerable tribes. After delivering his declaration, Chun Feng paused momentarily, surveying his surroundings before adding, "Any tribe returning from the trading grounds that unfortunately encounters theft may seek my assistance." As his words fell, a stir rippled through the crowd. Some faces illuminated with dawning comprehension as they hurriedly sought details from those nearby. Those who have already grasped the profound significance of the situation can hardly contain their inner excitement. For them, this undoubtedly signifies the receipt of protection from the formidable Xia kingdom. In light of such circumstances, many smaller tribes are unable to restrain their joy, their hearts brimming with gratitude and anticipation. Chapter 0. The Trading Market. 4. Mu Ying has arrived. At that moment, Chun Kuei suddenly reported, "Your Majesty, Mu Ying has come." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Chun Feng's eyes, and he smiled as he inquired, "Oh, they have come to partake in this trading market event as well? Quickly, lead me to see." With that, Chun Kuei guided Chun Feng and Lu Meng towards a particular stall. As they approached, they observed Mu Ying directing his clansmen with meticulous precision as they transported bundles of snow-white linen. Noticing Chun Feng and the others approaching, Mu Ying promptly ceased his activities, hastily advanced to greet them, and respectfully performed a grand bow, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the king of Xia." Chun Feng, seeing this, quickly took a few steps forward to assist Mu Ying to his feet, smiling as he remarked, "Oh, Mu Ying, there is no need for such formalities between us. We are quite familiar with each other." "Humph, you scoundrel! How dare you steal my daughter's heart?" Mu Ying retorted angrily. "Now look what you've done. She is in a constant uproar at home. Pray tell, how do you intend to resolve this matter?" A smile graced Chun Feng's face as he leisurely replied, "Ah, perhaps things are not as you perceive them. It could very well be a matter concerning your daughter herself. This remark only served to infuriate Mu Ying further, who glared at Chen Feng and barked, "Spare me your smooth talk and frivolities. Tell me how this issue can be resolved." Chen Feng maintained his smile, responding effortlessly. "The solution is quite simple. If she were to accompany me, all problems would naturally dissipate." At that moment, Mu Ying suddenly made a bold demand. "Very well. But you must first provide me with 100 exquisitely sharp treasure blades." However, Chen Feng shook his head resolutely and replied earnestly, "I'm afraid you have misunderstood. Our weapons are absolutely not for your possession. Even if I were to give them to you, given your current strength and situation, you would be unable to safeguard those armaments. Once you return to your tribe, you would undoubtedly attract the assault and plunder of countless other tribes. At that point, not only would you lose those weapons, but your very life may also be at stake." Upon hearing this, Mu Ying stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before slowly asking, "Then what exactly can you offer me? Surely you cannot dismiss me with mere words." Chen Feng shook his head firmly once more, replying, "I regret to inform you that I will not provide any items as a bargaining chip. Furthermore, please remember, your daughter is not a pawn to be used in negotiations with me. If you genuinely wish for her to attain happiness and joy, then upon returning to the tribe, please expedite her journey to my side. As for the resources, should you desire to take any items from my collection, feel free to select anything that does not pertain to ironware." Mu Ying nodded with a smile and responded resolutely, "Very well, I shall abide by your words." Standing beside them, Chen Feng interjected, "I require 10 women skilled in the craft of producing linen. How do you intend to negotiate?" His gaze remained fixed on Mu Ying, awaiting her reply. Without hesitation, Mu Ying stated, "I shall send these women directly to you, and I trust you will care for my daughter well." A flicker of concern and reluctance crossed her face as she spoke. However, just as Mu Ying's matters seemed to find resolution, new challenges emerged. It became apparent that multiple tribal leaders expressed a desire to exchange for ox carts, yet their available resources fell woefully short. Chen Feng and Chen Kuei ventured to an open expanse, where they discovered a gathering of over 10 tribes, each leader displaying keen interest in the ox carts, yet lamenting their scarcity of resources. Leader Yang of the Chensi tribe broke the silence first, his face etched with worry as he turned to Chen Feng, asking anxiously, "O King of Summer, is there truly no other solution?" His words conveyed deep helplessness and hope. Chen Feng gently shook his head and replied slowly, "There are indeed solutions, though I fear you may not be willing to accept them." His gaze swept across every tribal leader present, as if he had already discerned their innermost thoughts. Leader Ying of the Muyun tribe pressed on, "What kind of solution do you propose?" He was eager to learn the answer, hoping it would assist his tribe in acquiring the necessary ox carts. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng solemnly declared, "The answer lies in joining my tribe. Only by doing so can we share resources and resolve the current predicament." The moment his words fell, the atmosphere grew silent, with the leaders of the tribes exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Clearly, they were torn and hesitant about the prospect of joining Chen Feng's tribe. The leader of the Leguang tribe furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze fixed on Chen Feng as he inquired in a low, powerful voice, "How many souls would it take to exchange for one?" His tone carried a sense of urgency and anticipation. Chen Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he effortlessly replied, "Merely 10 able-bodied youths." This price was not beyond the means of those formidable tribes with substantial populations. Upon hearing such terms, the tribal leaders exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. After all, the opportunity to acquire such a valuable resource in exchange for a relatively modest number of individuals would undeniably benefit the development of their tribes. Every tribe unhesitatingly engaged in trade with Chen Feng, each exchanging for a desired item. As this round of exchanges concluded, the number of people under Chen Feng's command significantly surged, an increase of 160 individuals. After meticulous accounting, Chen Feng discovered that his initial count of merely 70 had burgeoned to a total population of 3,973, among which there were as many as 1,150 slaves. Faced with such a vast assembly, Chen Feng displayed remarkable management skills. He astutely divided these individuals into 2 distinct groups. One group was permitted to prepare their own meals, catering to their personal tastes and preferences, while the other was restricted to communal dining. However, anyone who successfully acquired a level 1 badge would be entitled to their own dwelling and the privilege of cooking independently. As for the communal meals, Although the taste might not be particularly exquisite, the portions were generous enough to satisfy hunger. Compared to many other tribes, this arrangement was indeed quite favorable. Just as Chun Feng joyfully returned to his tranquil courtyard, he was taken aback to find Mu Yang quietly standing amidst the serene surroundings. Her figure, illuminated by the sun, appeared especially enchanting. Upon seeing Chun Feng's return, her eyes sparkled with ecstatic delight, resembling a joyful bird as she rushed towards him and embraced him tightly. Feeling the warmth of the beloved in his arms, Chun Feng tenderly inquired, "Have you been well during this time?" Mu Yang lifted her gaze, gazing deeply into Chun Feng's eyes, and softly replied, "I have missed you." Her words were imbued with profound longing. Chapter 0. The Tribes of the Prairie Submit. Fan request. Wang changes to king. Chun Feng was slightly taken aback, then continued, "Shouldn't you be in your own tribe? How is it that you suddenly appeared here?" "No, I came with my clansmen," Mu Yang quickly responded. Then, as if recalling something, a smile graced her face as she added, "By the way, the 10 women my mother promised you have already arrived." "Oh, so soon? Where are they now?" Chun Feng asked with keen interest. Mu Yang smiled and replied, "They are currently registering at the logistics department." Hearing this, Chun Feng couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Haha, splendid. They will all be under my care from now on. Also, Mu Yang, I heard you have been researching how to create a high-efficiency weaving machine. How is that progressing?" Mu Yang confidently nodded and replied, "Rest assured, Chun Feng, I am on the verge of success. This weaving machine is not only user-friendly, but also produces fabric of far superior quality compared to what we have now." Chun Feng's eyes lit up, eagerly asking, "Is that so? That's wonderful. By the way, haven't you already figured out how to turn wool into thread?" Mu Yang nodded once more, affirmatively stating, "Indeed. This technology has reached maturity." With a smile, Chun Feng remarked, "Very well, in that case. I shall devote the next few days to contemplating how to enhance and refine the loom." Upon hearing this, Mu Yang was instantly filled with excitement, eagerly inquiring, "Is that true? Chun Feng, will you personally participate in the research?" Without hesitation, Chun Feng nodded in agreement, declaring, "Of course it's true." Just as their conversation flourished. The following morning, as sunlight gently bathed the earth, Chun Shi hurriedly entered Chun Feng's courtyard, exclaiming loudly, "My lord, trouble is at hand." A vast crowd has suddenly appeared outside, numbering over 1,000. It is said that the leader of the prairie tribe has come with them. Fans request, address the king as my lord. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng quickly emerged from his room, striding to the center of the courtyard, frowning as he asked, "What is he bringing such a multitude for?" Chun Shi respectfully responded, "My lord, they claim to wish to join our tribe." Chun Feng, puzzled, inquired, "Did we not agree to have the flame tribe eliminate them? How has it come to this?" Standing beside him, Chun Shi shook his head helplessly, stating, "I am not entirely well-versed in this matter either." After a brief pause, Chun Feng's expression grew serious as he decisively declared, "Regardless, we must first ascertain the situation." With that, he began to walk forward. At that moment, Chun Shi had already made all the necessary arrangements. He commanded Chun Li to lead the others in encircling the prairie tribe to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. When Chun Feng and Chun Shi arrived at the scene, they beheld a throng of people and countless cattle, horses, and sheep gathered approximately 2 kilometers from the city outskirts. Seeing Chun Feng's arrival, Chun Li hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully saluting and greeting him, "My lord." Chun Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze towards Gu in the distance, beckoning him to come closer. As Gu approached, Chun Feng got straight to the point, asking, "I hear you wish to seek refuge with me?" Gu, gesturing with urgency, replied, "Indeed, my lord. The Flame Tribe has been launching frequent assaults on our tribe, leaving us in unbearable strife. We can no longer sustain our way of life." Chun Feng then pressed on, "If you seek to ally with me, do you have any particular requests?" Gu hastily gestured again, saying, "I would not dare to make demands. I only wish to secure a place for myself in this formidable xiagua to ensure my survival." Hearing this, Chun Feng nodded in satisfaction, praising, "Ah, very good. It is clear you are a person who understands the situation." After a moment of contemplation, Chun Feng made a decision, stating, "Since you have chosen to join our ranks, you can no longer serve as the leader of your original tribe. From now on, you shall work alongside Shang Lu." Gu nodded decisively, expressing his gratitude with gestures. "Thank you, your majesty." After a tall soldier hastily departed with Gu, Chun Shi furrowed his brow. his face etched with concern as he inquired of Chen Feng. What should we do with the tribespeople from the grasslands? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, casting his gaze upon the bewildered group in the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. We shall disperse them and assign them to the lowest tiers of various departments. This will enable them to integrate into our community while also providing some labor for the different sectors. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi nodded and promptly dispatched several soldiers to relay the orders to each department, instructing the relevant personnel to come forth and receive the newly allocated tribespeople. Once arrangements were made, Chen Feng turned and strode with measured steps towards Chun Li's location. With a smile, he warmly inquired, Chun Li, how has the training of our troops been progressing lately? Chun Li scratched his head. This straightforward man had exhibited some changes in demeanor since assuming a leadership role. Standing tall, he answered robustly, Your Majesty, we currently have 500 soldiers undergoing rigorous training. Of these, I have specifically assigned 100 for patrol duties to ensure the safety of our territory. Another 100 are tasked with guarding the captives to prevent any escapes or disturbances. A further 100 have been dispatched for hunting to supplement our food supply. Additionally, we conduct daily training rotations for the soldiers and organize sessions for the able-bodied youth of the territory to learn the basics of weaponry. Upon hearing Chun Li's report, a satisfied smile spread across Chen Feng's face. He patted Chun Li on the shoulder, commending him. Excellent work. It appears your capabilities have significantly improved during this time. Feeling a surge of joy at Chen Feng's praise, Chun Li promptly bowed respectfully, responding, All of this is thanks to your Majesty's careful guidance and trust. Without your support and direction, I would not have achieved such progress. Chen Feng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. Once the personnel assignments are completed, you may resume your rigorous training. Remember, always remain vigilant and never let your guard down. Yes, Chun Li nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding. As time passed, the population within the territory steadily increased. Although the deep respect for Chen Feng remained in everyone's hearts, the once intimate bond of friendship seemed to fade gradually, almost imperceptibly. Simultaneously, the reverence for Chen Feng deepened considerably. Chapter 0. Long spears, short spears, wooden shields. As usual, Chen Feng commenced his routine inspection. Upon reaching the carpentry department, he unexpectedly discovered Chen Sheng reclining on the ground, soundly asleep, exuding an aura of utter contentment. Chen Feng could not help but shake his head with a light chuckle, striding towards Chen Sheng while teasingly remarking, Ah, you truly are quite leisurely. Chen Sheng, who had been in the midst of a deep slumber, stirred at the sound of a voice and, groggily opening his eyes, was startled to see Chen Feng before him. With a sudden jolt, he sprang to his feet, hastily straightening his attire and respectfully greeting Chen Feng. My king, what brings you here for an inspection? With a smile gracing his lips, Chen Feng replied, I have come to inquire about the progress of your work. So, have there been any notable achievements of late? Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng's face brightened with pride as he responded, Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my duty, having successfully trained 5 apprentices. Moreover, these young protégés are exceptionally gifted, and their ingenious inventions have proven to be quite remarkable. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, jesting, No wonder you appear so relaxed. It seems you have capable hands assisting you. He then shifted the conversation, asking, By the way, how is the construction of our vessels progressing? Chen Sheng replied promptly, Your Majesty, we have completed the construction of 3 large ships, in addition to 10 small boats that are also finished. Excellent work, Chen Feng commended. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, However, my visit today is not solely to assess progress. I have another crucial task I need you to undertake. Upon hearing of a new assignment, Chen Sheng, who had seemed somewhat lethargic, instantly perked up, eagerly inquiring, What does your Majesty wish for me to create? With a slight smile, Chen Feng responded, I require you to craft 3 items, wooden shields, long spears, and short spears. He then elaborated on the specific requirements and standards for these 3 items. Chen Sheng listened attentively, nodding occasionally to indicate his understanding. Once Chen Feng finished his explanation, Chen Sheng confidently replied, Rest assured, my king. These tasks are not beyond my capability. I shall exert my utmost efforts to complete them. Pleased, Chen Feng patted Chen Sheng on the shoulder and reiterated, Remember, we need 2,000 shields, 5,000 long spears, and 10,000 short spears. While the quantity is considerable, the quality must not be compromised in the slightest. Upon hearing these figures, Chun Sheng appeared as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, as if caught in a spell. His eyes widened, and his mouth agape. He stammered, Why, your majesty, are we preparing for war? His voice trembled, clearly reflecting his anxiety and trepidation. Chun Feng slowly shook his head, responding with a serious countenance, No. I intend to implement a strategy of universal conscription. Regardless of age or gender, in the face of unforeseen circumstances, every individual must rise as a valiant warrior. Upon hearing this, Chun Sheng nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding, and resolutely declared, Rest assured, my lord, I shall devote myself entirely to ensure the successful completion of this task. Chun Feng cast a satisfied glance at Chun Sheng before turning to depart from the carpenter's department. He strode purposefully towards the construction department. From a distance, he observed Chun Yi leisurely seated on a stool, arms crossed, methodically directing the bustling crowd below. Chun Feng approached Chun Yi with quickened steps and a smile, jesting, It seems quite lively here. Are you very busy? Chun Yi turned upon hearing his voice, and upon recognizing Chun Feng, promptly stood to salute, inquiring with curiosity, My lord, what brings you to my humble domain today? Chun Feng smiled and elucidated, I have come to ascertain the progress of your projects. With a sigh, Chun Yi replied, In response to your majesty, the work on raising the city walls has just been completed, yet the other associated tasks have yet to commence. Chun Feng nodded slightly, encouraging him, Very well, continue your diligent efforts and expedite the progress to achieve completion at the earliest opportunity. With that, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, the blacksmith department was abuzz with fervor. Craftsmen were laboring diligently, their sweat glistening as their hammers rhythmically struck the glowing iron, sparks flying in all directions. Even from a distance, Chun Feng could feel the oppressive heat emanating from the scene. At that moment, Qin Tian hurriedly approached Chun Feng, bowing respectfully, and asked, My lord, may I inquire what brings you here today? Without further ado, Chun Feng succinctly instructed, There are some important matters that I need you to attend to. Qin Tian, smiling, replied, Surely, such tasks could be entrusted to Chief Chun Shi. There is no need for your majesty to personally undertake this journey. Chun Feng meticulously described the shapes, dimensions, and other characteristics of the long and short spearheads, to which Qin Tian nodded in response. These are not insurmountable issues, but the quantity required is rather substantial. Completing them all at once would be quite challenging. Even with overtime, it would take considerable time. Chun Feng smiled slightly, saying, It matters not when they are completed. However, you must ensure that at least 1,000 are ready in the initial phase. Without hesitation, Qin Tian agreed, stating that this posed no problem at all. After Chun Feng departed from the blacksmith department, he promptly made his way back to the carpenter's department, ready to delve into an in-depth study of the weaving machine. My lord, what you describe seems quite complex. Chun Sheng replied, a look of concern on his face. If it were simple, would I need to personally intervene? Chun Feng replied calmly, and with a hint of detachment. Certainly, my esteemed leader. I shall promptly retrieve the tools and summon 2 agile and astute assistants to aid you. Chun Sheng, not daring to exhibit any negligence, swiftly set about his tasks and soon found 2 clever individuals who followed Chun Feng to lend their support. In truth, Chun Feng had only encountered the loom through brief videos and was utterly unacquainted with its workings. However, he mused that while he might not excel in other areas, constructing a rough framework should not pose too great a challenge. With this thought, a confident smile graced Chun Feng's face. Chapter 0, Harvest Festival Military Parade. Time flew by, and before long, the season for the second rice harvest arrived. As time progressed, the population continued to grow, yet many remained oblivious to the significance of agriculture. Thus, on this momentous June 1st, Chun Feng resolved to host another grand harvest festival. This time, he not only gathered all the townsfolk, but also invited every tribe present at the trading grounds to witness the festivities from the city as periphery. People flocked from all directions, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. Soon after, the much-anticipated military parade commenced. Despite the soldiers numbering merely 550, Chun Feng meticulously organized them into formations. At the forefront marched 50 formidable warriors wielding sharp sabers that gleamed with a cold light. Following closely were the shield-bearers, their heavy shields forming an impenetrable barrier. Behind them, the spear-wielders brandished their elongated weapons with an aura of invincibility. The cavalry rode on their spirited steeds, exuding an air of gallantry, while the pikemen held their long spears with unwavering resolve. The javelin throwers stood poised, ready to unleash their lethal projectiles at a moment's notice. Archers drew their bows with keen focus, and the crossbowmen operated their heavy crossbows, showcasing immense power. Additionally, the aerial forces, represented by the majestic hawk soldiers, soared through the skies like divine beings, leaving onlookers in awe. A grand procession of elephant warriors approached, their mighty elephants bearing heavy armaments, including colossal mammoths that resembled moving fortresses. Finally, making a dramatic appearance was the enigmatic kamikaze corps, a unique unit that captured the attention of all. To elevate the grandeur of this harvest festival, Chen Feng crafted 2 enormous drums from precious cowhide. With the resounding command of Chen Shi, the drummers struck the drumheads with fervor. Instantly, the thunderous beats reverberated through the air, stirring the hearts of all present. Leading the parade was the contingent of 50 saber warriors, advancing with resolute and powerful strides. Each step resonated as if treading upon the very heartbeat of the earth, followed closely by the vigilant shield bearers, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle that ignited the passion of the crowd. The procession continued in an orderly manner, encircling the city walls. Whether among the citizens of the Summer Kingdom within the city or the tribesmen gathered beyond its gates, a tempest of astonishment surged within their hearts at this very moment. What they perceived transcended the formidable might of the Summer Kingdom's military. It was the astonishing discipline exhibited by the troops, a harmonious unity radiating from each soldier. That left them in awe. Behold, that individual is a valiant warrior of our tribe, now pledged to the service of the Summer Kingdom, exclaimed a chief of a minor tribe, unable to contain his excitement. Yet, another chief from a neighboring tribe replied coolly, "Now that you have become a citizen of the Summer Kingdom, there is no need for further aspirations." Though his words bore little emotional fluctuation, their implications were unmistakable. At that moment, the chief of the Muyu tribe, Ing, stood utterly astounded, profoundly shaken by the spectacle before him. He pondered in silence whether to lead his people in allegiance to this mighty Summer Kingdom. In truth, many tribes shared this sentiment, captivated by the allure of the Summer Kingdom. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Look to the heavens." Instantly, all eyes turned skyward, filled with curiosity and anticipation. It was the legendary eagle warriors of the Summer Kingdom making their entrance. Yang, the chief of the Chinsi tribe, hastily explained, "The Summer Kingdom's unique eagle warriors, truly extraordinary." The majestic eagles soared in the sky, circling 10 times before vanishing from sight like a swift wind. Soon after, a chorus of gasps erupted. "Goodness, is that a mammoth?" "It is colossal," exclaimed members of the smaller tribes who had never beheld such a magnificent creature. "Look, there are many elephants following behind." The astonishment among the crowd rose like a tide, seemingly unending. Shanggu, formerly the chief of the grassland tribe, and now renamed, stood silently upon the towering city walls, his gaze solemnly fixed on the formidable Summer Kingdom in the distance. A wave of deep resignation and self-mockery washed over him as he murmured, "It seems our tribe is indeed so feeble." Beside him, Shang Lu, maintaining a calm demeanor, softly replied, "This is but a trifling matter. Were you to learn that the Summer Kingdom achieved such a remarkable transformation in just over a year, you would be even more astounded." "What? Just over a year?" Upon hearing this, Shang-gu felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on the prosperous and disciplined Summer Kingdom, as if to engrave every detail in his memory. Meanwhile, not far from the city walls, Yen, the chief of the Flame tribe, gazed longingly at the formidable army led by Chen Feng. He furrowed his brow, ensnared in deep contemplation. At that moment, Yen acutely realized that he might never have the opportunity to exact revenge on Chen Feng in this lifetime. Moreover, he understood all too well that, given Chen Feng's character and stance, it was utterly inconceivable for him to accept tribes that had once sought to obliterate the Xia Kingdom. After all, they had previously colluded with the ferocious white ape, posing a significant threat to the Xia Kingdom. At this juncture, the newly appointed captain, who had been following Yen, cautiously approached and inquired, "Chief, are you contemplating an alliance with the Xia Kingdom?" Faced with this question, Yen did not respond immediately. However, a barely perceptible smile on his face spoke volumes. Observing this, the captain nodded in understanding and thoughtfully proposed, Perhaps we could attempt to collaborate with the Xia kingdom to jointly confront that detestable white ape. Yin slowly shook his head and replied softly. That white ape is quite distant from our side. It is unlikely they will venture here. Yet, the captain's eyes sparkled with cunning as he suggested. What if we devise a plan to lure them here? We could then promptly inform the king of the Xia kingdom. Upon hearing this, Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, You are courting disaster. Unfazed by Yan's rebuke, the captain maintained his composure and countered, Do not be hasty. We can certainly inform the king of the Xia kingdom about the route the white ape might take, thereby averting danger. Yan, after some contemplation, furrowed his brow deeply. As time ticked away, he suddenly opened his eyes, resolute and determined. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Just then, a deep and powerful drumbeat resonated, echoing as if it would shatter eardrums. This sudden drumroll swept through the previously raucous crowd, silencing it entirely. Standing atop the city wall, Chun Feng took a deep breath, harnessing his inner strength to proclaim loudly, My people, the day of our abundant harvest has arrived. His voice boomed like a bell, crystal clear to every ear present. With pride and joy radiating from his face, Chun Feng continued, This year, we have not only successfully strengthened our military, but also significantly expanded our rice cultivation area. From now on, we shall no longer endure hunger, nor shall we risk our lives battling ferocious beasts. As his words resonated, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd below, accompanied by screams and excited shouts. These sounds intertwined, resembling the surging waves of a tempestuous sea, each cresting higher than the last, reverberating in the air. Chapter 0. The Day of Harvest, continued. Chun Feng smiled and waved his hand, then cleared his throat and continued with fervent eloquence. Esteemed friends, do not attribute this honor solely to me. All these accomplishments are the fruits of our collective efforts and unwavering dedication. As long as we remain united in purpose, the glorious and hopeful future shall undoubtedly be firmly within your grasp. As his words resonated, the crowd below erupted in jubilant cheers. Long live the king! Long, long live! Their voices surged like an overwhelming tide, each wave louder than the last, echoing through the air. Immediately thereafter, Chun Feng turned to Chen Shi, the leader standing beside him, along with the heads of various departments, smiling as he gestured for them to step forward and address the assembly. Chen Shi strode confidently to the forefront, bowing slightly to the citizens below before speaking in a resonant and steady voice. Dear compatriots, today's bountiful harvest is the result of our collective hard work. Once Chen Shi finished, Chen Feng, with a beaming smile, added, This grand celebration of the harvest has unknowingly extended into a long and fruitful morning. After lunch, we shall commence the rice harvesting. However, our zealous populace seemed to be invigorated by an invisible force, each individual brimming with energy. Having just finished their meal, they eagerly plunged into the task of harvesting rice. As time progressed and the population continued to expand, the demand for food correspondingly increased. Faced with such pressing circumstances, Chun Feng recognized the necessity for decisive and effective measures to ensure a sufficient food supply. Thus, after careful consideration, he issued a further command to Chen Shi. The urgent matter at hand is to expedite the cultivation of more rice fields to meet the ever-growing demand. Swiftly select 2,000 robust individuals and additionally mobilize 1,000 slaves. We must diligently accomplish the formidable task of reclaiming 10,000 acres for rice cultivation. This is vital for the well-being of our people, and we cannot afford any complacency. Chen Shi solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. I shall convey your instructions forthwith. He turned and hurried away. Chun Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating. The 2,000 horses, 3,000 cattle, and 5,000 sheep procured from the prairie tribes were a substantial number. For the impending reclamation efforts, this should prove more than adequate. Particularly, if all 3,000 cattle could be utilized in the cultivation work, it would pose no issue. With this thought, a satisfied smile crept across Chun Feng's lips. With Chun Feng's command, the entire encampment swiftly transformed into a hive of activity. Chen Shi operated like a well-oiled machine, efficiently organizing various tasks. People moved back and forth, herding cattle or transporting supplies, creating a scene of bustling energy. Meanwhile, Chun Feng redirected his focus back to the research on the loom. He was wholly engrossed in the blueprints before him, at times lost in contemplative silence, and at other moments, picking up tools to demonstrate his ideas. Meanwhile, Mu Yang frequently approached, engaging with Qin Feng in discussions about the intricate details of the loom. Their exchange of perspectives ignited sparks of wisdom through their intellectual collision. On another front, the tribes that had just participated in the grand harvest festival of the Summer Nation found their hearts still tumultuous. The opulence displayed at the celebration had left an indelible impression upon their minds. Numerous smaller tribes harbored aspirations towards the Summer Nation, yearning to become part of its fold. Even some medium-sized tribes, initially ambivalent, felt their resolve begin to waver. However, whether these tribes genuinely intended to join the Summer Nation, Qin Feng had his own considerations. Having already gathered a significant number of newcomers this year, he feared that an influx of additional populations would pose challenges in their accommodation. Hence, Qin Feng resolved to temporarily decline requests for other tribes to join, focusing instead on ensuring that the current inhabitants fully integrated into the Summer Nation, adapting to its lifestyle and cultural traditions. Only through such measures could the Summer Nation ensure its continued and stable growth. In the face of the tribes eager to join, Chen Shi understood that he lacked the authority to make definitive decisions. Thus, with a warm smile, he conveyed to them that if they sincerely wished to be part of the Summer Nation, they should temporarily camp near the trading grounds and patiently await Qin Feng's judgment on the matter. At that moment, a leader from one of the smaller tribes eagerly inquired, "Chief Qin Shi, when might we expect a decision from the great king of the Summer Nation?" Qin Shi gently shook his head and replied with a hint of resignation, "I truly cannot say. The king is presently engrossed in exploring new matters and cannot spare any time." A wave of whispers broke out among the leaders of the various tribes, engaged in animated discussion. After an intense deliberation, they ultimately reached a consensus to heed Qin Shi's words, temporarily settling near the trading grounds while dispatching personnel to inform their kin to gradually migrate here. Observing this scenario, Qin Shi merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further before turning to depart. After all, it was a busy season. On one hand, they needed to cultivate new land, and on the other, they had to hasten the harvest of rice. Across the Summer Nation, aside from the soldiers tasked with the defense of the realm, nearly every department had mobilized personnel to assist. Lu Ming stood beside the golden rice fields, his voice booming as he urged, "Everyone, let us put in more effort." His capable assistant, Lu Ming, hurried to his side, excitedly reporting, "Minister, at the current rate, we will complete the harvest of all the rice in just 7 days." Lu Ming nodded slightly in agreement, stating, "In the final 2 days, we shall allocate a portion of the team specifically to handle the rice that has already been harvested. It is imperative to meticulously select those grains of rice that are plump and of superior quality, reserving them for the cultivation of seeds for the upcoming season." Lu Ming promptly nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Yes, I understand. I will immediately begin to arrange this matter." With that, he turned to leave. However, at that moment, Lu Ming seemed to suddenly recall some important issues and hurriedly called out to Lu Ming, who was about to depart, further advising, "Those assigned to handle the rice must be promptly assisted if they encounter difficulties or require support during their labor. Special attention and aid should be given to families that have lost their male breadwinners, as they may find these tasks particularly arduous." Lu Ming nodded solemnly in understanding and then quickly departed, setting about his tasks in an orderly manner as directed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was acutely aware that while many families could rely on their own strength to successfully harvest their rice, those unfortunate enough to have lost their primary support faced numerous challenges. Additionally, regulations mandated that each household contribute 2/5 of their grain as a public reserve. Therefore, providing necessary assistance not only embodies the collective's empathy and warmth, but is also crucial for ensuring the stable development of the entire community. Lu Ming has gradually matured into an exemplary and competent leader, demonstrating exceptional talent and a composed demeanor in both planning and personnel management. This growth is reflected not only in his decision-making, but also permeates every detail of his daily work. It is heartening to note that the veterinary department, overseen by Xing Yue, has also achieved remarkable results. Through continuous practice and exploration, they have amassed a wealth of invaluable experience and have gained new insights and breakthroughs in the breeding and mating of various animals. This undoubtedly lays a solid foundation for the thriving development of the livestock industry in the future. Chapter 0. The Restless Flame, Tribe Minister Xing Yue. We have worked together to successfully deliver a total of 123 calves, though unfortunately, 33 of them did not survive. As for the lambs, we delivered 178, but 12 also perished. It is worth mentioning that we performed exceptionally well in the care of horses, with a total of 146 horses, and only 3 fatalities. Xinhua reported these figures with a serious expression, stating, Minister Xingyue, although there have been some losses, overall, these results are quite commendable, especially since this is our first attempt. Upon hearing this, Minister Xingyue smiled with satisfaction, replying, Indeed, everyone has worked hard. However, it is imperative to closely monitor their production frequency over the next year to better plan subsequent breeding endeavors. Xinhua nodded vigorously, indicating her understanding, and assured that she would diligently document and observe the relevant activities. Meanwhile, the most industrious among them was Chen Shi. He not only directed the excavation of ditches to ensure a steady water supply, but also meticulously prepared for the construction of water carts and organized manpower for the reclamation of wasteland, along with a series of other significant tasks. As Chen Shi issued his directives, nearly every department within the tribe was mobilized, with everyone immersing themselves in intense labor, working overtime and sparing no effort. On the other side, upon returning to their own tribe after leaving the trading post, the people of the Flame tribe immediately began devising a scheme to outsmart the White Ape tribe. After vigorous deliberation, they ultimately decided to first convey a false message to the White Ape tribe, informing them that the Summer Nation was flourishing and populous enough to afford them prolonged indulgence. Should the White Ape tribe fall for this ruse and take action, they would seize the opportunity to set a trap and severely undermine their adversaries. The tribal leader raised his hand decisively, commanding, Quickly send someone to the White Ape tribe to relay this false information. Remember, it must be believable and cannot raise any suspicions. Standing nearby, Yin nodded solemnly and replied, Rest assured, Chief, I will handle this matter without any mistakes. A team of astute and capable individuals was dispatched to stealthily lurk around the vicinity of the White Ape tribe, meticulously monitoring their every movement, leaving no detail overlooked. Yin nodded firmly, acknowledging the chief's intent, and vowed, You need not worry, Chief. I shall not be as foolish as lie. He understood the critical nature of this mission and knew that even the slightest error was unacceptable. When the White Ape tribe was mentioned, images of that formidable and enigmatic clan surfaced in the minds of the people. At that moment, the leader of the White Ape tribe, Bao, glared furiously, fixated on the approaching Ba from the Flame tribe, gesturing indignantly, How dare you come again? Ba hastily explained, Indeed, it was Lai's folly that led to the misunderstanding and caused you, Chief Bao, to make futile trips. I sincerely apologize. However, this time, please trust that my information is absolutely accurate. He then elaborated in detail. According to reliable intelligence, their land not only boasted an abundance of delectable lamb, but also a considerable population. Upon hearing this, Bao's expression softened slightly, yet he remained vigilant and aloof. He continued to gesture, inquiring, What exactly do you seek? To this, Bao appeared unfazed, calmly gesturing in response. Our desires are modest. We only seek women. Bao nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Immediately, he gestured to Ba, saying, Very well, we shall set forth to that place tomorrow. However, your people from the Flame tribe must accompany us. Without hesitation, Ba nodded in agreement, replying, No problem, we will gather in the valley. After reaching a consensus, both parties prepared to embrace the impending action of the following day. After much deliberation, they finally reached a unanimous decision and swiftly vacated the encampment, departing from the territory of the White Ape tribe. Meanwhile, in the distant Flame tribe, an atmosphere of gravity prevailed. Chief, everything concerning this operation is progressing remarkably well. Ba reported respectfully to the chief, a glimmer of cunning evident in his eyes. The chief, Yan, inclined his head slightly, expressing satisfaction. Ah, excellent. In that case, we must not delay. I shall personally lead a dozen clansmen to the Xia kingdom. With that, he gestured grandly, leading his companions without hesitation towards the direction of the Xia kingdom. However, as they departed, Ba revealed a chilling smile, gazing at Yan's retreating figure and muttering softly, Umph. What a profoundly foolish individual. Just wait and see. Once those white apes reach the Xia kingdom, they will surely eliminate both you and that fellow named Chen Feng. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. After a taxing journey, Yin finally arrived at the Xia kingdom and hurriedly sought out Qinfeng. "It is dire news, my lord. The white apes are attacking once more. Worse still, we have a traitor among our tribe, secretly guiding the white apes in an attempt to launch a surprise assault on you and the Xia kingdom," Yin exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing this, Qinfeng furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. "Strange, as far as I know, the white ape tribe is quite distant from us, even at full speed. It would take several days to reach here. How could they have arrived without reason? Is there some conspiracy at play?" Maintaining a composed demeanor, Qinfeng replied. "This matter appears somewhat suspicious. We must deliberate further." At this moment, Yin was also calculating his own schemes. He had no intention of adhering to Ba's plan. Instead, he sought to seize this opportunity to eradicate both Ba and the white apes entirely. Though outwardly appearing to cooperate against a common foe, they each harbored ulterior motives. Both well aware of the other's treachery, yet the delicate veil of pretense had yet to be torn asunder. Breathless and flushed, Yin remarked, "That detestable Ba dares to covet our Xia city, even attempting to inform me of his plans and inviting me to act alongside him. Humph. I am loyal to the king. How could I consent to such treachery?" At that moment, Ba enjoyed considerable power within the tribe, his influence vast, making it exceedingly difficult for me to contend with him. After much contemplation, I reluctantly resolved to take the risk of coming to inform you. Qinfeng gazed intently at the perspiring Yin before him, slowly shaking his head, and spoke in a grave tone, "Regardless of the veracity of your words, I must express my gratitude for your arrival with this news. However, since you have come this far, I implore you not to rush away just yet. Upon your return to the tribe, please ensure to bring along your trusted confidants to assist me. How about you leading the charge for our forces?" Upon hearing this, Yan's expression grew troubled, yet as he recalled Qinfeng and his formidable weaponry along with the valiant and fearless members of his clan, he steeled himself and replied through gritted teeth, "Very well, it seems there is no other choice at this juncture. I shall hasten back to gather our people." With that, Yin turned and departed in haste. Yin raced back to the tribe, and upon reaching Ba, he impatiently exclaimed, "The king of Xia appears to be somewhat skeptical of my words, insisting that I bring individuals to assist, claiming it is necessary to jointly fend off the exceptionally fierce white ape." Ba nodded slightly in agreement. "If that is the case, I shall promptly select some capable individuals for the chief." With that, Ba swiftly exited the tent. However, shortly thereafter, a chilling scream suddenly echoed from outside the tent. Startled, Yin was about to step out to ascertain the situation when he collided head-on with Ba, who had just returned. Yin stumbled, nearly losing his footing, and steadied himself before hurriedly asking, "Chief, what has transpired? Why do you appear so hurried?" At this moment, Yin was acutely aware that Ba would never permit him to take even a single person away. "Chief, you are far too weak." Ba's lips curled into a cold smile as he contemptuously replied. Yan's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze on Ba, questioning, "Have you truly harbored no intention of letting me go from the very beginning?" Ba's expression remained as calm as still water as he replied blandly, "I had thought that once you ventured to the kingdom of Xia, you would never return. Who could have anticipated that you would come back, even daring to attempt to take our kin with you?" Yin snorted coldly, his tone frigid. "So, you wish to eliminate me and seize the position of chief for yourself?" Indeed, Ba unabashedly revealed his ambitions. Laughing arrogantly, "Not only do I wish to become the chief of our tribe, but I also aspire to ascend to the kingdom of Xia." With that, Ba gestured grandly and shouted, "Kill this useless waste." Two tribesmen wielding stone axes responded immediately, advancing towards Yin with heavy steps. Observing this, Yin bellowed in anger, "Your reckless actions will ultimately bring ruin to our entire tribe." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, the two tribesmen swung their axes with the ferocity of a tempest, striking his head with a resounding thud. In an instant, Yan's skull shattered, and he fell lifeless to the ground. After Yan's demise, Ba achieved his long-desired ambition of ascending to the throne and ruthlessly exterminated all of Yan's trusted confidants. The following morning, as the sun bathed the earth in its golden light, the newly appointed leader Ba stood atop a high platform, raising his arms and calling out to his clansmen, "Brave and fearless kin, tomorrow we shall march to the valley to set up our encampment, awaiting the arrival of the white ape tribe. Together with them, we shall launch an assault against the Xia kingdom, avenging our brethren who perished at the hands of the Xia." The resounding cheers erupted like a tumultuous tide, swiftly reverberating through the vast expanse of the forest, seemingly engulfing every leaf and branch within its fervor. This fervent rallying cry emanated from the Flame Tribe, who were jubilantly celebrating a momentous undertaking on the horizon. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was far from idle. He understood that regardless of Yan's forces joining the fray, he must be thoroughly prepared to confront any potential scenarios. Though he had never laid eyes upon the legendary white ape, he gathered from Wang Lai's detailed descriptions that conventional bows and arrows would likely inflict minimal damage upon such formidable creatures. Thus, Chen Feng mounted a magnificent steed and, alongside Chen Kuei, hastened to the military camp outside the city. Upon entering the encampment, the two made their way directly to the command room. Chen Feng settled into a chair with unwavering poise, his gaze sharp as a hawk as it fell upon the commander, Chun Li. He cut directly to the chase. Chun Li, how has the training of the army I entrusted to you progressed? Chun Li immediately rose, responding with utmost respect, Your Majesty. After a period of rigorous training, our soldiers have now developed a commendable level of combat capability and are ready to engage at any moment. Hearing this response, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction and declared, Excellent. In that case, assemble all the soldiers in the camp immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Li turned and strode out of the command room to relay Chen Feng's orders. Before long, the soldiers, previously scattered, began to mobilize swiftly and orderly towards the training grounds. Meanwhile, Chen Feng turned to Chen Kuei beside him and solemnly instructed, Chen Kuei, take a contingent ahead to scout the road ahead for any irregularities. Remember to exercise utmost caution. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Kuei responded affirmatively, then gathered 50 elite soldiers from the Divine Wind Army, departing the camp like a gust of wind. As time ticked by, Chen Feng soon found himself alone atop the highest point of the camp. He surveyed the neatly arranged assembly of over 300 soldiers below him. Each soldier stood tall and proud, their posture reminiscent of resilient pines, perfectly still, exemplifying excellent military discipline and high morale. Witnessing such a well-trained battalion, a surge of ambition and valor welled up within Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng issued another command, Wang Lai. Take your mighty eagle and accompany Chen Kuei to scout the enemy's precise situation. Ensure that all pertinent information is returned accurately. After receiving the order, Wang Lai, with a solemn expression, straightened his posture, clasped his fists, and earnestly proclaimed, I shall not disgrace my mission. I will accomplish the task. Standing nearby, Chun Li listened intently for the forthcoming instructions. Chen Feng, with unwavering resolve, commanded, Chun Li, lead a portion of the troops and set off tomorrow morning at dawn to establish a base in the mountain range, always prepared for action. Chun Li, not daring to show any hint of negligence, promptly responded with respect, I understand, please rest assured, my lord. With that, he turned to commence preparations for the following day's journey. Subsequently, Chen Feng hastened back to the city. Upon entering, he immediately sought out Chen Shi and issued a directive. Logistical supplies must depart tomorrow alongside Chun Li. There must be no errors. Commence preparations at once. Chen Shi, without hesitation, accepted the command and swiftly departed to diligently organize the necessary provisions. Once all matters were arranged, Chen Feng mounted a fine steed and galloped in the direction Chen Kuei had taken. The sound of hooves echoed through the night sky, reminiscent of a stirring battle hymn. Meanwhile, Chen Shi not only efficiently completed the logistics deployment, but also instilled a sense of urgency throughout the city in preparation for war. The 4 city gates, once wide open, had now securely closed 3, leaving only 1 for essential personnel to pass. All able-bodied young men within the city were urgently summoned, taking turns to patrol the city walls. The rigorously trained regular soldiers were tasked with organizing the hastily assembled civilians and assigning them specific duties. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, an atmosphere of tension and order pervaded the city. Each individual harbored a blend of apprehension for the unknown challenges ahead and a resolute determination to triumph over the enemy. Time slipped away quietly, and before long, it was deep into the night. Chen Feng continued his relentless ride, unwavering in his pursuit. In the distance, he noticed flickering lights. As he drew closer, he discerned that it was indeed Chen Kuei and the contingent he led. My lord, why have you come in person? Chen Kuei exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Chen Feng, hastening to greet him. The two had long been close comrades in battle, having shared life and death moments together. Whenever they found themselves alone, Chen Kuei would occasionally let slip a bit of playful irreverence, but the magnanimous Chen Feng never took offense. What is the situation? Chen Feng inquired with a serious demeanor. Thus far, it remains relatively calm. There have been no signs of any activity in the vicinity of the valley. The personnel responsible for reconnaissance swiftly responded. Subsequently, Chen Feng turned his gaze toward another team member, Wang Lai, and inquired, Wang Lai, what about your side? Have you made any new discoveries? Wang Lai, his expression grave, reported, upon our thorough investigation, we have learned that the Flame Tribe is urgently assembling its members, with preliminary estimates indicating a number exceeding 1,000. Upon hearing this news, Chen Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering to himself, could something have happened to Yin? He murmured softly. Wang Lai then added, moreover, judging by the situation, they appear to be in a state of heightened agitation, with the entire tribe gearing up for battle. Chen Feng's expression darkened further, and he muttered, it seems that Yin may indeed be in peril. After a brief pause, he resolutely issued an order. Tomorrow, we must intensify our surveillance efforts and further expand our search radius, particularly keeping a watchful eye on the whereabouts of the white ape. Wang Lai nodded without hesitation, affirming, understood. I will not fail in my mission. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted unexpectedly, and the previously taut nerves began to relax. Chen Feng, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, playfully asked, so, how many wives have you both taken by now? Upon hearing this, Chen Kuei broke into a broad grin and replied candidly, hee. As for me, I am indeed a fortunate man. I have married 2 beautiful ladies, one from our medical department and another from logistics. His face gleamed with pride. In contrast, Wang Lai appeared less at ease. After a brief hesitation, he bashfully replied, I have only one wife, who also works in the medical department. Chen Feng's smile widened into a teasing grin as he remarked, haha, with your exceptional qualities, each of you should at least have 4 or 5 wives to match your esteemed positions. The surrounding soldiers erupted in laughter. At this moment, the chief waved his hand and responded with a chuckle, General Chun, you truly have a knack for humor. Even with numerous women, we hardly have time to spare, as we mostly remain within this military camp. Standing beside him, Wang Lai concurred, indeed. The affairs of the camp are so demanding that we cannot find the time to attend to other matters. Chen Feng, still wearing a warm smile, declared, that's simply one to do. In the future, I shall arrange some leave for all of you, allowing everyone to temporarily set aside military concerns and truly enjoy your personal lives. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, their gratitude evident. The following morning, as dawn broke with a soft light on the horizon, Chen Feng slowly emerged from his tent. He stretched lazily, loosening his muscles, and prepared to embark on another day of diligent work. At that moment, Wang Lai, who had been vigilantly standing by, stepped forward briskly, his expression grave as he reported to Chen Feng, my lord, according to the scouts, the Flame Tribe has gathered over 1,000 warriors and is now approaching the mouth of the valley. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nodded slightly, his demeanor composed as he inquired, have there been any sightings of the white apes? Wang Lai promptly responded, in answer to your majesty, after thorough investigation, the white apes are still approximately a day's journey from our encampment, expected to arrive at the valley mouth tonight. Upon receiving this news, Chen Feng could not help but let out a cold laugh, disdainfully remarking, humph, these white apes truly possess an unquenchable greed. Suddenly breaking his silence, Chen Kuei suggested, my lord, in my humble opinion, we should seize this opportunity for my troops, the Divine Wind Army, to launch a surprise assault on the white apes. Catching them off guard, Chen Feng pondered for a moment before smiling and replying, indeed, that is not an unwise course of action. However, at present, we do not possess a significant numerical advantage over the enemy. He then paused briefly before continuing, very well, Chen Kuei, you shall lead a contingent to quietly circumvent the valley and lie in wait. When night falls and the white apes arrive at the valley mouth, we will coordinate our efforts for a pincer attack, ensuring their complete annihilation. With hands clasped in salute, Chen Kuei respectfully accepted the command and promptly turned to depart, moving swiftly to commence the necessary preparations. As time passed and night began to envelop the sky, Chen Li, leading over 300 valiant warriors, arrived at the mountains. Standing at the forefront, Chen Feng fixed his keen gaze upon the assembled troops and decisively commanded, all personnel, take an hour south rest in place to replenish your strength and prepare adequately for the night raid. He was acutely aware that this was the optimal moment. The white apes, leading their kin, were merely an hour away from the Flame Tribe's stronghold, fatigued from their arduous journey without proper respite, thus presenting an exquisite opportunity for ambush. Chun Feng quietly contemplated the profound valley before him, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. This valley, where we have already endured 2 fierce battles, has drawn us back once more. Perhaps, once this conflict concludes, we should consider establishing a fortified military base here to solidify our territorial influence. In response to Chun Feng's words, Chun-Li nodded in agreement, profoundly moved. Indeed, my lord. I still remember the first time you led a handful of us against foes that outnumbered us, yet we emerged victorious. The second time was no different. We triumphed against the odds. This time shall likely be no exception. Chun Feng smiled faintly, patting Chun-Li's shoulder as he spoke. Chun-Li, you have always been steady and reliable in your endeavors. However, moving forward, it is essential that you cultivate a cadre of exceptionally talented individuals. After all, as a commander, it is impossible for you to handle every matter personally. Chun-Li chuckled heartily in response. Rest assured, my lord. Yet I must confess I prefer to take matters into my own hands. If I delegate everything to others, I fear you might deem me inept and unworthy. With a resigned shake of his head, Chun Feng replied, You have always been a valiant warrior of the Xia kingdom. How could you possibly be without merit? The intent behind urging you to cultivate capable individuals is to prepare for future military expansions. Chapter 0. The Battle in the Valley. 1. Wang Lai, wearing an anxious expression, hurriedly leaped down from the back of the magnificent eagle. He hastened to Chun Feng, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully as he reported at a rapid pace, My lord. Scouts have informed me that the troop led by the white ape has arrived at the Flame Tribe. Their numbers exceed 300, each wielding exceptionally sharp stone axes, and they exude an intimidating presence. Chun Feng nodded slightly, indicating his awareness of the situation. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon the horizon, calmly declaring, I am well aware of the circumstances. Wang Lai, you are to lead the others in circling above, prepared to support the ground forces at a moment's notice. Upon receiving his orders, Wang Lai turned and departed. Chun Feng then turned to Chun-Li, his expression grave as he issued a command. Chun-Li, prepare the troops for mobilization. Responding promptly, Chun-Li mounted his steed without hesitation. Leading the charge, he rode to the front of the formation and raised his arm, calling out, All soldiers, heed my command. Advance towards the enemy's encampment. Each of you shall unleash a volley of 20 arrows. Once the arrows are spent, draw your weapons and charge into the enemy camp like tigers descending from the mountains, determined to annihilate all foes that stand in our way. The soldiers responded in unison. We guarantee to accomplish the task. Their voices resonated through the heavens, deafening in their fervor. With a serious expression, Chun-Li shouted once more onward. At the sound of his command, the thunderous clatter of hooves reverberated through the earth, akin to rolling thunder, echoing far and wide. Chun Feng and Chun-Li followed at a measured pace behind the advancing army, the synchronized rhythm of the hooves resembling the beating of war drums, heralding the imminent clash of battle. Meanwhile, in the distance, the white ape, upon hearing the increasingly distinct sound of galloping hooves drawing near, understood that Chun Feng and his forces had arrived. It promptly stood up, gesturing animatedly to its companions behind, emitting frantic cries, This is bad. They are upon us. However, these white apes, having only just arrived at this location, had barely settled before they were thrust back into the fray, their hearts filled with reluctance. Yet, as the enemy loomed ever closer, they had no choice but to steel themselves, preparing for the fierce confrontation that lay ahead. At the very moment when the two conversed, Chun-Li had already led 300 valiant and fearless soldiers, who stood in perfect unison, drawing their bowstrings to aim their sharp arrows at the distant Flame Tribe. In an instant, 300 feathered arrows surged forth like a tempest, resembling a dense dark cloud descending upon the Flame Tribe. The sound of whistling arrows filled the air incessantly as they fell like raindrops, mercilessly striking the unsuspecting crowd of the Flame Tribe. In a heartbeat, agonized cries echoed throughout the entire camp, resembling the wails of tormented spirits, sending chills down one's spine. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Before the people of the Flame Tribe could catch their breath, a second volley of arrows followed in swift succession. This time, the onslaught was fiercer and denser, sweeping in like a violent storm, ruthlessly claiming lives. Instantly, The Flame Tribe was engulfed in a scene of bloodshed and chaos. Neither the Flame Tribe nor the White Apes could escape their grim fate. Many were struck down before they could utter their final cries, collapsing into pools of blood. Simultaneously, the fierce-fanged White Apes suffered severe losses, with numerous apes injured and writhing in agony. Their plight was equally harrowing to witness. Confronted with such a brutal scene, the leading fanged White Ape was consumed with rage. It threw its head back and unleashed a thunderous roar toward the heavens, seemingly intent on releasing all its pent-up fury. As this roar reverberated, all the standing White Apes charged relentlessly towards Chun Feng's direction, their eyes glinting with hatred and madness, vowing to tear their enemies to shreds. Meanwhile, upon hearing the anguished cries, Chun Kuei understood the moment had arrived. With a sweeping gesture, he bellowed, "Attack!" Instantly, 50 trained shinobi troops sprang into action, dispersing from the east in a fan formation towards the west. Every 2 soldiers formed a pair, working in perfect harmony, advancing while continuously drawing their bows to shoot arrows. At that moment, Ba stood at the heart of the battlefield, watching helplessly as his kin and allies were besieged from both sides. His heart aching as if it were being torn apart, blood seemingly ready to erupt from his eyes. Although the warriors of the Flame Tribe fought valiantly, they were helpless against the overwhelming assault. Before they could even approach the enemy, they had already suffered heavy casualties. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies of his kin scattered across the ground, Ba's fury surged uncontrollably. With eyes wide and a face contorted with rage, he shouted, "Kill them all!" The situation had spiraled beyond control. The members of the Flame Tribe were battered and fragmented, utterly incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. As the Cirque with his command, the soldiers of the Divine Wind Army shouted in unison, drawing their long swords from their waists and charging at the enemy like fierce tigers descending from the mountains. The highly trained troops of the Divine Wind Army swiftly stowed their bows and arrows, their movements synchronized and precise, before unsheathing their razor-sharp blades without hesitation. They surged forward like a mighty torrent, roaring as they plunged into the blazing heart of the Flame Tribe. Each warrior exuded an aura of lethal determination, their eyes glinting with cold resolve, and they unleashed their swords upon the enemy with merciless ferocity. The Flame Tribe members who lay on the ground in surrender were spared from the wrath of the Divine Wind Army, demonstrating a measure of mercy. Yet, this restraint did not diminish the ferocity of their advance. At that moment, a colossal White Ape, with sharp fangs and an imposing stature, led a frenzied charge towards Chun Feng and his companions. Chun Li, with keen eyes, quickly discerned the impending threat and turned to Wu Miao behind him, calling out loudly, "It's your turn." Responding to the command with calm composure, Wu Miao raised her hand forcefully. The previously still mammoths and elephants in the rear seemed to receive a signal, beginning to move their powerful limbs, slowly advancing forward. Their steps were steady and heavy, each footfall reverberating through the earth. Gradually, these colossal creatures positioned themselves in front of Chun Li and his soldiers, effectively blocking the path. The impact of the White Ape was indeed formidable, but the massive and robust bodies of the mammoths and elephants served as an effective buffer. This allowed the soldiers led by Chun Li precious time to confidently equip themselves with their lethal weapons. Once everything was set, Chun Li raised his arm and shouted, "Charge!" Accompanied by this battle cry, hundreds of swift steeds surged forth like arrows released from a bow, vanishing from sight in an instant. The sound of hooves resonated through the heavens, deafeningly loud, but as Chun Li and his forces moved further away, the noise gradually diminished until it was completely silenced. At this moment, Chun Feng was securely shielded by the mammoths, calmly observing the unfolding battle. Beside him, Wu Miao respectfully suggested, "My lord, if you were to ascend the back of the mammoth, your view of the battlefield would be much clearer." Chun Feng nodded in agreement and replied, "Very well. I shall take a seat up there." With that, he agilely climbed onto the broad back of the mammoth. Meanwhile, Chun Li led over 300 valiant soldiers to confront the White Ape army head-on. As the two forces clashed, a thrilling battle erupted. In the blink of an eye, the White Ape faction suffered heavy casualties, the battlefield turning into a river of blood, a scene of unimaginable horror. Several soldiers fell from their mounts, their fates uncertain. Chun Li was consumed with urgency, poised to turn his steed and charge back into the fray when he suddenly realized that the ferocious White Ape had silently materialized beside them. Observing this, Chun Li decisively shouted, "Everyone, dismount immediately, form into teams of 4, and prepare for hand-to-hand combat. With the issuance of his command, the soldiers sprang into action, swiftly leaping off their horses and gathering into groups of 4. They brandished their weapons and lunged fiercely at the white ape. Each quartet of soldiers executed their maneuvers with seamless precision. As 2 of them struck with their blades, the other 2 stepped forward, raising their swords anew, creating an incessant rhythm of attack without pause. This exquisite tactic illuminated Chun Feng's mind, prompting him to praise from atop the imposing mammoth. Such a remarkable strategy. Wu Miao interjected, explaining, this ingenious formation was devised by Chun Yi. You see, the weapons we wield are exceptionally heavy, making sustained strikes a formidable challenge. Thus, Chun Yi ingeniously conceived of this alternating attack method, allowing us to maintain relentless pressure while providing mutual support and protection. Satisfied, Chun Feng nodded and remarked with a smile. Excellent. Once this battle concludes and we return to camp, I shall reward Chun Yi handsomely. Meanwhile, the battlefield had escalated to a fever pitch, with a significant portion of the Fire Tribe's forces under the relentless assault of Chun Kuei's Divine Wind Army, opting to surrender. However, the fierce battle between Chun Li and the white ape raged on, both combatants locked in a fierce struggle, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. The white ape, agile and swift, seized any opportunity to strike, capturing soldiers and brutally tearing them apart, painting a gruesome picture of carnage. Undeterred, Chun Li charged forward like a flash of lightning, his blade glinting ominously. With each swing, a sharp wind accompanied his strikes, and the white apes near him fell, cleaved in 2. In an instant, blood sprayed forth, drenching the battlefield like a torrential rain, staining the warriors red. The horrific scene was almost too shocking to behold. At that moment, a fanged white ape, like a phantom, suddenly burst forth from the flank, racing towards Chun Feng with blinding speed. The attack was so abrupt that Chun Feng had no time to react. He felt a tremendous force collide with him, sending him soaring like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground beneath the mammoth. Wu Miao, witnessing the incident, was frantic and called out, "My lord, are you all right?" Simultaneously, she swiftly summoned her magic, maneuvering the mammoth to confront the fanged white ape. Struggling to rise from the ground, Chun Feng brushed off the dust and gritted his teeth, responding, "I'm fine." Having spoken, he nimbly ascended the back of the mammoth once more, his gaze fixed intently on the tusked white ape before him, indignantly exclaiming, "This white ape is indeed quite barbaric." Unexpectedly, the tusked white ape emitted a deafening roar, extending its robust arms to gesture at Chun Feng, while muttering something incomprehensible. Initially perplexed, Chun Feng soon grasped its meaning, his eyes widening in astonishment as he mimicked the gestures in response. "You can actually communicate with humans?" The tusked white ape nodded with pride, then gestured again. "Your kind is indeed formidable, but our white ape clan is not to be trifled with. I shall lead my even more powerful kin to conquer you all and subjugate you." Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain flickered across Chun Feng's face as he resolutely shook his head, gesturing back. "You will never have such an opportunity." He then turned to Wu Miao, commanding loudly, "Wu Miao, quickly control the mammoth and the other elephants. Seize this arrogant creature." With a swift motion of his hand, Wu Miao signaled for the mammoth and elephants to charge at the tusked white ape. The white ape evaded the assault and, upon escaping Chun Feng's encirclement, let out a roar towards the sky, drawing the remaining combatants closer to its call. Chun Feng's eyes widened in fury, his voice thunderous as he bellowed at Chun Li. "We cannot allow any of them to leave here alive." His voice seemed to penetrate the heavens, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble in response. Receiving the command, Chun Li unhesitatingly ordered, "Everyone, mount up immediately and ensure that these foes are utterly exterminated." At his command, numerous soldiers swiftly mounted their steeds, drawing forth their gleaming weapons, surging forward like a torrential flood. Meanwhile, the group of tusked white apes displayed remarkable resilience. Despite being pursued by the numerous and aggressive human assailants, they remained unperturbed. The leading tusked white ape, displaying exceptional cunning, disregarded the approaching kin, focusing solely on leading its companions in a frantic dash towards the east. Chun Li and his men closely pursued, galloping swiftly while continuously drawing their bows to unleash arrows upon the fleeing tusked white apes. In a deluge of projectiles, Arrows rained down like a tempest, striking many tusked white apes to the ground, yet a greater number skillfully evaded capture, continuing their desperate flight. At this moment, Chun Feng sat resolutely atop an immense and formidable mammoth, while Wu Miao efficiently directed the troops' advance towards the encampment of the Flame Tribe. Upon reaching their destination, the sight that greeted them was harrowing. Bodies lay strewn haphazardly, some already dismembered, the earth stained crimson with blood. Amongst the carnage, a few survivors, faces etched with terror, chose to surrender. "My king." Chen Kuei hastened to the side of the mammoth and called out loudly. Chun Feng nodded slightly, his expression as serene as water, and inquired, "Have you captured the leader?" Chen Kuei replied with a calm demeanor, "Yes, but I have severed both his feet." Upon hearing this, Chun Feng remained impassive, slowly responding, "In that case, let us execute him. Keeping such a cripple is of no use." He then turned to survey the surroundings and commanded, "Quickly clear the battlefield and dispose of the corpses properly. As for the captives, bring them all back to our camp." Chen Kuei respectfully nodded, "Yes, my lord," and turned to carry out the orders. As time passed, Chun-Li finally returned to the valley with his men and approached Chun Feng to report, "I report to you, my lord, that the one who led the escape has ultimately eluded capture." Chun Feng appeared unconcerned, merely responding, "Let him flee. There is no need to pursue further." With that, he gently patted the mammoth beneath him, signaling it to proceed. Chapter 0. Loom, Paper, Pen, Research Successful. You must swiftly make your way to Chun Kuei and ensure you obtain a guide familiar with the path. This operation is of utmost importance. We must capture every member of the Flame Tribe. Upon hearing this, Chun-Li nodded, understood, and turned to prepare for the task. At this moment, Chun Feng waved his hand and said slowly, "Let us rest for a while. There is no need to rush." Upon hearing this, the tension in the group eased slightly. Chun-Li began to methodically organize the personnel. Part of the team was responsible for retrieving the arrows shot during the previous battle to ensure resources were fully utilized, while another group busied themselves preparing meals to replenish energy for the upcoming action. Meanwhile, Chun Feng and Chun Kuei escorted the captured members of the Flame Tribe on their journey back to Summer City without pause. Days later, as Chun Feng and his companions stepped into Summer City, they spotted Mu Yang joyfully rushing toward them from afar. With great excitement, she embraced Chun Feng, exclaiming, "We have finally succeeded. After relentless efforts, the loom has been successfully developed." However, in the face of such exhilarating news, Chun Feng appeared nonchalant. As if it were a matter of course, with a slight smile he replied, "What difficulty is there? The successful creation of the loom was entirely to be expected." Hearing this, Mu Yang playfully scoffed, teasing, "Oh, I wonder who it was that previously sat there like a stubborn block, unable to create anything, endlessly drawing circles on the ground." She then covered her mouth and chuckled. Chun Feng merely cast a mild glance at Mu Yang and leisurely explained, "What do you know? At that moment, my actions were not aimless scribbles, but rather a meticulous conception, wherein I envisioned intricate blueprints and design ideas within my mind." Just as the two of us were engaged in playful banter, Chun Mo and Chun Sheng exuberantly approached, exclaiming in unison, "Chief, we bring good news. After extensive experimentation and research, we have successfully developed both paper and pencil." The two delicately cradled their samples and hurriedly made their way to Chun Feng. Presenting the items into his hands, Chun Feng received the samples with steady hands, first examining the pencil with great care, gently caressing its smooth surface before scrutinizing each intricate detail. After a brief moment, a faint smile graced his lips, revealing his satisfaction as he praised, "Indeed, this pencil is remarkably well crafted." He then turned his attention to the sheet of paper, lifting it to feel its texture. Although the paper appeared somewhat coarse, after careful inspection, Chun Feng nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "This paper, while slightly inferior in quality, sufficiently meets basic needs. You must continue to strive for improvement to produce even finer paper." Upon hearing Chun Feng's commendation, the two who had presented the samples radiated joy, their hearts swelling with pride. After all, receiving such high praise from Chun Feng was no small feat. It signified that their diligent efforts had finally borne fruit. At this moment, Chun Feng had already devised his next plan. With paper now available, it was time to embark on the creation of movable type printing. The methods for producing movable type could be broadly categorized into three types: one using ceramics, another utilizing stone, and the last employing copper. Fortunately, Chen Feng had all three materials readily at hand. With a decision made, Chen Feng bid farewell to the carpentry team and promptly made his way to the blacksmith's workshop. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Chen Tian, who was diligently at work. He quickly approached him, inquiring, "Chen Tian, do you have any of the copper materials that were previously transported reserved for use?" Chen Tian paused his tasks and turned to Chen Feng, promptly responding, "Yes, my lord. Aside from the badges you instructed us to craft, we haven't put the rest to use, so our reserves are quite ample." "That's good to hear," Chen Feng replied after a moment's contemplation. "Please assist me in melting down 3,500 rectangular copper blocks as soon as possible." "Oh, is that so urgent, my lord?" Chen Tian asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Not particularly urgent," Chen Feng clarified, waving his hand. "However, it would be best to complete this task before winter sets in." "Rest assured, my lord, this small matter is in my capable hands, and I will ensure timely delivery," Chen Tian confidently assured him. "By the way, there is another critically important matter that requires your assistance." Chen Feng suddenly recalled the matter of crafting copper coins and hastily spoke up, requesting assistance in creating an iron mold. Upon hearing this, Chen Tian's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire further. "How exactly should this mold be constructed? Do you, my lord, possess any specific ideas or instructions?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng methodically elucidated. "First, you must seek out some fine sand to shape a rough outline. Then, carefully pour the melted iron into this sand mold, ensuring to create two sides, one for the obverse and the other for the reverse. As for the shape, let it be a standard circle." As Chen Feng reminisced about his concept, he detailed the entire process and key points. The method he envisioned was quite straightforward and intuitive. Akin to the everyday task of baking bread, one first forms a basic shape with a mold, while the intricate designs on the surface of the copper coins must be meticulously carved by hand. After patiently absorbing Chen Feng's description, Chen Tian felt a sense of clarity. After all, they had previously fashioned similar arrowhead molds, albeit under Chen Mao's supervision at that time. "My leader, according to your requirements, how many such molds shall we create in total?" Chen Tian posed a new question. Chen Feng pondered for a brief moment, carefully considering their current circumstances and future needs. Before responding, 7 molds in total will suffice. We shall prepare 2 each of large, medium, and small sizes, along with 1 additional mold of the smallest size. This arrangement will effectively encompass 4 distinct specifications. Chen Feng elaborated further. "Specifically, we can commence with the denomination of 1 dime, gradually escalating to 2 dimes, 5 dimes, 1 yuan, and so forth, continuing this progression until we reach the 10 yuan denomination." "Very well, my leader, rest assured that I shall execute this task splendidly," Chen Tian replied, brimming with confidence. Chapter 0. After the onset of winter time swiftly passed, and winter had arrived, the biting cold winds howled through the streets and alleys of Summer City, bringing with them a chilling atmosphere and swirling snowflakes. Within that office building, Chen Feng was diligently engrossed in his engraving work, day after day without respite. To ensure that he meticulously inscribed every Chinese character he knew without repetition, Chen Feng exerted considerable effort. He began by carefully writing each character with a fountain pen, ensuring the accuracy of the shapes and clarity of the strokes. Only then did he immerse himself in the engraving process, each stroke a testament to his dedication, as if he were crafting a masterpiece of unparalleled beauty. For this formidable task, Chen Feng could not fully trust anyone but himself. Only by personally wielding the tools could he find solace. Despite the relentless toil and exhaustion, he steadfastly insisted on undertaking everything himself, refusing to delegate to others. Starry Moon often took time out of her day to visit Chen Feng at the office. Her frequent visits were not without reason. Chen Feng, in his fervent dedication to his craft, often injured his hands while carving, yet even in pain, he remained unwilling to set down his tools for a moment's respite. Concerned for his well-being, Starry Moon tirelessly came to check on him. "Will you be returning home tonight?" she inquired one evening, her voice laced with concern as she appeared once again at the office. Chen Feng slowly lifted his gaze, looking out the window where snowflakes danced gracefully from the sky. As if enchanted, turning his attention back to Starry Moon, he was struck by the beauty of her face, marred only by worry, which stirred a deep sense of affection within him. "All right, let us return," Chen Feng replied, his tone gentle yet resolute. Together, they left the office, treading upon the thick blanket of snow toward their humble abode. All the while, the snowflakes continued to fall, adorning the earth in a shimmering cloak of white. Upon reaching their residence, they found the rooms illuminated, revealing that Lu Ming and Mu Yang had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Chen Feng return, their faces lit up with joy. "It has been so long since you were home. Tonight, you must spend quality time with us," Mu Yang exclaimed, her smile brimming with anticipation. "Certainly, I will be with you all," Chen Feng responded, his eyes filled with warmth and tenderness. Thus, on that frigid winter night, Chen Feng gathered with the three women, and a cozy atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Yet, the snowfall quietly transformed the bustling summer city into a picturesque winter wonderland overnight. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, the world seemed to be draped in a silvery shroud. The vast expanse of snow fell lightly, ethereal and delightful to behold. Chen Feng rose early, and after a brief wash, he immersed himself once more in his carving work. The fireplace crackled cheerfully, radiating warmth akin to spring, all thanks to those diligently adding fuel to the fire. With the onset of winter, Lu Ming found herself with little to do. Each day, she would come to accompany Chen Feng in his carving. They would share insights and exchange playful banter, transforming the once monotonous task into a symphony of laughter and joy. During this winter, a momentous event transpired, the arrival of the first child. Starry Moon personally assisted in the delivery, her skilled hands eliciting awe from those around her. A throng of family members gathered, captivated by every motion of Starry Moon, eager not to miss a single detail. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Chen Shi was also hard at work. He meticulously allocated tasks to those who were temporarily unoccupied, directing them to various departments to engage in productive endeavors. Even amidst the frigid winter, everyone managed to find their niche, fulfilling their respective roles with unwavering dedication. Furthermore, Chen Shi exhibited immense compassion and care for the tribes stationed near the trading post outside the city. He deliberately distributed a modest supply of coal to these tribes, ensuring they could endure the harsh winter and avoid the suffering of the cold. As winter set in, the busiest places were undoubtedly Mu Yang's weaving workshop and Chen Sheng's carpentry department. The former was laboring tirelessly to produce weaving machines to meet the escalating demand, while the latter worked day and night, crafting various fabrics to provide warm clothing for the people. Nowadays, everyone resided in new homes, no longer plagued by the dread of the cold. Those capable of working indoors were predominantly engaged in their tasks, each contributing their share to this shared sanctuary. Shun Imo gathered a group of women, sitting together in focused contemplation over the wrought-tan armor before them. They had been tirelessly pursuing this endeavor for quite some time, yet had yet to discover an effective manufacturing method. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred, resolutely continuing their exploration. Regarding agriculture, their ambitions extended beyond merely cultivating rice. Previously, Shang Lu had returned from his travels bearing a variety of precious seeds, including tomatoes, peppers, cabbages, and wheat. However, due to the limited quantity of these seeds, even after much accumulation, they had yet to amass enough to plant an entire acre. With no other option, they could only await the arrival of spring to nurture the seeds further, hoping to acquire more and thus expand their cultivation efforts. At that moment, Chun Mo hurriedly approached Chief Chen Feng to report on the situation. He swiftly walked up to Chen Feng and respectfully stated, "Chief, we currently have an abundance of supplies stored in our warehouse. Do you think we should process them further?" Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Chen Feng, who had been engrossed in his carving, slowly set down his chisel, rose, and inquired of Chen Mo, "What specific reserves do we have?" Chen Mo promptly replied, "Before the onset of winter, the traveling tribe delivered to us a collection of exquisite ivory. Additionally, we have numerous tendons obtained from various animals, including those from the pigs and deer we hunted ourselves. Moreover, there are some rare deer antlers stored here as well, all of which have been properly preserved. Please allocate a group to process these tendons, selecting the finest for Chun Sheng to craft large crossbows in the spring, while the slightly inferior ones can be fashioned into bows and arrows. As for the subpar ones, let us keep them. They may yet prove useful in the future." Chen Feng was assigning tasks. "As for the deer antlers, let us set them aside for now. I currently have no better method to handle them." Chapter 0. Thousands of monkeys surround the city. 1. Amidst the flurry of urgent affairs, Chen Feng was abruptly disturbed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Chen Shi burst into the office, his face a mask of anxiety, breathless, and without the time to knock. "Great King, Chen gasped, his expression tense. For some unknown reason, thousands of monkeys have suddenly gathered beneath the city. Upon hearing this, Chen was taken aback. Leaping to his feet and hastening toward the city wall, his mind racing with questions. What on earth is happening? How could these monkeys have amassed here so suddenly? When Chen finally ascended the city wall, the sight before him made him gasp in shock. Below, a dark mass of countless monkeys surged together, resembling a turbulent flood. Among them were familiar snow monkeys and white apes, but also two unfamiliar species. Although they bore slight differences in appearance, they undoubtedly belonged to the monkey or ape family. Chen remained close beside Chen Feng, his gaze fixated on the agitated throng of monkeys below. Great King, our personnel have assembled, and we are on high alert. Awaiting your orders. Chen Feng's brow furrowed, his countenance dark as if shadowed by impending storms. He regarded the vast and enigmatic army of monkeys below. Contemplating the gravity of the situation, this was clearly no trivial matter. Vigilance was essential. Thus, he decisively commanded, immediately inform all youths to form a reserve team, ready to respond to any unexpected developments. This battle would likely not be as easily dealt with as previous ones. At that moment, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air. A massive stone, weighing no less than 50 pounds, hurtled from outside the city like a cannonball, crashing against the city wall. In the blink of an eye, two unfortunate soldiers were caught unawares, struck dead by the boulder, unable to even utter a cry before meeting their fate. Chen pressed himself against the city wall, his already grave expression now shrouded in foreboding. His eyes widened as he stared at the enormous stone that loomed like a small mountain before him, ruminating on strategies to counter this threat. Suddenly, he turned sharply to the others behind him, his voice rising in anger. Everyone, stand by. Prepare bows and arrows for counterattack. At his command, the strong and vigorous young men brandished their short guns, poised for action. Their eyes reflected unwavering determination, as if they had already placed life and death aside. They awaited Chen Feng's next order, ready to launch their weapons without hesitation. In an instant, anguished cries echoed from outside the city. Some enemies were struck down by the rain-like barrage of arrows, meeting their end on the spot, while others lay grievously wounded, moaning in agony on the ground. Some unfortunate souls were directly pierced by the whistling bullets, blood splattering everywhere. However, the lives of those on the walls and within the city were hardly any better. Enormous stones flew in from various angles like cannonballs, and a moment's inattention could leave ordinary citizens bloodied or even lifeless. The night was as dark as ink, thick enough to obscure vision. Chen strained his eyes in an attempt to discern the situation outside, but all efforts proved futile. Enveloped in darkness, he was utterly unable to ascertain the enemy's precise location or numbers, let alone effectively organize a defense or counterattack. Watching his soldiers fall one by one filled Chen with urgency and helplessness. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter a command. Everyone, take cover behind the walls at once. No one is to show their head. Chen Shi's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Cautiously, he inched closer to Chen Feng's position and, upon nearing, lowered his voice. My lord, what should we do next? Chen Feng gazed up at the pitch-black sky and sighed deeply. For now, we can only wait for dawn. The darkness is too profound. We know nothing of the circumstances outside. Acting rashly would only lead to greater casualties. With that, a rare pallor and sense of powerlessness washed over his countenance. Time passed slowly, fraught with tension and unease, each minute stretching interminably. It seemed both sides had come to the realization that a continued assault was unwise. Thus they simultaneously ceased their attacks, plunging the battlefield into an eerie silence. From outside the city, chilling screams echoed intermittently, reminiscent of voices from the depths of hell, piercing the quiet night. Hearing these disjointed cries sent a chill through Chen Feng's heart, prompting an involuntary curse. This is bad. There must be other tribes at the trading ground. His expression instantly turned grave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Standing beside him, Chen clenched his fists, his gaze tense yet resolute as he looked towards the city's exterior, turning back to Chen Feng. My lord, should we not rush to their aid? Chen Feng sighed heavily, a pained expression crossing his face. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, in this darkness, acting rashly may lead to devastating losses. We should wait until dawn to devise a plan. With that, he shook his head in resignation. As time ticked by, Finally, a faint light appeared on the horizon, and the sky began to brighten gradually. Chen Feng, unable to contain his impatience, once again peered over the walls. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was utterly astounded, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. Below, a group of enormous gibbons and bear monkeys loomed, each standing around 3 meters tall, like moving hills. What is even more astonishing is that they are meticulously organizing their kin to transport stones. Chen Feng, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly realizing, no wonder those stones could soar into the city like cannonballs. It turns out this group of gibbons is behind it. The thought sent a wave of apprehension through him. Chen Shi quietly leaned closer to Chen Feng's ear and, in a hushed voice, shared his thoughts. My lord, I believe we can employ limestone against them. Chen Feng turned his head to glance at the corpses sprawled haphazardly upon the city walls, as well as the remains of innocent citizens within the city, his heart aching profoundly. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and declared, very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Make haste and prepare accordingly. Upon receiving the command, Chen Shi swiftly turned and departed, beginning to arrange various matters. As Chen Feng watched Chen Shi's retreating figure, a deep sense of regret surged within him. If only he had been able to create powerful crossbows sooner. Perhaps he would not feel so passive and fearful when facing these colossal creatures. Standing atop the towering city walls, Chen Feng gazed down at the dense throng of monkeys below, numbering in the thousands, and an intense desire for vengeance welled up within him. These monkeys, large and agile, would undoubtedly become a significant threat to his future endeavors if allowed to proliferate unchecked. Resolving firmly, Chen Feng vowed to eradicate this group of monkeys entirely to eliminate any future peril. At that moment, piercing sounds of stones whistling through the air resonated. Countless stones of varying sizes plummeted from the sky like rain, crashing down upon the city walls and within the city itself. In an instant, dust billowed from the walls, and some once solid sections began to crack, with certain areas suffering severe damage. The buildings within the city were not spared either. Numerous roofs were punctured, walls collapsed, and terrified screams and anguished moans echoed from within. Witnessing the devastation, Chun Li was consumed by rage. His eyes widened, his face flushed, teeth grinding in fury as he bellowed, I will slay these beasts. With that, he turned to charge out of the city gates to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the monkeys. However, Chen Feng, quick-witted and agile, seized Chun Li and sternly interjected. Crouch down. Do not act impulsively. I have a plan. Though reluctant, Chun Li complied with Chun Feng's command and crouched down obediently. Just as the two settled, a massive stone whizzed overhead, crashing violently into the ground nearby and scattering debris. Time stretched painfully in the tense atmosphere, each second feeling interminable. The monkeys below seemed to have temporarily ceased their barrage of stones, only for a dull thud to echo shortly thereafter. Chen Feng gazed beyond the city walls, witnessing a troop of monkeys collaboratively toppling towering trees, subsequently laying the trunks across the moat, evidently attempting to fashion a bridge to invade the city. Observing this alarming scene, Chun Feng's expression darkened as he turned to Chun Li, commanding, issue an immediate order for the soldiers to unleash their arrows. We must not allow them to successfully position the timber across the moat. Chapter 0. Thousands of monkeys surrounding the city. 2. Chun Li stood atop the city wall, his demeanor grave as he bellowed orders to the soldiers. Shoot with ferocity. Do not spare your arrows. At his command, the soldiers knocked their bows, and in an instant, a deluge of arrows descended like rain upon the snow monkeys laboring outside the city. A cacophony of cries erupted as the outside was quickly engulfed in a hail of arrows, leaving a significant number of the unfortunate snow monkeys caught off guard, resulting in considerable casualties. However, astonishingly, despite the heavy losses, a relentless stream of snow monkeys continued to surge from the distance, undeterred by the specter of death as they resumed their task of lifting the timber. Witnessing this, Chun Li took command personally, dividing the soldiers into groups of 100, who took turns firing arrows at the resilient snow monkeys, offering them no respite whatsoever. At that moment, a deep, resonant roar echoed, revealing two massive gorillas ambling towards the moat, burdened with heavy timber. They effortlessly set down their load before swaggering away with nonchalance. Chun Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the retreating gorillas, murmuring to himself, My lord, the colossal gorillas have returned, and this time, they are a full meter larger than before. The arrows we shoot at them are akin to mere tickles, utterly ineffective. Upon hearing Chen Li's report, Chen Feng promptly stood, directing his gaze towards the gorillas as indicated by Chen Li. Indeed, as Chen Li had described, the two gorillas were extraordinarily large, exhibiting a formidable presence compared to their previously encountered kin. Unfazed by the relentless barrage of arrows raining down from Chen Li and the others, they appeared as though clad in impenetrable armor. Damn it! What manner of place is this, harboring such gargantuan gorillas? Chen Feng seethed, gritting his teeth in frustration, mentally cursing the situation. He fully understood that if a strategy were not devised to thwart these gorillas and snow monkeys, the city walls would inevitably succumb to their assault. With this thought, he turned to a nearby guard and commanded, "Quickly summon Qin Kuei. It is likely that only the massive bow in his possession can inflict any damage upon these creatures." Shortly thereafter, a burly man with a full beard hurriedly approached. It was Qin Kuei. Panting heavily, he bowed before Chen Feng, exclaiming, "My lord, allow me to slay those two vile gorillas." Chen Feng gazed at Qin Kuei with intense focus, issuing his command with urgency. At this moment, Qin Kuei, upon hearing the command, swiftly retrieved the exquisite yet sturdy bow from behind him, skillfully drawing the bowstring back to resemble a full moon, quietly awaiting the approach of the two gorillas near the moat. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air as a remarkably sharp arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. One of the gorillas, dangerously close to the moat, was instantly struck in a vital spot by this lethal blow, letting out a harrowing scream before plummeting into the water, creating a splash. The other gorilla, sensing impending doom, discarded the log it was carrying and turned to flee in a frantic dash. Observing this, Chen Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a contemptuous smile as he remarked, "Humph, I once thought these beasts were fearless, unafraid of death. It appears they are but cowardly creatures." He then turned to Qin Kuei and commanded, "Qin Kuei, should any gorilla dare to approach even a step closer, without hesitation, shoot it down." Qin Kuei nodded resolutely and focused intently on the movements outside the city, his eyes unblinking, fearful of missing the moment a target might appear. As time passed, inching closer to noon, a sudden, heart-rending scream erupted from outside the city, shattering the previously tranquil air. Chen Feng witnessed with clarity as the vicious primates brutally devoured the unfortunate souls outside the walls, mercilessly tearing them apart without regard for their anguished cries. The horrific scene left Chen Feng, Qin Kuei, Chen Li, and the multitude of soldiers atop the walls petrified, their hearts racing with fury, fists clenched, longing to burst forth from the city gates and eradicate these inhumane beasts. Amidst the collective outrage, Chen Mo approached Chen Feng, carrying a steaming bowl of soup and a fragrant piece of cooked meat, softly suggesting, "My lord, please have something to eat." With a grave expression, Chen Feng accepted the food and in a low voice inquired about the situation within the city. "What is the casualty count?" Chen Mo's face betrayed his sorrow, his voice trembling slightly as he responded, "Over 100 have tragically perished, more than 200 homes have been destroyed, and over 300 others have sustained injuries of varying degrees." Upon hearing this news, Chen Feng's expression shifted to one of profound anguish as he fixed his gaze on Chen Mo. "We must do our utmost to comfort them. This calamity shall soon pass." At that moment, snowflakes drifted down from the sky like feathers, gently cloaking the earth in a layer of pristine white. These delicate flakes seemed to wish to conceal the cold corpses below, yet they could not fully obscure the tragic scene. The onlookers atop the city walls had no time to appreciate the beauty of the snowfall, for the primates outside showed no signs of retreat. Conversely, they persistently organized the transportation of more timber, placing these logs into the moat. This time, not only were the bear monkeys diligently at work, but even the snow monkeys joined the ranks of those transporting wood and constructing wooden bridges. Chen Feng gazed intently at the unfolding scene, secretly conjecturing that, following the previous battle, the snow monkeys must have suffered significant casualties. Nevertheless, the enemy showed no signs of retreat, and the situation remained dire. Chen Li dared not take a moment's respite. He remained fully focused, directing the soldiers to continue shooting arrows down towards the city below. Each sharp arrow sliced through the air with a fierce sound, aimed at the monkeys engaged in transporting the timber. Meanwhile, Chen Shi, with measured steps, ascended the city tower and approached Chen Feng. He slightly bowed in greeting and softly remarked, "My lord, everything is ready." Chen Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. His gaze then rested upon the object tightly wrapped in burlap on the ox cart below, the considerable quantity of lime powder. Satisfied, Chen Feng nodded and said in a low voice, "Excellent." He then turned to Chun Li and decisively commanded, "Have all the soldiers bind the arrowheads with burlap sacks and prepare to shoot at the enemy ranks." Upon receiving the order, Chun Li swiftly turned to direct the soldiers to spring into action. In no time, the soldiers had bound the arrowheads with burlap sacks, readying themselves for a new wave of assault. Chapter 0. Thousands of monkeys surrounding the city. 3. Chun Feng's gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon Chun Kuei, delivering his orders with a grave tone. "You are to lead the Divine Wind Army immediately, ensuring absolute silence. Quietly depart from the north gate, and then maneuver to the enemy's rear. Remember, conceal your movements and await the opportune moment." He paused before continuing. "Should you observe significant signs of the enemy fleeing, return swiftly. However, if only a small number attempt to escape, strike decisively and endeavor to annihilate them." Chun Kuei solemnly nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the importance and peril of the task at hand. He then turned and departed with resolute steps to commence various pre-battle preparations. As Chun Kuei diligently prepared, the situation outside the city had already begun to shift. The makeshift wooden bridge was completed, and numerous snow monkeys and bear monkeys surged forth like a tide, easily crossing the wide moat and advancing towards Summer City. Inside the city, Chun Li was also engaged in the final, organized preparations for battle. Meanwhile, Chen Feng remained calm and unflinching, raising his voice to the group of robust young men behind him. "Brave warriors, grip your short guns tightly. At my command, aim them with all your might at those snow monkeys and bear monkeys drawing closer to the city wall, and hurl them forth." As Chen Feng's clear and powerful command resonated, the young men exerted their utmost strength, launching their short guns into the fray. In an instant, countless short arrows sliced through the air, tracing sharp arcs like a tempest, relentlessly shooting towards the targets below the city. As the initial wave of assault concluded, these intrepid youths did not pause for a moment. Instead, they skillfully retrieved pre-prepared spare short arrows and hurled them once more without hesitation. In that fleeting moment, the arrows descended upon the ground like a swarm of locusts, densely blanketing the area beneath the city. A series of piercing, agonizing screams echoed relentlessly, resonating throughout the skies of Summer City. The once formidable army of bears and snow monkeys below was thrown into disarray, yet their numbers continued to swell. Undeterred as they launched fierce assaults against the city gates, the thunderous sound of their relentless battering resonated, as if the very gates were on the brink of collapse under the continuous onslaught. In the face of such a dire situation, Chun Feng remained composed, issuing commands with unwavering resolve. "Quick! Throw down all the stones at hand, and strike fiercely at these vile creatures. We must not allow them to breach the gates." After a flurry of anxious yet orderly preparations, Chun Li finally completed all necessary arrangements. At this moment, he was fully armed and poised, silently awaiting Chen Feng's crucial command. Beyond the city walls, the once numerous army of monkeys had suffered heavy losses. After a fierce battle, over 200 monkeys lay lifeless on the ground. Yet, despite this, more than 800 monkeys still survived, brandishing their claws and baring their teeth with ferocity. Chun Feng's expression turned grave as he raised his right hand, pointing his index finger decisively at the location of the monkeys outside the city. He then called out sharply, "Release." Instantly, hundreds of arrows, bound with bags of lime, shot forth like meteors, whistling through the air towards the throng of monkeys. Accompanied by the crisp sounds of arrows striking their marks, the bags of lime burst open, releasing a cloud of white powder that quickly enveloped the air. It was the depths of winter, with heavy snowflakes swirling about, intertwining with the rising lime dust, making it difficult to discern which was snow and which was lime. The monkeys gazed up at the vast expanse of white powder overhead, instinctively filled with a profound sense of crisis. Yet, unable to comprehend the potential harm of this powder, they stood frozen, staring helplessly. At that moment, a gibbon suddenly let out a chilling scream, having been struck in the eyes by the lime powder. The intense burning sensation rapidly coursed through its nervous system, plunging it into excruciating agony within mere seconds, leaving it unable to recover. As the saying goes, calamity often begets calamity. Following the plight of the first gibbon, others affected by the lime powder began to exhibit similar symptoms. One by one, The monkeys clutched their eyes, howling in torment, their cries rising and falling in a haunting chorus that filled the air. Faced with the current predicament, Chun-Li resolutely initiated a second wave of assault. More arrows, bound with bags of lime, rained down upon the troop of monkeys. Meanwhile, those monkeys yet untouched finally realized the gravity of the situation and, in sheer panic, turned to flee. As they glimpsed the impending barrage of arrows descending from the sky, chaos ensued, compelling them to hurriedly seek refuge in the towering trees. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly secure haven offered no true protection. Regrettably, the very ground they occupied was already shrouded in a swirling cloud of lime, enveloping the entire space in a haze of white dust, as if they were trapped in a chaotic, ethereal realm with no avenue of escape. The gorillas and the fanged white monkeys, positioned further back, were fortunate enough to evade the direct onslaught of lime. They stared blankly at the vast, powdery expanse before them, utterly bewildered, rooted to the spot. In stark contrast, the monkeys at the forefront desperately shielded their eyes, attempting to block the lime from entering. Others, hindered in their vision, mistakenly perceived their companions as foes and launched into frenzied attacks, plunging the scene into utter disarray. The dozen or so gorillas, witnessing this spectacle, felt a profound sense of disappointment towards the fanged white monkeys and their kin. Quietly, they turned away, retreating further into the distance. At this moment, only a few kin remained beside the fanged white monkey, their expectant gazes fixed upon it, silently awaiting the leader's next command. The fanged white monkey observed the retreating figures of the gorillas and noted that their path did not lead back to the tribe, but headed straight northward. In an instant, it pondered, could it be that the gorillas intend to maneuver northward for a surprise attack? Resolute in its thoughts, the fanged white monkey felt no hesitation and decisively commanded the few remaining kin, urging, quickly, follow my lead. Thus, it led its small band of followers closely in pursuit of the gorillas' departing trail. In truth, the gorillas were far from foolish. From the onset of the battle, they maintained a calm vigilance, refraining from recklessly charging into the fray. Instead, they chose to observe the unfolding situation closely. Witnessing the utter ineptitude of the troop led by the fanged white monkey, the leading gorilla raised its arm decisively, gesturing northward to signal a change in their offensive direction. At that moment, Wang Lai suddenly leapt from the back of the giant eagle and dashed towards Chen Feng, who stood a short distance away, urgently reporting, "My lord, trouble is brewing." Even before reaching Chen Feng, Wang Lai's voice, laced with anxiety and fear, echoed loudly. A formidable assembly of over a dozen imposing gorillas surged menacingly towards the northern gate. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt an immediate chill creep down his spine, a wave of coldness swiftly enveloping him from his vertebrae to the crown of his head. He silently thanked his foresight. It was fortunate that they had arranged for aerial reconnaissance in advance. Otherwise, they would be in dire straits. If these gorillas were allowed to storm into the city unimpeded, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic. With this thought, Chen Feng dared not to linger for a moment. His expression turned grave, his gaze resolute and piercing. He swiftly turned to Chun-Li beside him and, in an unassailable tone, issued a solemn command. "Chun-Li, immediately lead several hundred soldiers with me to reinforce the northern gate. We must act swiftly." Having delivered his orders, Chen Feng then turned his attention to Chen Shi, earnestly entrusting him with the responsibility of command and coordination. "Chen Shi, I leave this area in your capable hands. Ensure that the defenses elsewhere are infallible." Upon receiving their orders, Chen Feng and Chun-Li wasted no time. They led over 100 robust and well-trained soldiers at a rapid pace towards the northern gate. When they arrived in haste, the sight before them elicited a collective gasp. The gorillas and razor-toothed white apes had, astonishingly, constructed a makeshift yet sturdy wooden bridge, successfully crossing what had once been an impassable moat and advancing directly beneath the city walls. As the enemy drew ever closer, Chun-Li, without waiting for Chen Feng's command, decisively shouted, "Release the arrows. Fire with all your might. We cannot allow them to approach the city gate even an inch." At Chun-Li's command, the soldiers atop the walls swiftly knocked their arrows, unleashing a torrential rain of projectiles upon the throng of gorillas and white apes. Simultaneously, bags filled with lime powder were hurled into the air, bursting open and dispersing a cloud of white powder that enveloped the battlefield. However, in a surprising turn of events, the gorillas and white apes appeared to have anticipated this onslaught. Faced with the deluge of arrows and the swirling lime dust, they did not descend into chaos as they had previously. Instead, they extended their powerful arms to shield their heads and faces, tightly closing their eyes to avoid the powder's sting. Despite this, a few unfortunate gorillas and white apes were struck by arrows or blinded by the lime. Yet they did not succumb to madness. Rather, they gritted their teeth against the pain, covering their wounds with their hands, and continued to charge forward, their sights set firmly on the heavy, solid city gate. Chun Feng watched in horror as these ferocious beasts relentlessly battered against the gate, his anxiety mounting. For even though the gate was forged from unyielding steel, it seemed unlikely to withstand such a relentless and furious assault. If effective measures are not taken to thwart them, the city gates will inevitably be breached. Thus, with a grave expression, Chun Feng issued another command. Chun-Li, swiftly lead 50 brave warriors to guard the city gates, ensuring that at all costs, we annihilate the invading foes at the entrance. Upon receiving the order, Chun-Li acted decisively, his steadfast and resolute gaze fixed on Chun Feng as he earnestly replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall fight to the death and will not allow these vile scoundrels to set foot within the city." Chun Feng hastily approached Chun-Li, embracing him tightly, and whispered, "This mission is fraught with peril, a matter of life and death, but no matter what, you must find a way to return alive." After releasing him, Chun Feng watched as Chun-Li turned to depart. Deep down, Chun Feng understood that the odds of survival were grim, and it was likely that these 50 valiant warriors would meet a tragic end. Yet, faced with the encroaching enemy, they had no choice but to fight to the last breath. Without hesitation, Chun-Li led the 50 warriors away from the city walls, marching resolutely towards the northern gate. Meanwhile, Chun Feng turned to the remaining 50 soldiers and commanded loudly, "Soldiers, heed my orders. Concentrate your firepower and aim for the enemy's eyes. There is no need to bind the lime bags any longer." With the issuance of this command, the soldiers responded readily, freed from the task of binding lime bags. Their archery movements became increasingly adept and swift, showing a marked improvement in speed. In an instant, a torrential downpour of arrows descended upon the advancing enemies, resembling a swarm of locusts. Although hitting the eyes may not ensure immediate death, it effectively obstructed their advance, granting the defenders more precious time and opportunities. The dull thuds of impacts echoed in succession. The city gates ultimately could not withstand the ferocious assaults of the enemy, and with a resounding crash, they swung open. Leading the charge, Chun-Li and his 50 fearless warriors, each brandishing a gleaming blade, displayed unwavering resolve as if death held no sway over them. Confronted by the surging tide of black gorillas and white apes flooding into the city, Chun-Li's eyes widened in fury, and he let out a thunderous roar, "Kill!" This battle cry resonated like a thunderclap throughout the inner city, instilling fear in every corner. Chun-Li surged forward, leading by example, darting towards a massive black gorilla like a streak of lightning. He leaped high, his blade slicing through the air with a fierce arc, and then struck down upon the gorilla's arm with crushing force. With a sharp crack, the gorilla's robust arm was severed, blood gushing forth. Yet, Chun-Li did not relent. He swiftly withdrew his blade and executed another swift slash, accurately striking the gorilla's other leg. The chimpanzee writhed in excruciating agony, emitting a heart-wrenching howl that resonated like thunder, causing the very air to tremble. Yet, Chun-Li showed no mercy. Seizing the moment before the creature collapsed, he raised his blade once more, striking decisively to sever the chimpanzee's massive head. As that fearsome head tumbled to the ground, the soldiers behind Chun-Li remained undeterred. They formed groups of 4, working in seamless coordination. Each unit swiftly locked onto their targets, unleashing a ferocious onslaught. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries and the clash of weapons, intertwining to create a symphony of brutal slaughter. At that critical juncture, an even larger white ape suddenly lunged from the side, crashing into Chun-Li and sending him hurtling 5 meters away. The force of the impact caused the blade in his grasp to fly from his hand. However, Chun-Li remained unfazed, despite the searing pain coursing through his body. He quickly drew a sharp dagger from his waist, laboriously rising from the ground, his gaze fixed intently on the aggressive white ape charging towards him. In the blink of an eye, man and beast collided with tremendous force. Chun-Li, undaunted, gritted his teeth and thrust the dagger forward with all his might, aiming directly for the ape's chest. In that fleeting moment, The dagger sank deep into the white ape's torso, and a warm spray of blood erupted, splattering across Chun-Li's face and body. The white ape, howling in agony, swung its powerful arm, sending Chun-Li flying like a delicate leaf, crashing down beneath the city wall. By a twist of fate, he landed precisely where his blade had fallen. Enduring overwhelming pain, he dragged his heavy, weary body toward the weapon. Upon finally grasping the blade, an inexplicable surge of strength coursed through him, urging him to tighten his grip and shakily rise to his feet. In a frenzy akin to a wild beast, Chun-Li, armed with the blade, summoned the last vestiges of his strength and charged at the white ape. The sharp tip pierced deep into the creature's massive frame, and in an instant, blood gushed forth, staining the ground around them. The severely wounded white ape finally succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, unable to move an inch. In that moment, Chun-Li, too, overwhelmed by his injuries, fell atop the ape's corpse, motionless, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the other soldiers continued their fierce struggle against the formidable chimpanzees, each one a towering figure, akin to moving hills. Although the warriors' attacks were fierce, striking true to their vital points proved a daunting task, often resulting in blows to the creature's robust legs or waists, inflicting only superficial wounds. Nevertheless, these wounds inflicted upon the chimpanzees caused them excruciating pain, rendering their movements slightly sluggish. Observing from the city walls, Chun Feng's expression froze upon witnessing Chun-Li's fall, his heart brimming with boundless rage and sorrow. With gritted teeth, he bellowed, "All of you, descend with me. Today, even if it costs our lives. We shall fight these brutes to the bitter end." Without hesitation, he leapt from the walls, charging toward the chimpanzees. With Chun Feng's formidable presence, the once ferocious chimpanzees began to waver, gradually retreating. They were pushed step by step beyond the city limits, while Chun Feng showed no intention of relenting, his weapon slicing through the air with ferocity as he relentlessly pursued the detestable foes. At that moment, a soldier rushed to intercept him, breathless as he implored, "General, do not pursue a desperate enemy. What if there is an ambush?" Upon hearing this, Chun Feng momentarily regained his composure, halting his advance. Watching the retreating chimpanzees and the saber-toothed apes fade from view, a profound sense of unwillingness welled up within him. Clenching his fists, he raised his voice to the direction of their escape, shouting hoarsely, "One day, I shall eradicate every last one of you." His roar echoed through the air, lingering long after. Upon entering the city, Chun Feng was met with a harrowing sight. The ground was littered with the mangled bodies of soldiers, some missing arms and legs, their limbs severed. Others had been brutally torn asunder, their innards strewn about, blood saturating the earth beneath. The air was thick with the stench of blood, inducing nausea. Chun Feng suppressed his grief, his voice trembling as he instructed, "Gather their bodies. Once this battle concludes, we must ensure they receive a proper burial." His expression was a complex tapestry of sorrow for his fallen comrades and fury at the enemy's brutality. At that moment, Chun Feng dared not relent, for the battle at the East Gate raged on, and the daylight was swiftly fading. Time was of the essence, each moment exceedingly precious. Meanwhile, the injured Chun-Li was cautiously carried by several soldiers toward the medical quarters for urgent treatment. His complexion was as pale as death, wounds oozing blood. Yet he remained resolutely silent, clenching his teeth. Chun Feng hurried to the East Gate, standing atop the walls and gazing outward. He beheld the once ferocious monkeys now utterly exhausted and in disarray. Many lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, some gravely injured and immobile, while others had succumbed to their wounds. Their former fierceness had dissipated entirely, leaving them devoid of combat capability. Chun Feng observed everything with cold indifference and issued his command without hesitation. "Everyone, listen closely. Immediately proceed to engage in indiscriminate long-range fire against these beasts. As long as there is a breath of life left in them, they must be exterminated. We must not allow them any chance to breathe." Following Chun Feng's command, Chun Shi led a team swiftly away from the city walls, heading towards the battlefield where the monkeys were located. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of battle cries echoing throughout the eastern city gate. After a prolonged and grueling fight, Chun Feng found himself utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, unable to continue managing the subsequent affairs. He entrusted all matters to Chun Shi and, dragging his weary feet, returned to his humble courtyard. Upon entering the room, he collapsed onto the bed like a deflated balloon, his eyes closing tightly, and soon he fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he seemed to see the vivid faces of the fallen soldiers and heard their passionate cries. The following morning, Chen Feng appeared before the office building with a steady gait, where a group of department heads had long been waiting. They anxiously and solemnly regarded his arrival, the atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. Among the crowd, the absence of Chun Li was notably felt, though all others were present. With a countenance as stern as water, Chen Feng surveyed the assembly with a serious demeanor, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of each individual. The recent crisis had undoubtedly been witnessed by all. In a voice deep and powerful, akin to thunder rumbling in the distance, he declared, "Such situations may likely recur in the future, and we cannot ascertain whether even more formidable enemies may arise." Upon hearing this, the attendees could not help but pale slightly, exchanging glances that conveyed their palpable concerns for the future. After a brief pause, Chen Feng continued, "Therefore, from today onward, the military will be placed entirely under the command of Chun Yi." He then directed his gaze towards Chun Yi, who stood resolutely, with a solemn expression. Chun Yi nodded earnestly and responded, "My lord, you can rest assured. I will not fail in my mission and will dedicate myself to ensuring all related tasks are executed with utmost diligence." Pleased with Chun Yi's affirmation, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to issue further directives. All participants in this battle will be promoted by 1 rank, and each will receive an acre of rice paddy as a reward. Chun Li shall be promoted 3 ranks and granted 3 acres of rice paddy. As for the other managerial personnel, they will each be elevated by 2 ranks and awarded 2 acres of rice paddy. For the brave soldiers who tragically sacrificed their lives, they would be posthumously honored with a promotion of 3 ranks, and when their sons come of age, they shall be permitted to enlist and inherit their father's medals, also receiving 3 acres of rice paddy as a form of compensation. However, as Chen Feng continued to issue these commands, the crowd, who should have felt exhilarated and joyous, found their hearts increasingly weighed down. The recent battle was so profoundly catastrophic that the death toll soared to over 1,000 souls. This heavy figure loomed over every individual like a great mountain, suffocating them with despair. Chapter 0. Unification of the 6 departments. After delivering his grave address, Chen Feng departed the conference hall with resolute strides, heading straight for his office, which he perceived as a sanctuary for contemplation. Upon entering, he settled at his desk, grasped his carving knife, and immersed himself in the task of inscribing once more. Chen Feng was acutely aware that the peril lurking beneath the surface of recent events was far more formidable than it appeared. Beyond the terrifying existence of the cannibalistic tribe, the enigmatic presence of the ape-men instilled a sense of dread. Was this merely the tip of the iceberg? In this vast and uncharted territory, were there even more potent and terrifying forces concealed? Everything remained uncertain. Faced with such a perplexing situation, Chen Feng resolved that once he managed the affairs of the academy, he would personally lead the Xinbu army into unexplored regions for further investigation. He understood that to truly unveil the truth shrouded in layers of mystery and to acquire invaluable intelligence, one must brave the dangers and advance boldly. Following Chen Feng's departure, Chen Shi seamlessly took over the administration of the entire Summer City, swiftly issuing a series of crucial directives. The first priority was to undertake comprehensive repairs on the severely damaged residences, ensuring that the citizens could enjoy a safe and comfortable living environment. Next, he emphasized the urgency of restoring and reinforcing the battered city walls to bolster the town's defenses. Additionally, it was imperative to properly inter the valiant warriors who had tragically perished, granting them the respect and rest they deserved. Equally critical was the timely replenishment of military personnel to ensure that the Xinbu army maintained its combat readiness. As these orders were disseminated, the various departments, which had just begun to settle after the fierce battle, sprung back into action with renewed vigor. Each individual diligently attended to their responsibilities, pouring their efforts into the tasks at hand. Meanwhile, Chen Shi personally ventured to the trading grounds outside the city. As he surveyed the scene, he was met with the grim sight of corpses belonging to both ape and human alike, the stench of blood permeating the air, inducing waves of nausea. Gazing upon this sorrowful and tragic tableau, Chen Shi felt a tightening in his brow, overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt and regret. Perhaps, had they allowed the fleeing individuals to enter the city, such grievous losses could have been averted. While Chun-Shi remained lost in this painful contemplation, a ragged, disheveled man, gaunt and weary, approached him unsteadily. The man's face was etched with sorrow, his eyes shimmering with despair. He fell to his knees before Chun-Shi, pleading earnestly, "Leader Chun-Shi, my kin have all fallen victim to cruel hands, and now I am the sole survivor. I beseech you, in your great mercy, to take me in." Chun-Shi was not as unyielding as one might think. Until Chun Feng issued his orders, he resolutely forbade anyone from other tribes from stepping foot into the city. "I regret that I cannot assist you," he said, shaking his head in resignation. He then turned to the soldiers behind him and instructed, "Bring this man some food," ensuring there is enough to sustain him through the harsh winter. Such situations were not uncommon. Chun-Shi consistently employed the same approach when faced with those in need. As afternoon approached, Chun Kuei hurried back to the city with over 40 subordinates, heading directly to the bustling office where Chun Feng was situated. Upon entering, Chun Kuei knelt without hesitation, a look of undeniable frustration etched upon his face. "My lord, I am utterly ashamed. That white-fanged ape has escaped once again. I implore you to punish me." At this moment, Chun Feng, who had been seated, rose swiftly and approached Chun Kuei, helping him to his feet. With a sincere tone, he reassured, "This is not your fault. That white ape is indeed too cunning." He then inquired with concern, "Did anyone sustain injuries during this operation?" With a heavy heart, Chun Kuei nodded silently and replied in a low voice, "Regrettably, 3 of our brothers lost their lives." Upon hearing this grim news, Chun Feng's expression remained largely unchanged. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively ordered, 3 days hence, all troops of the Divine Wind Army will mobilize for a relentless hunt in the monkey territory. I will not allow these creatures to live in comfort any longer." Chun Feng's decision stemmed from the necessity of preemptively disrupting hostile forces, should they be left unchallenged. They would undoubtedly regroup and launch fierce assaults against the Xia Kingdom, a scenario Chun Feng was determined to avert. Once the command was given, Chun Kuei nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure these foes do not enjoy their days in peace." Time flowed inexorably, and before long, winter had waned, giving way to the quiet arrival of spring. As the weather warmed, individuals from all walks of life returned to their respective duties, busily attending to their tasks. It was during this period that Chun Feng, after careful consideration, resolutely issued a directive for a comprehensive reorganization of his department. He summoned all relevant personnel to the office. The central theme of this meeting was the integration of departments and the long-term development plan for the future. Once everyone had gathered, a palpable silence enveloped the room. No one dared to interrupt as they awaited Chun Feng's important address. Surveying the assembly, Chun Feng began methodically, "We shall be restructured into 6 major departments. Within the realm of governance, the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War remain unchanged, with their existing personnel configurations left intact for the time being. Additionally, the Ministry of Health shall be separated from other departments, with Xing Yue appointed as its head, overseeing branches such as internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, and pediatrics. Furthermore, a new Ministry of Civil Affairs has been established, managed by Chen Mo, which will encompass the current logistics department while also introducing 2 new branches, the veterinary department and the civil affairs department." After listening to Chen Feng's arrangements, Chen Mo felt a sense of confusion regarding the specific responsibilities of the newly established civil affairs department. He raised his gaze to Chen Feng and inquired, "My lord, what are the primary responsibilities of this civil affairs department?" Civil administration encompasses a vast array of matters, including marriage registration between spouses, various issues arising among family members, and matters related to compensation. Any affairs closely tied to the populace within the city fall under the jurisdiction of this department. After elaborating on the scope of civil administration, Chen Feng declared, "We shall establish a brand new department, the patrol department, primarily responsible for maintaining social order within the city." Upon hearing this announcement, whispers of conversation filled the air. Subsequently, Chen Feng continued, "The former Ministry of Commerce is now renamed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, still managed by Shang Lu. As for the Transportation Department, it will temporarily fall under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Works." He then shifted his tone. "Moreover, we shall add another new department, the Ministry of Agriculture. This department will be headed by Lu Meng, with several branches, including a department dedicated to crop cultivation, a vegetables department focused on vegetable planting and related affairs, a grain department responsible for grain production, a specialty plants department committed to researching unique flora, and a breeding department for animal husbandry. Once Qin Feng completed his introduction of the new departments, he paused momentarily, observing the crowd as they engaged in hushed discussions, which soon subsided into silence. Qin Feng then spoke again. I have a plan to construct a brand new city in the iron mining area and to build robust defensive works at the valley's entrance. However, just as he finished speaking, Chun Shi rose with a troubled expression, bowing respectfully to Qin Feng and stating, Your Majesty, we may currently face a shortage of manpower. In response, Qin Feng smiled gently and waved his hand dismissively, saying, There is no need for concern. This issue is quite manageable. His gaze was resolute and confident, as if he had everything under control. He then adopted a serious tone. After careful consideration, I have resolved to take action against the detestable cannibal tribe. These wretches are a blight upon society, a scourge upon humanity. We must capture them and bend them to our will, utilizing their strength to help us construct impenetrable walls. The assembly nodded in agreement, expressing their support for Chun Feng's decisive words. In a moment, the entire conference room was enveloped in an atmosphere fraught with tension, yet brimming with anticipation. As the attendees gradually quieted, Qin Feng continued to issue commands with unwavering composure. Qin Yi, I grant you 3 months to ensure our army reaches 1,000 men, and these new recruits must be battle-ready. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi immediately stood upright and responded in a loud voice, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will fulfill this task with utmost diligence. Subsequently, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Chun Mao, instructing, Chun Mao, you must swiftly procure and prepare all necessary equipment, powerful crossbows, weaponry, wooden shields, long spears, and various tools required for the construction of the city walls. Chun Mao promptly rose, clasping his fists in salute, and declared, I accept the order, and I shall not fail in my duty. As Qin Feng continued to issue commands in rapid succession, each individual present felt the weight of their responsibilities grow heavier, yet simultaneously. A fiery resolve and sense of mission ignited within them. Finally, Qin Feng fixed his gaze on Chun Mo, gravely stating, Qin Mo, we must wholeheartedly embrace those tribes beyond the city who wish to join us, striving to absorb as many as possible to strengthen our own forces. Without hesitation, Chun Mo stood and respectfully replied, Yes, Your Majesty, I shall exert every effort to accomplish this task. After the meeting concluded, the attendees began to disperse. Qin Feng, however, returned alone to his office, seated himself at his desk, unfurled a pristine sheet of paper, and took up a pen to commence drafting a textbook. As he recalled the knowledge and experiences in his mind, he murmured to himself, My memory seems quite reliable. I shall write down as much as I can remember. With his extraordinary wisdom and leadership abilities, Qin Mo successfully integrated over 20 tribes. These tribes were scattered across vast lands, each possessing its own unique culture and traditions. When gathered together, their total population astonishingly exceeded 5,300. As this influx of new members surged into the previously modest Xia city, the city underwent a monumental transformation. The once sparsely populated streets became bustling thoroughfares, and houses sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. More importantly, the population of Xia city instantaneously surpassed the significant milestone of 10,000. Such a dramatic increase in population brought unprecedented opportunities to Xia city. Yet it also presented formidable challenges. To ensure the long-term peace and sustainable development of Xia city, Chun Shi resolutely made a momentous decision to dispatch Chunya to lead a formidable team to the valley's mouth to construct impenetrable fortifications. This team comprised not only seasoned craftsmen and soldiers, but also 2,000 robust slaves. They bore heavy tools and materials, laboring tirelessly day and night. Each stone they transported and every wall they erected bore witness to their diligent sweat and unwavering perseverance. Relying solely on human effort is far from sufficient. Even the colossal and immensely powerful mammoths and elephants have been urgently summoned to partake in this grand undertaking. They advance with steady and forceful strides, utilizing their robust trunks to hoist massive stones, effortlessly placing them in designated locations. Alternatively, they leverage their formidable physiques to push enormous beams, providing solid support for the construction. It is precisely due to these magnificent beasts' unparalleled physical advantages that the overall progress of the project has been significantly accelerated. Amidst this fervent activity, Qin Feng, A pivotal figure concerned with urban development, finally carved out time from his busy schedule to hasten to the valley's entrance and inspect the latest advancements of the project. Upon witnessing the completion of the first defensive structure, he could not help but nod in satisfaction and commend. Well done indeed. Hearing Chunfeng's praise, Chunya immediately pointed towards the valley entrance and proudly elaborated, "Your Majesty, please observe, the width of this valley entrance is approximately 1 kilometer. If we continue at this pace, completing the entire defensive construction within a month will be quite feasible." However, after a thorough observation, Chunfeng suddenly gestured towards the second line of defense and remarked, "The space reserved in the middle of this defensive line should be further expanded." Although Chunya found this request somewhat perplexing, he was inherently the type of individual who, once given direction, would diligently apply himself without hesitation. Rarely pondering the rationale behind the instructions, he respectfully replied, "Of course, Your Majesty. I will promptly convey your directives to everyone." With that, he swiftly turned and departed. In reality, there were multiple paths leading to Xia City, yet only this route at the valley's entrance was the most convenient and shortest passage. Hence, Chunfeng was acutely aware of the critical significance of this location to the safety of Xia City, necessitating stringent precautions and vigilance. Moreover, at this moment, Chunfeng had successfully absorbed numerous tribes from the eastern regions into his dominion. As his influence expanded and the eastern territory stabilized, the importance of reinforcing defensive measures became increasingly evident. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through Chunfeng's mind. How splendid it would be if he could capture those agile monkeys and enlist them to serve him. Upon reflecting on this notion, Chunfeng began to ponder. It was imperative to explore how to effectively command these monkeys. With his thoughts racing, Chunfeng turned and set off on his return journey, hastily making his way back to Xia City. Upon returning, Chunfeng, after careful deliberation, resolutely decided to clear the vast, unbounded forests to the east of Xia City, transforming the land into fertile rice paddies or arable fields. The region has now been completely cleared, with not only the numerous tribes that once resided here having vanished without a trace, but also the variety of wild beasts that could be hunted dwindling to almost nothing. With a firm resolution, Chunfeng promptly made his way towards the office building of the Ministry of Works. Upon entering, he headed straight for Chun Mao's location. As soon as he encountered Chun Mao, Chunfeng eagerly inquired, "How goes the production of the copper coins?" Faced with Chunfeng's question, Chun Mao displayed a look of distress, spreading his hands helplessly as he responded, "My lord, I have been so overwhelmed with work lately that I scarcely have a moment to catch my breath, let alone spare any time for the crafting of copper coins." After speaking, Chun Mao lifted his head, his face etched with confusion and helplessness, resembling a bewildered child. Seeing this, Chunfeng understood that pressing further would likely yield no satisfactory answer. He gently shook his head and advised, "In that case, prioritize the pressing matters at hand. However, do remember that the issue of the copper coins is of great significance. I hope you will dedicate more effort to it in the future." With that, Chunfeng turned to leave, leaving Chun Mao standing in place, contemplatively watching his departing figure. Very well, you must get it done quickly." Chunfeng impatiently waved his hand and shouted at his subordinate, his anxious expression seemingly capable of igniting flames. As time swiftly passed, 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. On a sunlit day, Chunfeng rode in majestically on a formidable toothed tiger, racing like a bolt of lightning until he came to a steady halt in front of the military camp. His keen gaze swept across the scene before him, where over 1,000 soldiers were fervently engaged in training, their shouts and battle cries ringing out in a cacophony. Although these soldiers still bore a certain naivety, they exuded a nascent aura of iron and blood, hinting at the formation of an elite force. At that moment, Chunyi rushed excitedly to Chunfeng's side, saluting with pride and proclaiming loudly, "My lord, after this period of rigorous training, all 1,000 soldiers have now graduated, and we request your inspection." Chunfeng nodded slightly, preparing to step forward to commence the review when suddenly, a resounding cry echoed from the sky. A massive eagle descended like an arrow, landing precisely before Chunfeng. Shortly thereafter, Wang Lai hurried to Chunfeng's side, exclaiming, "My lord, trouble looms. Someone from my former eagle tribe has arrived." Upon hearing this news, a wave of excitement surged within Chunfeng, for it had been a full year since he had last seen his kin from his homeland. "Let us go back and see." Without hesitation, Chen Feng leaped onto the toothed tiger, urging it forward as they galloped towards the city. Before long, they had returned to the city, where the walls were already crowded with onlookers. The messenger who had come from the tribe was none other than the leader of the giant eagles, Ao. He stood there in silence, gazing down upon the entire summer city, his eyes betraying an unmistakable astonishment. Is this truly the Summer Kingdom? Such formidable strength, Ao murmured to himself, his heart brimming with emotion. Before long, Chen Feng and Wang Lai hastened to Ao's side. The two parties first exchanged a solemn greeting, and then Ao, straightforwardly, addressed the esteemed Summer King. We have come here out of dire necessity. Our homeland is currently beset by grave troubles due to the emergence of numerous giant white-haired monkeys. They are not only abundant in number, but also exceptionally fierce, posing a severe threat to the safety of our tribe's existence. Therefore, we earnestly beseech the Summer King for assistance. Upon hearing Ao's account, Chen Feng fell into deep contemplation. Drawing from his years of experience and understanding of various creatures, he swiftly deduced that these so-called giant white-haired monkeys were likely the leaf monkeys residing in tropical regions. These monkeys possess considerable size, yet exhibit remarkable agility. If indeed, as Ao described, they roam in hordes through the forests, they would undoubtedly bring forth numerous troubles and dangers. After all, the leaf monkeys are entirely cloaked in a layer of snow-white fur, and their most striking characteristic is their dexterity and unparalleled agility. For tribes that primarily wield control over elephants and mammoths, this would undoubtedly be a calamitous disaster. How many of these white-haired monkeys are there? And why have they chosen to attack you? Someone inquired curiously. Ao slowly shook his head, his expression notably grave, and replied solemnly, from my observations, the population of these monkeys could be in the thousands, yet only a mere few hundred have actually launched an attack against us. At this moment, Wang Lai served as a bridge for communication, diligently acting as their translator. Thanks to his presence, the dialogue proceeded relatively smoothly, without significant hindrance. After reflecting on the matter, Chen Feng contemplated that offering his aid might indeed be worthwhile. His ambitions were grand, yearning to conquer all tribes inhabiting this land and to make them serve his purpose. However, prior to that, he must first demonstrate his formidable strength to instill a sense of awe among them. Thus, Chen Feng spoke. I can assist you in resolving this crisis, but in return, you must provide me with something of value. Upon hearing these words, Ao immediately grasped the other party's intentions. Naturally, there is no free lunch in this world. After considerable reflection, Ao finally responded. Our giant eagle tribe is willing to offer 50 young male eagles, but as for the other tribes, I regret that I cannot make decisions on their behalf. Regarding this generous recompense, both the open-hearted Wang Lai and the meticulous Chen Feng displayed unmistakable satisfaction upon their faces. Excellent, Chen Feng declared with a confident flourish. I shall arrive at your tribe within a month. During this period, you merely need to continue engaging and entangling with them. After saying this, he watched as Ao turned and departed. Once Ao's figure had vanished from sight, Chen Feng promptly sought out Chen Mao to inquire about the specific progress of the shipbuilding endeavor. However, in response to Chen Feng's eager inquiries, Chen Mao appeared somewhat bewildered. It turned out that they had not cultivated the habit of consistently reporting work progress to their superiors. Left with no choice, Chen Mao hastily summoned Chen Sheng, who was responsible for the matter, to gain further understanding of the details. How many ships do we currently possess? And how many of them are idle? Chen Feng asked straightforwardly. Chen Sheng, not daring to be negligent, swiftly organized his thoughts and succinctly reported the relevant information. Your Majesty, we currently have a total of 20 ships. Of these, 8 have been put into service, primarily for transporting vital resources such as iron, ore, coal, and salt. Additionally, there are 10 smaller vessels that are temporarily idle. Upon hearing Chen Sheng's report, Chen Feng was taken aback. He had never anticipated that he had inadvertently amassed such a substantial fleet of 20 ships. A wave of secret delight washed over him. It appears that with a sufficient supply of timber, the shipbuilding efficiency is indeed remarkable. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Standing beside him, Chen Mao, noticing Chen Feng's silence, began to harbor doubts. He cautiously ventured, Your Majesty, might there be any dissatisfaction with the current situation? If there are any opinions or suggestions, I humbly ask you to enlighten us. Chen Feng approached Chen Mao and Chen Sheng with a smile, gently patting both of their shoulders. His tone imbued with appreciation. You have truly done exceptionally well. He then shifted the conversation. By the way, how many strong crossbows have we produced? Upon hearing this question, Chen Sheng furrowed his brow and fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally raised his head and slowly responded. A total of 200 strong crossbows have been manufactured. Of these, 100 are currently mounted on the city walls, while another 100 are temporarily idle. Chen Feng nodded slightly upon receiving Chen Sheng's report, indicating his satisfaction. Well done. You two are indeed indispensable. He then waved his hand decisively, issuing an order. Load all 100 idle crossbows onto the ships. I am preparing to lead them into battle. Chen Mao and Chen Sheng exchanged glances, their minds filled with confusion regarding the sudden call to arms. However, such circumstances were not unfamiliar to them. Thus, after a brief hesitation, they responded in unison, "As you command." They were acutely aware that, in a landscape riddled with crises, numerous watchful enemies lurked in the shadows. Only through relentless battles and struggles can one safeguard all that is cherished. Chapter 0. The school commences for Chen Feng. This mysterious and vast planet resembles an endless ocean. With the areas he has explored merely a minuscule fraction of its entirety, only 1/10,000th of its expanse. Upon this land, yet to be fully unveiled, countless unknown dangers and challenges await his confrontation. He is acutely aware that to successfully conquer uncharted territories, the limited power at his disposal is woefully insufficient. He urgently requires a substantial population to bolster his forces and must also forge an immensely powerful and invincible army as a steadfast backing. More crucially, deep within Chen Feng's heart lies an unwavering conviction. He is resolutely averse to being manipulated or governed by anyone. In his eyes, only through the continual enhancement of his own strength can he attain the rightful ability to seize his destiny, liberating himself from the shackles of others. Should he face defeat in the impending battle in the valley, the path before him would likely lead to a dead end. This dire situation renders the forthcoming conflict a pivotal struggle for survival. At that moment, within the weighty atmosphere of the conference room, all present wore expressions as grave as the sea, their demeanor profoundly solemn. This serious ambience underscored the significance of the meeting. As every attendee's gaze converged upon a singular direction, it is evident that you are all well aware of the arduous journey that lies ahead, spanning thousands of miles. Seated in the principal position, Chen Feng spoke with a serious countenance, his voice low yet filled with authority. After my departure, all relevant tasks must proceed without the slightest delay. He then meticulously outlined various specific assignments. First and foremost, the food supplies necessary for the campaign must be ample, and all military provisions must be fully stocked. Additionally, all types of logistical equipment required during the subsequent march must be loaded onto the ships within a mere 7 days. Yes, we shall exert every effort to ensure timely completion of the tasks. The assembled individuals replied in unison, pleased by their resolute response. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued issuing commands. For this expedition, I have decided to personally lead 500 elite soldiers, with Chun Yi appointed as the team leader. The military affairs previously managed by Chun Yi will be entrusted to Chun Li. After 3 months of careful recuperation, Chun Li's health has nearly returned to full strength, making him exceptionally suited to succeed Chun Yi in this role. This operation will deploy a total of 10 vessels, 5 of which are designated for transporting 500 valiant soldiers and their majestic steeds. The remaining 5 will be tasked with carrying vital supplies, including ample provisions, heavy armor, and formidable crossbows. Moreover, 2 ships were deliberately retained as a reserve force, capable of transporting additional food supplies or other essential provisions as per actual needs. Once all arrangements were meticulously organized, Chen Shi unhesitatingly began to elaborate on the specific task allocations to the assembly. Simultaneously, Chen Feng discreetly summoned Chen Mao to his office, inquiring with genuine concern about the progress of various construction projects within the city. In this regard, Chen Mao was quite informed, having undertaken daily inspections throughout the city. Currently, the planned 5,000 residential houses have been successfully completed and are now in use. Furthermore, a series of public facilities, including schools, hospitals, research institutes, and spacious office halls, have all been constructed and are operational. Even the 6 essential departments and the police station responsible for maintaining public order have been completed on schedule. The only slight drawback is that the Grand Palace residence designated for Chun Feng remains under construction and has yet to be finalized. After patiently listening to Chen Mao's report, a satisfied smile graced Chen Feng's face, and he generously praised him. Indeed, you are remarkably efficient. I never anticipated such significant results in such a short span of time. Your work efficiency is truly astounding. As for my residence, there is no rush. After all, the talented individuals you have nurtured will be assigned to that new city to commence their work. Therefore, a little later, we can arrange the personnel accordingly. Chen Mao, well aware of Chun Feng's plans, understood that he intended to establish a more grandiose city around the iron mine located 200 kilometers to the west. Consequently, a substantial workforce would be required at that time. Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure that all personnel arrangements are handled appropriately. Chen Mao assured Chen Feng with utmost sincerity. Chun Feng's philosophy was, in fact, quite straightforward. He understood that it was impossible for one individual to accomplish everything. Thus, regarding all development plans, his role was merely to impart theoretical knowledge to the masses or provide a general direction for advancement. He believed in allowing everyone to rely on their strength to explore and research gradually, for only through this method could a solid foundation be established, rendering it unassailable. According to the established plan, these children will undergo a comprehensive 9-year systematic education. Throughout this extensive period, their curriculum will encompass a wide array of subjects, including but not limited to language, mathematics, moral cultivation, various theoretical knowledge, cutting-edge technological advancements, macroeconomic trends, traditional agricultural practices, modern industrial manufacturing, and vibrant commercial trade. The specific enrollment age has been set at 5 years. After 9 arduous years of study, students will directly enter adulthood. However, those who exhibit exceptional academic performance may have the opportunity to attend specialized research institutes for further education, thereby fully showcasing their talents and value. Given that this is the inaugural establishment of the school, the ages of the enrolling students vary significantly. Nonetheless, their enthusiasm for learning is commendable. The ebony blackboard and boxes of colorful chalk and other educational supplies have long been meticulously prepared and organized. The current head of the school is Ma Dongmei, a capable aide under Chen Mo. As for her origins, the details have faded with time, even from Chun Feng's memory. Although Ma Dongmei may not possess extensive knowledge across various subjects, she exhibits remarkable managerial skills. Regardless of the complexity of the tasks at hand, she consistently handles them with utmost orderliness, ensuring that each matter receives fair and just treatment. It is for this reason that Chun Mo wholeheartedly recommended her for this pivotal role. After all, managing a school requires not only profound knowledge but also exceptional organizational and coordination abilities, as well as an unwavering commitment to impartiality. At that moment, the observant Ma Dongmei spotted Chen Feng approaching the school and hurriedly ran to greet him with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "My lord, you have arrived." Her tone unmistakably conveyed her excitement and joy. Chen Feng smiled as he surveyed the surroundings. The campus was orderly, with children either attentively listening in classrooms or joyfully playing on the playground, devoid of any signs of chaos or disorder. He nodded in satisfaction and praised her, saying, "You have done remarkably well. I am truly impressed that, under your management, these children can be so well-behaved and quiet." Upon hearing Chun Feng's words of commendation, Ma Dongmei's heart swelled with happiness. Receiving praise from their esteemed lord was an unparalleled honor. However, she quickly composed herself and proceeded to provide Chen Feng with a detailed report on the current state of the school. She recounted, "As of now, our school has over 300 students, organized into several classes based on a standard of 50 students per class. Additionally, there are 15 teaching staff members, primarily focused on mathematics and language arts. Unfortunately, due to their lack of prior exposure, we are currently unable to offer instruction in some less common or emerging subjects." After listening, Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully in understanding. Indeed, in such a relatively closed and underdeveloped environment, expecting teachers to master knowledge across all subjects seems rather unreasonable. This matter shall be set aside for now. Your sole focus should be on teaching these 2 subjects, while I will personally instruct the students upon my return. Chapter 0. The Leaf Monkey and the Battle Among Tribes. On a serene morning 7 days later, sunlight cascaded upon the shimmering surface of the river. As a gentle breeze caressed the weeping willows along the bank, Chen Feng stood tall at the bow of the boat, his gaze fixed upon the throngs of people bustling along the riverbank. Recalling his initial arrival, he remembered donning tattered shorts, while the tribe consisted of merely 100 souls. Yet, in the fleeting span of 2 years, a remarkable transformation had unfolded. The population had surged to over 10,000. Set sail, Chen Feng proclaimed, his powerful voice resonating through the air. With his command, the oars plunged into the water in perfect unison, sending splashes cascading as the vessel glided smoothly westward. Given that the river flowed directly west, their speed was markedly swifter than in other directions. Ahead of the fleet, 10 nimble boats darted forth like arrows, tasked with scouting the waters for obstructions or unforeseen dangers. After all, this was the tribe's inaugural venture into such extensive maritime navigation. Throughout the journey, the forward boats relayed updates regarding the conditions ahead, ensuring Chen Feng remained informed. Meanwhile, Chen Yi maintained a vigilant stance, keeping a distance of approximately 1 kilometer from the scouting vessels. This prudent measure allowed for swift decision-making in the face of any unforeseen circumstances, safeguarding the entire fleet's safety. Concurrently, within the spacious and opulent cabin of a grand ship, the leader of the beast-taming tribe, Luo Zhang, gathered with a dozen other leaders from nearby tribes to deliberate on significant matters. At that moment, a man named Ao rushed into the tent, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Without pausing to catch his breath, he eagerly recounted the events of their journey to the Summer Kingdom to the assembly. Upon hearing that Chen Feng had indeed agreed to lend his assistance, an ecstatic smile spread across Luo's face. Wonderful. Has Chen Feng truly pledged to help us? His voice trembled with excitement. Ao nodded emphatically but quickly added, however, this assistance comes with conditions. At this revelation, Luo's exuberance waned, and he promptly inquired, what are the conditions? With unwavering resolve, Ao replied, our tribe will offer 50 young hawks, while your tribe's contribution will depend on your sincerity. He crossed his arms, patiently awaiting the reactions of the others. Luo's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Ao's generous offer, his astonishment evident. You are willing to part with so many young hawks. This is truly unexpected. As Luo's words echoed, the gathering erupted into a cacophony of animated discussion. The leaders of the various tribes huddled together, weighing the pros and cons, contemplating how to respond to the pressing situation. Just as the discussion reached a fervent peak, a member of the giant eagle tribe burst into the tent, breathless and alarmed, exclaiming, leaders, trouble is upon us. Those intruders have returned, and their numbers are greater than ever. The room fell silent in shock. The leaders immediately ceased their debates, rising in unison and swiftly making their way outside the tent. As they approached the scene, the sight that greeted them left them utterly astonished. Thousands of leaf monkeys crowded ahead, chattering incessantly, creating a truly spectacular spectacle. Ruo was the first to break the silence, gasping in disbelief. How can there be so many leaf monkeys? This is simply unimaginable. For most present, these creatures were unfamiliar. Even Ruo had only heard of them for the first time through Ao. Naturally, Ao had acquired this knowledge from Chen Feng. Faced with such an overwhelming number of leaf monkeys, the leaders found themselves momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Ao took a deep breath, maintaining his composure, and stated, the current situation is unclear. Our foremost task is to organize our tribes to resist and obstruct them. We must not allow them to succeed. Additionally, we must patiently await Chen Feng's arrival. I am confident he will devise a solution. With that, Ao turned to the other leaders, determination evident in his eyes. Time is of the essence, esteemed leaders. Return to your tribes and rally our people. With a decisive wave of his hand, Ao issued the command. The leaders nodded in agreement and hurried back to their tribes to summon their kin. A thrilling battle between humans and leaf monkeys was about to unfold. Ruo, his expression grave, turned to face the 20 or so leaders behind him, proclaiming loudly, leaders, heed my command. Each tribe shall dispatch 100 valiant warriors to the fray. Upon this order, the tribes responded swiftly. In a matter of moments, over 2,000 colossal elephants and mammoths surged across the vast plain, forming a breathtaking defensive line, poised in silent anticipation of the approaching leaf monkeys. It is well known that leaf monkeys are famed for their agility. Confronted with these massive, yet somewhat clumsy mammoths and elephants, they exhibited no signs of trepidation. As the two sides clashed for the first time, the leaf monkeys darted like lightning between the mammoths and elephants. utilizing their extraordinary nimbleness. They effortlessly leapt onto the broad backs of the mammoths or elephants, gripping tightly to the beast's fur, and with a powerful thrust, sent them crashing to the ground. Unfortunately, once a mammoth fell, it often met a tragic fate, trampled by its panicked companions. Nevertheless, not all warriors would succumb so easily to the leaf monkey's onslaught. Veterans of countless battles, seasoned warriors displayed extraordinary courage and combat prowess. They either engaged in close combat with the leaf monkeys, delivering powerful blows, or adeptly commanded mammoths to charge at their foes. Nevertheless, capturing a leaf monkey proved to be no simple feat, for they were small and as swift as the wind. Without suitable weapons to assist, landing a decisive strike seemed nearly insurmountable. The conflict raged on, and by the end of the first day, both sides had suffered dozens of casualties. The following day witnessed the continuation of the fierce clashes, with both sides enduring significant losses yet again. Dozens of vibrant lives were extinguished on that blood-soaked battlefield. As time progressed, both factions continuously dispatched more warriors into the fray, escalating the initial engagement from a mere 1,000 participants to over 3,000. Concurrently, the cumulative number of dead and wounded exceeded an alarming 1,000. The battlefield was enveloped in a pungent aroma of blood, while the cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams intertwined to compose a tragic war anthem. Chapter 0. Arrival of reinforcements. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a month had quietly elapsed. At this moment, Luo appeared haggard, his countenance evoking sympathy. He sat quietly within the tent, his eyes devoid of life, staring vacantly ahead, seemingly drained of the strength even to speak. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other tribes had devolved into a cacophony of discord. They clamored in heated debate, each voicing their opinions, resembling the chaos of a bustling marketplace. Some leaders furiously gestured, condemning the misjudgments of others. Others paced anxiously, incessantly urging immediate action. It was at this moment that Ao stepped forward to calm the assembly. Please, everyone, remain patient. Trust in Chen Feng. He will surely arrive here in the next couple of days to support us. This statement was not mere idle chatter, but grounded in solid evidence. According to meticulous inquiries conducted by their kin, the contingent led by Chen Feng was merely a day's journey away. If they could endure a little longer, reinforcements would soon arrive. However, should Chen Feng and his men fail to appear by tomorrow, the situation would turn dire. After days of relentless combat, their strength had been nearly depleted, making it increasingly difficult to endure. Contemplating this, a heavy gloom settled over the crowd. Wei, the leader of the Nai's tribe, gravely remarked, "Tomorrow's battle will determine our very survival." As dawn broke on the second day, sunlight filtered through thick clouds, casting its light upon the battlefield, yet failing to dissipate the stifling tension in the air. An invisible pressure seemed to envelop the entire field, making it difficult to breathe. Both armies assembled on either side of the front lines, each boasting over 3,000 spirited warriors. These warriors bore serious expressions, their gazes unwaveringly fixed upon the enemy ahead, each gripping an array of weapons, poised to charge into the fray at the slightest command. Especially on Luo's side, they are exerting every effort. Nearly all able-bodied men in the tribe have resolutely embarked on this perilous front line, fully aware that this battle is pivotal to the survival of their entire tribe. Allowing no room for retreat or hesitation, a fierce fire burns within each of them, fueled by the desire to protect their loved ones behind them. The significance of this battle transcends their own existence. Should they meet with misfortune and be defeated, it would not only jeopardize their own lives, but also spell catastrophe for the innocent tribespeople left defenseless and unarmed, who might not even find a resting place for their remains. In the midst of those exceptionally arduous days, Luo led his tribesmen in diligent inquiries, extensive searches, and meticulous analyses of various clues. They finally grasped the abrupt and ferocious assault launched by the Yema tribe. The crux of the issue lay in the water source, a fundamental element crucial for the survival of all creatures. Unfortunately, the tribe to which Luo belonged occupied a precious river vital for the surrounding fauna. To secure sufficient water resources necessary for the survival and growth of their people, the Yema had no choice but to wage this brutal war against them. Although tensions were high, both sides refrained from the impulsive recklessness that characterized their initial encounters, refraining from immediate bloodshed. They meticulously observed each other's movements, seeking to uncover any flaws or weaknesses in their opponent, aiming for a decisive strike that would secure ultimate victory. A concerned tribesman approached Luo, his expression grave, and in a hushed tone, relayed the shocking news that the enemy forces were continuously bolstering their ranks with more Yema. This revelation struck Luo like a bolt from the blue, plunging his heart into despair. He stifled his fear and unease, choosing not to voice this dreadful truth. He understood that if he were to recklessly disclose the reality, the comrades fighting alongside him might succumb to panic and flee the battlefield. Meanwhile, far in the tropics, Chen Feng had successfully led his people to their destination. They disembarked in an orderly fashion, each face marked by determination and resolve. Chen Yi swiftly approached Chen Feng and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, all our people have safely disembarked." Perched atop his formidable saber-toothed tiger, Chen Feng surveyed the surroundings with keen eyes before issuing a decisive order. "Immediately prepare to cook, and after everyone has had their fill, we shall rest for an hour before setting off. Additionally, leave 50 individuals to guard the vessels. The rest will accompany this king to the beast-taming tribe." Upon receiving his orders, Chen Yi acted swiftly, organizing the personnel to begin cooking. Meanwhile, Chen Feng continued to ride his tiger, hastening towards the direction of the beast-taming tribe. He was preoccupied with thoughts of the ongoing battle ahead, yearning to witness firsthand the unfolding circumstances. Upon reaching a hillside, he halted his steed and gazed down from his elevated position at the fierce clash between the leaf monkeys and the human tribes. The battlefield was engulfed in swirling dust, filled with the cacophony of battle cries and the tumult of combatants locked in a fierce struggle. To his astonishment, the enemy's numbers far exceeded his expectations. "No one can ascertain whether they will continue to reinforce their ranks," Chen Feng murmured, furrowing his brow in contemplation. As moments ticked by, Chen Yi hurriedly approached, standing behind him to proclaim loudly, "My lord, all preparations are complete. We may set forth." Chen Feng nodded, pressing his legs firmly against the belly of his mount, and shouted, "Forward." He then led the group, surging like a torrent towards the beast-taming tribe. Chen Feng pointed towards the position of the leaf monkeys below, instructing, "We shall circumvent the human tribes and launch a surprise assault on the leaf monkeys from behind. After breaching their lines, we will proceed directly to the beast-taming tribe." Chen Yi, positioned above, fixed his gaze intently on the tumultuous scene below. Despite the inherent risks of this maneuver, he understood it to be an unparalleled opportunity to deliver a crushing blow to the leaf monkeys. Meanwhile, on the human battlefield, the sounds of battle and cries of despair echoed as the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. Astonishingly, the leaf monkeys were unarmed. However, their razor-sharp claws became lethal instruments, causing human warriors to fall in their wake. Of course, amidst the human counterattacks, many leaf monkeys also perished underfoot. The leaf monkeys exhibited an extraordinary ferocity, seemingly indifferent to the lives of their kin. Regardless of how many comrades fell, the advancing leaf monkeys pressed forward without hesitation. Perched upon the back of a soaring eagle, Chen Feng led a contingent that stealthily maneuvered behind the leaf monkey army, poised to unleash a surprise attack. On another front, Ao descended like a bolt of lightning to the side of Luo, proclaiming loudly, "The Summer King has arrived." As Ao's words resonated, the other leaders turned their gaze towards the battlefield. A man clad in vine armor and astride a magnificent steed was seen leading a troop towards the rear of the leaf monkeys. "Is he mad?" one tribal leader exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing this. In response to the leader's skepticism, Ao was acutely aware of Chen Feng's formidable strength and the prowess of his troops. Consequently, he offered no further explanation, merely turning to the others and bellowing, "Inform your tribesmen that they are our allies. Everyone, muster your utmost strength and charge forward. Should anyone dare to slack off at this moment, let them beware the talons of my eagle, which show no mercy." With that, Ao ascended once more into the skies, directing the eagle tribe to continue their assault.